I understand. I get it.
There's also smaller things. Oh, Indio 007 is a really good channel. He's actually an admin here. Thank you, Kat.
Mhm.
um, so there's actually other things as well. Like there's something called specular reflection. That actually, I think that's something that you can. I think that's a concept you could understand pretty well. So, have you ever like looked like okay? So like, have you ever been to like Disney World?
Yeah.
Okay, so like like those like Disney World has like these beautiful lakes and rivers and whatnot, and sometimes they have like the boats that like go across with like the parades
Yeah.
with like yeah. So have you ever looked at the water there and kind of noticed like there's like a reflection because they keep the water clean?
Mm,
Like you know what I'm talking about, right?
yeah, you.
So this is a positive claim, but specular reflection is what this is called, and it actually proves that there's no curvature because you can't have perfect reflections on a curved, smooth surface. They will always be distorted. Clouds are also flat and they level out over the earth. Clouds don't curve either. So I actually have images of specular reflection, and the reflection does not curve. Water is perfectly flat when unmanipulated. And I have a ton of these
Mm.
photos. Perfect reflections. So there's a difference between specular and diffuse, but specular reflection actually proves that there is no curvature. Even over a
Uh,
long distance, it's perfectly flat.
I understand that. Yeah.
So this is a positive claim that I am making, but we observe it with our senses. The difference between a positive claim, so a positive claim is one that you're saying something is possible, and a negative claim is saying that something isn't possible. I'm just telling you because you're a little new here, so I'm just letting you know because those are terms that are used a lot here. so, um,
Mhm.
so this is a positive claim, but positive claims are okay to make if you can verify them with your senses.
Mm. I understand that. Yeah.
So this we can verify with our senses. Any one of us can go to a body of water and notice there's no curve. Pretty simple, right?
Mm. I think so. Yeah.
I have a burning question about that topic, actually.
Yeah,
So
go
yeah, you
ahead.
can walk up to a body of water and see there's no curve, but isn't that the same as going up to, like, let's say a can of Coke, but then zooming really closely onto the rim? Because the closer you are to it, the less of the curve you're going to see, to the point where it does look flat, no?
But there's a difference because Coke, well, liquid is always level. You cannot have curve and level at the same time. So it's similar. I get what you're saying, but this is a large body of water. The Earth is 71% water, and we all agree that water is flat when unmanipulated. This is what we observe. So how can Earth be 71% flat, but still a globe?
Gravity being a spherical influence?
But that's something you have to verify. Do we experience it with our senses? We agree things fall, but we disagree on the cause, the causation. How could gravity affect water? We've never experienced water sticking to a ball before. It doesn't work. And I have a
Isn't it
gift to
because
prove
of
it.
the density of the ball, however?
Oh, density. Funny that you mentioned density. So, wouldn't it make sense that things that are heavier than air go down, but things that are lighter than air go up? Think of a balloon for an example.
Well,
Mm.
yeah, a less dense gas than air will go above the air.
So,
Reason why people commonly use helium in balloons, because then it rises up as it's less dense.
yes, so density. We don't need gravity to say why things fall or float. Gravity only accounts for things going down, and mass attracting mass has been superseded 100 years ago. No one claims that anymore. If they're teaching you mass attracting mass, they're teaching you an outdated model. Smaller things do not feel attracted to larger things. If you see a giant mountain, would you feel attracted to it?
Arguably, yes, due to the gravitation.
No,
Obviously, from my point of view, from my point of view, at least.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
you still would be attracted to it. It's just the attraction of the Earth would still
No,
be stronger.
listen. Scientists have debunked mass attracting mass 100 years. Come on.
I mean, arguably not. Otherwise, how are we orbiting the sun? That's a mass, is it not?
I mean,
They
even,
claim space-time now. Well, how are we orbiting the sun? That's a positive claim. You have to back it up with our senses. Do we feel motion?
You can
Can we verify it?
You can view the cyclic orbit.
Azur, did you say the sun is physical?
The sun is indeed a physical object, yes.
How do you know that?
Because the light emitted from the sun, the heat we feel, it's all very real, I'd argue.
Okay, and how do you know that it's physical?
Because you're physically feeling the heat on your skin.
That's light.
Yeah.
Light is emitted from the sun, no? Light's
That's
a
heat.
byproduct of the nuclear fission.
How do we know the sun's physical, though? How do we know it's more than just light when that's all we observe? Also, you're a little quiet.
well, even light is physical, so.
But how can we verify that the sun is what they say it is when we can't go to it? That's what I'm trying to
View it
say.
through telescopes, for example.
So let me get this straight. The Earth is a ball because of things not on the Earth.
Well, I'd argue the Earth is a ball because, well, through observation from the ISS, for example.
The ISS. So how can we observe something millions of miles away when we can't even see England from Chicago? When that's a fraction. Perspective. OGB or hot miking. I request that you mute if you're not speaking.
Well, it's a matter of the power of obviously your eyesight. As I said, you can easily use a telescope to view the sun.
Okay, I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about the ISS. How can we observe it if it's millions of miles away? Unless you're making the claim that the sun is millions of miles away.
You can observe the ISS.
See, the ISS is 250 or 250,000 miles. It's not
it's
millions.
250,000. Sorry.
Yeah,
my bad.
Yeah. I have observed it myself through a telescope. There's in fact apps
that
which allow
proof?
you to track the light. Do I have proof?
Do you have a photo? Do you have proof that you took?
No, I don't have a photo. It's not something you can easily look up online, however. Plenty of other people have done the same thing as me. It's the same as tracing planets through the night sky.
He says, yeah. You said you viewed the ISS?
Yeah.
How?
Through a telescope.
Wait a second, they claim the ISS is 250 miles, not 250,000. Only 250 miles above the surface.
Really? Okay, that's news for me. That's new info to me.
Okay, but we take the telescope, watch the sun, and we know from sun. We know how sun is made. From what is made.
We can view the sun, yeah. We have no physical way of knowing what makes it up, however. I'm not going to try and defend that front. That's very theoretical, that.
Okay, that means... Okay, and distance to the sun? How we realize that?
Calculations, mathematics.
Do you know how?
Personally, no. It's not something I
know
major
that I tell you?
Pardon?
Listen this. The guys was watching the Venus. And they said the Venus is the same size like the Earth. And after that they make calculation.
So how can we verify the claims that NASA is making about the sun, of it being an orb of gas? 340 times the Earth's atmospheric pressure.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How can we verify it?
Chi, can I finish my, because I think that did you understand?
Understand.
Do you understand distance to the sun? How they measure? How they calculate, not measure?
Yeah.
Okay, some guy took the telescope. Okay, some guy took the telescope and pointed to the Venus. And that guy said, I don't know who, but some guy said, this is the same size or almost like the same size like the Earth. And then from that, they made a, calculation.
So you argue it's potentially not accurate due to it being by eyesight.
How that guy realized that, or whoever, that the Earth is the same size like the Venus? Watching.
I'm not entirely sure how he came to that conclusion, to be quite frank. I always believe that they figure out the distance, or at least an idea of the distance through the Doppler effect. As light obviously stretches, the further away it is, the more redshifted/blue shift it is.
Did you know that that was changed like 7-8 times during the human history?
Oh yeah, we can't obviously. We didn't make physics, did we? Physics
Okay,
is the study of the universe, so it will change.
Okay, did you know that we had the Earth, that mass was attracting mass all the time, and 100 years ago it stopped to do that, and then the space-time started to bend.
I mean, I get your point.
My point is this: did you understand that we had the whole solar system, mass attracts mass,
Yeah.
working like for 1 or 4 billion and 5 blah 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 years, because if it's there all like that, and then we have like 1918, 1916 till now, then we have 106 years of bending of space-time, and we have 4 billions of years of mass attracts mass.
Isn't it more so that's how it was taught rather than that's how it works? As physics ultimately is all theoretical.
Does my sentence have sense for you?
Yeah, it has sense, but at the same time, I feel like
means that gravity changed in 1916. All things changed. No, how? Because mass attracts mass. It's totally different things than bending of space-time. Do you think that they're the same?
I wouldn't say they're the same. I mean, physics ultimately is just the way we're taught, the way the universe works.
I'm asking you how Earth and our solar system was working, mass attracts mass, all these billions of years, and in one moment, tuck, that is not happening. Space-time is bending. The concept is bending.
Because that's just the way we're being taught it, not so much the actual law of the land. We don't know exactly how it works.
That means that also next 100 years, it could be that freedom and love goes that all things.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but as I said, like we're not the creators of the universe, and physics is just us trying to explain.
Why we need to believe in this story then?
Need to believe in what?
Why we need to believe in this story then?
What story? The story of like the universe being made?
Oh, how it was made?
How it was made?
By mass attracts mass, or by bending of space-time?
Well, that's that's where this comes into play. Where
I'd like to redirect your guys' attention to what Elijah posted in Livestream voice text. Thank you.
Because Isaac Newton's laws of gravity serve so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any two objects, such as the Sun and Earth, instantaneously pull each other no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. And you can read more.
Hey, Flamars.
I also would like to backtrack for just a second. The claimed distance of the ISS at 250 miles and the size of the ISS would make its angular size undetectable by any telescope. Thank you very much.
Ivy, would you like me to DM you the 55 clip, by the way? I forgot to do that.
Sure.
Okay,
What
we
I
do that.
can do is I can post it in course so they can know as well.
Oh, that's completely up to you.
All right.
I think Matthew Learns was trying to say something.
Yeah, I have a question of precious metals, sort of philosophical question and example that I'd be curious to hear. Would that be okay to bring up now?
We're kind of talking about like flat Earth right now.
It's related to that.
It depends on the question, honestly.
Okay. My question is, in general, it seems like the flat Earth community has a mantra that falsification is independent of replacement, and I'm curious why that's considered to be a strategy, and then I have an example that would explain why I think that it might not always be necessary. And my example is germ theory. Like malaria literally means bad air. They used to think that malaria came from bad air, but germ theory replaced that, and so I would say that it's okay to keep believing that malaria is caused by bad air until there's something better that comes along. So I would say that in that case, falsification was not enough, that you would need replacement also. So that's an example. And my curious is, my question is, why in general is that seen as a value?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say it's not really a strategy. It's not something we say to win a debate in front of an audience or anything. That's not why we say it. It's more, just wanted to say like that at first. Secondly, the reason we say falsification does not necessitate, oh my gosh, sorry, replacement is because you could start with a false premise to get a false conclusion. Not every conclusion is derived from a premise that is completely valid. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's like the simple way to explain it. If something is falsified from the very start, why would we need to continue going with that assumption? I think your malaria example is pretty good, but I don't think it completely compares to the subject of this server. Because there's a lot of, while there's also a lot of verification we can do, there is speculation, honestly, on, I'll be intellectually honest and say there is speculation on both sides. However, we try to stick to the verifiable because we know that speculation happens sometimes in our community. So in Livestream, we stick to only things we can verify with our senses, only things we can verify against the globe or disprove on the globe, or at least bring it back to a neutral position where it doesn't really prove either side, you know? So I guess maybe that's the answer you're looking for. At least that's how I see it.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I forgot about that speculation room.
Yeah.
But it makes sense that within the confines of the live stream, you'd want to be careful about what you say. Okay.
It's
Matthew,
not like
the reason that you ask is because you are more comfortable with believing the lie than not. I mean, why ask the question? If we falsify one of the things that you obviously believe without reason, then why is it so necessary to immediately have a replacement that's unverified?
Because the Earth doesn't cease to exist, it continues existing. I would want a new theory that explains what it is before I give up the old one.
Well, that's
I can understand. I can understand very well why you want this, because this is exactly like when you come to me to buy wheat for $100. You hand me $100 and I look at them and I tell you, hey man, your monies are fake. And now you want my merchandise for free, or you want me to replace your $100 bill. Isn't that madness? Craziness?
It's madness. It is madness. It is
Yeah.
absolute insanity, sir. I cannot believe that people would claim that they need a cartoon or a model to understand reality.
Yeah.
That's the brain damage. That's the whole point. That's what I show people. I go, listen, guys, you believe in this magical religion, and it's destroyed you. It's destroyed your personality. You're no longer interested in reality. You're interested in a fantasy, and you don't even want evidence in reality. You want cartoons and models because they destroyed your brain. That's what the religion does to you, bro. That's so insane. That's the whole point. All these people are doing here are trying to explain to others that we're accepting their eyes, right? We're accepting what we see in our experiences. And these other people come here and say, no, reality's not real. It's actually some sort of fantasy world. And I need a model. And as long as I have a model, that's more important than reality. I just can't believe how people are really they're really destroyed by this. It's a spiritual thing. They have been literally destroyed. If they destroy the spirit, destroys your mind, destroys your body. It's like death.
And I think it was just interesting too, Matthew, when you said with malaria, right? You're like, it's in the air. They think it's the air quality. And you said that until they replace that for you, you're just going to believe it, even if there's maybe I'm reading too far into it, but depending on even if you can falsify that, you're not going to believe it until they give you another concrete thing to say, hey, this is how malaria spreads.
Yeah, because malaria still spreads, even if you don't know how. And so something is true, is what I'm saying.
Right, but just because they get to the whole falsification is independent of replacement, we can falsify, right, the measurements, the claims that are made by the globe model. But I mean, if I can't, do the things that they claim they can do to create a model, I can't go test all these things, then I would just be doing exactly what they're doing, is, making up something just to satisfy that need that you have.
I have a
but imagine, imagine the case when I don't tell you that your bill is fake and I say, oh, I'm closed today and I don't sell any merchandise anymore today. So next thing you go to a different shop and try to use those money and you get arrested and jailed for using fake money.
I was wondering if the flat earthers would rather have a model that's 50% true, 50%
We don't have a model.
DCO wants to add something.
We don't
DCO
have it.
also wants to add something.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that what he said about falsification is independent of replacement. That's actually a true statement, because you don't need to replace anything to falsify something. But we do tend to want to replace it, because once you falsify something, then it's up for grabs. So we tend to replace it with something else that makes sense, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that. So that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense, right? Because as humans, we do want that answer, but that's the trick, right? Being okay with not knowing everything. But then that's a whole philosophical. We won't go down.
Sorry, Redford. I just want to say it is getting close to the end of Precious Metals. This honestly, I want to hear your final thoughts before I say mine, and then if it's okay with Sunny and Enoch, I kind of want them to play an outro like last week for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, just thanks for everybody for participating and for all of the new people that joined us, the core people and their new recruit, Morvis. And yeah, thanks everybody. That was good.
This Precious Metals was so great. I loved the beginning of it. The beginning was fast-paced. Like, usually the beginning is slow and then the end is fast-paced, but the beginning was fast-paced and the end was slow and relaxing, and we got a bunch of new faces, so that's really happy. Unfortunately, I wish, I felt like I talked a little too often. Even though it was fun, I wish I could have gotten more, quieter silvers to speak, but I am happy that Wilby Flat spoke without being prompted, so awesome, Wilby Flat. Thank you so much. That was amazing. I feel like we're getting better. I'm still learning as the host. I'm sure, Redford, you're still learning some things as well as the co-host, so...
Yes.
Honestly, I had a lot of fun. I'm happy I drank coffee. Today was a blast. Pop, I'm gonna unmute you after Precious Metals concludes, but yeah, wonderful, wonderful program. Had a blast. Thank you all so much. I love every single one of you, even the globe heads. But yeah, Enoch.
You have to apply for more airtime.
Well,
yeah, that's
actually,
what I was gonna say.
the 2 hours kind of my choice, and Redford has to go at 3.
Yeah.
So, well, two social.
Yeah, today I gotta go.
Yeah. So Sunny and Enoch, take it away. Play us a 10-minute outro. You guys are talented. Play some music.
And Sunny's getting ready right now. Can you hear us good, or is it echoing, or do we sound?
It's echoing a little bit, but you're good.
See, I knew it.
You're very good, Enoch.
We could turn the TV.
We may have to turn the TV down a little bit.
A little more here.
Yeah.
It's not really echoing that much.
Ooh. Sounds good? Testing?
Hell yeah, brother.
Yep, you're good.
Sunny's getting ready right now.
Go ahead, Enoch. Take it away.
You know without gravity. There's no way you can tell me the difference with density, gravity. Explain to me, buoyancy. Boy, to me you're insane. Tell me when you look out to the sea, there is no curve. You know it for sure when you look for yourself to the sea. Believe me, oh baby, you can see out the sea. There is no curvature. Explain to me. Curve. Explain to me. Gas pressure without a container. Explain to me. The spin of the earth. Explain to me how the earth is a globe. Explain to me. Explain to me how the plane takes off a flat plane. Explain to me. Explain to me. Explain to me when you look out to the sea. Explain to me. Explain to me. Oh, explain to me. You're silly. Yow.
Woo! Good shit. Good shit. I loved it. Oh, that was so great. I love the fact that we just reserved the last 10 minutes for songs now. I hope you guys are okay with that. We love your music. We love it so much. Congratulations on meeting up. Oh, I'm so happy for you guys. That's so great.
That's actually what I wanted to add. That's actually really awesome. The fact that Sunny and Enoch met up, because I think that's really important, especially for the community, is to get together with like minds. So that is awesome. What a good day.
Hey, not just me get applause to Sunny, bro. I had no, like, that was all freestyle, guys, too. Like,
yeah, dude.
I don't write my shit down, man. Like, you didn't even ask himself right now, man. I'm not looking at no piece of paper, dude. This is all freestyle.
Your repetition works well with music because that's what makes music iconic. You've mastered that. Explain to me. Like, it's catchy, too. Like, now it's in my head.
All right.
Explain to me.
I totally forgot the lyrics now. Like,
Well, we got it recorded, right, Helio Skeptic? I mean, the program's almost over soon. Honestly, I want Helio to unmute and tell us his thoughts. Elijah, too, actually. That's fine.
Yeah, I thought that went really good, and I just realized I was way over time on the live stream as well. So I recorded what you guys did. The very beginning is a little cut off, but most of it was recorded, and I just stopped, the live stream and the recording of it, and I'll put the recording out probably tonight. Good stuff.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for producing this. Honestly, school's been really hard for me. I know I appear extroverted. I promise I'm an introvert. I went to a party yesterday and I just woke up feeling like shit. So
hey,
like,
I'm an introvert too, so don't feel.
I was looking forward to this though. I was like, this is the light at the end of my tunnel. It's a Saturday too. School's been trash. I get censored at school because I have the minority opinion, and they're like radical leftists. So
I couldn't imagine going to college.
oh my gosh, university's so fucked these days. Excuse my tongue. Sorry.
Oh no, dude. Couldn't imagine actually going into. Do you actually physically have to go to into a classroom?
Yes,
wow.
I do. All 5 classes.
And they make you wear a mask.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're mandating you know what, next semester, but I graduate this semester. Poggers.
You're graduating already?
Yeah, I'm gonna get a bachelor's degree in business management December 2021, and I'm only 20 years old. I started college at 15, believe it or not. Anyway, sorry. Crap. Gotta post the memes now. Anything else you want to add, Helio, before I hear Elijah's comments?
No. You guys continue. I'm just listening.
Okay, well, thank you for producing it, and don't beat yourself up over being late for the recording. It's fine, dude. You do a lot for the server.
Well, I mean, oftentimes, like I stay up late Friday nights, and then I sleep. I want to record every episode you guys do, and sometimes I wake up at like 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday because I'm a 9 to 5er, right? And then Friday I stay up all night, and then I'll wake up and I was like, oh damn, I didn't record the Precious Metal show. And so but today's show was great, and I'll definitely put that up.
Today was definitely one of the better ones.
Yeah, it was good.
Well, hey guys, yeah.
Hey, Elijah.
It's 3 o'clock, Matthew. What was those questions you were asking, buddy? But to mention this real quick, yeah. Enoch and Sonny, I love the riffs on the guitar. Enoch, I didn't know that you could belt out notes like that, man. Amazing.
You hit them high notes, man. That was freaking badass.
Right? Nice.
He
and
was
powerful.
freaking belting that shit out, man. That was good.
Bro, I'm blushing so bad right now, and for Elijah to give me a compliment. I love his voice, bro, and how he sings, dude. And for you to say something like that, man, dude, like I really look up to you as a singer. Like I know you be messing around sometimes, but dude, you honestly have a really good voice.
Elijah has a great voice. Yeah. I'm sorry, I said I was going to shut up. You guys continue.
But again, like. Hey, thank you guys, seriously, and again, Elijah, like, thank you, bro.
No, thank you for giving us that beautiful, just soul pour, I'll call it.
Also, Elijah, I wanted to thank you for helping me out a bit. It's my debate's a bit rusty, but I try not to I don't know. So, yeah.
Well, isn't that the purpose of the... I said I was going to shut up.
Yeah, but I don't want to take it away from others, you know?
No, that's the purpose of the Precious Metals. So
but
everyone can just roll on in. You know, I mean, just like anyone that's silver or gold, get your ass in here. Freaking make, you're supposed to be here, for that reason. And actually, we had a lot of new people join while you guys were talking, which is freaking awesome. Because, like with the Ladies' Night and the Precious Metals, I mean, sometimes it can be stale because we're just sitting here talking to each other. But you always want new people to join while these events are happening. So it's good stuff.
Yeah, I was glad that I was actually able to check them in. Like soon as he said there were people in the check-in, I immediately went because sometimes it could be like an hour-long process, and I just wanted to get in there, tell them whatever you've learned about Flat Earth from Google, probably not true. So basically just give us a chance to give you our point of view. And that there was so much information. Again, there's information down at the bottom for anyone who wants to just who's not comfortable opening the mic, but they want to look at the information themselves. That's a powerful resource.
Yep.
So yeah, pretty simple stuff. Pretty simple stuff.
Yeah, it's only difficult if you make it
stuff
difficult.
like sex stunts.
Oh well, that's difficult. But anyway, but the concept is simple. It's only hard if you make it hard. You know.
Yeah, true.
You know what I need.
Yeah, but when a lot of people have this misconception that we're anti-flat Earth, anti a lot of stuff. I'm anti-flat Earth, anti-science. Well, first of all, we're not anti-knowledge. That's just dumb. What we don't like is pseudoscience, which would be something regarded as natural science. And it's really not, just a whole bunch of theoretics and math. There's nothing wrong with math, but when someone attributes a cause to something and they don't have experimentation to back it up, or you can't experience it at all with any of your senses other than looking, that's a no-go. I mean, observation is the first step in the scientific method, but there are other steps, like your supposition, which is your hypothesis, the null, making it an empirical method, and then your result is either going to be supporting your supposition or it's going to go against your supposition. That's what makes it empirical. We like that stuff. We like educating people on that stuff, but for whatever reason, they think that pseudoscience and presupposition is okay. They think that committing logical fallacies in the middle of conversations is okay. We try to point it out to them. Some people are more stubborn than others, so I don't really know. But yeah, for the people that say, like Pap, who say, well, we need to get our stuff together and get on one accord. Well, I already told him that we all agree that the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, because that's a geometric claim that would have to have certain geometric considerations. When we don't find those geometric considerations, they try to go for some ad hoc explanation that actually isn't in any way demonstratable. So if we say, well, where's this demonstrated? They'll just go to the thing that's in question to say, well, there it is, which is actually a form of circular reasoning. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in.
Yeah, sure.
But give us time.
Yeah, well, all we have is time, right?
I would like to add something.
The point that I was gonna make about the so the us not being on one accord. So as far as that's concerned, we are. But what about the heliocentric models? There's like 100 theoretical physical models, like 100 plus from academia. We didn't make them up.
Yep.
So why don't they get their stuff together? How about that?
Shit, say it. Shit, get their shit together. Where's these models?
Well, we have people that they don't really like cursing.
These are
I don't have to do that.
something they can represent in reality, physical models that we can experience, right? So everyone's experience is a level stationary plane. Here on Earth, you can throw 1,800 freaking globe models at us, but all we experience is a level stationary plane. Where are these models? How can we experience these freaking models? The only place you experience it is on television when they throw rockets into space, and they're basically throwing them. Throw it over there.
They're not throwing rockets into space. They're launching rockets from the Earth.
All right, what's the difference between throwing and launching?
Oh no, the difference is the medium that you said they go to. I said no, they're not going anywhere.
That's an idea. That's an idea. Anyway, so we're on the same page.
I would like to add a point, which I
go ahead,
consider
Jeppy
quite
Jet.
important.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you. In addition to Elijah, and I think he will like this, it is very important to research flat Earth because the implications is the quality of your life. It is the place where you live, and this is a very high importance subject and knowledge. Regardless what you believe, that you are already a flat earther or you are a glober, and especially when you are a glober, that you are part into a blind faith religion system based on fanaticism, and you are not even aware that it is a religion. I mean, how can we have order in our home when we don't care about our own home? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the truth. It's more of a harsh way of putting it. But it is a cult. It is a religion.
Yeah.
If you are curious as to why we would characterize it that way or term it that way, we can give you a full explanation as to why. But I mean, again, touching on Matthew's dirty air comment and about falsification.
Hey, we're live on my channel again now. I actually loved what you just said. I wish you would repeat it, Jeppy Jet, because I just went
was
live.
just a malaria. It wasn't the other disease. So I don't think you should be censoring about malaria.
No,
It's not as
that's
dangerous as the other disease.
That's a straw man. That's a straw man. You said that at one point people thought it was the air.
Yeah,
right?
no. I was just responding to Helio saying, "Be careful what we say in the live stream," and I'm like, "Don't worry." I was talking about malaria.
I was actually
okay. Sorry.
What Jeppy Jet just said. I would love for him to repeat it since I just went live again. I would love to hear that
I'll try
because
to repeat it. I say that researching flat Earth is very important because it is a matter of the quality of your own life. It is the place where you live. It is truth. Despite if you are already a flat earther or if you are a glober, you need to find out that you are part of a blind faith based religious system, a fanatic system, and you have no idea about it, that it is a religion. You don't know that they are lying to you. And not just politically, but also morally and even on science. They fake science. And yeah, I thought I learned science in school. Like everything I got in school was legit, you know. But I find out that it's fancy stories. And if I try to replicate or practically you make use of them, I can't. I can't build my rocket. I can't go to Mars. I can't go to the moon. You can't as a civilian. You will never be able as a civilian to do such things.
Build a rocket. Just build a rocket, okay?
Hey,
Yeah.
I want to hear Matthew's response to what
Sure, go ahead.
Debbie Jet just said. Matthew, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. I
I
want to
only
hear
waited
your
2
response.
hours, but okay, sure.
2
I
hours.
was, yeah, it's very hard, but okay, sure.
No, I
Matthew,
want to
can you
hear.
respond to that?
Yeah, just quickly, and then Elijah. I know we were
So
doing.
he said a bunch of things. Which part would specifically were you interested in hearing about?
Well, if you didn't hear it, then fuck off. Go ahead, Elijah.
Why? Oh, man.
No. There's a bunch of things he said.
Okay,
I
there
don't
was a bunch of things said. Yes.
Yeah.
This, I mean, if this is weird to Elijah or Matthew, you're not even in the discussion. I mean, weird. I mean, it's just really weird to me because we talk
Well,
about this
I was
all day
actually
long.
in the middle of a discussion when you wanted Geppy Get
Okay.
to repeat what he said, and I know what Geppy Get said. I'm
Yeah.
just waiting for my turn. That's all. Please don't gaslight me.
Okay, my bad. Who wants to speak first? Matthew.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Well, Geppy Get basically said that people don't know that they're in a religion. Seeing as that most people regard religion as the post deity of some kind, but it's actually just a system of beliefs that aren't able to be verified. And so he's basically saying most people don't understand that that's what they live in, a belief system in which they could never verify. For instance, the place that they claim they're sending rockets to. Would you like to respond to that?
So I would say that's probably accurate. Most people don't think very deeply about why they believe what they believe. So I'd be okay conceding to that assumption, or I mean that claim.
Okay,
You,
but
Matthew.
what about
It's true on
what
both sides.
about the
On
importance?
both sides, which pisses me off. Because flat earthers believe in flat earth too. And that's all again, you fall victim to the same scrutiny. If you don't research, you don't know how to research, then you're going to be left believing what someone else has told you. And that's just not okay.
Well, it has to be okay on some level and some things, because not every person could be an expert in everything. But
Yeah,
you should be able
for
to
a
at least.
child in an adult relationship and probably extended family, but there's no necessity for it to extend beyond that. Otherwise, you run the risk of, well, the situation we're all in right now, that humanity has always been in when you look at tyranny and various examples.
Yeah, I think that it's good for people to understand why they believe what they believe, and to think deeply about it, on all levels with all different systems of knowledge. So I agree that there's a sad lack in that among the general population.
But yeah, what I wanted to mention to you about falsification, I don't know, your example right before right before you finished, for me, kind of muddied it a little bit, muddied the waters, because actually, when it comes to someone making a concrete claim about something in reality, if I go to verify that claim and it is either unverifiable or false, I don't need to replace it for it to be considered false if I have falsified it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I guess maybe I should reword what I say, because I think maybe what I'm really saying is that I prefer replacement to falsification. That's probably more accurate.
That's fine. I get it. I don't like leaving a vacuum in people's minds. I try to edify as best I can. But it's a very, like, we have to understand that we have a huge responsibility when we're doing this. You know, that's why I choose to be as mindful as I can. I try to meet people where they're at. You know, I'm not in the business of forcing anybody, which is why I normally ask someone why they're here, what exactly they want from me, and I tell them whether or not I can provide that.
Yeah. So with the malaria example, it seems like even though bad air is not the true reason people get malaria, it's still useful in that you should avoid being around people who are sick, avoid mosquito infested, humid air, and so it still can be useful to keep that belief until you have something better to replace it with. Until you have germ theory. So I guess that's why I'm saying I prefer replacement rather than just straight up falsification. I'd want, like you said, I think you said it well.
Germ theory is also well, it's the way that things are interpreted. There's two ways to interpret germ theory. However, people are only taught one. When there's two that are equally valid, there are two equally valid ways to consider it, but you're only taught one, and I don't think that's okay. But I don't want to argue about that.
Yeah, that's a separate question. I was talking historically when germ theory was first invented and replaced bad air theory with malaria.
Well, yeah, because I mean, you would have to determine the cause of malaria to say it's not what you previously thought it was. I'm all for that, because correlation can lead to dangerous conclusions, often more than not. I understand that sometimes it's harmless, maybe, but
correlation does not equal causation.
Exactly. I can't believe you agree, but I'm glad that you do.
Matthew, your example of malaria is interesting to me because
Did Matthew said that?
False.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
No, it was Pap smear. It was that guy.
Okay.
But malaria is a terrible example. I mean, if the globe is proven to be false and the danger of it removes people from the idea of a creator, which, apparently, even though you claim this, and I highly doubt it, that you believe in a creator, in fact, a supreme God, the danger of it is much greater to have that disinformation in your head. Wouldn't you want to know that is a falsified idea?
Sure. Analogies only work for the first 2 minutes, and then you start making them too much of an analogy, it doesn't work. So, yeah, obviously, the only
thing. And don't bring up stupid fucking ideas.
But
and
no,
seriously,
analogies
dude, you
can
come
be
in here
helpful.
all the no. You come in here all the
You're
time
you're gonna
with
get muted if you're gonna do that in the live stream. While I'm here, I'm not gonna condone that kind of behavior.
All right, fair enough.
This isn't a place where you just beat up on people. No.
Fair enough, but I also don't want the live stream to be polluted with bad ideas, misinformation, false equivalencies.
Well, then defeat it with a good argumentation method.
All right, fair enough. So I'm gonna back off the swearing and the aggression. So explain to me why you would bring a bad analogy into this picture.
I use the analogy of malaria because I think it's something that everybody agrees on, that bad air doesn't cause malaria. And it's an example of when people's minds were changed about the cause of something. And so I used it as an example of replacement.
But then you went ahead and backed that up with germ theory, which is another bad example. So
sure, yeah.
Kind of
obviously things
bad
moved on
example
since
on top of bad example. And I think you do this intentionally so that in the live stream and in the voice chat, you get these ideas out there that have nothing to do with the actual argument. The fact that the globe model has been falsified, you know that just as well as I do. And yet you begin to propagate these other tiny little lies. Why?
I don't think those are lies. Instead, okay, so let me back up then. If I wanted to give an example of the difference between replacement versus falsification, what example would you use instead of malaria?
Why are you asking me? The globe has been falsified. There is
Because
no curvature. It's very simple.
We were talking,
No
about a bigger picture
it doesn't
idea.
matter. Why do we have to have a replacement? Why are you so insecure about having just being able to say, I don't know? So we don't know. Well, let's back that up a little bit more. The globe is alive. We know that. We can measure that there is no curvature. Why do you need the replacement?
So you're talking about some specifics. I was trying to back up and talk about the idea of replacement versus the idea of falsification. And I was trying to use a simple example. And
Why do you have to do that, though? That's
so
the
why
thing.
can't we be specific?
You're
It's helpful to use
substituting.
examples to talk about things.
Why can't we be specific? You brought the analogy up. You said, okay, so in regards to flat Earth, since I'm on a flat Earth server, why is it that you flat earthers aren't okay with just replacing something with something else? Why have another bad idea to replace an already bad idea?
Can I please venture a guess here?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not doing very well here.
just from a traditional standpoint, everyone would prefer replacement than falsification. If I was told that thing I'm looking at is not a square, it's actually something else, I would say, what is it? And then they would say it's a triangle, and I would say, thank you very much. So it's not that you're exhibiting a unique requirement by preferring a replacement to simply falsification. But there are certain instances where falsification doesn't require replacement. And for example, the one that I wanted to bring up was if you found out that your girlfriend or your wife is cheating on you. We would all prefer to find out that our wife's cheating on us by someone bringing my new wife to replace the old one. But unfortunately, life doesn't work that neatly. So sometimes you just have to learn that your wife was cheating on you. And you falsified that she's no longer the person you thought she was. And you don't need a replacement wife to substitute the wife that you've now found to be false or inaccurate. So in certain instances, it's not even logical to assume that a replacement should be provided at the point of falsification. Falsification can be independent of replacement. And then to say, like malaria came from mosquitoes, which were sort of engineered and doctored, as has been demonstrated, and including the patents for malaria. So yes, very false equivalence to talk about some kind of an insect-driven infection.
Actually, the replacement of falsification is the burden of the one who provided this fake story or the fake $100 bill. I gave to Matthew the example of the fake $100 bill, and that $100 bill represents the work of himself, his work.
But if I show that your $100 bill is fake, it doesn't mean I have to replace your $100 bill.
Exactly, yeah. But he has to go back to the one he worked for and paid him that fake $100 bill and tell him, hey, you gave me a fake $100 bill. You don't carry the burden of replacing it.
Now you got to
because
give
you
him a new
told
one.
him. Yeah.
Right, it's a psychosis.
The one who cheated on him. Yeah.
Matthew, did you understand that?
Yeah, I see what you guys are saying.
So
I guess I still have a strong preference. Like you were saying, everybody has a strong preference for.
It's our natural preference.
When people,
It's
that's the thing is
attachment.
Well, right. They don't have a choice. That's the whole right. We all know that they don't have a choice. They have to hide from reality and desperately grasp for some sort of cartoon explanation. That's the whole point. They've already. That's like trying to change somebody in the movie Thing that's already been poisoned or compromised. It's too late for them. They want a cartoon. They don't want.
They've
reality.
already watched the movie.
Yeah, they're already dead. They're literally dead in spirit.
Or it's like someone saying, I don't want to know if my wife's cheating on me. But here's the photos. No, but I don't want to know. Okay, and she was here doing it there with this guy. Oh, I don't want to know. So you already know that she's done this act, but you're choosing not to even acknowledge it, let alone act on it.
Right. I'm sure when detectives and cases don't get what they want, they can just say, well, I want a replacement. Well, that's not how reality works. In big boy world, you can't just have a temper tantrum and say, well, give me a new toy to play with. And that's what's happened to these people. They've been mentally destroyed, so they can't get out of that childlike mentality of believing a lie that they've been brought up in because they don't want to. So they're going to revert to this, psychosis of, well, I need a new cartoon. I need new toys. I need a new doctrine. I need new crayons. I need new television shows. And that's the point. It's too late for them. They're already dead.
Yeah, it's like a police officer going to go pick up the criminal. And then as he's about to arrest the criminal provides an alibi. And then the police officer says, well, you now need to provide the person I need to arrest. Because you've proven that it wasn't you. Now provide who it was. Who is the criminal that I need to arrest? You tell me, criminal. No, I just proved that I wasn't the criminal. I've proven it was false. And I don't owe anything more than that. That's the simple action you need to do. To prove falsification is independent. The preference part is almost like a child temper tantrum, where if you say you can't have this sweet, well, then which sweet can I have? No, you can't have any sweet. The preference to have another replacement. So if I can't have my dummy, well, then can I have my blanket? It's you need that replacement for comfort. But when you grow up, you realize replacement doesn't always come at the falsification part.
You see, and this is why I get so upset, because Matthew comes in here all the time, and I got to give him props for his tenacity. However, to propagate fantasy when obviously reality debunks everything that he actually believes, and he admits so, that I believe this thing, the real harm is that he propagates this fantasy on people that already believe it or want to believe it. That is the most dangerous idea. So you're going to catch heat from me if you continue to keep these children in the world believing like children in a fantasy that is dangerous for their souls. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would say that instead of being dangerous, I think it's helpful to have people look at different ideas and sort of think about them.
We're not talking about ideas, we're talking about reality. Not ideas, reality. There's a difference.
Yeah, I gotta back him up on this one. It's very hard because you not you, but people come in and they see, oh well, what's that little depiction of the earth that you have there in your banner? Well, that's just the reification. It's not real, right? We understand that, but when people look at a globe or the TV, they don't understand that that's a reification. So the thing about it is, when we say, okay, well, we measure horizontally for curvature and there is none, and it extends as far out as our optical equipment and the clarity of the air would provide. That's kind of pretty much it, because seeing as that we can't see forever, that's it. And as far as people saying, oh, look at the stars, they're billions of light years away. Yeah, but we're not looking at stars from billions of light years away. What we're supposedly doing is receiving light from stars that have sometimes been dead lifetimes ago. So it's just a lot of things that get mixed up in the mess that is this heliocentric belief. And the bottom line is, if you take away all the things that are told to you when you're told to disregard your senses, then all you're left with is what you can regard with your senses. So do I feel myself move? No. Do I see things in the sky move? Yes. Do I see curvature? No. You know, the if, and but after that is a claim that has to be substantiated by evidence. So if that's not what I have, all I have to go on is my experience. That I have a limit of my view, right? When I move further away from a street lamp and it seems to converge towards the horizon, that's not like it's doing it literally. Same thing as when I'm looking at clouds go off into the distance. I'm not assuming that they're touching the ground at some point in the distance. I know that it's perspective. Anybody who's taken a drawing class knows that. So the problem with the limitations of our perspective far exceed the geometric considerations of a physical globe with the size of 3,959 miles being the radius. Those are just simple statements to make.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I'm asking a strategy, a separate question than of strategy. Even if I agree with everything you say, wouldn't it make sense for the flat Earth community to spend a little bit of time and energy trying to come up with a replacement? Because it seems like most of the time and energy.
If only, hold on.
No, I recognize you don't have to.
Aside
I'm
from,
asking
hold
why
on.
No.
So there's a star system. There's the Sky Almanac, as well as there's various almanacs, full of information on stars that you and I will never go to verify to be there overhead, where they claim that they are at those times. But people who navigate put tons of time into mapping out where these stars are overhead at what times so that we can navigate. I would say that that's a step in the right direction. What's wrong is how people interpret what they have done. That's a bastardization of their purpose. That being the case, when people ask us, well, what are at the extremities? What's beyond the water? What's beyond the... Well, guess what? There are daredevils all over the place, right? People die all the time for the pursuit of knowledge and nature. They do that all the time. No problem with that. The only reason that some of those daredevils can't do that is because there are restrictions from the government, and they are regulated, and they are enforced by the individual's own country. That's the reason that we haven't done more.
Can I just add one
Wait,
thing?
I really got to get this out, guys. And the problem is that when somebody says something like that, they're already in deception. They're trying to deceive because they're implying that they have a working model, which there's no such thing, first of all. So they're already lying about their own claim. Now, if this was somebody new, it'd be different. But this person has been shown this many times and doesn't even have a model or a single answer of a model to show for. So when somebody asks that, they're already pretending they have that. And that's what's insane about this. Not to mention, we're talking about the fact that that's false idol worship. Models are literally idols. That's the reality. Thanks.
I would like to ask Matthew something about his question.
Well, hold on.
Well, let him respond.
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
And Roger's there too.
My response is that yes, models aren't reality. I don't worship models. They can be helpful in understanding what's going on. That's all I mean by models, nothing more.
Yeah, like maps. Maps can be very useful. That's why there are thousands.
Maps are a great example.
That's why there are thousands.
He keeps asking for a model. He's not asking for evidence.
I know, but I'm not grilling him because others are actually listening. So I'm actually speaking to them in periphery. I know how long Matthew's been here.
Right. And
I'd urge you not to be frustrated with him. Just make a point that will edify others.
Okay, here's the point: is that Matthew's asking us to do something he's never done. He doesn't have a model, so why doesn't the person asking for one do it themselves? I'm done.
My only point is mathematically we have geocentrism, and geocentrism, the Ptolemaic version, mathematically is identical that everything above our heads moves around us and that we're centric. And then the heliocentric model places the sun there at the center, and the mathematics works out the same. So this false analogy that we have absolutely nothing supporting the fact that the luminaries move above us, I think, the maths does tend to work out both ways, but I agreed with both Elijah's point and Exo's point. But we do have maths supporting a geocentric model.
This is true. Would you like me to get a few citations on that about math? Basically, what was one of the quotes? I'm gonna kind of summarize it, but you pick the mathematical computations from over the geocentric model, place them on top of the heliocentric model, and they are exactly the same. Exactly the same. There is no physical difference whatsoever.
I agree. Yeah, it's a difference in frame of reference, but the math works the same.
Well, all things done in reality, though, anytime there's a model used for something done in reality, it is a flat Earth model, which is nothing to do with what I believe in, but that's what the military and construction workers and all of engineering has to use in reality. So I guess engineers and people like that would have to explain why they're using flat Earth models. That's the only thing anybody ever uses for reality. Like all maps are also flat. There's no claim for a ball. That's the.
Can I ask him too? Mic check.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna have to leave in a couple minutes.
I hear you getting.
Yeah, Matthew. So when you asked your last question, did you ask it like indirectly asking us what should you be teaching to your students? Was it for this reason?
No, it was more just out of a curiosity of strategy. If you're trying to convince people, it seems like since people prefer replacement, that might be better strategy than falsification.
No, wait.
Yeah, nobody in their right mind. Nobody, Dennis, nobody in their right mind needs a replacement. No.
Yeah, listen. Oh my God. I don't know how many times this has been explained to you, Matthew. We're falsifying the globe Earth, right? You have a model. We don't have a model, right? So this, where should we start? In your opinion,
all right, I
know
where to start. I know where to start. So, Matthew,
go for it.
In 1916, 1915, Newton's laws were debunked, or at least the law of gravitation was debunked and replaced, right, with Einstein's theory of special relativity.
Right, yeah.
So how comes it's that you don't accept that? It's a replacement. It just doesn't help when you're debating about a force, because Einstein's theory on special relativity doesn't have a force. In fact, it also doesn't give a definition for weight either.
Right. No, that's a good example of one theory superseding.
Hold on, Matthew. Since you have, where's the base knowledge?
Here, I did want to hear him. I did want to hear him respond before you ask him a new thing.
My bad. Go ahead.
No, I was saying that's a good example of one theory replacing another theory, or adding on to it.
Are you saying one bad example or good example?
Bad example or good example?
It's an example. Like
No,
it's
this is one bad. This is Elijah pointed out how this is bad example, and he told you why you putting all
I
this.
think I get what you're saying, Sasha, but he said it's a good example of, because this is his question. Well, why can't? Well, I would much rather replacement after falsification. So I said, okay, well, here's an example. But why? I mean, just let him respond.
No, I already responded that is a good example of an example that's an example of how one theory replaces another one. So Einstein's theories replaced Newton's theories, or at least added on to them.
Definitely replaced. Specifically, the force of gravity and weight has been replaced.
Correct. That's right.
So the one thing that people attribute to why we're standing on this globe that we don't live on is completely false, because that idea was replaced.
Yeah, Newton said it was a force, whereas Einstein says no, it's not a force. At best, it could be considered a pseudo force due to the bending of space-time.
Right.
Okay,
and
really
we
say it was a force equation.
And in those mathematical calculations, but just point out what's wrong with it, guys. In Einstein's math, there is no description of weight, though. So that's also a problem when you say, okay, well, I stand on a scale and I weigh something. Well, under Newton, you had a pretty good idea. Well, not an idea, but you did have an idea of why that was. But now, technically, under the new math, actually, you're weightless.
You mean the new math 100 years old? Is that the math you're talking about?
Yeah, it is 100 years old.
The math which says that your feet are older than your head.
Was that you, Helio, that said, where do you get your information from? How did you phrase that, Dennis?
I'm not sure. I mean, I just flow. I go with the flow. That
I know,
is
it
the
was like a broken
tempo.
clock struck 12. I know, you were right on the money.
Just hit me. Just hit me,
Right,
and
he
then
can't
I'll
do it.
just
He
freaking
can't,
throw
okay, the
some
point is he
shit.
can't do it. There's no answer to where they get their information from, because then they just revert to
It's
it.
like how the fuck? Yeah, I was. Hold me back. Hold me back.
He said that it's better way replacing than falsificating, and then
No, it
and
is.
Elijah
I gotta say
explained.
this, guys. Hold on. Dennis, listen real quick. Watch this. That's the point. You guys are replacing it. These are words in order to hide from the point that you're replacing a cartoon with reality. That's the point. It is being replaced. Yes. That's the whole point. To stop worrying about cartoons. Not
Stop pretending. Stop pretending that this.
Dennis, hold on, watch it. There's not one person in their right mind that said, well, there's not a flat earth model, the earth's a ball. That's a psychopath. It's not, there's nothing to do
Nobody,
with
no flat earther pretends that there's a model.
that. And nobody's ever done that.
That's why I said it's madness, to ask me to replace his fake $100 bill.
Exactly.
It's replaced. It's replaced with the truth that, sorry, sir or ma'am, you don't have $100.
I'm sorry you can't believe what you see in reality.
Right. That's your replacement, sir or ma'am. Have a nice day. Welcome to reality.
Yeah, exactly. Amen. Amen means means stop. Amen means stop.
How do you mean? Go ahead.
Amen. Women.
I think Elijah was hitting on this too, right? I say this all the time. If I replace the model with another model that also doesn't work, then what's the point?
Yeah, obviously there'd be no point. You'd want to replace.
Amen means finished. Finished.
No, that means that.
A problem here. Wait a minute, Dennis. Okay, we still got a problem here.
The problem is we need to tone down the aggression, because the aggression is causing.
I wouldn't consider this aggression. Of course we need to introduce
us to interrupt each other. And if I can't get this under control, seeing as that you were here before me, especially Helio, I'll just leave. And with that, I'll say that, well, whatever I believe that our behavior should be will walk out the door with me. And I'm sorry for anything you experience thereafter, because that's not what I'm about. And I'm not about to sit here and fight with a grown man.
Yeah. Oh, shit. I'm just saying, hey, to be honest, I'm here 24 hours a day. I listen to things and I point out the discrepancies in this argument and very often. And I don't, but I also listen to, what's going on. What have I done so far to actually destroy the argument or put a wrench in the works here? Whereas
You haven't destroyed anything yet, Helio. I'm not saying you've destroyed anything.
No.
I'm just asking you nicely if we could all tone it down so that we're not talking over each other and seeming aggressive to the parents and children of the people who may come across our channel. Your channel, the one that you live stream every day.
Sure, yeah. I mean, sure, yeah. If I'm causing disruption, yeah, sure.
I usually don't butt into things like this. I'm sorry, but I love you two to death. And I just hope things get resolved, but maybe live stream's not the place to settle this, I guess. Sorry.
I mean,
don't be sorry. Well said.
No,
Yeah.
I'm actually curious about the current discussion. I only interjected because someone was saying whether or not we were making a cogent conversation with whoever was.
So the update, Helio Skeptic, is that when somebody asks for your model, they're implying they have one and they don't. We should probably ask them to prove their own point.
Well, models are pseudoscience, so
Correct.
I think that's the point, So anyway,
you even better. Correct. It's insanity.
Yeah, but ordinary people don't know that.
Yeah, I
They
know.
don't
That's
even
why we greet it with kid gloves, in a lot of points.
No,
but but you get frustrated at a certain point.
Honestly, I kind of like Roger's approach to the question of where's your model, and I've kind of taken like silent note. I like observing Roger because his response is usually like models are a reification fallacy. He doesn't say we don't have a model. He kind of like fires back with models are a reification fallacy, and I really like that. And that's probably going to be the response I use instead of just saying we don't have one, because I think it appears a lot more powerful.
Yeah.
And I rarely apologize, but I do apologize for actually coming here if I was being too blunt.
Actually,
Sorry, guys.
when they ask for a model, we don't have to give them a model. We have to tell them reality.
Okay, get. What are they implying? If somebody's asking you for your model, what is that person implying about themselves?
He's asking me to replace his fake money.
No.
Yeah.
Hold on. Listen, he's implying that he has a model. The problem is that person doesn't. So we're already starting off on the wrong foot. If I even allow them to ask me a stupid question, they're implying they have a model, which they do not. There's no such thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if you're going to have a conversation with, I'm jumping back in. If you're going to have a conversation with someone, you're going to have to stand on common ground, right? So
for me, that means a man who has God powers.
It implies worse than that. It either implies that you think you have a working model, and also, without a shadow of a doubt, it already implies that you think models matter. Either way, it's deception. You're trying to hide from what's provable. Models are how to hide from reality. That's the whole problem we got into this in the first place.
Oh shit! I'm about to say amen again with XO. I agree with you, XO.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you prove something that doesn't exist? Holy shit.
Well, models, the dumbest word you could ever speak.
It's like asking, "Hey, what's the secret code of life?"
The secret
cracking
code
code.
of life.
Yeah.
That was a good one, Jumpy Jet.
Exo, do you think there's any use for any kind of models?
Well, you did ask that, so, but I mean, you know, once you have something figured out, the purpose of a model is to scale it down or scale it up. Yeah, there's a purpose for that, but you can't model
Yeah, like a
something that
map
you
or a
haven't
model of a
experienced.
building or something.
Well, if you have the buildings, then you can scale it down. Or if you have like certain dimensions and you want to present, something to be built based on, you know, um, functions that we've already used. We've already built things already. So now you want to put some vista somewhere. Something. You're presenting this to a company. This is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But to produce a model and then never experience it, what's the good in that?
Yes, as I've said, all models used in reality are already based on flat Earth, such as like a training simulator, which I personally used, in Fort Knox and Fort Hood. And these things, are computer-generated images to show you a plane of existence. Those models are used for training because it's much cheaper to operate, the computer than it is to take out your M1 Abrams tank that gets 1 gallon per mile. The problem is when somebody's asking about a model and they're asking you, well, don't you need models for stuff? Well, if you're the one talking about it, show me a model you've used, and I can't get an answer. Where's the claim? Thanks.
Yeah, there is no heliocentric model. You know that, right, Matthew?
I know that is often said in here, and I
can't
don't
show it
have
to
a
us.
good way of this. I don't have a good way of explaining why I disagree with that.
You can't even answer a single question about the model. That's the problem.
Before, let me make a distinction between a globe and the beginning of the universe or the edge of our universe, all the way to the point of the globe and everything in it. I've never seen that model anywhere ever, not even mathematically.
He can't.
Yeah, I don't think I can answer that.
It's so easy, guys. All you got to do is ask them a question about their model. Real simple, like how high I have to go to see the curve, and you can't get a straight answer from anybody. There is no model. That's the point.
It's all
I'm
loaded
starting to
in that
think
word
they just want
replace.
a model. Yeah, I'm starting to think they just want a model because they grew up with the model. Like they grew up with a globe, so somehow when you take away the globe, they're like, oh, wait, I can't just let there be a void there. But a model, just like math, can reflect reality. It can also not reflect reality.
Roger, I wanted to say something. Go
That's
ahead,
a
Roger.
good point.
It's just all tied into the word replaced. If replace implies that you had it in the first place, and it needs to now be swapped out. And exactly like Exo is saying, they don't have the single source you can go to test everything heliocentric, because here's the model that we can test everything on. There's always bits and pieces for the sake of whatever's being tested in an individual capacity. But that word replace, like you say, like linking back to Beget's idea of the dollar example. It's like if you're standing there with a fake $100 bill and you say, now replace my $100, you don't have $100. I don't need to replace it because you're holding a fake piece of paper. That fake piece of paper is not $100, so I don't need to replace it.
Okay,
And they
now
say,
imagine this.
if it's false, then replace it. Well,
Now,
if
okay.
it's false, then it's useless.
Now, let me get this in. Now imagine this, right? So you find out the dollar bill is fake, and then I replace it with another fake dollar bill. Now, me giving you another fake dollar bill, what good is that going to do you?
Well,
The
for
problem is,
him, the
again, though,
problem is
Well,
that
hold on, according to your
feeding
reality,
in,
right?
right? We're feeding into a model. There is none. He sees cartoons on TV. That's not a model. He's seen it on TV. That's not a model either.
that's just
That's the problem. Yeah.
wasted time.
No, I get that point, but the motivation to even ask for it is nonsensical because they know that we can't know the means of how we could even construct a model.
That's right. That's why they won't show it to us. We're sitting here asking, waiting. They won't even. We can't even get them to show us the model. How ridiculous!
So instead of replace, we should be asking them to introduce. Please introduce a model, because to replace something, we need to first introduce a model and thereby test that model and therefore falsify or prove it to be similar. But you cannot prove it to be exact because it's a reification, like Elijah said.
Didn't we do the Michelson-Morley experiment and they figured out they couldn't reproduce what's happening in the solar system?
Yeah.
So they need to introduce their model first.
Is that what the Michelson-Morley was, or is it something else?
That's correct. That's correct. For anybody that's crazy enough to make the claim, you think they should be able to produce it? Yes, that would be their burden. Correct, Roger. That's the point I was.
Yeah. Was God rocking?
It's insane that when I had conversations about this in 2015 with, people that were skeptics, not a single one of them said model. Not a single person until months later when atheists started promoting this idea, because atheists need cartoons. And now it is showing us who really are the believers and who are the atheists.
You see, the reason why they ask for replacement of the model is because that fake $100 bill represents the work time, the work he put in from his lifetime. And you are telling him it's fake. No.
But it's absurd, because if you've gone to university, then you're aware that there's more than 100 theoretical physics models. I didn't know that because I've never been to university, so I don't understand this cling onto. I don't get it. Like Pat, Pat, you say that we should have one model, but they don't have one model. What's up with that?
I know, and you were citing.
Yeah, we're gonna go. Oh, get. Listen, let them talk. We're gonna go in circles.
Yeah,
Watch.
go ahead.
Me?
Yeah.
I'd be happy with at least one model that the majority of you agree upon.
You don't have any. You don't have any for your globe. That's the point. He won't listen.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so I mean,
yeah, let's say we have 100 models, right? I don't know how true that is. I'm going to take your
You
word
have
for it,
zero.
though.
You can't even name one. That's the point. Everybody here agrees. None of you guys agree. Everybody here agrees it's flat. None of you guys can tell us when we can see the curve
understand
start.
we understand
Not a
your
single
point.
one of you. You can't tell us anything about it. You don't even have a claim.
yeah, there's the WGS 85 model.
I'm going to take your word for it.
There's the perfect globe model. There's what's the other one? The one with no water, just the earth and the gravity. There's so many different globular,
MSU model,
spheroidal models. There's so many different ones of those. That's not, you don't have just one globe. Look at it, it's a globe. No, you got multiple of those just on its face.
I mean, I didn't say we had just one, but there is one that the majority of us agree upon.
What is
that? Present it.
You can't even show it to us.
Can you post it? Can you post it in the live stream so we can go check this model?
Right?
Yeah, show me where your model show. Yeah, show me where the model.
Introduce
it.
Well, it doesn't matter what I show you
because you can't do it. Yeah, you can't do it. Exactly. Yep. I didn't. My claim was that you don't have a claim. Isn't that nice?
How old are you?
Who is this
Yeah,
new guy?
yeah. Sorry, I'm not. You don't get to ask my favorite color or how old I am. Go ahead.
All right, I'm just gonna mute you then.
Oh, here we go again. So now
Why,
leave that
why
changer.
is
He's
you
gonna
not
mute
to
me right
mute
now. See? He's
silver
gonna do this
and
because he's
gold?
lying to everybody and he
He's
got
muted
caught. So
already.
now he's gonna
If you
mute
want
me.
to server mute me because of it, whatever.
Yeah, so he's now muted me because he got caught in another lie. See?
Pep, we're not going to mute anybody in this VC, right? This is being live streamed, and that wouldn't work because that would
I'm
create
just
more
not gonna
chaos.
talk at the same time as him. That's
Pep,
fine.
so we're not going to mute anybody, okay? Is that understood?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Awesome. Continue.
All I'm
Yep,
asking
there's
is
no claim. Yep.
just one model. Just show one model that the majority of you agree
Yes,
upon.
you
You
don't
can
have
100
any. You're not
models,
showing us.
fine,
That's the
but
point. You're
at least
claiming
have
model,
one
but you're
model
not showing
that
us.
you
So
can
he
show
muted
that
me, and
you,
that's
the
why he
majority
can't.
of you
Yeah,
agree
he
upon. I'd
muted
be
me,
fine with that.
and that's why this is going to continue this way because I'm muted. So
So we can at
he
least have
can't
an
show
idea
us a
of what you're
model. He
talking
just
about, you
continues
know?
to say the same thing
Can
over
you
and over again.
unmute EXO?
Yeah.
He's unmuted.
So
New
he can't
guy.
show it.
He's unmuted.
New
Yeah,
guy.
there, he did. He did.
See?
Guys, there's a middle
Okay.
ground here. There's a middle ground. He said he would present it, but we wouldn't like it. Well, we don't
Oh.
have feelings
Oh,
towards
poor
this
baby.
belief. So if you can just present it, that'd be fine.
Sure, go ahead, present it then. A working model of the world.
Yeah, how high above the model do we have to go to start
Yeah.
to see Earth curvature? You'll never get an answer.
No, it really comes down to them believing that it's possible that the Earth is big enough that the Earth looks flat, even though it's not. I'm debating, not debating. There's no debate here. I'm telling these people in the YouTube chat that there's where do you experience the Earth as a globe? And they're just believers. They're believers in globe Earth. They don't have guts enough, and guts is enough. If you could come in here and tell us where you saw the curvature of the Earth. I mean, where does this exist? Earth as a globe. Show us. We've been sitting around here for 4 years, 5 years. Show us the Earth as a globe, please.
Well,
this
the
place
bottom
wouldn't
line is that-
exist. Go ahead. Sorry, Elijah. Go ahead, brother.
No, it's fine. I was. I interrupted him. If you want to finish, please.
No, I was done with my rant. I was chatting with people on YouTube. But yeah, go ahead, Elijah. You're probably going to say the same thing I was.
Well, basically, it's not only do you don't have left to right curvature, you don't have horizontal curvature, and you don't have horizontal. Well, you don't have vertical drop, as depicted in simulations of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So when I say that, we don't talk about this a lot, but there are a lot of simulators that you can use to try and simulate how much drop there would be as you rise up above the surface if you're to consider a sphere of the size that they claim. But we don't, when we send balloons up, we don't see this difference in vertical drop. It's barely different, if anything. But mathematically, it's nowhere near where it's supposed to be.
Hey, do you guys want to hear something from the YouTube chat from Syzygy? Is often in the YouTube chat. There are many reasons I know Earth is a globe, from 2 celestial poles to sunsets to everything in my e-mail. I don't know what that means. Helios kept he's emailed me before. I also think it is possible that a sphere looks flat because it's huge. Thanks, Syzygy, for your brilliant. Yeah, if you go,
Did I
this
just
is
hear that he knows Earth is flat from his emails?
No, he's emailed me before. Here's what he said. There are many reasons I know the Earth is a globe, from 2 celestial poles to sunsets to everything in my email. He's responding
In my
to he's
emails.
talking
Okay,
about, you know, we've corresponded before. And then I also think it is possible that a sphere looks flat because it's huge. You guys want to respond to Syzygy? Tell him.
Yeah. So ask him. Does that mean that when an airplane is flying away from me and it goes out of sight, does that mean that the airplane is setting, and that proves that the Earth is a ball somehow?
Crickets.
I mean, this is kind of shit I have to deal with in the YouTube chat, but anyway.
Is the YouTube chat that active? I usually don't look at it.
Yeah, none of you guys do, but I have to deal with that shit all day long. So anyway.
Yeah,
I do too, Helio, but I just kind of let them go because you can't really talk to those guys.
Yeah, well, even if I put wrenches on people and then I have to deal with drama with the wrenches everywhere. That's why I just like no wrenches.
No, I wasn't saying that. It's just, you can't say anything. When you say something, they'll just attack you, and then you can't say anything more. I mean,
And I just let it
what
flow.
can you say?
Let it flow. Let yourself go. Slow
That's
and
exactly
low.
why
That is the tempo.
YouTube chat is kind of off.
Oh, but it's still great.
I mean, they are too scared to come in here. I mean, it is a live chat in here. We're
That's
talking
why-
in
that's why
here,
I
and they're
call
too
them out.
scared to come in here to
Yeah, that's
say
why I
what
call
they
them out.
say.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, get your ass in here. That's why I call them out. When I can, get your ass in here. If you got so much to say in the YouTube chat, get your fucking ass in here. It's a free open chat. Come on
They're
in
afraid.
here. The
They're
link's
afraid you're
right
gonna
there.
bite them through the wire.
What wire? If they
Bite them through the microphone.
we have a conviction, right? If they have a conviction and they're serious about it, why can't they come in here and defend their conviction?
The balls.
Yeah, grow some balls. God damn it!
Defend the balls.
Those aren't even balls.
They only have one ball.
You have to muster up the courage to talk to someone on the internet, not face to face or anything. Oh wow, how courageous!
Heroic
Fellas,
ball.
can I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you said I was going to ask a question. You're going to have to go ahead and say it.
Yeah. So.
Go.
Oh, I don't bounce in here unless I get in the spot. Anyway.
Oh, he's roboting.
Is it Hello?
You're roboting, bro.
You lost me?
Fix your mind.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you hear
No,
me
it's
now?
all good.
All right,
Yeah,
so a celestial pole, is that a reification fallacy?
Celestial
Yes. Yeah. Essentially, it is. Yes.
Right.
Dude, you're roboting hard, man. I really want to hear what you have to say, but you're roboting, man.
Please, yes. When you leave and come back, it kind of helps.
Hit Control R on your Discord if you can hear me.
Control R. What the hell?
Yeah, it resets it, so you don't have to close it.
It's refresh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, refresh. Is that a Apple thing?
No, it's
No,
just a Discord shortcut to reset the.
command.
Yeah. Because the opening task
Better
manager is
now?
kind of annoying.
Yeah, I want to hear about this celestial pole thing.
All I wanted to ask is, isn't there a bunch of other explanations as to why we would have? We know we have one pole star, but the southern one.
Sure, there are many explanations about this, but you're
Hold
still
on, Helio.
roboting.
Helio.
he's still roboting.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yes,
I
sure,
know.
there are many explanations about this, but I want to hear this guy's idea. But he can't explain it because he's roboting.
Well,
Try to turn on the mobile data.
I don't know why a lot of flat earthers don't seem to know this, but you can see the two concentric star trails from the same point on Earth, proving that we're not moving.
Yeah.
You can't have concentric star trails two at the same time, converging and diverging if you're moving 1 centimeter a year. You can't do it.
Yeah. In the meantime, I mean, some idiots will come in here and say, "Why do stars move in a different direction in the northern hemisphere as they do in the southern hemisphere?"
Uh-huh.
Are you fucking serious? If you look south, if you look north, they're going from right to left. If you look south, they're going from left to right. Well, they're not moving different directions, you know. No, it's north, right to left, south, left to right. You're just looking in a different direction. It's not.
Yeah, the problem is that's because they're not going off of any actual observation. They're just reading, things online and watching debunking videos.
Exactly. That's why I was curious about what he was going to say about the polls. No, anyway.
Well, he asked if it was a reification fallacy. I don't think he was. I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to go through the whole thing, you know. Unfortunately, he was roboting and he can't get his mic back. Maybe he can. Who was it that was bringing that up?
You might be driving in a bad spot.
Yeah.
Spot.
But anyway, in the future, if anyone says, "Hey, the stars are moving in a certain direction," when you're looking at the North Star, and if you're looking at the South Pole, if you think the stars are moving in a different direction, you're just not getting it. The stars and sun, moon, and stars move in the same direction to everyone on Earth. That's just it's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. Some things will never change.
Do left and right switch.
But don't you believe it?
Does the left become right when you look towards north or south?
Well, it certainly does. Yeah, if you're facing south, if you're facing north, right is left. Right to left, and then you face south, and then it's left to right. I mean, it's very simple.
Yeah.
Mic check.
I hear you.
Better or no?
You're better now.
I just was out there. It's so crazy.
All right. So the reason I say
who's hot mic it? Somebody's got. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, I heard some. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was some background stuff, but it's gone now. Go ahead.
I'm not talking about the direction of rotation of the stars. So just based on the sextant alone, we basically can see that the stars themselves are at an equal altitude, correct?
Oh, altitude. All right. So based on the sextant alone, now the sextant only exists with a human using it as an instrument.
No.
Correct. But the use of it is based on the stars being at an equal altitude. Am I right or wrong about that? Where's Elijah?
You don't want to talk to me about it? I actually
I've
been studying the sextant for the past 48 hours. I've looked up a lot of information. So you don't want to talk to me about the sextant. You want to talk to
I will talk to
Elijah,
you all day, Helio. Come on, man.
Yeah, so what?
Either
what's the
Elijah,
question?
go ahead.
That's why I think that as above, so below. That's why I think that the sky is a plane too. What's the problem?
Sure, right. So if they're going to use this idea of the celestial poles, to me that is a reification fallacy, because their model, the lack thereof, assumes that these are much different distances, and they can't be if the sextant works. So there's another explanation as to why there may be, let's even though there is really no southern pole star, they could point to a couple of stars down there that seem to be polar, right? But if they're all the same altitude, then that argument holds no water as well. Thoughts?
No, it holds water because water is
no,
level.
Helio, he's not arguing with. He's not arguing.
I know he's not arguing. Yeah,
because
I
of the
figured that out.
trigonometric function.
Yep.
We can only assume that because it works. I know that they usually say, well, we use the globe model, and it works, but that's actually untrue because they've straight up hijacked selective navigation the way it's actually used anyway to say that there's the celestial sphere and all of this. So the actual assumption is on our end. However, when we navigate vast distances, just happens to put us exactly where we need to go. But we have yet to go to the sky and see the limitation of it. I think that's might even be possible, which is why they immediately put a lock on it.
Exactly.
People think, well, there's less air, so you can't travel up there because people would die and blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what? Drones can do amazing things.
Hey, every time you move toward the horizon, there's a new horizon. So there you go. I mean, how can you, and the more I study the sextant, it's just like, hey, how can people actually study the sextant and think it shows the globe? It's freaking crazy.
So I don't know shit about the sextant, but if what you're saying is correct, that it's assuming that they're the same distance, like on a plane, then this BMLS.
That's just angle. It's angles.
Hold on. This BMLSB 69 video that I just posted about parallax and motion, some of you may have seen it, but this also demonstrates that same thing. Like with parallax, just like they tell you, something that's farther away will appear to move much slower than something that's closer, right? Well, all of the stars move together at the same speed, never lapping one another, which means they're the same distance away.
Yeah, but you physically on Earth can never catch up with the stars, but you can actually move toward.
That's a logical assumption.
Yeah.
Anyway, just a question.
Well, it's an important question, in my opinion. If you're trying to, like, these globers are trying to say, well, the sextant proves a globe. It actually proves that the Earth cannot be a globe.
Well, I would just like to contend that sextant tends to read the stars in what they call the celestial sphere. That there are certain stars measured at about 5,600 kilometers or miles.
Exactly
I'm
true.
not sure which one. And some are at 3,000 or 4,000. Now, that could be optical. But they do sometimes vary slightly. But yet they do still seem to rotate at the same. I guess there's not sufficient distance between them for enough parallax, but it does map out to be almost like a dome. But when you look at individual stars, it does seem to map it quite flat.
Yeah, the celestial sphere. I mean, like, I will say, Jeranism, your own. Shit, I can't remember the words that he used. Your atmospheric dome or whatever. And I've said this since I found out about flat Earth. It's just like you can only see so far. Now, as far as the stars, sun and moon, I don't know what distance they are, but when I look across Earth, I can only see so far. Whether I'm standing on a beach or I'm standing on top of a mountain, I can only see so far. That's the limit of my distance. I can look straight above my head, and where determining distance to a celestial body, quote unquote. I mean, how can I tell that distance?
Well, going along with what Lou was saying and Roger and Elijah, it was called the celestial orbit, which meant to wheel. So orbit's one of those words that we actually get to keep, because orbit actually means a two-dimensional circuit. So yeah, the stars in the sky move like wheels. They don't move like a sphere. So yeah, the celestial sphere term is incorrect, and I haven't found it in a dictionary 80 years ago, and they were already trying to swap everything over to this dome thing, which is their claim. They claimed a sphere above us, and that's not what it is. They're two-dimensional.
Don't start singing "The Wheel in the Sky Keeps on Turning," Helio. I know you're about to.
Don't do it.
Sky keeps on turning. I'm just fucking with you. I wasn't even thinking about it until you said it. Go ahead.
I'm done.
Solar, I'm curious, how do they substantiate those distances to the stars?
Oh, well,
The distance to the
ask them. I
stars
mean, shit.
is irrelevant.
That's
it's sort of irrelevant, but yeah, I mean, it's relevant because if you want to know how they claim to have determined those distances, you should know that, and most of us do, and that's why we discount it as something that's relevant to this conversation, because they don't really have any evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away.
But it's not about
Dennis.
So
problem-
can flat
go ahead,
earther can flat Earth solar explain?
Yeah, it's a basic trigonometry function. Basically, you're trying to measure the hypotenuse. So you calculate the angle to the star, and you have your 90 degree above your GP, and then you work out the hypotenuse, and that would give you a distance to what you believe you're looking at.
That's not how they came up. That's not how they came up with the distance to the sun, or
No, we're not talking about the heliocentric model. Somebody asked. Solar said there are about 5,000, some 3,000. And somebody asked, "How can you explain this?" Right.
So based on the angle, yeah. So if it's a more acute angle, it's going to appear, I don't know which way. And then if it's a more obtuse, more 90 degree, I think then it was closer. The straight up was like 3,000, and then off to the sides was like 5. And then that's what gave it this domed impression. But once again, you're using mathematics. You're looking at something through the atmosphere, which could be refracted. And we're presuming that it's actually a physical thing that we're actually physically seeing, like it's a no atmo day. So we take things as concrete. We take things as concrete when we want them to work that way. And then on other days when we understand refraction occurs, we see vastly different results, but we never seem to factor that into nighttime viewing.
So what? Good night. Let me just make sure I'm clarifying. So the GP of that particular star, even though it's overhead at that particular GP, the angle to it is more acute, or you have to use the
seasonal
to aim at it.
And then finally,
my bad.
At a different angle, which would be different than, let's say, a star that's adjacent to it. Correct? Is that what you're saying to me?
Sorry, that was a bit broken up for me. I didn't quite get what you were asking.
So the angle to one star that's over a GP is more acute than, let's say, another star that is adjacent to it or nearby it, which is why they make the measurement farther, right? Does that make sense? Or am I breaking up again?
So your geographical position of that star is the place directly below the star.
Correct.
That just gives you your 90 degree, but that's not where your observer is placed. So
Right.
the observer
But it
is
doesn't, though. It doesn't give you 90 degree.
the
No, I'm
GP
tracking with you.
does, but from an observer. Okay, I'll post something in live stream.
I'm posting this. I posted something that I was watching, and this is, from a navigator or whatever, supposed navigator, and what he's saying about this is, I mean, that's close, Flutter. So, no, that's not
So,
the same thing.
So the observer and any observer around the location of that star is on that little circle, and they call that I don't know, Helio, correct me, what's it, the plane of equal altitude? Or
Well, I mean,
Let
if you're
me-
using, go ahead.
Can I ask this a different way? Okay, so let's say you're using a particular star over a GP, and you don't want to use that one. You use a different one, but it's nearby, right? Let's say. So another
then-
GP.
so then it-
How could a star
So then-
be nearby?
So each star would have its own unique GP, and then
Correct.
from you as the observer, you would then have a unique angle to that star. So even if
Right,
it was
so-
nearby, it may vary by a couple of degrees up or down.
And ultimately, it means in relation to the horizon, right? So you're assuming that it's at a certain position above the horizon, which is 90 degrees, right? And that's where you get your triangulation.
And then for you, you're seeing that star at 50 degrees, like for example in the picture I posted. And then you've got the known distance between where the GP is and where your location is. So you've got the base length, you've got the angle, you can start to work out the hypotenuse. And thereby you can determine what the height of the star to the horizon would be, or the height of the star above its 90 degree GP.
I have a question. Like, it's relevant, but not relevant at the same time.
Hold on. Let's finish.
okay, I'll
Let's
wait.
finish this with who's the other guy that we're talking to? Solar.
Says who?
It was Shinji, but I'll wait. I'm sorry.
No, sure. I mean, I think this is pertinent because, when you're trying to, using a sextant. I mean, since we're on that, because I've been on it for a couple of days, and so determining distance. I mean, if you're going to determine the distance in a triangle, I mean, to determine the hypotenuse or the A or B, a squared plus b squared equals c squared, you're going to have to know two distances to determine the other distance. So where is what you're looking at now? As far as sailing, using a sextant, they weren't necessarily. If you're sailing,
No,
you're
but
not
that's why the
necessarily
angle.
concerned about the angle.
That's why
Actually
the
helps
angle
you.
gives
Go
you
ahead.
everything.
Yeah.
So if you're just doing simple geometry, then you need to know two sides of the triangle to calculate the third side of the triangle. But if you're given one length and an angle, and it's 90 degrees, or in fact, you've actually got two angles. So the 90 degrees at the GP, you know that your observer has got a 50 degree. You can calculate, because a triangle always sums to 180 degrees. You can calculate what the third angle is, thereby calculating what your hypotenuse is. So it's all got to do with the angles that's why the GP is so important to have it at the 90, because then you've got your second angle.
And that's the difference between when you're sailing during the daytime, you use the sun. You're sailing at night, you use the stars.
But the big crux of this thing is, if you look at the picture that I posted, the GP to the observer in this example would be 900 miles. And it's 900 miles to the left and 900 miles to the right.
Ooh, that's a big freaking circle, isn't it?
Creating 1,800 miles of equal altitude
Holy shit.
to the star.
1,800 miles of flatness.
Perfect flatness for you to maintain that 90 degree at the center, and for the observer to maintain a 50 degree around the entire circumference perimeter of that angle, that 50 degrees to the star. And certain instances or certain of the stars, are sometimes thousands of miles to the GP.
Yeah, and Flat Earth Solar, we get people saying, well, look to the stars to show you it's a globe. Well, holy shit. If you use the sextant, you look to the stars to show it's flat.
GP stands for geographic position.
Yep.
Someone was asking in the chat.
Yeah, sorry, California. I was just trying to be funny.
So I'm still just kind of catching up to this entire sextant argument, which I get the basic concept of it for sure. I guess
the information is really easy to find. Yeah, look it up, bro.
What threw me for a loop was that you mentioned that they are at different altitudes measurably by the angle. So I was just curious about that. But would you say that there is a range that they tend to fall between? Like you said, 3,000 to 5,000?
Well, and that's where the GP comes in, the geographical position. It depends on which star you're looking at and where you are on Earth.
Right. So let's say that you're aiming at one particular star at a particular time. I know that has everything to do with it as well. And it's 90 degrees straight above a particular GP. Now, let's say that there's another star.
If it's 90 degrees above your head, yeah, of course. And then you point it at another star.
Yeah, and remember, you're always measuring the height of the star above its GP.
Right.
So it's that perpendicular line that's at the 90 degree to the horizontal. That last upright line, that's what you're measuring as your distance to the star.
Correct. All I'm asking is that to be accurate, you actually do have to know essentially the heights of those particular stars above those specific GPs, correct?
Well, it depends on where the star. What are you trying to navigate by? Because at a certain position, the stars become obscured. The nearer the horizon they become, because you wouldn't, in your right mind, navigate by like obscured stars or anything. You want to pick the best one that you're going to know. I know this star is in this direction and this is my heading, and you'll have a compass as well, to use your, with your sextant,
But so to your question of that, knowing the height of something, if you knew the height of something, you could thereby calculate your distance to the object by using the angle of the object or the angular resolution. So you have to know one of the lengths to calculate the other. So when you have a known distance to the GP, you can calculate the height. And if you knew the height of that star, you could then calculate your distance to the GP. But we're going the other way, knowing our distance to the GP first, with the intention of trying to calculate the height of that object.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to. Come on, Solar. I mean, you wouldn't be able to calculate the height of the, this star above Earth.
You do.
Through trying. Tell me how. Tell me how.
So we the maths doesn't prove reality, and that's the part that I kind of, in the beginning, it blew my mind. If you do plane triangulation, trigonometrical triangulation of the sun, so you find where the sun's going to be at its zenith, and you calculate the angles and everything, you generally came to a figure somewhere between 3,000 and 3,400
Sure, yeah, I'm
miles
familiar
away.
with that. Yeah, with the sun, yeah, with the
which is
stars.
about 5 kilometers. But once
Sure.
again, you're using an assumption that there is a physical object and that zero refraction's occurring, and that there's just assumption after assumption after assumption, and then the maths works out.
Well, I
So
mean,
in the beginning,
in a perfect test, if you were going to measure the distances to the sun, you would actually, minimize refraction. It'd be like a high noon, right? Or, just like, be like the zenith of the sun, right? It'd be above your head, right? Just like freaking Aristophanes, right? It's like, well, there's no shadow at the bottom of the well, and then my buddy over there has some shadows, and I'm going to measure the angle, and this is the circumference of the Earth. If the Earth is a globe, all that kind of shit, right?
You need that straight line, so sextants only work.
But it's still assuming that something is like a tangible, physical something that we can actually measure a distance to. The maths works out neatly, but what is a star? Is it something manifesting in our atmosphere? Is it something on the dome? Is it what is it? Is it something being projected in?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask the creator. Don't ask us.
So then later on, when I started to realize that these things they tend not to be such physical things. What we've now determined is the height of the apparent location. That is where it appears to be, according to our mathematics. But yet, we'll still argue this and take this to the bank, and that height is just where it appears to be based on this little scenario we set up with this distance to the GP and this angle.
Wait. On that point, Flutter Solar, are you claiming that you can actually calculate the distance from the surface of Earth to a star? You're saying
correct.
Through triangulation, you can say this star is this height above Earth.
Yeah, look, no offense, Solar, but this really does sound an awful like the same bullshit all the Globers throw at us all the time. Like,
this is why I say it's so. It's like the maths doesn't prove anything. So you can't hold the piece of paper.
No, I'm asking you directly. Do you think you can determine the height of a star above Earth through triangulation? I'm asking you that directly. It seems like that's where you're going.
The maths works out. And it's the same as
Dude, I'm asking you directly. Say yes or no.
I'm saying yes, the math works out. Can you not hear me?
Well, then you're full of shit.
Calm down.
No, it's that's why they say. Yeah, so that's why they say the sun is 3,000 miles, right? I mean, if you know the distance, you can calculate the height. It's just how it works, but that's not meaning it is the height, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is that the maths works out this way. The moment you use the transform equation, including the radius curvature of the Earth between the two locations, so you assume that the GP and the observer has this giant curve according to a 3959 radius, it then pulls those triangulations very broad, and you effectively have to add almost 75 degrees onto your measurement, especially at long distance. And then those lines almost become parallel, which place the sun out at 93 million miles and other stars at far greater distances. And then they say there's not sufficient distance on the Earth to cover the triangulation. So then they use the assumed distance to another planet. and then they use that as the base of their triangle to try and triangulate further out into the galaxy. So on the mathematics, this is how they work their bullshit. And like I said, I'm not saying that I'm holding this up as truth, Helio. I'm saying this is just simply how
Who gives you what they say?
we have been presented that the mathematics can be used
we've been
to
presented
determine
with
a
this
height.
bullshit. Listen,
And then
so
I specified that it is the height to an apparent
all right.
location.
So let me
it's
ask you
it's
this: Do you
simply the
think?
place
Do
where
you
it
think?
appears.
Do you think that the sun is 3,000 miles above Earth, circling
I just
above
answered
the?
you.
Yeah,
just
Helio,
answered you.
it's nobody knows, right? It's only when you grab a calculator then you can do this shit, right? Nobody knows.
No, I mean, it's like he just went through just this weird. He's getting,
And he was right,
This,
Helio. He was right? So with triangulation, you could, right? But nobody
you could
knows.
if the Earth was this and that and that.
Nobody
And it's
knows,
all
and
kind
that's
of
what he said, right? They pull this shit with the heliocentric model, assuming curvature, assuming orbits, yada yada yada. But when you use a sextant, you need the 90 degrees, right? So you have circles of equal.
You know what's really
circles
cool
of
about
equal
this
distance
You know what's
for
really
hundreds
cool
of
about
miles.
You know what's really cool that I've discovered about the sextant? When you put the sextant up to your eye, there's a big curve at the bottom of it, and it measures the angle based on the flat horizon that you're observing. So you measure the angle based on. Now, it's curved because the sky moves over the distance, but the Earth is flat. You can't use a sextant on a globe. It's impossible. Do you think you could design a sextant to work on a globe? I just think that's impossible. Every time I look into the sextant, it's just impossible that a sextant could actually work on a globe.
This is not going to be a very popular opinion, but even using the sextant in an argument against the Globers is helping them beg the question. Because,
Sure.
You know why?
But yeah, go ahead.
The only reason why is because, in my opinion, is because they say, "Look, sky stuff, so Earth globe."
What?
We
I
can't be helping them do that, right?
Well, we don't help them.
No.
No, you know what I
here's
mean.
what it is.
We can't do
Here's
the same
what it is.
thing. We can't turn around and do the same
Well,
thing.
when you look through the scope and you have a measurement at the bottom, it's like you're looking at the horizon, the sky changes, and this is what you measure. Yeah, you're looking at the flat horizon.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, Hilo. I'm just saying, just look at it. They say sky stuff, so globe. We're like, you can't point to the sky to determine what you're standing on, and then we'd go and do the same thing and say, look at sextant, sky stuff. So that proves what we're standing on. You know?
I guess.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
but
why
I'll just a second. I'll disagree with you on this. Their correlation is because wandering star round, Earth round. We're saying sextant works because it has to be flat.
Right. No, and I agree. And I'm not saying it's a bad argument. I want people to be recognizing that's what's. I guess maybe we could say here. Check this out. We could say, hey, Globers, this is what we're doing. We're gonna join you on this beg the question journey and prove that even in us pointing to the sky, we can still say that the sky equals the ground being flat. Because look, sextant.
Yeah, it's not about the sky. It's about the fact you need a flat line, right? A straight line to the GP of the star. That is needed to calculate your position. So it's not about the sky. It's about that straight line to the GP of the star.
It's the 90 degree. So
right.
I agree. The corner pocket. I agree.
So if you go back to the observer is seeing that 50 degree. He's looking up at the sky. And if you were the observer and you're just seeing 50 degree and making an assumption, you would be like the baller. But we're taking the focus back to the corner pocket, the 90 degree. We're saying right there in the corner is this GP, which has to sit on a horizontal and a perpendicular at 90. And that distance between the GP and you is the only focal point. That distance of flat horizontal to keep that 90 degree to the GP. So we're keeping it on the Earth directly under the GP. The sextant as a tool, yes, then you are back at the observer and you're starting to talk about angles and looking up at the sky and what you think that proves. But
Amen,
go back
brother.
to the GP.
Yeah, amen. And I've been through a lot of these discussions when it comes to gyroscope as well. Gyroscope can't work on a globe either, so it's very similar. These are instruments that are designed for triangulation. You don't use. Show me an instrument that is designed on Earth for a globe. There's no such instrument. We all experience the Earth as a level stationary plane. Why would you design a globe instrument?
But Helio, why were you objecting to the fact that triangulation is to plot a distance?
Well, and there are several instruments that can be used.
But like cellular triangulation, they find a specific location and the distance to that location
I actually,
through triangulation.
To be honest, using what? What's the name of this instrument? Like using an instrument to find where a star is and whether it's 90 degrees to the horizontal, and then you can determine the height of it and you move toward it. I mean, this is what does that actually prove? That's not the way that this instrument's kind of out of the game right now.
Yeah, but maybe chill it a bit out, Helio.
I will. I'm dogging out.
Cool, man. So Shinji, your question was? You remember your question?
Yes. Like, I was asking myself, like, the North Star, right? Like, if you're, like, directly on the North Pole, would it be, like, straight above you? Or how would that work?
That is the GP of the North Star. But provably, that's where I would actually like some proper evidence to show someone showing a 90 degree to the North Star.
I mean, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
And if it wasn't, then that would mean...
Has anyone ever been at the North Star and used a sextant? I said I was dogging out, but this is kind of bullshit. We're all just speculating. As long as we're in speculation, I guess. Let's just freaking roll it out.
Yeah, the sextant is okay to use it for navigating the world, but not to measure distance to the stars, because you have two sides of the triangles which are not known.
Yeah, the answer is no. Nobody uses a sextant from the north or any, and to be honest, nobody navigates with a sextant now. It's all GPS, whatever. It's been many hundreds of years since people use sextants to navigate. This is
I'm not
actually.
Yeah, this stuff is still being used, right? If you're
Oh, sure. I mean, say, you know, people are sailors. It was like, oh, yeah, use a sextant.
Mm-hmm.
Happy sailors use sextants.
And the sextant works because, I mean, in both cases, like Elijah said, he goes more with the flat sky plane, and it would work even if it's a dome.
Is the sextant used in land navigation or just on water?
It works both ways because you don't draw a line in the sky. You only choose a point. Mic check.
I hear you.
Thank you. Yeah, so we only choose one point in the sky, a reference, which is usually a star. But we have no distance to that star, and the distance to the star is actually irrelevant. What we need is ground distance, because, or distance between objects on the sea, so you can do rough estimates about where you are and how much time and which direction you need to sail.
I could play the new song from Kai. I'll do that.
Sure. Go ahead.
Oh.
All right. Good evening, everyone. This is Cathexis with another episode of Science vs. Scientism with Quantum Racer. Tonight is a special presentation, and it's actually going to be our season finale. And
No.
Who started that?
Was that on purpose?
No. I copied the wrong link and the stupid bot won't stop. Okay.
There's a lot of people in here. No one's talking.
No one's talking.
There's no Globers.
All right.
Yeah.
You were there when we talked about the Fantastic Four, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Amazing stuff. Yeah, I'm still
What was-
baffled. Sorry.
what was
yeah,
that?
Go ahead.
Maybe just repeat that?
The Fantastic Four that just went into Narnia, right? The four quote unquote civilians. Yeah. They call it the Inspiration Four, but
Right. Well, they
And they
still
get-
don't have all the demographics represented, but I don't think they care anymore. Go ahead.
Well, they get mutated and then suddenly they gain powers.
yeah.
Because mutation doesn't cause cancer and decay.
Hey, Roger, I think my PC that I use for the live stream is finally pissed that I haven't updated
Okay.
for a long time. So everyone that's listening to live stream, it's totally broke down. Anyway, it says, for me to log in, it's just like totally broke.
Okay.
It's freaking weird. There's no sound. I'm gonna do the best here I can. My live stream will be back here shortly. This PC is freaking out.
Okay.
But hey, you guys continue on Roger's live stream. It's good stuff. No idea why this happened. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I've neglected a lot of updates for this PC just to keep the live stream flowing. I think that Windows got fucking pissed off about it. Anyway.
But so they claim it's for civilians, right? You heard about that?
It's for us. It's for the benefit of humanity.
All right.
Bill Gates has, our best interests in their hearts.
I'm not talking about Bill Gates.
Can I just hear Roger explain what this Fantastic Four is all about?
Yeah, they send 4 people into Narnia.
I've watched the movie, so what's the link?
Jared Isaacman, a billionaire who claimed to set a world record for circumnavigating the globe in a light jet and owns Draken International. Cian Proctor is an actor whose parent worked for NASA during Apollo era. Christopher Sombrowski, U.S. Air Force veteran, who is an employee for Lockheed Martin. Haley Arcano, cancer survivor whose brother and sister-in-law is aerospace engineer. So 4 civilians, right, went into Narnia for 3 days.
Quite historic.
Mm-hmm.
How high did they go allegedly?
Allegedly higher than the ISS.
Okay.
Still wondering
in a
how
rocket?
No, in the so-called Dragon tin can, right? So 4 people in that tin can. I'm just wondering how would you. I mean, you need to pee, right? You need to poo 3 days in a tin can with 4 people.
You wear those really high tech NASA diaper.
Yeah, they're listen. They don't even have to explain it because here. Check this out.
Helio,
This is what my mind just did.
Oh, my bad,
mind
man.
just.
I thought I was muted.
Yeah, go on mute, Helio.
So my mind just did this when you were saying that I have to pee and poop and stuff. Automatically, the programming that I grew up with started to have me envision, and say to myself, "Oh, well, they got to have some kind of like suction device, and there's this thing hooked up to them, and there's no. I mean, obviously, there's got to be something. You know what I mean? Like, I started making excuses for the fact that you can't sit in the same place for 3 days and not get poop and pee all over you.
And then you look and you see that they say, no, they wear NASA diapers. So they do just shit on themselves for 3 days. So
for 3 days.
The cream of the crop studies for years and years, trains for several years for a specific mission, and then shits on themselves during the whole mission. Right. Just obvious. No. Obvious, that's the pinnacle of human achievement.
It really is. Really is.
You might as well just put them on a toilet seat for those 3 days. And then if they needed to, they could. That would probably make more sense.
Yeah, it would make it better. And you don't have to have any water in there or anything, right? Because that'll splash around and stuff. You don't have to worry about that. Like they do in the airplanes, man. The airplane toilets do that.
Exactly.
Sudden play ukulele.
Don't leave me dry.
Radiohead.
I know you guys love Radiohead. God damn, this is freaking great. Don't leave me. Anyway, just play.
Yeah, it's a good song.
It is a good song.
Helio, why isn't the live stream going?
It's because my PC is resetting right now. There was an issue. I'm curious whether I've waited so long to update the Windows 10 and shit and the Discord, everything, just to keep the live stream going. And so, yeah, it's happening now. It's like I'm resetting the entire PC, for the live stream. That's why. It may be like 30 minutes before I actually get it back going on, because there's probably some major updates. Anyway, but I'm here on my other PC talking to you guys. And Roger's got his live stream. Boom. Don't leave me high. Don't leave me dry. Don't leave me high. Don't leave me dry. Yeah.
Don't
I was
leave me
watching
sitting in my shit for 3
Radiohead
days.
the other day. I mean, fucking Radiohead is the shiz dazzle. Love some Radiohead, man, bro. You guys like Radiohead?
Yeah, I
Don't
like
leave
Radiohead.
me in my shit for 3 days.
And it wouldn't be high and dry, it'd be high and soaked.
And nappy rash. They'd have to apply a lot of bum cream.
A lot of creams, yeah.
Yeah, it's like that PC that I was running the live stream from, it's just like, you know what? Fuck you, I've been just running the live stream for this long. Why don't you update it? So we'll see what happens. But anyway.
So wait, are you updating your software?
Well, it's really kind of like basic Windows 10 thing, That's where I run the live stream from. I don't really use it for anything.
Lat, are you trolling?
Actually, the PC I'm on right now is the same PC that I live stream from. So it's like
Actually,
2 PCs that are equal. Go ahead.
I'm not trolling. Actually, I was serious. I just wanted to know if he is updating like the software and doing all that stuff, because I know PCs are piles of garbage, so they need that every once in a while.
Yeah, they just need to get smacked in the ass. Just like, baby, wake up.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
trolling. I'm trolling when I say PCs are pieces of shit because I only have Macintosh products, Apple products.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, would
See,
I
I'm
be
kinda trolling.
would I be an asshole if I said Mac sucks ass?
No, you would just be incorrect.
Okay. So, well, all right. So, what? How would I be correct if I said Mac is a tunnel, like a shit tunnel? Would that be correct?
I don't know how you demonstrate that. Please, Helio, do not try to demonstrate a shit tunnel.
At least we can communicate. That's at the very least.
Yes. Yeah, that's funny that you bring that up, Roger. Or Solar, about the 3 days in space. I totally forgot that it was I thought, because like the thing that was planted in my head when Bezos and the other guy Branson did their flights, I was like, oh, those people are just doing that again, and I forgot that the Globers and anti-flat earthers they were so sweaty in anticipation for these 3 people, it's just civilian, or 4 people, civilians in orbit for 3 days. I forgot the word orbit. I keep forgetting that word because it's nonsense. That's why I keep forgetting about it.
Actually, again, we just covered this a little while ago. You might as well look up the word orbit, the definition. It doesn't mean anything about balls necessarily. It just one definition is a
circular path.
A circular path. So
right, yeah, I got it.
Nothing wrong with the word orbit.
Okay, so I guess what I mean is planetary orbit. Should I say that?
Yeah, that would be better.
Okay.
Yeah, but what
planetary orbit?
Is there any physical evidence that actually happens?
Well, no.
Of course not.
Yeah, and then Wikipedia messes with you on the definition because it says in physics, an orbit is the gravitationally, so one gibberish word, curved trajectory of an object, such as the trajectory of a planet, 2 gibberish words, around a star or neutral satellite, 3 gibberish words, around a planet.
No, that's why I was just like when we were talking about Coriolis last night. It was like, how can I talk about Coriolis? I mean, you can't even look it up without a bunch of bullshit. It's kind of crazy. It's like Coriolis. That's not the Coriolis effect. They're like talking about
right. Coriolis exists, but not with the Earth.
No, well, their definition only exists with Earth, but it doesn't actually exist because you wouldn't experience it because Earth is Earth, because it's spinning third right from the sun. So, but that's why I went last night. Were you here when I was talking last night? I went back to the guy that it was named from. He never talked about the spin of the Earth when he came up with this effect. It was physical instruments, machines. That's where he was talking about, the effect. He wasn't talking about Earth at all. Everyone borrowed his idea to make the Earth look like a globe spinning, which they can't even produce any evidence this actually happens. So it's just ridiculous. These freaking faggots.
Way to sum that up.
Dude, I was there were you in there last night?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Shit?
I just like how you ended that. Fucking faggots.
Yeah, fuck them.
Wait, Helio, please don't go fuck any faggots.
And we'll fuck them anyway. I don't care.
Do what he wants.
I can say whatever the fuck I want whenever I want to say it. Pissed off that my freaking live stream.
You're gonna have that song stuck in my head all day now, High and Dry, Helio. Please don't sing it, but I'm just letting you know.
Do you want me to sing another one?
No.
Shit, I get shit stuck in my head, and I'm just like, God, I get shit that I just make up in my head stuck all day, and I'm like, can I just get a regular song stuck in my head so I don't have to hear shit that just came out of nowhere? That shit happens to me all the time.
Hey, you should be writing songs, bro. Write all that shit down.
I know. Well, I can't because I'm a 9-to-5er. I'm fucking at work, whatever. So let me get this shit back on board. The live stream back on board. Ooh, OBS is looking fairly well right now. Fairly well. Oh, I didn't actually expect it to look. It was really rocking. Let me do this. You guys start talking. Let me oh, that's me. I'm talking. Oh, I'm popping up. Oh shit. You guys ready to rock back live now? Woo!
Sure, bud.
Cool.
I'm only gonna be here for another hour or so, and then I gotta go have dinner with my grandma.
Helio,
I want to.
Did you take a nap this morning or no?
You know what happened? Okay, there is a time clock in my body. For some reason, I wake up at 2 a.m. whether I feel like it or not.
And
I rarely feel like it. And I'm pissed off. When I wake up at 2 o'clock and I have to be at work at 7. It fucking pisses me off. But I woke up at 2 o'clock today, but it's Saturday, so I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna drink some beer. And boom, here I am. So that was 2 o'clock a.m.
So you've been drinking since 2 a.m. It's now 4 p.m.
Yeah, your mama.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret amongst.
Well, and if it's beers, it takes a while, It's
well, it's not just beer, but anyway, everybody knows this about me. It's not a big deal.
No.
Anyway, so we're gonna do the live stream. We're gonna do a new live stream. We're gonna go. This is 1972, 1,972 live streams. It's more than that. There's over 2,000 live streams here, but this one will be. I'm touching the wrong. I have two keyboards. I'm touching the wrong one. Beep, 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 1972. Update. And you guys ready to go live again? If you want me to shut up, I'll shut up. I say that. How many times do I say that? Shut up. And then when you guys start talking, it's just like, I can't help myself. Anyway.
It's because you love us, Helio.
Yeah,
we love you.
Well, I mean, yeah, I love it. I love it. This is the most fun because life in action, I guess, it's kind of. I wouldn't say it's boring, but I mean, shit, I'm a 9-to-5er. I mean, it's like I make cabinets for rich people. That's fucking boring as hell. Even though I'm good at it, it's fucking boring. It's like,
yeah,
when you're respected for what you do, it was like, oh man, you really did a good job on this. And where I work, shit don't have.
Yeah, no, I hear you. For rich, because the rich people, they'll be like, that wasn't the color I wanted.
Do you want me to kick you in your teeth? That's the color I wanted. Blood.
I've been working on this section of your kitchen for about a week now, miss. And unless you go grab me a motherfucking beer, I think that I'm gonna leave.
We're going live. You ready?
You have to finish your own cabinets yourself, hun.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like get your ass in here and put your fucking grab your freaking 4x8 sheet of plywood and fucking throw it on the table saw and see what you can do.
That's right. That's right.
Kitchen, bitch.
Guys,
try not to cut a finger off immediately.
Excuse me, here we go, guys. I just put a 27-second video in the live stream. I'm gonna use it for a flat Earth debate. Can you tell me how tall that oil rig is? Does anybody know?
Oh, do you want to play
tall
it?
the oil rig is? No.
You want to play the audio?
Wait, what oil rig? Are you talking about Black Swan or what?
In the video.
I just put a 27-second video in the live stream. I'm gonna use that for a flat Earth debate. Does anybody know how tall those oil rigs are?
Oh,
it's showing.
Yeah, that's
Well,
from the
I mean,
Black Swan video, right? That's from the Black Swan video, correct? Yeah.
Well, different distance.
It does. I'm not.
Same
I don't
oil
care.
rig.
I already. Yes, I have the answer. I can grab it for you. I looked it up for both of those platforms. One of them, I think, is like 100 and what I want to say. It's like 120 feet approximately, and the other one's like 5 or 10 feet shorter or something like that. But I'll get you that actual information. I looked it up once.
Hey, I appreciate that. And do you think that video is a good flat Earth proof? Take a look at it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a look at it first before.
Oh, I can't wait to watch that Jake the Asshole video too. Joe Biden replaced by someone. Of course. Talk about masks. Well, here you go.
So right there on skyvector.com, you got Hill House and Habitat, and if you click there, gives you their exact locations, and estimated elevation is 98 feet. It says there. It's 40 feet by 40 feet. Elevation 98 feet for Hill House. And 90 feet for Habitat.
Okay, now from the angle I'm looking at from my video, which one is Habitat? Which one's Hill House? Thank you, by the way.
Yeah, Habitat is the shorter one, is the one that's farther away. So Habitat is the farther one.
Okay, Habitat's farther, it's 90 feet tall, and Hill House is closer to the shore, and it's 98 feet.
Yes.
Okay, so the Earth curve calculator I have is showing 218 feet of curvature missing, or total. Now, I got this off. I didn't do this myself. Is it possible that my distance is off? It says 19 miles.
The distance is what from your video? I mean, I don't know. We know from BMLSB's it was accurate, like from what I could tell on Google Maps and everything, the distance from his location. So wait 1 second.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. You guys can carry on.
The new Black Swan distances are farther than the original.
6.21 miles to Hill House, 9.41 to Habitat.
That's on the classic Black Swan video?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, one thing that I'm not 100% sure on, where it says estimated elevation, that may be talking about the deck height. It might be taller than that with the cranes and shit.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But the cranes are going to be what, like maybe 20 feet, 30 feet at the most?
I wouldn't know. I mean, they could be huge. But then again, like I said, I mean, maybe the 90 feet and 98 feet includes, like it's maybe that's to the very top of it, but I'm pretty sure most likely it's deck height.
You're saying they're measuring the top of the platform itself, not the cranes.
Right. Like where you would walk or land a helicopter, because that's what it is. It's a heliport. So it's where, and this is information about, airports and stuff. So I would imagine that's what they're measuring, where you would land the helicopter.
Why are you concentrating on the top of the platform? We're talking about the horizon in this argument. The platforms are
we're not talking about the Black Swan argument. That's the classic argument. He's got something else he's working on. He hasn't even gotten into why. He wanted to know how tall they were. I told him I had that information. Okay, that's all.
Fine. It's easy to find out. Yeah, sure. If you wanted to find, it's like Black Swan, you have an argument against it. Go there and find out for yourself. Do the same thing that BLMSB did, and then come back and say, here, I found out some different information than he did. Do the exact same. Just go there with a camera and do the exact same thing that he did, and say, well, here, instead of what he found, I found this. Then you'll have an argument. Other than that, I don't really see why anyone would have an argument against, the Black Swan. Just saying. Except for, you can just say, refraction,
Funny, I've been told that Black Swan is cherry picking, whereas none of the Black Swan observations, there's any contradictory observations that actually shows a geometric horizon at 1.22 miles. So for it to be cherry picking, there would have to be contradictory information that we're leaving out. Same thing with the laser test. They're saying
on top of that,
in
order for it to be cherry picking, there would actually the geometric horizon should be a thing, which there is no such thing. Right? Globers and flat earthers have to agree upon that. There's no such thing as the geometric horizon. Let's just freaking bring it down now. That's where it's at. Where's this geometric horizon you speak of? When they'll say, well, you flat earthers are the ones bringing up the geometric horizon. It's like, no, you guys were talking about that shit 3 years ago, and then we showed you that it doesn't exist, and now you're just saying, well, I mean, you can't see the geometric horizon because of refraction. Woo! Go ahead. Bring that shit up. Bring it on. Bring us that geometric horizon that you speak of. Bring it on.
Right. So if Globers went out and repeated the black swan observation and showed the horizon in a different spot, it would only be making our argument stronger because it's just showing that it's still an optical horizon.
Yeah, exactly. Every time they bring up refraction, they strengthen our argument. You're exactly right. Yep. Because there is no such thing as a geometric horizon. Because we don't live on a ball. They can't prove it. And they're very sad about it. That's why they use all kinds of vitriol against us and make fun of us and get their cheerleaders around them and all that kind of shit. But yeah, they have no evidence that the Earth is a ball. They're really pissed about it. So like the cheerleaders don't know how to play football, but they're really active to support the team.
Until the powder puff game.
It's golden, but my eyes still see. It's golden, golden, but my eyes still see. That's some 50s shit. What you got on that, Lou?
Bravo. No, keep going.
Hell yeah. I can't even remember who Americans. Was that Johnny Mathis? I can't, no, it wasn't Johnny Mathis. There's all kind. I was bombarded with some of the 50s, the oldies shit, you know. Which, dude, I love the old school shit that leading up into the R&B when it really got popping, bro. That shit is so freaking what was that TV show they had where like disco freaking dancing shit? I can't. Yeah, Soul Train. They had the dancers. Yeah, there you go, D. Dude, I'm gonna pull up a GIF. I bet they have a GIF for Soul Train on here. Soul Train.
One kind of neat thing about these Sky Vector sites here. Was that Godric that was asking for that information? Is it even includes like the phone number if you want to call them? You might be able to actually like find out if that 90 and 98 feet is the deck height or what you might be able to ask them what's the total height. If you like, act professionally and don't try to flat smack them while you do it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. It's like you ask them leading questions. It's like, hey, so what's this about? And then you just kind of roll on through. Break on through to the other side. I mean, I guess that would be kind of like what Robert Rossano did with the with the freaking NASA freaking Hubble scientist or scientist, quote unquote scientist. He was like, "Hey, so you're the director here on this mission," and he's like, "Well, I actually never touched the Hubble, and this is kind of what was going on." And it eventually he admitted that he'd never been involved with the Hubble freaking idea in the first place, and for the most part, it was the airplane. What was the name of the airplane? I'm so far gone. Sorry, guys.
So another thing I've just thought of with this site is it even they're saying for airport images, do you have a recent image of this airport? Upload it here. We should upload the Black Swan for the image for this airport for Habitat and Hill House.
What?
Yeah. Click the links I posted up above. You'll see what I'm saying.
Check it. Let me check it. What? There's an airport near there?
No, it is an airport. Habitat and Hill House are helipads.
They're helipads for helicopters. Not for airplanes. You can't land an airplane on.
No, yeah, they're helipads. Heliports.
What? I'm not gonna log in and register. No,
but I'm just saying, wouldn't it be funny to upload the Black Swan to the image?
What the shit? No, I mean, have you clicked on the login?
No,
I haven't either. I'm not gonna do that, bro. I mean, fucking A. I might do it through a VPN, but yeah, I'm not. That's hilarious. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, I'm sure they get supplies, constantly from through the heliports. But to be honest, I mean, it's not on them. For what we're talking about, it's not on them. So I don't need to necessarily fuck with them, but we already have, in a way. But and I think if you went to the Gulf of Mexico, you could probably do the same fucking thing with many oil platforms in the Gulf of Mexico. If we had enough, which we do have enough people down there, but we just need to have the right supplies. There's freaking shitloads of oil platforms in the Gulf of Mexico where we could.
So when are we moving to Texas?
You're better off being in Texas than California, I think, probably.
Well, I'm not in California, but yes, I agree. When are we all moving to Texas so that we can secede from this bullshit?
Ooh, I'm pretty close to Texas, so
yeah.
when we're all ready to do it, let's freaking do
it. Yep. I figure it's going to be a pretty hot spot next couple years.
Texas already tried to do that.
Yep.
A couple of times, if I remember right.
Well, they didn't.
I was recently hearing all the people that were living in California and destroyed it are relocating to Texas, trying to destroy that. So, are you sure you want to go there?
I guarantee that all those fucking defectors from California, they're gonna have to figure out what Texas is, or they're gonna run away. Because Texans will not put up with that bullshit, the California bullshit.
Right.
I mean, the Austinians, all those Austinians.
Hey, man, I lived in Austin for 10 years. I'm an Austinite.
Did you really? Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's Texas,
my
right?
music career there.
So people trying to come to Texas thinking they're going to get away with all this liberal propaganda bullshit. Is that going to fly in Texas?
Not in most of Texas, and only in some parts of Austin. But yeah, Austin is kind of like it. Austin basically doesn't belong in Texas if you look at the rest of Texas the way it is. But that makes it kind of a haven too, because it's funny because it's like you get liberals, you get all kinds of free love kind of people, and all the musicians and actors and everybody that are there.
It's kind of similar in Arkansas.
Hold on
it's kind of similar.
Hold on a sec.
Go ahead.
Then you got, you can share the same road with those kinds of people, the hippy dippy liberals, or a guy with 3 shotguns in the back of his truck window. Driving by, swastika tattoos, flipping you off because you're not going 20 miles over the speed limit.
Well, I guess we're fucked all around. I mean, it's kind of similar in Arkansas. It's like a fucking A. It's like where I live in Arkansas. I mean, like what you're talking about, like around Austin area, it's kind of similar to where I live, Fayetteville now. But Little Rock,
yeah, I've been to
Fayetteville. I grew up in Little Rock area. That shit is country boy town. I mean, it's big city country. I mean, well, I ain't gonna say it. There are so many. It's like big city liberal, but at the same time, it's just like it's so hard line, because it's a small city, but it's a big city, so it's hard line with all the fucking fake liberals and shit. It's so fucking stupid, man. I miss Little Rock, but at the same time I don't. I live in Fayetteville now, but it's like I see some shit happening in Little Rock that I knew was coming, and I'm just glad I'm not there.
Yeah, I'd take Fayetteville over Little Rock. Little Rock for sure.
Yeah, Little Rock's pretty. Well, I mean, if you like big city country, I guess Little Rock's cool, but
they're like city slicker shit kickers.
There's city slicker libtards.
They're not shit kickers.
They're not shit kickers anymore. They're city slicker libtards now, and that shit really pisses me off that Little Rock turned into that.
Yeah, everybody's going the way of Portland.
Yeah. Oh, it's like Little Rock is the new, the southern. Well, I'm not saying holy because WHOLLY, holy Portland thing, because I mean, of course, there's always a shitload of rednecks in Little Rock, but but like as far as downtown goes, they're wholly fucking liberal, man. Crazy.
Yeah, it used to be.
They put the
Fuck you.
Baphomet.
It used
They
to be,
put the
"Fuck you, I won't
Baphomet
do what you tell
statue.
me."
They put the Baphomet statue at the Capitol 2 years ago.
In Arkansas?
Yeah, in Little
dude.
Rock.
I was trying to explain that to my mom. She's like, "Why would they do that?" And I was like, "Well," so I went off for 5 minutes. She's like, "Oh, I never thought of it that way." And I'm like, "Yeah, and it's even worse than that, but I'm not going to keep going."
Like, what are you going to tell somebody when they really just like, hey, I'm watching Lifetime.
Well, she doesn't watch, but here's what sucks. She's
Either
a
way.
food safety lawyer. She's a food safety lawyer, and so she talks with the FDA all the time. She's constantly researching stuff, and she's getting fed a lot of lines of BS and some truth, right? So it's hard for her to tell, and it's hard for me to tell her what she's being fed. And I was like, "Did you look at the ingredients before you had your subscription?" She goes, "Yes, I looked at all the fucking." And I was like, "Okay, so then because she is." So I said, because you trusted what you read and put that into your body, you were lied to about what's in it. Because if you were really told what's in it, you wouldn't have taken it. Mom, does that make sense to you? She just couldn't. She's like, all this and that, and you got to be afraid of all this. And I'm like, okay, alarmist. I'm going to stop. I'm going to go back to not watching the news. Thanks.
All right, so you're the guy introducing fear porn while they watch the fear porn.
Oh no, I'm not introducing fear porn. She asked me why they put the Baphomet
I'm being facetious.
there, and I was like, well, let me tell you. What's that?
I was being facetious. The fear porn comes over the TV, not through your honest.
Gotcha. I got you.
Introduction.
Yeah, you were following along in character. I got it.
So anyway, yeah. It's worse. It's worse and better than people believe, because there are a lot of people slowly waking up. But if you watch the news, you're and believe that bullshit, you're already out of the loop, for what's coming. But that's.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I can't talk about it anymore. With at least my family, they don't want to talk to me about it anymore, because everything that I've been predicting is coming true. And instead of, instead of saying, "Holy shit, you're right," they want to take it personally and forget it. They want to forget totally that I even predicted. I said 6 months ago. Remember, I said they're going to start making these things mandatory.
6 years ago.
No, just 6 months ago. Yeah, but yeah. Oh, hell yeah, I've been talking about this since 2001. All this stuff. But, I said 6 months ago, Mom, you and I were sitting right at this table, and I remember saying that they're going to make it mandatory, and she said that, and I remember you saying, "Honey, that's so ridiculous. They would never do that. It's unconstitutional, this, that, and the other." And then we had breakfast at the same place 6 months later, and I'm like, see? What, how many times I don't even want to say "I told you so" for the sake of that. I hate those 4 words, "I told you so." So just start listening, please. But they don't. Nobody in my family gives a fuck about that.
There's nothing. Almost
they want to toe the line.
You can do about it. Hey, check this out. I just shared this in the admin mods chat. It popped up on my Facebook feed. Let me post it here. This popped up in my feed. I reshared. I shared it again 6 years ago. Speaking of, did it pop up?
Oh, nice. Yeah, it did.
Six fucking years ago.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think Republicans and Democrats are just different cheeks on the same butt.
That's funny. I like that. I never saw that one, and I was way into it back then too.
Well, it's just like
awesome.
Facebook popped that up on my feed today. I'm like, you damn right. I've been talking about this shit for a long time. You guys freaking trying to vote for somebody? They're different cheeks on the same goddamn
it's
butt.
Hilarious. The illusion of choice, the illusion of freedom.
I got the same issue that you do with some of my family, where it's like, all right, so this is how it's going to go down, and they just, you have to sit there sometimes awake at night and say to yourself, why is it that they don't listen to me? And it isn't so much that. It's that they really do kind of want the Matrix, because the Matrix offers them something that we don't, and that's the idea that they have control. Like, they think that they're well informed. They think that they can make decisions based on what they hear, but they really don't. If you know the truth, there's this illusion. They believe that, oh well, that I don't have control. Then if the government really is that tyrannical and oppressive, then how can I fight back against it? Well, part of the fighting back is just knowing the truth, but they don't see it that way. They like their paradigm. It's comfortable enough. But I'm holding out hope and praying that eventually it gets so bad they finally go, fine, you were right, I was wrong. Now what are we supposed to do? I don't know what that is.
Now what do we do about it? Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know what that breaking point is, because I got a brother-in-law that has taken the jab, and even though I warned him 1,000 times, I'm like, dude, you don't want this. Didn't listen. It's like, bro, what do you think it'll benefit you? What has it gained you? And he can't even articulate it. But I don't know. It's sad.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And I, excuse me, I love my family. I'm going to see my grandma here in an hour. And, she's making me some dinner. I told her not to do, she's 90 years old. I told her not to stress out I'm just going to come over, and if you have food you want to give me, I'll grab it and I'll cook it myself. You don't have to stress out. She's cooking anyway. And I got all these, my grandparents are not getting any younger. My dad already died of cancer, stuff like that. And, I want my family to be the thing that I don't want to have to fall back on it. I'm saying I want my family to be, because this is the way it should be, the strongest thing I have in my life. And I want to be one of the strongest things they have in their lives. Right. And this situation, to me, the worst part of it is the isolation and the separation of the family. To me, that's the absolute, that's the kicker. I'll wear a mask all day, every day, everywhere I go, as long as I don't have to have my family hate me.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm not talking about getting a jab for the same thing. I'm not going to sacrifice a bunch of stuff, but you know what I mean? What's a mask? If that's all it was, I'll do it. But now it's all you have to literally sacrifice, like, everything. If you don't get the jab, you don't keep your job. If you don't get the jab, you don't do this. And so now it's becoming an issue of even the things that are the strongest in people's lives, like their connection to their families. You have to go along to get along in society if you want to keep anything in your life.
Well, it's like even if you're around your family, they know you don't want to have that on your face because they know that you don't agree. It's like so it's always kind of a thing between you, It's like, I'll wear a mask around you if you want me to, And it's like there's always this kind of thing. What is at the end of the day? What the fuck does a mask do anyway? Is it?
It's a ritual.
Yeah, and it's how you. But ultimately, like if people like us, have family and brothers, sisters, mothers, aunts, and uncles, cousins, and everything, and they're all wearing masks, and they know that you don't actually want to do it, but you're there, and they know what you do. Like they, all my family knows what I do on the internet and shit. I'm against this shit, and if I show up with a mask, they're gonna, which. If I'm inside the house or whatever, nobody wears masks, but the mask is really, it's a cover for, the mask doesn't protect you from anything, which we know that, but it's just kind of, it's so weird to be involved, in a social situation where you're wearing a mask going, can you understand me? I'm a lip reader. I mean, I can barely hear, but because I've been involved in heavy metal music for a long time. My ears, I can't really hear much, so I read lips. If you have a fucking mask on, I can't fucking understand what you're saying unless I put my ear right next to your mouth. You know what I'm saying? God damn.
Yeah, dude. I went to the store to get some stuff the other day, and the girl who was checking me out, I couldn't hear what she was saying, right? So I put my ear closer, and then I had to put my face beyond the plexiglass thing that separated us just so I could hear her.
I know, it's like, how many times do you have to apologize for not understanding what they're saying?
Dude,
because
no,
they have
she was being cool about it. She was being cool about it. Listen to what happened though. She was being fine with it. She even lowered her mask so I could hear her because she's not a fucking robot moron idiot. But the other lines of checkout traffic, 2 or 3 lines around me, people just looking at me like, oh, I can't believe he just stuck his head around the plexiglass. Oh, no, look at this motherfucker risking everybody's safety.
As if the COVID couldn't go through their mask.
Right. Devastating.
God help us. Thing. Yeah. God help us. God.
And I couldn't
give back.
Us. I couldn't dish back enough bitch faces, resting bitch face at these people. There were too many people. Not enough of my face. God, they were all so judgy.
Well, I guess that's where we are.
I was like,
now,
wait a second. So because I want to hear my total, I just wanted to hear my total. And it was my ear that crossed the
wait, you went up to the counter to buy something, and you couldn't hear her say the sum total of the price that you were paying for this, and then you were like, what did you say? What's the total? And then you moved closer. And then she had to pull her mask away, God forbid, to actually tell you the total.
So yeah, and I'll bet, given the looks that I was getting, this is Whole Foods, so you can understand the clientele. I'll bet.
Oh, that's
brilliant. I'll bet at least a handful of those Karens went home and told their husbands all about it. And this
holy
guy was
fucking shit! I gotta go to Whole Foods and see if they do that shit to me. I mean, masks aren't required around here, but there's a Whole Foods. I mean, people still wear masks, but it's not required where I live. I gotta go to Whole Foods and see if I can fucking.
Dude,
because a lot of the workers do. I go to a local Walmart. Some of the workers wear masks, some don't. They have their own choice, and most of them are young, and it's like, all right, so I have a young person that's wearing a mask and another young person that's not wearing a mask. They work there, so you're not required to wear a mask, and you're young and healthy. Why the fuck why do you have a fucking mask on your face when you're working next to someone that chooses not to wear a mask? I mean, this is the most insane thing I've ever seen in my life.
Right. I don't know how to explain it. I used to think that my fellow man were 100% rational human beings, and they only get ignorant on occasion. But it's a totally different story now. It only took a year to separate the wheat from the chaff.
Ignorance is bliss. I mean, that's a given for most people, but this choice is like, if you work at Walmart, you can choose to wear a mask or not. At least where I live, you can choose to wear a mask or not, and then do whatever you want to at Walmart with the mask on or not. And some of the employees wear a mask, some don't. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
Oh, that's funny. That's a funny one. Sometimes you feel like a crazy person.
Mounds don't.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck are we supposed to do at this point? It's like even in this, well, It's not funny though. It's fucking. If you're not gonna, if you don't laugh at it, you're gonna cry. You know, it's like
That's what I mean.
Fucking A. You know. I don't know. I don't know what to do about it because they're not gonna. They've actually taken kids out of schools, and they're saying, "Hey, you can do school on the internet." And that school, that's not school.
Yeah, it's not, but that's okay. I'm in school right now on the internet, and I wouldn't have it any other way, for sure.
No, I get that, but not the way that kids are being taught in school. Like, that's not classroom teaching, you know.
Well, yeah, and the thing that's good about classical, I guess, education is that it's groups of kids together learning about stuff together. To me, that's great. Now, the curriculum is the problem, right? And the teachers being fed bullshit because they were fed bullshit by their teachers and their parents, etc. That's the problem, the information being disseminated. But being in a group setting, especially as young people, growing up physically, emotionally, mentally, in a world, in a society, they have to be around other people to be able to adjust better, more quickly and more solid.
Yeah, but what if that never happens to anyone again? I think they're pushing everyone toward that. As much as I fucking hated school, I fucking loved it. You know.
Well, dude,
like I pushed back. You know, I pushed back against not the teachers, not the principals. You know, I got to know people directly. You know, I mean,
exactly.
Virtual school, you'll never actually physically meet anybody.
Right. Well, that's the thing. The humanity is being taken completely out of the situation. I wouldn't have most of my lifelong best friends if it weren't for elementary, middle, and high school. No fucking question about it. And a lot of people made their best friends in college because we're groups of people getting together doing stuff together. So even if indoctrination reigns on paper for grades, you're still having real connections out there with people, right? Having some real life stuff go on, and that's being completely ruined right now. And that's fuck.
Fucking sad. You know, that's why I said you said ugh, just like I did too. It's just like I mean, as far as like the relationships that I've had online, I've met people here, and yeah, I mean it's not necessarily genuine, but I've met people here that I feel have had similar experiences. That's me.
Right.
You know, as far as like but as far as teenagers moving forward, and they can't even fucking attend school anymore, and they have to do it online. They're never going to get the experience that we had. It's fucking crazy.
But you need to develop, calluses on your hands and figuratively in your relationships, right? You need to go through trials and tribulations. And how is it that you've never even physically touched somebody, but what are we going to hear about in 10 years? There's been like this 6 or 7 year relationship and they haven't even fucking seen each other yet. They're going to get married virtually. It's like, no.
Shit, I got freaking suspended in junior high from a couple of fights, or like I physically fucking hit somebody,
Yeah. Yeah, we're not even going to see playground fights anymore. God damn it. What a sad state.
And it's like the kids would be like, Uncle Dennis, you actually hit somebody on the playground when you were in junior high? Oh, yeah. Well, fuck yeah, I did, because he fucking came at me.
Yeah, exactly. He was there and he was coming towards me. I had to do something about that, right? Oh, you kids don't even know about anything like that, do you?
See, this is why I cry about this shit sometimes. Like, these kids don't even know what it's like to be on the real playground. You know what I mean?
Well, but you said it earlier, ignorance is bliss. So they actually don't know what they're missing. And in that sense, unfortunately, that's okay. in my opinion. You know what I mean? If you don't know what you're missing, you don't know that you're missing it.
I don't know. Maybe, dude, the physical world is much, much better than the virtual. So,
yeah, but they won't know the difference, dude.
But if you don't
I
see
do
what's
know the difference
coming,
because we're in the virtual right now talking to each other.
Well,
but
but it's still a real connection.
If you don't see what's coming, then something might come at you and bite you in the ass. And so in that scenario, ignorance is not bliss.
But as far as the physical is involved, we're almost the last dish effort of people that actually experience the world in the physical. So the way that we talk about it is, we're moving forward. It's just like, hey, I got punched in the mouth one time when I was a kid, but can you virtually get punched in the mouth? Yes, because that's your virtual persona, but it doesn't.
Well, I think in some people's minds that's true, and evidence of that is all the people that are too scaredy cat to come in here from the YouTube chat.
Oh, there are hundreds of thousands of those. And I think they've come across our channel and they're even too scared to even type in the YouTube chat. Let alone come in the Discord, because they have big bucks in here, like talking about flat Earth. And they have no idea why people think the Earth is flat. Hey, and anyone listening, listen all day. But if you grow a pair, get your ass in here. And ladies, if you grow some ovaries, get your ass in here too. There's only two sexes. If there was no procreation, there can only be procreation with male female. I mean, you can fabricate it another way, I guess, if you want to make shit up. I mean, look at history. It's like male, female, man, woman, child, son, daughter, boom, families, boom, boom, boom. Why are you trying to make something else that it's not? I'm sorry, did I say that? I said it softly, so that the people that would be offended aren't offended, but they might be. And to be honest, I don't give a shit. And I'm going to go smoke a Marlboro Red Cowboy Killer. I'll be back.
Would anybody like to take a dab?
What, a virtual dab? I freaking can't take a dab over the mic, but you can go ahead.
Would you like to take one with me?
I can't, because I actually don't. I love THC, but it really gives me anxiety, so I can't do it anymore. So
I do understand. I say if you do enjoy the effects but want something a little less psychoactive, there are alternatives such as
hit that shit, man. I'm already there, so you don't have to worry about it. It's obvious I'm already there because all the shit that I've been talking shit and whatever. Hey, when I hit the shit, it puts me too far out there. So yeah, I'm already way the fuck out there anyway. So yeah, hit it, bro. Anyone want to take a dab with the dabber?
I'm gonna be heating up my Puffco Peak Pro.
Oh, you heating it up right now?
Like to join? Just know that I am currently dabbing.
BSD is currently dabbing. Anyone want to take a concurrent dab with BSD?
I'm doing it the old.
I mean, if I took one, which I know this for a fact because I've done it. If I take one good friggin' dab, it puts me somewhere I don't want to be.
I'm doing it the old-fashioned way.
And it probably puts me somewhere else that you guys don't want me to be either. And you guys probably don't even want me to be here this way. Yeah,
cheers, Jimmy, by the way.
So there you go. BSD. Boom. Is it hot enough?
We're doing about a 530 degree dab.
You about to hit it? Hit it.
I am currently hitting.
All right. Well, you can't talk while you're hitting.
I can on the exhale.
Oh, there we go.
Otherwise, you'd be like, curly hitting.
He's probably gonna go on mute in a second so he can cough his brains out. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
They're pretty smooth.
No thanks.
No. As a legendary stoner, I love how it feels. I just don't like how it makes me feel these days.
Have you gone by any chance? Have you sauntered? Hey, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, you sound great, Jen.
Okay, good. Have you gone into a dispensary and talked to a bud tender and let them know your situation? And they probably would have an excellent recommendation, I would say.
Well,
different terpene profiles will affect others in different ways. So a strain that may not give someone anxiety may give you anxiety, and vice versa.
Sure. Yeah. You sure? Well, I mean, I live in Arkansas. It's not, it's not legal. I mean, CBD is legal, but not THC.
Yeah. What's the closest you'd have to go for recreational if you were just for conversation?
Oh, Missouri. I mean, I'm really close.
Well, it's not recreational, Missouri.
Well, are you sure about that?
I'm gonna be mighty pissed the fuck off if it is. I'm pretty sure it's not. I go like near St. Louis. It's only like an hour and 15 minutes away, like East St. Louis in Illinois. I mean, from the parking lot of the dispensary, I can see the arch. I mean, it's that close. But yeah, it's not recreational here just yet, but I do believe they're, I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but I would imagine they're working on it. What state wouldn't want to have it legal? All that revenue. It's stupid.
Yeah, sure. I mean, and to be honest, I mean, me personally, I don't necessarily miss it. There are aspects of the psychoactive thing. It's just like, I just want a little bit of the psychoactive effects because, like I can take, like, homeboys like, hey, I'm going to have to hit a dab. That will put me out for like
oh my god,
4
no,
hours.
you do not need a dab. All you need is one good hit of flour, and that's all you need.
No, I just want to I just want to float. I don't want to fucking just be stoned as fuck. I just want to float because I'm already drinking. I just want to float around a little bit because if I hit a dab, it's just that shit just freaking rocks me to no one's business. One freaking huge dab. I mean, I can't do it, man. It's just beyond. And I used to smoke the shit out of some good weed, but it's just like one dab just roasts me. Can't throw.
Hey Jenny,
don't
it
need
shouldn't be
it.
taxed. Weed shouldn't be taxed where it's legal. It shouldn't be taxed at all. No drugs.
Dude, they tax the fuck out of that shit, man. Like
I know they do,
I'm
but they
guessing
shouldn't.
it's like, yeah, it's like $20 per $100 you spend, something in that range.
Yeah, there should be no tax on that at all.
Yeah, they're double dipping the fucking bastards. I just want to smoke weed and not be hassled. That's all. You know what I'm saying? It's bullshit.
Yeah, and to make it even worse, it changes from state to state, but there are a few different states that have different policies that have different ends in sight when they make these policies, and that is to consolidate economic power. So it's very hard to start a mom and pop, small time weed growing operation or weed selling operation. But if you're big, you have lots of money, you're running with the big boys, you can monopolize it even when it's legal.
Yeah. Yeah. It's what I need to do is maybe learn how to grow the shit myself. That would probably be most advantageous for me. That way I don't have to participate with the legal weed dispensary places and pay extra money, and I hate that. I hate it. But I don't have a guy, quote unquote a guy where I am right now, so this is how it is. Paying way too much fucking money.
Yeah, the best stuff's on the black market anyway. The best stuff wouldn't sell for an economical price if it was on the legal market, so it's sold on the black market. So all the stuff you find in any dispensary anywhere is all below standard when it comes to the black market.
Motherfuck, I'm not surprised at all. That totally makes sense because I've been kind of getting burned out on this weed. I buy like a quarter or no, an eighth of like 2 or 3 different kinds, because I want an indica, sativa, and a hybrid. I don't know. I need to maybe make a greater effort of finding a quote unquote a guy. But yeah, so that's really sad news to hear about that it's substandard to the black market.
Yeah, and by the way, the numbers that they print on those labels and the stuff that they sell in stores legally, don't take any of them seriously. There's a buddy of mine that I know of who's in the extracts, industry. Builds those machines that do them, and then he operates them. People pay him to operate them. He told me that here in Portland, Oregon, all you have to do is just go to any of these laboratories and hand them $100 bill under the counter or over the counter, and they'll just put whatever numbers you want on anything. So, nobody stops them. Nobody really carefully regulates it. Who's going to stop them?
Son of a bitches. Damn. Yeah, I appreciate that information. I need to make a better effort to stop going to the...
Hey everyone. I haven't been on the server in quite some time. I lost my old Discord account. My old name it was either Rehab or Scooter. But yeah, I used to come on here all the time. But I'm back, so hello.
So are you a flat earther?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I was a silver member.
Oh, well, I would imagine there'd be a few people around here eventually that can vouch for you and all that.
I'm waiting for Blaze the Nazarene to come online. She'll remember me for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm just saying I'm back. A lot of things happened in my life. I wasn't able to go on Discord. I lost my old account, but now I'm here.
Well, glad you found your way back.
Yeah. So what's the conversation going on right now?
Well, we're off topic. So if you have anything to share, by all means.
Oh, okay, cool. So, yeah, so I ended up getting out of the military, and now COVID kind of ruined my life of living in Japan, so now I'm living in Colombia. That's
Well,
pretty good
glad you're
here.
hanging in there.
Glad what?
Glad you're hanging in there.
Thanks, Jenny. I appreciate it. How are you doing?
Oh, just laying low in a little small town.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, the restrictive commerce really honestly didn't affect me because I wasn't really in it like that, like traveling and, being used to going out to eat all the time because I made enough money to do so. All that stuff didn't affect me. So,
yeah. The pandemic hoax really messed everything up for me. The hoax, the COVID hoax.
Well, yeah, we want to be careful for the sake of the YouTube live stream. But off topic, you can talk all you want on a Discord voice chat. You know what I mean? Sorry. I love talking about that.
It's not good to talk about that.
Well, just not on the YouTube live stream. If you were to go to a different voice channel on our server, you could talk all you want. But you can't.
Got it.
But also, you can't be talking about, like in text, no texting about the Rona. Just in non-live streamed.
Right,
voice.
I got you. Because they'll say it's misinformation and it'll make a problem.
Right, yeah. So we don't need anybody up our butts about that stupid shit.
I got it. Yeah, I remember in the beginning it wasn't a big deal, but now it's actually getting cracked down on.
Well, so the one way it did affect me is, I do like to go to coffee shops, especially ones that like do music and show art and all that kind of stuff. And all those were closed down, and that's my way of like meeting people. So I'm just now in the last like 2 months, everybody's coming out of their shell, so to speak. So it's kind of looking up for me. Hopefully.
It actually destroyed my entire life. It destroyed my marriage. It made it so I couldn't live in Japan anymore. It left me aimlessly traveling around the world, trying to find a new home country.
Sorry to hear that.
It ruined everything for me, really. But I'm coming back from it now. I'm starting to feel better, so that's why I'm here on Discord. I made a Discord account again. I'm starting to relax again, so that's why I'm back. But yeah, it was rough. I'm just talking about the restrictions because of it. The travel restrictions, the rules are what screwed me over.
Yeah, that's got to really sting for a lot of people.
Well, I mean, here, just try and imagine this, right? So imagine if your whole purpose is to live in a country that's not your home country. Like that's where you built your life. So imagine if you spent all these years building your life in Asia, learning Asian languages, learning Asian culture, and then COVID happens, and now all the borders are closed, and you can no longer enter any of these countries. So everything you spent building up your life for is now useless, and now you have to start over. So now I'm in Colombia learning Spanish. I've basically started from the beginning, and plus I went to Brazil and Costa Rica, trying to find where my new home country would be. And I basically spent a year going between countries I didn't end up, wanting to live in before.
Okay, so I can't say, I guess it's not really fair for me to say that I wasn't affected by it. I mean, absolutely, financially. I was used to working in a factory, making a lot, like twice as much as I do now. And, so it took everything I had to make my car payment, because right when everything happened, I'm like, okay, well, I guess I have to become an essential worker. So I started working in a gas station right after everything hit the fan. And now I've been working in a grocery store for a year. And I was telling my mother, who was upset that I don't want to get a prick, and I told her, I said, with all the exposure I've had, I should be not alive.
That's what I'm saying. Right,
But that's just my personal experience. I'm not saying about, I would never say anything that, what people say. I don't challenge people's position on this, what's going on.
No,
Because it's so inconsistent. It's crazy. I mean, people are being yanked in all different kinds of directions, and it's really.
Everyone lost their jobs. The entire economies got shut down. Entire places went out of business. And I assume you live in the United States, right? If I'm right, you do. So anyway, if you live in the United States, it's different than if you live in like one of these other countries. Because in the United States, the government can afford to bail people out and have little COVID checks and unemployment and all that stuff. But think about all the countries that are poor countries to begin with, and their economies are shut down. And now there's people starving to death because they don't have money to pay for food.
Dude, I've heard about stuff like that happening. And, because it's not happening to me personally or in areas that I know, it just seems like it's some sort of movie and it's not really happening. It's insane.
No, it's nuts.
But anyway, let's do a new person check in here because we don't want to go on this topic too long. I mean, unless somebody higher up than me wants to make that, show. Let's see. We got Caps in here. Has anybody talked to him? Caps, are you there? What's going on?
Yeah, I am.
Wait, is that who I've been talking to? Wait,
That's
sorry.
who you've been talking to. That's who you've been talking to this whole
I
time.
have a really bad habit of not looking at my phone. My apologies.
It's fine. I just thought it was funny. You're like, oh, look, Caps is here. What is Caps? I've been talking this whole time.
Okay, I just wasted a brain fart. Sorry. That was bad.
No, that's fine. Yeah, let's change the topic, though.
Oh, man. It makes me think of my favorite meme, the one with Cat Williams where he's looking around confused. It's like, you're like, I'm right here. Okay, think we have any other VC verified people in here. Let me see. We got Nick. He's not even VC verified. So Nick would need to have to go to VC check-in. Oh, Geomancer is VC verified. I don't know if he was talking earlier. He seems to be playing a game. I don't know. Playing a game and listening to flat earthers. What fun.
Who?
Geomancer. Oh, he's even deafened. Okay, never mind.
Heroes of the Storm. Okay. Yeah, I don't really play video games anymore.
Hey, Caps, if I'm getting too personal, you can tell me to go fly a kite, but I've heard that this has been a large problem since this whole fiasco started. But what happened between you and your wife? Did she just buy the propaganda, or what happened? Or you can just
Oh, what? Why did I get divorced? Because of COVID?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, we didn't get divorced because we had an argument about whether COVID was real or not. We got divorced. So I was in the military, right? And my marriage was already on the rocks. You know, we were finally recovering, right?
Yeah.
And then COVID happened, and I lost my job. I was an English teacher in Japan, and she was a hairdresser. So we both lost our jobs, so we were just stuck in the house together. And then, we couldn't go out and do anything. I remember the government authorities, they took ropes, and they put ropes around the beach. They went to parks, parks that kids would play in with, pull-up bars and, things like that. They put ropes and caution tape around the pull-up bar, and they closed down all the businesses. I'm telling you, it was like something out of a movie. You couldn't do anything. Nothing. You couldn't go to the store. You could go to the store to get groceries, but you couldn't go to the beach. You couldn't go to the park. I would have been fine had they just shut down the nightclubs and things like that. Sure, whatever, but there was nothing we could do. All we did was sit in the house all day and just be miserable and fight and argue with each other.
Right. This is in Japan, you said?
Yeah, this was in Japan.
I'm sorry, man.
No, don't be sorry. It's not your fault. It's just, I'm pretty good now here in Colombia, but right now I'm actually doing really well. But it was a long ride to come out the other side of this disaster.
Now, I've heard that Central and South America are way more chill about this whole thing. Is that true?
So what it is here in Colombia, you're supposed to wear masks. You got to wear a mask most of the time if you go into a store or a bank or something. But every business is open as usual. Even the nightclubs are open. All it is just if you're in a public space, you should be wearing a mask. That's the only thing.
Okay.
But no, it's totally back to normal.
Well, not totally.
Yeah, close as you would expect.
Well, I go to the night. Huh?
Did you say Australia is totally back to normal?
No, South America. Colombia specifically.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Continue.
I have no clue what's going on in Australia.
No, I think Australia is the new normal.
Yeah, I want to go to the old normal.
I do just want to say real quick, being someone that did have it at one point, and for being as fortunate as I was and not having it as bad, I've seen people in a much better physical state and a lot healthier than myself. I just hope that no one gets it, because no one should have to go through that.
Wait, you had what? What did you have?
I had, the thing.
Well, that's not a binary test, right? When a woman takes a pregnancy test, it's either 1 or 0, right? The thing that you took is not like that. So if you're going to make the claim that you had it, I need to know, how do you know that you didn't have that, or just the regular, thing that people have been taking jabs for the past 40 years?
Oh, yeah, no, I did multiple tests. It was found within my system, as well as the antibody test. And I did a few. And I 100% taste and smell.
Could you bring us through the scientific method of how you verified that such a thing, well, hold on a second. Do you think that the V word thing is something that can move through the air from one individual to another? In the way that they describe? Yeah,
I mean,
Miley Cyrus?
through the air, I don't think it. I
Yeah,
thought
the
it
Miley
was like
Cyrus. Can the
liquid
Miley
drop.
Cyrus move from one person to another through the air? Do you think so?
I mean, through the air? No, I thought it was like through, actual fluids.
No,
But
it can't that way either. It can only do so intravenously, from blood to blood, or syringe to blood, injectable blood, intravenously. So yes, spitting in someone's mouth will not transmit a Miley Cyrus from one person to another. They can slobber all over your face like a dog. It doesn't make any difference.
See, the thing is, there's so many theories out there. There's the terrain theory, and then there's the scientific. No, it's actually not scientific theory. It's the germ theory. All right, so the terrain theory. Think about it like this: the terrain theory. You can't have the fungus that grows on your battery terminals if it's covered in axle grease, right? It won't grow. It can't grow. It's not suitable terrain. And then the germ theory is that if you take snot from someone who has the Spanish flu in the 19 teens, then you're going to get the Spanish flu. But you know what?
19 teens.
That doesn't always happen, right? Some people actually did ingest snot from someone who was sick with the Spanish flu, and they didn't get it. So which one's the correct theory? I don't know. Maybe both are wrong. Maybe both are right. But it's not
bottom
settled,
line,
right?
Hank, it's like there are people going out there taking the test to figure out whether or not they have it or they're carriers, right? Even though they don't display symptoms, correct? Is this where we're going with this? It's like, oh, well, they're taking the shit, I'll say it, PCR. Can that confirm whether or not you have this CV19? Fuck it.
AV at all? No, that's not what the purpose of the test was designed for.
All right, well, tell us about it. Go ahead, Elijah.
The only thing I know is that the guy says, no, you can't. That's all I know. His name is Curry Mullis.
Can't confirm CV19.
Curry Mullis, he's all over YouTube still. I don't even know how. And I don't know how people haven't, found him or whatever. But the bottom line is he says whatever the government's doing, these people are idiots. They don't know what they're talking about.
Well, that's like what people
test is designed for is not for what they're utilizing it for.
Yep.
You can't stick some V under a micron telescope and say, yeah, there it is right there. That's what it is.
Well, it's just like that's just like how can you have something that you don't know you have and then be isolated from somebody from a PCR test? That's fucking ridiculous. It's like you can be tested positive or negative with the PCR test, and it doesn't really prove a goddamn thing.
Well, it depends on how many cycles you run, and I wish I had
how many
when
PCR
they
tests are you going to take?
Oh wow!
Sorry,
depends on how many cycles that you run. If you run a sample over 30 cycles, then 50% and better beyond that is going to be false positive. Again, that's not me making that up. That's just what it is.
You're exactly right. It doesn't prove a goddamn thing.
Even the CDC said they can't tell the difference between the flu and COVID with the PCR test.
But
actually, it's I thought the CDC actually said in March last year on their own website that CV19 is a list of symptoms and nothing else. which kind of makes all
Yeah,
of this
the
discussion kind of meaningless.
the diagnosis itself is only from symptoms, not from the frickin' PCR test.
Wait, Helio, I think you're taking that a little step too far. I said just a list of symptoms,
Well,
which means that,
take
the
it as far as you
cause
want to.
is a completely separate subject that's not even addressed in that
Because
sentence.
flu has disappeared this year. There's no such thing as a flu anymore.
That was
Yeah, but
last
Helio,
year.
my question to you is, do you know what causes
The flu is so
in the
last
first
year. I mean, come on,
No.
man.
Even in 2020, they stopped tracking flu deaths.
Yeah, but guys, I think you're missing the point, though, that I'm
No,
pretty sure the
we
flu
totally
is
get
not
the
caused
point.
by something. No. What I'm saying is, you need to. I get that you get the point. What I'm saying is, you need to remind other people that the flu itself, I'm not sure if you get this yet, is not actually caused by some magical thing going through the air, and it's not caused by a V word, a Miley Cyrus, or anything inside of you. Like the flu itself is symptoms of a vitamin D deficiency in combination with other things that have nothing to do with the V word. So even when they say that the flu, even when they're comparing that to this or whatever, it's bullshit to begin with, even from step one, is my point.
Yeah, I kind of get that. Yeah,
And that would be the terrain theory, right? So when you got mold on your terminals, on your battery, on your car, and it won't start, right? You got a axle grease deficiency. You need to put more axle grease after you clean them, of course, right? And then the mold cannot grow. It's kind of like coating your smoked turkey with honey, right? No bacteria can get through the layer of honey, and it doesn't decompose as fast. So if you completely cover your, food in honey, it preserves it. Am I roboting or something?
Nah, we hear you good. And yeah, the same thing applies to salt, and the same thing applies to other things.
Right. So think about when people normally get sick, right? They get sick at the end of the winter, January, February, right? When they've been in their house, for several months, not getting a whole lot of sunlight, right? Maybe their food that they're eating isn't getting a whole lot of sunlight, right? Because it's also locked up, right? So if they're not getting the vitamins and nutrients that they need, then they start showing symptoms, right? And then people want to blame it on like germs. So then they want to give you antibiotics, which is like anti-life. And of course, I'm not a doctor. I don't know what I'm talking about, but has the germ theory ever been scientifically validated? Is it a scientific theory?
For bacteria, but none of Koch's postulates have been met. None of them for what's going on now.
Yeah, we can see bacteria, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the microscope. So if I got a bacterial infection, then yeah.
The closest I've ever heard to them coming to isolation is that they've identified cell particles of some kind next to a unhealthy cell that so they've never been able to isolate those particular particles that they have photographed. I mean, with an electron microscope or however they do it. But I haven't looked into it a lot. Just a little.
The original point, I think the guy that was making his claim of his illness, now I have had an illness and it was back like late May, early June. different than anything else I've ever had before. And believe me, I'm on the level with the rest of you guys. I agree 100%. And even the health professionals out there that tend to kind of at least be honest and go, yeah, there's a common thread with whatever this particular illness is. Where it comes from is the big question, whether it's from getting sprayed in the sky or McDonald's or who knows how we're exposed to this particular toxin or whatever it might be that our body's trying to purge. Could be that black goo stuff that people are always talking about. But there is something that really, like, I've had worse flus, but nothing that lasted as long and nothing that saturated my energy like this one did. So, I mean, I got whatever it is that they had or they're talking about, and it's a rough one, but I wouldn't call it. I mean, it's not the extreme that some people are making it out to be.
The most
I remember maybe 2 or 3 years ago, there in I want to say around the fall time, there was something that was going around everywhere. I'm talking 2 or 3 years before COVID came. Sorry, that it just seemed like everybody got it. Like there was a delay between, and I got it, and it was a thing that it just took the energy, sacked the energy right out of you for like 2 freaking months. Like it was tough. It was rough. It does happen. Certain seasons are worse than others. It's always happened. This is no different. They're just playing on that. I mean, it was no different anyway. Now that they're sticking people, now real people are really getting sick and really dying. But we didn't see any of that until they had a cure.
Well, not necessarily, unless radiation poisoning is the cause of this, and certain radiation sources, started up recently. In that case, probably lots of people are getting sick, very few or nobody was dying. But then, like you said, once they start handing out the injectable, then things change.
If someone got the jab, roughly how long would it take for them to, maybe develop symptoms a little bit more quickly than someone else?
Most people coming in with adverse effects are coming in within 72 hours, from what I've heard from some nurses. But that's just the majority. People are having adverse effects, well after. And there was never any long-term trial studies. So who knows? Forever? It could be forever.
Well, what we need to do, because they keep saying, do your research. Fuck all that. Well, I mean, yeah, you should, but really, just go to the hospital and ask someone who will talk to you. Ask them for their experience. Like, that's what we're not doing. We're not doing that. I went to the hospital when this shit first jumped off, and the doctor told me, why are you worried? You'll be good in 2 weeks. Turn off the TV. Well, my girl's doctor quit. That's what she said she was gonna do when she said if they were ever to, because my girl asked if about the mandated bees, right? And she was like, well, my kid, my family, we've never been back. So if they start doing that, I'm out. And she quit. So we should just ask doctors. Like, it's because it's not like they're gonna do it on like a public post, but 9 out of 10 times they'll probably talk to you if you ask them.
Well,
just ask people that would know.
The doctors have been warned again recently that if they say anything that goes against the mainstream narrative, their whole, the settled science, if they say anything against that their job is being threatened, their license is being threatened.
Well, that's fine. Don't ask your doctor. Ask a doctor in passing. You see somebody on the street that is a medical professional, try to spark up conversation with them. Put the pressure on them from the street. Just for your sanity. This isn't for anyone else. This isn't to prove anything. It's just for one's own personal sanity. You see somebody who looks like a medical professional, just ask them what's up.
had people actually come up and ask me in my job if they should get the jab. And my response is always, look, dude, I work at a fucking smoke shop. You're asking the wrong.
Yeah. Question should be something like, what shapes the earth? Oh, it's a globe.
Like,
yeah, you should take
or
it.
someone in scrubs.
I thought you were gonna say like you were like a nurse or some shit like that, or a doctor.
Nah, I'm in the
You're like, dude, I just work at this vape shop. What?
I work in a smoke shop in Dispo, so yeah, I don't know what they're asking me for.
Does the government lie? No, I don't see why they would. Yeah, go ahead and take the jab. I'm on board with memeists these days. I'm done with these people. I think as long as it's not forced, as long as it stays optional, then I think I'm going to jump on board with eugenics and let this thing take out the weak-minded. We'll have a stronger society when they're all gone. Encourage it for them.
You know, I used to be really against memeists until I thought about it, right? And the more I thought about it, I was like, you know what? They're not forcing anybody. So what they're doing, they're just contracting. And who am I to say that they have no right to contract? That goes against my beliefs.
I don't think, at least I hope, that they're not going to be tackling people and forcing it upon them. It'll always be an offer, but I do believe that they're going to make it increasingly hard to say no. That would be, I don't think they're done yet.
Are you talking about in the United States? Because there are plenty of places not in the United States where they have literally held people down and forced them.
That may be true. I've never seen or like validated any of that, but
I've seen videos of it happening.
That's in other places.
Yeah. Videos of it happening while the nurses and stuff are laughing at the person who's freaking out crying.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you, if you think you're gonna force that thing in me, you may as well just take a gun instead and put one in between my eyes. That's it. That's it. May as well. People keep thinking that this is because we're skeptical. No.
Yeah,
no.
hesitant.
I'm not fucking skeptical.
You're not vaccine
skeptical.
hesitant? No.
No, I'm not.
No, of course not. Nobody is. They keep talking about hesitancy. There are no hesitant people left. Everybody who was going to get it by their own volition has gotten it. Okay. At this point, there's only us and them. Anybody who takes it from here on out is being either coerced or forced to get it. And so at that point, like, I know in the beginning, a lot of people were tricked into it by fear, and I feel for them. Sorry. But these people who want to force it on you, no. You know, when Biden said their patience is running thin, so is mine, and I think so are all of yours. And when this shit goes down, it's gonna catch up to them. Heads are gonna roll.
I know it won't. No, it won't, Luke. That's what sucks about this. No, it won't. People ain't gonna do shit. We just had 9/11 where the people that were at least peripherally at fault, they just got to say, we need to pray for the missed ones that we love. Nobody said a damn thing but amen. You know what I mean? Like, and that's like the most the easiest one to accept. That's like a baby bowling ball that they get to roll down your little hallway. I mean, just a two-hander, and they couldn't even hold it together for that.
I think I would be a little more sympathetic for the pro-vaxxers had the information not been out there, right? The information's been out there. So if they're ignorant, it's not because of nations, because there's no knowledge. It's because of ignorance, which means that they didn't seek the knowledge that's out there. So, I mean, I kind of feel bad for them, but the ones that signed up for it, like, oh, I got a free donut. Oh, I did it for my grandma. Like, okay, whatever you did it for, that's on you.
I feel bad. I
mean,
do
it's kind
feel
of like
bad for
smoking
them.
cigarettes.
I feel bad for, but the majority of people that are saying you should just do your research, stop listening to idiots on YouTube. Yeah, I might feel less concerned for them. The ones that swear up and down that, okay, like the anti-flat earthers. So the anti whatever the fuck we will call them in this case. Yeah, I don't feel as bad for them.
They're the anti-lifers, like pro-life, pro-choice. They're anti-life. Okay, that's what they are.
Well, I kind of look at it this way. I mean, we just came through the 20th anniversary of 9/11, right? Patriot Act was written long before the towers went down, but they needed the towers to go down to implement the Patriot Act, right? It's the same thing with this vaccine. This was already written before they came up with this, this COVID bullshit. They already had the vaccine in place. So they had fuck it. They had this in place.
No, not fuck it. Just come on.
All right, well, fuck it. I already said it. So I'm just saying that they already had this in place to implement before this fear porn, Anyway.
Yeah, man. I understand your frustration, Helio. Like we were already tired of it. But we're just like, when is the show gonna end? And
it's not.
Well, unless they put some kind of system in place to because that would be unprecedented, right? Where you have to show your immunization. Yeah, you gotta do that for school, but to go places, if they're gonna do that, that would be a whole new system.
Dude, it's already done. Like at certain clubs in Little Rock, you have to take your vaccine card.
No, but eventually that'll die down. I think. I don't know.
I don't think so.
It's just bad to me. 920.
Okay.
Yeah, that portion of it is just a fact, in my opinion. I don't really know, man. Who would have seen any of this coming? And like you said, Hank, information is fucking everywhere, bro. I don't understand how people cuck this hard, but whatever.
Yeah, like I'm a subscriber to High Frequency Radio, and this guy Yusuf L, he's like, "Did you read the insert?" Asking people like that got the what, and they're like, "No." Like, why the fuck didn't you read the insert? Why would you agree to a contract without reading it? Like, and he said that he went and got a car loan, right? He said, "You're the first person in 20 years I've been doing this to ever read the contract." Like, holy shit! Like, how dumb do you got to be to sign a contract and not read it? Like, how dumb do you got to be to take something from a doctor that appears to be free? Because nothing in the medical industry is free. You paying somehow or another. It doesn't matter if you need something as simple as antibiotics. Like, you got an infected toenail. You go into the doctor and you're at least paying like $109 or something like that, right? So why would they be passing this out for free?
You can walk into Walmart without a doctor's note or anything and get the jab for free right now.
But they're not giving. Guess what? They're not. It's worse than free. They have a program called Joints for Jabs. Now, I know we got a couple uncles locked up forever simply because of the 3-strike law. Just because they was probably either smoking or selling a joint. Rules is rules, right? Meanwhile, they're giving this shit out like candy They're like the lollipops that a dentist will give you after your like, which is think about that. The thing that is most detrimental to your dental health, they give that right to you. Same as this. Okay, I'll give you a joint. You know, I'll give you some of that good googa mooga if you'll go ahead and take this thing. That's the weirdest shit I've ever heard, bro. Like, I'm only 32 years old, and I've never this whole situation is insane. All of the people, punting these dumbass arguments about, well, didn't you didn't complain when you were a fucking baby and you had to get all of those. I was a fucking baby.
Trust me.
Actually, you did complain. You screamed when they freaking stuck needles in your arm.
Yeah, yeah.
When they stuck needles in your arm, you were just like, ah!
I did. I used to scream so hard. Yo, I thought I was the most crazy kid because I said, I'm going to on purpose do this. Like, whether I was the most, yes, on a base level, I knew that I didn't want that, but I wasn't in control. And I remember it. It's like, I remember. I can remember back to when I was 2 years old. Just fragmented memories here and there. I don't remember like conversations and shit. But I remember the times that I had to get, a needle all the way up until the day that I went to Flatlands Avenue. So whatever clinic was over there. And I said, you know what? Today's the day that I'm finally not going to scream anymore. I made that decision after screaming my head off all the way up until about 4 or 5 years old. That's insane. I fucking remember.
I used to let people jab me just so I could see something pierce my skin and it not hurt. I was like infatuated by it. Like, oh, look, this person is like breaking through my skin barrier and it doesn't hurt. And then, like, I remember, like, when I was like 5, I got one in my leg and I had some sort of reaction to it. It hurt later on that night and the next day when I had a fever and got sick.
Hey Hank, Yusuf L's not on YouTube anymore, is he? Where do you find him?
High frequency radio.
On his website, or because I haven't
No,
found
it's a
him on
YouTube channel.
YouTube. He's still on there?
I'll send it to you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, that dude Yusuf L, man, he teaches you how to settle your court cases before you get to court. And that way, when you go to court and the judge is like, okay, so what's going on? And then you've already sent a contract that was not answered to. And of course, silence is acquiescence. I mean, unless the DA just like answers it, I guess maybe that could possibly happen. But yeah, and then when you show the judge, like, hey, we've already settled this, I got a contract right here, and silence is acquiescence. So you remove yourself from the jurisdiction of the court, because I'm not trying to change the subject, but yeah, if you ever want to know how to move in and out of court, this channel right here, I'll post it for you. So this dude, he teaches like common sense stuff like there is no money, right? So I'm going to post this right here. And that may seem, like an outlandish statement to anyone who's never read Modern Money Mechanics, but they tell you that there is no money. Money is gold and silver according to the Constitution.
It's up in there.
We're using, debt instruments, negotiable instruments, and bonds and credits. There's no way to pay off your loan. You can discharge a debt, but there's no way to pay off your loan. And he teaches stuff like, a lot of people think that you have to pay your taxes with dollar bills, but if you look at the IRS agent, if you look at their handbook, it lists several things that's acceptable payment for your taxes, right? And that's why Donald Trump, he's got a multi-million dollar or what?
Where that part
What's
at?
that?
Where that part at? Send me that.
Oh, that's the IRS handbook. You go, but look at the IRS handbook, the IRS agent's handbook, and look at acceptable payments, stuff that they accept. And you'd be surprised that you don't have to give them dollar bills. And that's why Donald Trump, with his multi-million dollar businesses or industry or whatever he's got going on, he only paid like $700 taxes. I paid more than that last year. I paid $2,000. So he knows that you don't have to pay with dollar bills. So he only paid less than $1,000 in dollar bills.
It's just it's all pressure, scare tactics. Man, I don't know. That's what I'm realizing. Everything you think you have to do, you kind of don't have to do.
Exactly.
Not that there aren't
you have to have
rules,
an ID.
but there are ways to go about it, is what I'm saying. There are other avenues, I should say.
Sorry, bro. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, it's my bad too. So, what was I saying? Yeah, I've been told my whole life that you have to have an ID. Like you can't be walking around without an ID. And then I look at the Texas Penal Code 3802, and it says an infraction occurs if you've been arrested, and then the officer asks you to give your name, address, and birth date, and you refuse. That's the only way you have to show your ID unless you're driving. If you're not driving and you're not arrested, you don't have to give your cop an ID. Now
I really got to start getting into this because it's really all about knowledge. It really is. Like, and your tact. So you can't just, be cursing emotional humans out thinking you're going to make it out alive. There's a way to do everything, but it's best to be informed with all the knowledge available. I mean, all the stuff that you be saying, man, I have no fucking idea. I'm like, yo, I probably need to go read a book.
Well, that's the thing about Yusuf El. He'll read, quite a bit to you, but he's just trying to get you to read. He's trying to teach people how to read, and it's like listening to a B.O.B. mixtape. He's educating you or showing you what to look at, right? Because he knows that people don't want to read.
Yeah.
I got another YouTube channel for you too. Let me find it.
Wait, but who's the user? Like, can you send me the stuff like to the inbox?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll just send it to the live stream.
Thank you.
I'll send it to you.
I'll send you. I don't know if you got the I don't know if you got the interview of the funeral director, but if you don't, it's very good. I'll send that to you. And it seems to corroborate with the links that Rich just put in the so he put them where he put them. And everything that I saw in that funeral home director's interview, the data seems to be there for exactly what he was saying. Like, it's insane. It's unreal how very easy it is to see that this is all a sham. It's unreal. But then again, the Earth's a globe, right?
Right.
Well,
Right. Yeah, send me
that's the
that thing. I
idea.
don't know what you're talking about, the funeral director. All right, so there's
Oh,
one.
hell yeah. I'll
I
send
think
that to
I've
you. It's
sent.
going to be a treat. Oh, you said you think you've seen it?
No, I said I've sent you this high frequency radio thing before, and I told you that he's got a college, SPC University, and you're giving him chump change to teach you how to.
Oh, yeah.
What is it? Litigate? No, not litigation. Yeah, litigation. So you're basically arguing on your own behalf because you don't have to pay someone to argue for you, right? So it's kind of like this. I learned a lot of this from Issa too. So if your wife says, "Hey, baby, rub my feet," you say, "Okay, if you rub my back," right? Or if you want to say no, right? If you don't want to contract with this person, you say, "Okay, if you go cook me a pot roast and then barbecue me some ribs and then come back in here and rub my back for an hour, I'll rub your feet for 10 minutes." Right? And then she's going to go, "No, no. Okay, I'll just keep playing my video games then." Got him.
Right, right. Well, I mean, I don't mean right. Do that, but
that's
I
what you're
get
doing.
what
That's
you mean.
because that's what you're doing with these people. So it's kind of like
Sure.
Carl
If
Lentz.
you give me $1 million, no problem.
Yeah, yeah. So what Carl Lentz does, he says, "Sure, I agree to everything you just said. Just so long as you get one man or woman to take the stand and say that I've done wrong, I'll write a check right here and right now." So he's agreeing with him. Yes, everything you just said is correct. I completely agree. I'm willing to pay right now, just so long as a man or woman will take the stand and say that I've done them wrong. And the thing is that they're all hiding behind their badge. They're hiding behind their office. The DA is never going to take the stand and say that you did him wrong because he wasn't even there. He's not even a witness. Everything that comes out of the DA's mouth is hearsay because he wasn't there. So it's like we don't know any of this stuff because we weren't taught this shit. But yeah, if there's new people in the voice check-in, please send them in. Sorry, I'm talking so much.
Oh, I did VC check-in earlier, but I'm a little indisposed at the moment.
See, all this stuff can be, compared to the flat Earth. It's all the stuff that is true that we were never taught. We were put in a mindset to believe that our legal system is a certain way when it really isn't. And I think Hank could probably vouch for this. All of our legal system is based on commerce. It's all money. It's all debt and contracting and so on and so forth, trusts and all that stuff. So if you don't know anything about trusts, commerce, estates, discharging of debts, what actually debt is, especially in this system, then everyone's going to assume that paper dollars are money, which they are not. They represent debt, and debt can only be discharged. It cannot be used to pay for things. But we live in a totally different paradigm. It's all in the mind.
Funny thing about that is economics class in high school, junior year, I remember being taught by the teacher exactly that money is debt. We're saying they don't teach you that, but at least at my school they did.
Well, that's interesting. That was probably a pretty good teacher then. They knew something that most don't, because all I ever learned was accounting.
Yeah, there was the odd teacher here and there that definitely did go out of their way to share some interesting information. Like there's always that one interesting teacher where you're like, "What? Really?" And then they got fired for whatever reason, or they left.
much about this prosperity fund?
Oh yeah, Saint Germain.
Yeah, that realm. What are your thoughts,
Yeah,
Hank?
they've been talking about it for a really long time, and we haven't seen anything. So, it's a cool story. Some people think it might be the mark of the beast. That when you enter into the contract and you accept whatever they want you to accept, that you get all this money, and that's why so many people would willingly take it. I guess whatever other people think is fine, but I think it's just a cool story. All right, so I posted this other YouTube channel called Delete Laws, and he goes over why the Supreme Court are legislating from the bench, which they're not supposed to be doing that. For example, the Terry versus Ohio is case law that allows them to come up and pat you down, right? And this guy is saying that we need to get rid of these unelected officials that are making this legislation from the bench because there's a lot of case law that we don't like. Terry versus Ohio, that's one of the ones that you hear a lot, Another one is Roe v. Wade, right? We don't like that. But yeah, it's like these Supreme Court justices, sometimes they really screw up. And then it creates case law and it creates a precedent that's very, very hard to overturn. So that's what the other channel is about, Delete Laws. And this dude will teach you some case law. And he is just a little fireball full of energy. I think there's probably some YouTube videos, like 100 cases that you need to know about, or something like that. Everybody needs to know their case law.
I wonder if a vaccine case will ever go to the Supreme Court.
I believe it already has in the early 1900s. There was a guy who went to court saying that he's already had a vaccine and it caused him damage, and it was ruled that he had to take it even though he didn't want to. I think Alan Dershowitz is a lawyer who talks about this.
And people don't understand, right? Like, I don't know how they're doing this or what the case is for everyone or for the majority. But the only reason that they would have anyone have any adverse anything is because the numbers need to come from somewhere that they have to manipulate. And they know that most people aren't going to look into it. Just like the numbers are coming from somewhere now. And they've been saying on TV, all of these hospitalizations and everything, all of these deaths are coming from the unV. Where at? Where that at? I live in fucking New York City, man. I'm tired of the bullshit. Where it at? Now, if I go out, it'll be for a totally different reason. You know, it won't be because I had some sort of flu-like symptoms. I don't got. Where's that at? I haven't even had so much as a cold since this shit began.
I had about 2 days where
y'all heard me sick. I've been here damn near every day.
At work.
Sorry.
So another thing that's come out.
Good.
Oh, sorry, Hank. Yeah, you're roboting. So another thing that's come out is an article by, I think it was from The Guardian, actually, saying that as many as 50% of the hospitalizations are for mild or asymptomatic positive tests. Like, so they're in the hospital, they want to get something done. They're like, well, you got to take this test. Person didn't even know they had it. They say you're positive. Now you're in the hospital with COVID. Yeah, and that might not even be the reason why you're there. Like, as many as 50% of the hospitalizations are mild or asymptomatic.
Sorry, so are they in the hospital because that's just a way to isolate? Why are they in the hospital if they're asymptomatic?
No, like I said, I don't know exactly how that works, but like, I guess the idea is maybe you're there for something else. You got a bump on your head, or you had a trip and fall.
Yeah.
Then,
I gotcha.
they make you take the test. Now you're in the hospital with a positive test. You're a hospitalized COVID patient.
Wow. In the United States, guys, are most of you still being mandated or ordered to wear masks?
Yeah, all of that, but nobody gives a shit. Like, look, you would have to let me not say nobody. What I mean by nobody gives a shit is people pretend that they're gonna follow the rules, and then they'll take their mask off for a smoke. They'll touch their face. They won't pinch the holes closed. They won't, like, it's just this really, if you were really fearful, like how I am when I'm afraid of a mosquito and I get a mosquito tick, that's what I call it. I'm swatting my skin every 5 seconds.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not doing that for this. I don't see anyone else doing that for this. Not swatting their skin, but protecting themselves in the way that I protect myself against mosquitoes that aren't even there.
Yeah, so where I am, I'd say 99.8% of people are wearing their mask. Obviously not doing it properly. You know what I mean? They're touching their mask and moving it every 2 seconds. And even sometimes when they want to talk, they just pull their mask down and talk and then, like put it back on. So obviously it's not really there to protect us. It's there to remind us of what's going on. But I saw a couple of videos with Whitsett preaching on the streets and stuff, and it just looked like hardly anyone were wearing masks. Whereas where I am, it's just like 99.9% have got them on at least. Not that they're wearing them properly, but there's almost nobody that's just like, because I don't wear one, and if anyone asks me to say lawful reason, that's it. And it's like no one knows, or no one wants. I don't know. It's very strange. You can't get in trouble for it, but everyone's complying. I'm just dumbfounded.
I guess it just depends, like, what area, because I'm in New York City, and I would say it's 50-50.
Wow.
And I'm not even sure that people aren't masking up because they think it's BS. I'm under the impression that they probably are masking up or not masking up because they've already took the helper, the aid, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
gotcha.
because when I get on the train, 99.98% of people are masked. Well, I don't know. I don't even know. 99%
on the
of
train.
people are masked up on the train. So that lets me know, okay, that's the real, you know, that's the real test. And it's unlike when people are outside, they're on the train and they still follow the rules.
So he lives in New York. I live in rural East Texas, and I haven't seen anybody wearing a mask all day.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's only the cities that are this crazy, man. From what I can tell.
Well, it's not
from
just
what I
the
heard.
cities. It's not just the cities in Victoria and Australia. It's like the country towns. Like I drive through to a town today with about 2,000 people, and if like every single person will be wearing a mask and everyone will be staring at me going, "What are you doing?" And I'll probably have like at least 2 people come up to me and go, "Where's your mask?"
Yeah, but well, that's mostly people got to be masking because they've seen all the videos of the police beating the shit out of you for not wearing one.
Yeah, but every time I've had police come up to me like, and I tell them this as well, at least 10 times, and every single time I've just gone lawful reason. They're gone, oh damn, all right, see ya.
Wow.
Like I don't even waste
where are you
any
located?
time. Victoria, so about 3 hours out of
Wow.
Melbourne.
Wow.
What does that
I
mean,
mean, see,
lawful
that's where
reason?
most of like the only reason I'm scared, like the way that they get me is showing me Australia, what's going on over there. Like
My friends were at the protest yesterday. They all got maced. Like one of them got arrested, and then they let them go. There was a lot of like people dressed as protesters, and they were police officers. So I think a lot of it's kind of not really even that real. I mean, obviously a lot of it is, but I don't know. I feel like we're almost a testing ground. But if you look at the rules, if you really look at Australia's rules, we're protected. Like I don't have to wear a mask. I don't even have to have a doctor's certificate. I don't have to have anything. You just say lawful reason, and they're like, oh damn, he knows the rules. Like, everyone's saying they're losing their jobs, and like, but I know people in aged care, they're not losing their jobs. They just showed them this form. It's like a some sort of form that puts the onus back on the employer and says, like, if you want me to do this, then you have to do this, and then they don't lose their jobs. So I feel like Australia seems like it's getting projected as bad, but if you like use your brain, it's not.
I kind of hate to say it, but I told you so. I told you that.
I had the same idea.
But wait.
But Italy is not great. Yesterday I heard with my friend, and he's saying that people starting to lose jobs if they are not, you know what.
People in Australia are losing their jobs because they're absolute morons. They haven't paid attention to anything. I've been trying to tell them to turn the TV off for since 2012. We've been going, turn your TV off. Your TV is about to start lying to, well, it already is lying to you, but it's about to start affecting your life that bad. And they didn't listen, and now they are scared, they live in fear. They don't know the rules. They're just following the crowd. And that's why Australia is bad. It's not even, the rules aren't even that bad. Like there's always a way out of everything. I go and do whatever I want. And I'm not missing out on anything too, because I couldn't give a crap about the bread and circuses anymore. I've found better ways to enjoy my life. So I'm not suffering through the lockdown. You know what I mean? I go wherever I want. I do whatever I want. So yeah, everyone thinks Australia's losing the plot, but it's more so. I think it says in the scriptures that God brings leaders to punish the wicked of that nation, and I think Australia has been a disgusting nation for so long, and now we're getting punished.
Oh, we went there. By the way, what does mace mean? Maced?
Maced. Oh, it's like pepper sprayed.
Oh, right. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry for saying it, but I gotta say it. Like I said on here maybe a few months ago, that if someone ever comes at you and tries to make you do something, like take you right? Then you just hand them a piece of paper that says, look, yeah, sure, I'll take it, no problem. Right? Just so long as you understand that the liability is all on you. Right?
Yeah.
It's going to be on you and your family forever if anything happens to me. Right? And that's what you're doing that's what you're doing with your coworker or your boss or whatever. Like if they told me, at work that I'm supposed to wear, right? My face nappy, right? But I'm just like, okay, sure, whatever, right? They say, well, you don't have to wear it every day. You just have to wear it if the boss comes in. Like, if he fires me, then he's going to have some problems, right? Because I never agreed to him that I was going to do anything.
There's also the QR coding. You guys have to do that in the States?
Not here.
Not here. No QR coding at all. Well, in Australia, everyone thinks that we have to do it, but every single place that I've been, I've not QR coded once. And if someone says to me, "Hey, you have to QR code," I say, "No, you don't." And then they say, "It's a law." I say, "No, it's not. It's a mandate, and you don't have to follow it. Mandates are different to laws." And then they're like, "Oh," and then I just walk in and do what I want. So, like, everyone thinks, "Oh, we're being forced to QR code in." No, we're not. I haven't been forced to QR code in anywhere once. I haven't been denied entry anywhere once for not QR coding. But it's just all everyone's so dumb that they think they have to QR code.
Did they mandate it that you have to have? Did they mandate it that you have to have a smartphone and that you have to download that app?
They said that you have to, like, if you don't have a smartphone, every business has got to have like a piece of paper there where you write down your details. I must admit, like 2 or 3 times to keep the peace, I've got my 4-year-old to just scribble on there. But yeah, you don't even have to do that either. So yeah, Australia has to QR code. No, we don't have to. It's just that the people are so silly that they all comply, and like it's almost like there's that many left wingers here, you know, like atheists, feminists, that they want to QR code. They wanted all this stuff. They want to hide their face. They were like that much anxiety and depression and addiction to devices and they're socially retarded. Of course they want to wear a mask. It's like they wanted this to happen. They probably want to take a vaccine and have something to blame on their imminent death. You know what I mean? Instead of taking responsibility.
All right, so I'm going to teach you guys something. This is some of the most powerful words in the English language. 1, I don't understand any of this. 2, I'm an idiot. I don't understand any of this. Or 3, nah, we ain't doing that. Because what people are doing, they're trying to get you to contract with you. They're trying to get you to agree to a contract. So if you can remember any of those 3 things, that'll keep you from getting into a contract that you don't want to get into.
Yeah, because in Australia's little rules, doesn't have to wear a mask. So I think that sort of sums up what you just said there, Hank. Like, they don't understand, so they don't have to. I actually got fired from my job a couple of weeks ago. I told my client, I'm a disability care worker, and I told her, you definitely don't have to wear a mask. It's in the rules. And she's like, oh, thank God, you know, it's amazing. And and then I left work, and different carers took her to the hairdressers, and she didn't, you know, they said, you have to wear your mask. And she said, no, Anthony told me I don't have to wear it. And, you know, like, no, you have to. Like, these are all complete left-wing zombies. And she's saying, no, I don't have to do it. I'm not wearing the mask. And then they tried to force the mask on her. They, like, literally tried to put it on her face. And this girl, we've rehabilitated her from, like, 150 police calls in the last 8 months to, like, she's an absolute angel now. Anyway, she just ripped the whole joint apart, like, destroyed the whole hairdressers. Like, how dare they try and put something on her face when she's told she doesn't have to. And I get back to work the next day, and the boss is like, this is on you. How dare you? From now on, I'm mandating that everyone has to wear a mask when they're in my thing. And I said, you don't know the rules, bro. And he goes, if you don't like it, you can leave. And I'm like, well, all right, see you later. So I left. And about 15 minutes later, he rings me crying on the phone, and he says, look, if you can show me the rules, please come back. Like, I'll change for you, and, you know. So I've shown you the rules like 15 times, and you've ignored me. Went back there and showed him the DHS rules. And long story short, he promoted me to general manager of his business after firing me because he was so shocked that the rules were that, someone with a disability doesn't have to wear a mask. And I was actually right. And I wasn't trying to ruin his business because I'm a flat earther.
That's kind of hard to believe. I would like to say you're a liar, but I think if that actually happened, awesome. Amazing story.
What was hard to believe about it?
Well,
I
everything
don't know.
went right. I've never heard of
Yeah.
a happy ending like that.
Awesome.
Yeah, I
If
know.
that happened, good for you. Congrats.
You know what, bro?
On the promotion.
I see. So the part where I got promoted to general manager was hard to believe, right?
No.
It actually,
he cried and called you, cried and went crazy and everything.
yeah,
That's crazy.
He bawled his eyes out for over an hour. Like now he's treating me like.
Must have been one heck of a guilt trip when he tried to fire you.
Well, they're desperate for employees where I live.
Because
you're roboting.
I stood up for what? Not only did I, because he yelled, and it's a little bit easier to believe once you see that like it's only 3 employees at his business. Like it's a small business.
I see.
And I'm probably the main one and the only one who like can spell basic words.
So you called his bluff. I've done that before. This guy, he was telling me that I had to do something that I knew I didn't have to do. And he was like, well, you can get your money together and you can just go home. I said, okay, let's get my money together and I'm going home. And he was like, whoa, wait a second. Let's talk about this. And he was trying to tell me that I had to do something. I was like, I ain't got to do that.
So I just had an experience where I walked into the spot, Sweet Greens, and I didn't have a mask on. And the manager walks up to me and he says, you got to wear this. And I said, no, I don't. He said, well, then you got to get the fuck out. And then I was like, I said, well, are you going to serve me from outside? Like I have orders from customers to pick up. And he is like, no, get the fuck out. And I was like, I blew up on him. I blew up on him right then and there. He walked away. And the female had to come up to me and tell me the same thing he was telling me. But then I asked the female, I say, are you going to refuse my pickup because I don't want to wear a mask, even though I've agreed to go outside? She says, no, I can take it. And I said, oh, okay, thank you. That's all I wanted.
You know,
after about 15 minutes, he came outside and apologized to me.
You know, whenever people tell me to wear the mask, I just say, oh, I got the jab. Just say that. Just lie to them.
Yeah, no need to lie, and that lie doesn't work in Australia anyway because we've been brainwashed really heavily that the vaccine doesn't allow you to take your mask off. It only gives you extra protection, so you're 60% more protected, but you still need to do the right thing. And it's all over my country town. There's these flags, like 50 of these flags that say. Heroes don't just wear capes; they wear masks too. So,
oh God!
So like, just that I got the vaccine doesn't cut it in this brainwashed realm.
Well, that's because the leader of the I don't know if I could say, those unelected officials, right, said that even if you got the jab, you still have to wear the diaper. Because the jab doesn't mean that you're not going to spread it. And it's like at this point, if it doesn't keep you from getting you know what, and it doesn't keep you from giving you know what, what's the point of getting it? Oh, well, it keeps you from getting really, really bad. How do we know that? How do we know that it keeps you from getting really, really bad if Israel is the most compliant state in the country, 80% acceptance of the you-know-what, the jab, but yet they got really, really high numbers of the
I like
Delta.
that Israel is the most compliant state in the country. Well said.
Yeah, they're one of the most compliant states in the world.
Guys,
He
I
was
think Justin's been.
unintentionally based.
All right, let's switch the topic because Justin's gonna start eyeballing soon as well.
Sorry. Yeah.
I just don't know why we're still talking about it. I left for 15 minutes and we're still talking about it when I come back. I pinged you guys twice. I don't know if you saw it, but I pinged everyone. So I don't know why we're still on this subject.
Sorry.
Forgive me, Justin.
My bad.
My bad, bro.
I'm sorry.
I'm just saving the server. I don't know what else to say to you guys. So yeah.
You're
If
right.
it's their narrative, they're gonna shut the server down. So
Well, yeah, that's okay.
My bad, Justin. Thank you very much, brother.
I'm just trying to be civil here with everyone. I don't want it to be going off into no man's land where it is now.
We could often have these conversations literally one room down. We could do it one room
I
down.
think we should just deafen the bots.
No.
You can. It's just this is the
No,
live
no, we're
stream.
not going to do that. We could just anyone who wants to talk about it. We could really just. I mean, we always act like we could just go talk when it's not live somewhere else in another room.
Exactly. I mean, and there is
Okay,
like
let's go
5 of you talking about it. So if you really are understanding, let's take it down there, and then we can get back to flat Earth in here. That would be great.
You're
Thank you,
absolutely
guys.
right,
Thank you for
Justin.
understanding me. I'm just
thank you,
here.
Justin.
I'm just here. Okay.
Are there any Globers in here? No Globers?
Anybody without role? Let's see. Yeah, Drew Wu, Druwu, DRUWU. Are you here? I guess not. He's been here for a minute, or well, on Discord for a minute.
I think he's listening to music on Spotify.
He got server muted, I think.
I just muted him. Just barely. I haven't seen him talk though, like in the chat, so. Hello? No, he's not me. We'll come back to him.
I got a question just to shoot the shit, I guess. Like nothing empirical, but like, do people think that flat Earth is like actually going to be quote unquote released? Like, will eventually be something that this broken world actually acknowledges as the truth, or do we think it's always going to be the spinning globe?
The only thing I can say about that is if they actually did get rid of all of that government stuff that they've been saying, if they got the people out of the government that doesn't need to be in the government, saying this in the educational system, then it might actually go somewhere. If we can actually get that rhetoric, that narrative, that bullshit out of the system and then implement the real system, it would be flat Earth.
I reckon that's why we sort of accidentally float from flat Earth to that other topic, because like we know that if this is eventually exposed, everything that's happening, then that will bring rise to more truthful science.
Exactly. I think, yeah.
So it's like it's hard. We float towards it because it's related.
Well, we don't talk about the system. Like the only way you would be able to do it is, I mean, because we live under a system that we kind of accept and kind of don't. Just like, the presidential elections and all of that. Well, what most people don't understand is you have, school board elections. No one votes for that. No one votes for nobody. Who the fuck even knows who's on the board?
Select the people.
So
they select them.
Who selects them?
The not us, not the people. The people, well, the ones in charge just select whoever the hell they want.
Is that how that goes?
Well, that's the only thing I think of. That's my thought. Not that I know.
I don't think that's true.
Well, I know that like the president gets selected.
No, right. No.
Right?
In that sense, yes.
That's
right,
what I meant. That's the only reason I can say that is because of that reason right there. We don't have a say in it. It's them selecting whoever they want to select for that position, of course.
But they don't have votes, do they, for school board members?
That's what what he's saying.
Yeah, they do.
Right?
Look,
but it's not
school board
us
elections,
selecting them, though, right?
2021. Look, some school districts choose to cancel the primary election or both for I don't give a fuck what reason, but it exists.
But I'm saying in there, just like with the president stuff, that they're going to select whoever the hell they want. We don't have a choice. So we have them going into the education. We know them, of course, the people that are going in, and we have that option to go and put our little check mark on the little slip that they give us. But it's not really us deciding whoever. It's the higher ups that decide. So.
I wonder, speaking of schools, are there any schools in the States that aren't teaching the spinning globe?
I heard there is. Yes, I did actually hear there is.
What?
I'm
Where?
not joking you. New Jersey or something. I can't remember. Let me look it up.
So they might not be necessarily teaching the flat Earth, but at least they're putting their hands up and going, "Look, we're not sure what's going on." That'd be a win. I'll literally try and get my children over there. Actually, no, I'll stick with homeschool.
It's a ministry. It looks like Christian Flat Earth Ministry.
But the fact that, because look, we can't cry about us. Well, now I sound like the people who say that you can't cry about the system unless you vote. So I guess my whole argument is null and void. But let me make it anyway.
No, just go ahead and say it.
The fact that people don't even know that this is a thing. My mom was an English teacher. And I asked her the other day, I said, have you ever voted for anyone on the Board of Education? And she's like, what are you talking about? And I was like, God damn it. I was like, how are we going to get control over who lords over what the curriculum is if we don't even know that the people that are choosing are voted in? Like,
That's so interesting. That's so interesting you say that, Elijah. I got a flat Earth friend who wanted to start a political party called the Truth Movement in Australia, and you only need 1,000 signatures or something like that to start this political party. And he never did it, but it makes me wonder, why hasn't that been done? Like some sort of flat Earth political party.
Yeah, but even if you can vote on who's on the school board members, they still have some manner of control, whether it's through funds or they won't even accredit it or even recognize the credits if you don't teach their curriculum. It's like, yeah, I mean, that's where you would start, is changing the curriculum. But I just want to say that they're not going to tell the world that the earth is flat, as long as they still have an agenda to push through, via the globe. And unless you've watched these recent, checked out these recent movies and the propaganda where they have, alien half-breeds and aliens that, saying that they seeded the planet, just like we all know that they want everyone to believe. They're not going to tell the world, that the earth is flat until they get those agendas through.
You don't think they could spin that narrative just to be a different, like the aliens have traveled from different dimensions or whatever? Does it have to be from other balls?
Could do like the zoo idea that that we are enclosed, but the aliens still seeded us. As long as they can push the alien agenda, they still need space to be real for that.
Exactly.
Do they need space? You reckon? Are you sure?
Oh yes.
No, she's
There's
right.
no way.
Because think about it. We're not talking about the vacuum of space. We're just talking about extra space.
Yep.
Going from one planet to another, right?
No, from one area to another. All like it's still space.
Yes,
But
in
this
that
place
sense,
needs
yes.
this
No,
place
I got you.
needs containment. You know,
But
I
as
don't
soon
know
as you
how
say
big this place
space,
is.
though, Eliza, you're putting it into the globe logic kind of space. You know what I'm saying? Like, as soon as you say
No, I'm
space,
not.
they think
No, as soon
vacuum
as
of
I say
space and
space,
all
as
out in
soon as I
there.
say
And bro.
space, then
But to them, I mean,
give the context for what I mean. Someone who takes it that way would just then be a moron. Like I'm
exactly.
giving.
Couldn't it just be like, interdimensional or whatever that is, like Stargates, but the Stargates aren't taking you to different places in the universe or solar system or galaxies. They're just taking you to different realms, like different creations or whatever.
I
Couldn't they
don't know
just
how
spin
they
that
could work
garbage?
that, but I don't know how they could work that, but that I don't know. I don't know how I mean, again, they got us to think that we live on a ball and you're on
They
the
can spin anything.
underside of it. Like, so anything is possible if the human accepts it. You can think
I
of
had
it.
a little. Sorry.
Well, I'll just tell you why I think that they still want space. They still want people to believe in space. Because the controlled opposition, the Flat Earth Society, where they further reify the heliocentric model, they just replace the globe with a flat disk. It's like that is evidence enough that they don't really give a shit if you know that the Earth is flat, as long as you still believe in space.
Yes, exactly right. I gotcha. I had this thought the other day, and this might sound, I might not even be able to spit this out properly, or maybe someone will get angry at me at some stage. But, we always think that all the people that have gone high enough they're just like Freemasons or liars or whatever, right? But I'm starting to weirdly think that if you went high enough, you might actually see something, and if you're already programmed to think it was a ball, that's what you'd see. So we're going up, we're going high, and a lot of people think that the stars are in the firmament, right? The stars are inside the firmament. And we've all seen that video where the rocket's going up and then it makes that bubble sound, and then it's sort of like just fixed or whatever. So what about if once you're going up, the atmos becomes like thicker, and then eventually you get stuck in whatever the stars are stuck in, and then you'd be rotating, right? But you're really that high, and then we know that our eyes are spherical, so perhaps we would see like a circle, and we're rotating in the sky, and then it would look like that circle is a spinning ball. Is that the stupidest thing I've ever said, or could that possibly be? And that's why we're sort of potentially being deceived.
It'd be right up there. I don't know, man. It's just like, it's pretty, I don't.
Am I the only one who's ever thought that? Like, I just popped into my head.
That was
about a
far
month
out.
ago.
But let me say the extent of what I thought. Because I don't try to make shit. The only time I've tried to really go super hard in speculation is speculating what the sun might be. But outside of that, when I think about the air up there, like they just tell us that you can't go up there because it's very dangerous. That's why you have to be a certain certification pilot to go certain heights. Now, we don't know what height is the limit. And even if there was a height for a limit for a human, which I don't believe that anymore, because why do I have to believe it? Because if I were to go up a mountain, I'd probably have hard trouble breathing. But people who live in higher altitudes are totally fine. Very different from what I can do. Just like somebody in fucking Alaska, you put them in Miami, they might have a heat stroke. So like it's just about what you're acclimated to, and we don't know what the climate is up there. So all I'm saying is even if a human couldn't really go as high up as they could, they definitely have drones that could probably go high up, which is why they have a cap on what we can do in the sky, because you probably can go as high as you want to go. Probably.
That's a really interesting concept because if you look at the monks in the Himalaya mountains, the ones that were born there, they have a very different, unique, distinct cardiovascular system. So if you could go even higher and have kids there, like above the tree line, wouldn't they just acclimate? But there has to be a certain point, like dogs, where you just can't acclimate any further.
Have you seen the movie Roswell? Or I guess it's not a movie; it's a series called Roswell. It's on Hulu, so I don't know. I don't know who watches Hulu, and I don't know if it's available anywhere else on any other platform or not. But if you've not seen it, you should. Like I've watched 2 episodes of it, and it was in the middle. So I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the beginning and catch like some more just to see what kind of propaganda they're pushing. But it's really interesting. I would just say if you haven't checked it out, yeah, do check it out. It's called Roswell. Maybe some indication of what they, plan on trying to convince people.
I may. Give us a little juice. Tell us a little about it.
Okay, so there were these. It goes back to, of course, the Roswell crash, right? And in the Roswell crash, they studied. They had some. Now I don't know how it began. So the 2 episodes that I caught, like this is all I've gathered so far. That's why I want to go back to the beginning. So I don't know if the crash is where these pods came from. That because they mentioned in the episode that I watched that they were genetically engineered, that they were created. They were genetically engineered. They weren't born. However, they were half human and half alien. Right, and the government, the FBI, had studied the aliens back when the crash happened enough to know their weaknesses and their strengths and so forth. So they had powers that they didn't realize that they had, and they went back, like they could see visions, and they would go to this place and they found the pods where they were birthed at. Right, and they said that they were not birthed, that they were genetically engineered, they were created. And that they were created. I'm still not gathering whether the aliens created them or the government created them from information or technology that they got from the aliens. But every single thing, every single like aspect of it is part of some form of propaganda that's already out there. Which is why I think, I don't know, man. He was like, he had light, like the Luciferates. Remember the Luciferates, where they were going to put it in the algae. I don't know. I guess they did, but anyway, there were some papers on it having something in it called luciferase, but the alien half breed had like he could touch things and it would show like light, and their handprint would leave light prints, right, when another alien come around to it, so they could hide things in places. So it had to do with light. It has to do with light and alien human half breeds. And it's originating from originating from the Roswell crash, and that's what it's called, is Roswell.
See, I mean, Globers think that we don't like science fiction. I'm watching the fuck out of that tonight.
No, Lou, it's not the History Channel. It's a series. It's a new series.
No. I know. It was a joke. I'm being. The History Channel with all their ancient aliens and shit like that, which is obviously ridiculous for a channel called History. I'm just making a joke out of it.
Right, no, I get you. And I think part of that is because a lot of the new information that people are coming into the knowledge of that is ancient information, they don't want them looking into it and questioning, well, what does this mean? Where does this come from? And where does this lead? They want to give people the answers or a possibility of answers so that they accept that and just move on. And of course, to push the alien, agenda.
Well, just to go back before I forget, these balloons that pop up there, right? That lets you know that it's possible to get there because there's a medium in which the balloons can go, right? And then what happens to this?
High? can they go at the moment? What is it? 160.
Like 160. I don't know. I know 128. That's the number I know.
128. Flat Earth Perth are trying to get one to 180, I think.
Yeah, like imagine you just had a drone that you could. Oh, right. You can't fly drones beyond. Right, Lou? There's certain FFA or FAA regulations.
Yeah, dude, my drone could easily go well over 15,000 feet, but I'm limited to 400 feet above my launch point.
Yep. It's my sneaking suspicion that we damn sure could. And I think that they put a limit on these batteries. It makes no sense to how quick they die. It makes no sense. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got to say that the Tesla Corporation is a gatekeeper for the technology. I posted a video on here quite a few times that technology is retarded. In other words, it's being slowed down on purpose. They have supercapacitor batteries that have a trickle discharge. Now, if you know anything about capacitors, they normally discharge everything all at once, and they're very dangerous, kind of like the old flash cameras from the 80s. But yeah, if you look up Technology is Retarded from the Terrarium Pharma channel, there's a couple videos that shows you that we've definitely been held back on our technology, especially batteries.
Terrarium Pharma, you said? Hold up. I need this. I'm out.
Terrarium Pharma is the YouTube channel. It's like a man wearing like a pink spandex suit or something.
Are you saying thermal? Terrarium.
No, Terrarium
Pharma.
Like
F-I-R-M-A?
terra firma, like terraform.
Oh,
firma.
okay, terra firma.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Oh, found it. Nice.
Yep. And if you look at Technology is Retarded, I think there's 2 videos at least that talks about this, and this dude is a highly intelligent dude. I think he's a doctor or something.
Oh, and another thing in the show that I did gather from those 2 episodes is the actual aliens they have no emotion and they're shapeshifters. They can shapeshift, but their skeletal structure, according to the movie, their skeletal structure is different from a human, so they can be detected that way. But the half-breeds can't shapeshift,
Thank you.
and they just have like a human skeletal
No, it's
structure.
cool. That's why you got me for. Thank you.
Anyway, that's all. That's all I know, actually. So, but
My bad, shoot. I didn't know that I was I might get. I thought I muted. Sorry.
yeah, I wasn't saying anything important anyway.
Oh, that's not truthful. I hang on every word you do say.
I'm sure. I need to start coming out with the really profound shit, then, don't I?
Well, what's the name of that video you said? Because I'm looking on. Oh, okay.
It's on
Technological
Hulu.
installation.
Oh.
No, my bad.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, because I'm definitely gonna watch Roswell. Because I'm watching what's it called? Manifest. Some weird, Well, anyway, I'm always into weird stuff like that, where like it's like somehow people have been brought back from the dead, and the whole lost kind of deal. Then it's like, is it aliens? Is it God? We don't know. But yeah, Hank.
Well, they're going to want everyone to think that and try to push that they're one and the same, that what we think of as God or the creator, they're going to try to present as that, that's a myth, that's a fairy tale, that it's just aliens, that it's scientifically explained by, technology from the aliens.
Do we have a Glober in here, guys?
I think Elijah's asking Hank something real quick.
Sorry.
Yeah, just real quick. It's Technology is Retarded 1 and 2, and they show you kind of stuff like we had the perfect plane back in the day, right? And since then we've kind of trashed it and like used all these other planes that aren't as perfect because we're always holding back technology. I don't know how that stayed on YouTube's algorithm, but technology is retarded. I mean, just the word alone should have got it taken down, but for some reason it didn't get taken down. And I gotta admit, there's some stuff on that guy's channel that I have no effing clue what he's talking about, but he's probably a lot smarter than me, so that's why. But the technology's retarded 1 and 2, I could definitely understand that.
And there's the number 3 too, by the way.
Oh yeah, I didn't know. I knew there was at least 2 of them, but yeah. I've shared those a few times on here. To me, they're like some of the best videos out there on YouTube.
It's just like the guy John Levi. Like these people be saying some shit, and you you don't know if you could take on everything they're saying, but the stuff that they do say that makes sense is hard hitting, to say the least.
Yeah, he talks about some of the YouTube channels are complete deep fakes, and some of these people don't exist. And I'm like, okay, I'll look into it. That's not really my thing, but this shit over here that you're talking about is gold. So I don't endorse everything on his channel, but some of the stuff is really good.
Just want to let y'all know that since I mentioned swatting at mosquitoes, ticks, I've been swatting at mosquitoes for the last hour and a half. I can't stand it.
You outside still?
Yeah, man, it's only 8:04. I can still make $100 or 200. Jeez, it's about to be a war. I got to make as much as I can, especially when I'm battery operated. It ain't like I'm doing shit but talking to y'all.
What are you doing for work, Elijah?
I deliver through the most COVID-ridden city in the world. No mask.
Do we have someone new in here?
You're roboting, brother.
Sasha new? I was just saying is we've got someone new in here. Is Sasha new?
Oh no, Sasha's not new.
Oh, okay, she just had VC verified.
Ooh.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
Ard and Terrarium Firma back in the day, and those were like some of the smartest dudes. I haven't thought about Justin Bernard in a long time, but since I remember that conversation, I wonder what happened to that man.
I don't know. We have Cinnamon in the room, though, with no rolls. You're unmuted, Cinnamon, if you'd like to speak up. Cinnamon. Cinnamon. Or not. Can you hear me? Hello.
Cinnamon, champions.
Hey.
I play
welcome.
on Digimon. Sorry.
So how long have
That
you
was
been
one
looking
thing.
into the flat Earth topic? Cinnamon. Or would you just like to introduce yourself in your own way? Go for it, man. Just Hello. Hey, welcome.
I'm just waiting for Toast and Crunch to show up.
Oh, there is a toast, actually. But yeah, you were coming through, Cinnamon. We could hear you. I think there's a bread, too.
I couldn't hear him.
Well, that's all I heard him say is, can you hear me?
I wonder what his logo on the chest is. It's not Spider-Man.
I don't know. Maybe he'll unmute and tell you.
MJ, you gonna be
Looks
around
like
tonight?
Falling asleep little by little. Prayer is gonna be in about almost an hour. I'll see.
All right, never mind.
What time you going back?
Like 2 hours.
Hey, I got something for you guys. The Elon Musk, did that all civilian, launch just was it a couple days ago? That Friday or something. So, the thing is though that back in March, they posted like a conceptual idea of what it would look like with a Dragon capsule with a top off and a glass dome and someone looking out of it. So today they just dropped some video of of looking back at Earth through the glass dome. So if you post the image that they showed you 6 months ago, back in March, you could say, is this CGI? And if they tell you no, just say, well, this is what Elon Musk posted back in March. Now, does he have a time machine or was it CGI?
Can you post both those things?
Yeah,
Brent?
I just thought right after I said it, I'm like, I should probably post context here.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Okay, here, this is what they're showing, what they just dropped earlier today, with this video of the dome over the Dragon capsule. And this is what Musk had posted 6 months ago.
You guys can accuse me of being a brown noser or whatever, but I like to give credit where credit is due. And this dude, he's a no limit soldier, man. He is always in the trenches and coming up with good arguments.
Yeah, I try. I try to do my best. So, here, this is what I'll do first. I'll post this image first and be like, "Is this real?" And then, some people say, "Yeah, that's it." How can you argue against this? Then I'll drop this next image.
Yeah, that image looks too
Right here.
shiny.
Elon Musk posted that 6 months ago. How did he get an image of the Dragon capsule 6 months before it launched? Riddle me that.
Well, it's probably CGI.
That's the thing, right? Because they'll tell you the top one that just dropped today from SpaceX. That's not CGI. Case over Earth glob. And certainly, let's explore this claim here that this Dragon capsule is in space to begin with.
Well, I feel like
it's a troll. It's a troll. They're trolling. They're trolling us.
I feel like the photo looks more fake than the video, though, because the photo's all like shiny and glossy and stuff, whereas the video kind of looks somewhat real.
Where did you post that?
Live stream voice text.
Okay, thank you.
So, Cinnamon, have you read the rules? Click on the welcome and read the rules. And since you're new to the server, and how long have you been? You mind if I ask how long you've been looking into the topic of flat Earth? How much do you know about it? If you could just answer a few questions, I can go ahead and give you VC verified.
Yeah. Just if that's okay to be here.
Oh, you sounded great when you sounded great when you asked, where he posted that at, but for some reason now I can't make out what you're saying. I guess someone else made out what you were saying.
Take microphone out of anus. Yes. Put it towards mouth. Yes. Clean off first, though, please. Oh, how many space particles between here and Uranus? I need an answer, Globers. Anything's possible in your world. Let's go.
How are we supposed to know?
Exactly. Now you're getting it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
69 space particles between here and Uranus.
Okay. I'll accept it. 66.6, right? Or 0.57, so you round up to 66.6 for whatever reason.
No, 666.
I know, but I'm trying to make it more like, they're like, oh, we can't just do 666 repeating everywhere. Let's just change it up, put some decimals and round.
Oh, we could do
you know
6-9. We could do 6-9.
You and I will never do 6-9. I had to, man. You set the pins up, I had to knock them down.
Yeah, that was pretty.
Let's say laughter is the best medicine.
It is.
Yeah, it is. And that was almost like an invitation. That was so much like an invitation, Globe. I don't blame you.
Yeah, absolutely. Sasha, you were confident in what you said there, and I appreciate passion and all that, but I'm gonna stick on the straight and narrow.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
He sounded disappointed, Glad.
That's fine. That's fine. Anyway, yeah.
Oh, was that Cinnamon? Were you trying to speak? Yeah, I know, Glad. I think he's trying to. I think he's trying to open his mic.
Open your mic, open your mind, shut your mouth. At least for like the first 5-10 minutes. Answer questions and then zip it. I'm just kidding. We're here to help, Cinnamon.
I love Cinnamon. Cinnamon is actually supposed to also help in regulating body sugar, like the metabolic sugar in your body.
It sure does that. And let me tell you, I put it in 2 to 3 pre-workout shakes every day, and it helps move things through phenomenally.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not bad tasting. That aroma of cinnamon, I put it in my pancakes. I got these paleo pancakes. That I'm kind of a Karen, but it's good food.
I wonder if it helps with the you-know-what.
Yeah, I take a lot of good supplements. I get a lot of sleep. I drink a lot of distilled water. I get my silver. I get my gold. I get my copper. I'm kind of all over it. And I get my garlic. So, yeah.
Wait, you eat silver and gold also?
I ingest monatomic gold. Yeah.
I'm still yet to try that. That's the only
It helps a
thing
lot. Okay,
out of
so check this
everything
out.
you listed I haven't tried yet.
Yep, just check it out. And black pepper too on everything that can have it, you know. But what was I gonna say? Damn it!
I
I
think,
always
bro,
lose
the
it
only
right.
thing you're missing is the turmeric, either soaked in
I get
black
that.
pepper
I do.
or
Yeah, I do the
fat.
turmeric and
Sometimes
pepper.
they'll make it. Sorry, go ahead.
No,
Yeah,
you're
put your
sorry.
turmeric
I always
pepper.
interrupt.
It's okay, bro. Put your turmeric and pepper in some sort of fat, like ghee or olive oil or coconut oil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can drink turmeric all day long in milk, but if there's no fat to deliver it or pepper, it has to have a delivery system.
Yep, totally agree. And pepper helps vasodilate too, so it'll get to the nutrients even better. Okay, so the monatomic gold thing. Imagine gold is a superconductive metal, one of the best on the face of the flat plane. I was about to say planet. Unbelievable how that indoctrination is so thick. Anyway, so gold's a superconductive metal. Silver is pretty much in the body. If you get a bioavailable form of these metals, you're literally conducting more efficient and better forms and more electricity in your body, and that
Yeah, but
literally helps
Can
everything.
you digest gold?
Yeah, here,
I
let
don't
me get the
even know if
bottle.
that's. I don't even
No,
know if you can
it's parts per
digest
million.
that.
Hey, it's parts per million. Hang on.
So I have wondered about one thing. When you do the like for the heavy metals from the foods and the air that we breathe, when you do your chelation to get rid of those heavy metals, like what would you do? Would you need to like detox your body and do the chelation and then and do your all your fasting and everything, like do all of that at one time and then afterwards then do your, because wouldn't the chelation also chelate the gold and the silver, or would it, or is it just the heavy metals?
I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm gonna post the gold, the brand of gold and silver that I take. I also take a different kind of immune boosting silver that's colloidal and different. Hang on. Okay, there's that. Oh, that's copper. Well, it's here. Let me get you the gold. It's weird.
Well, is it the same company that?
Yeah, it's
that
the
has...
same company.
Okay.
Here's the thing, though. It's really expensive and hard to find right now because of the price of gold, heavy metals, and all that stuff. Or sorry, bioavailable metals, and I guess heavy. Yeah, people gonna do the gold back thing probably for a little bit. I'd say. Here we go.
I actually saw an ATM today. I was in a hurry, and I went ahead and went out the door. But I'm going to go back and check it out because across the top of it, I know that it had Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dash, and Ethereum. Those were your four options. But it was an ATM for cryptocurrencies. But across the top, it said change your crypto, or change your Bitcoin, or change your crypto into gold. So I don't know if the ATM, I don't know how that works. I'm going to go back and check it out. But the ATM across the top, it said, turn your cryptocurrency into gold.
Yeah, why not? It's kind of like everything goes in shifts, waves, and we might go backwards a little. Well, backwards. If you believe in time, we're going to go backwards to trading metals and precious goods, services, and then yeah, I don't know what's after that. Seashells or back to fiat currency. Anything's possible. Yeah. So look at this on Amazon. It's currently unavailable, and I only have that much left. So I'm pretty much out of gold. And this thing that I bought, the 32 ounce one, was $50 or $60, which isn't that much because you don't need a lot. You put, a teaspoon even under your tongue for 20 minutes and there you go. You do that every day. That'll last you. And it builds up. So you don't have to even do it every day. You can micro dose and do like one every 3 or 4 days. Just take like a swig, right? But under the tongue is the best. The sublingual is best, other than smoking, inhalation, or injection. But you don't want to smoke gold, and you don't want to inject gold, as far as I know.
So how hard would it be to make it yourself?
I don't know. Because basically you'd have to get, just a piece of gold, some gold, and figure out how they do it. So monoatomic bioavailability, this says monoatomic minerals are instantly bioavailable, providing maximum assimilation. Due to the nature of this product, digestion is bypassed and is not reliant upon digestive functioning. So in essence, it probably, I don't know if it crosses the blood-brain barrier, but yeah, it assimilates. You just absorb it through every orifice and every way that you can, because it bypasses digestion, and so it just kind of, it goes to very important places that help deliver it. See, the problem with digestion is that your stomach. Most people have too much stomach acid, even if they eat healthy, and so you don't assimilate a lot of the stuff you ingest. But this is a metal, so it doesn't matter what you have with it. It's going to stay in your body.
I was with you so far until you said that. I would say that you're not supposed to drink anything 30 minutes before or after you eat, because people don't have enough stomach acid. And the stomach acid is essential for breaking down food into the nutrients to make it bioavailable. But when you're talking about gold, I'm shit out of luck and knowledge in that area, so you may be right when talking about digesting gold. But then again, you can't destroy gold, so I don't see how the stomach acid would affect the gold, because you cannot destroy it. It's eternal. Like gold is that one element that no matter what you do to it, you can smash it into a billion zillion pieces, but it's still there.
It'd still be a gold piece. Yeah, exactly. And I guess that was my point. And yeah, I agree with you there. I can go with that. I don't know all about it. I just know enough to. I was the guinea pig on it for myself for a while. I've been trying to get other people to do it. Of course, nobody listens, but I've noticed the benefits. I'm more sharp, got more energy. I have less problem dealing with emotional issues, stuff like that. So I don't know, but it's all a combination of stuff. I take a lot of shit. Gold does help.
Yes, anyone who thinks that putting gold in your body might be weird, you put gold on your ring, on your finger, so you expose yourself to gold for 30, 60, 80 years, or at least our grandparents did, right? Because they stayed married that long. And gold is in the rivers until you pull it out. And people wear silver, ate off of silver, drank off of silver. And kings and queens did actually drink off of gold goblets. So,
and copper. You get your copper too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get these minerals, like your body, your meat suit is basically made of minerals and water.
Mm-hmm. It's a micro of the macro. So the earth needs those minerals to exist as earth. We need those to exist as humans. And all beings have these kinds of necessary black swans. Yeah, because I was going to go down a rabbit hole. Thank you, Hank. That was a lot of good back and forth. Who just said black swan?
I think you meant Hank you.
You'll never know.
Do we have any?
We only want to talk about black swan.
Do we have any globbers in the crowd? I'll take that as a no.
Die? Drew, I just talked to you, and I just want to, if you have any questions, guys, like I said, speak up. We're here to answer. Geomancer, are you here?
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I got you,
Yeah,
Crypto.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm here.
Ah, Geo's here.
Just chilling. I'm a flat earther though.
I know you're chilling.
Chilling like a villain.
Villain. Oh, Puka Real is here. He's a Glober. He has a Globe Earth role and the not to learn role, which I don't think he needs that. But I mean, maybe he came in not learning, but maybe he can react to it. I don't know. Maybe. Hello.
Maybe he is here
Real?
to learn after all.
I am a flat earther. Oh wow. So why do you have a Globe Earth role, then? And then they're not here to learn that. Must have been early.
What observation did you do that convinced you or told you that the Earth was flat?
Beautiful.
Give us 3.
Hell, I'll take 1 right now.
You can speak to us, can't you? I mean, you can unmute yourself. You're not muted. Oh, you're in a place where you can't speak. Okay, no worries. I know how it is.
Don't speak.
I know what you're thinking. No. I won't go off. Sorry. Well,
good man.
Can you answer the questions in the lobby then? That would be great.
Sweet.
Or he can just wear his globe uniform until he can speak.
You can be one of the infiltrators. If you truly know for a fact it's a globe, we want the proof. But we would like to understand why you have a globe Earth role and now saying you are flat earther. Did you come in and want the globe Earth role at the beginning? TikTok. He's typing. He's going to type all 3 of them, right? We just want you to type instantly, not take any time. Just type it right now. Boom. There you go.
It took you that long to just type LOL? Okay.
No, that's funny. Are you typing it out in a notepad? No, we just want to your 3 substantial understandings. Let's get it. And have you tested? Did you test anything or just believe right now?
I tested positive for flat Earth.
I tested positive for flat Earth. Yes, shit.
Is that a binary test?
Yes, with 0s and 1s.
All right, yeah. Basically, they told me to stick this swab up my nose, and I was just like, no, the horizon still looked flat to me.
Then they categorize you.
I just categorized Pukairil?
Categorized.
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 Do I sound Russian even when I'm not trying?
Yes.
Fuck.
It is very good. Yes, very good. Very good.
Oh, but see, that's the thing. You can't live in your character, guys. Can't do it.
What do you call a Russian with 3 balls?
Nothing. You have a fist in your face.
A manly man.
Manly man.
That's a good one. Oh.
Let him get the punchline out.
Yeah.
No. I'm going to say one more. A family man with a lot of kids. Yeah.
Could be.
Well, okay, sure. Crypto.
Go ahead.
Ujinika Bolokov. What, Bolok?
Wait, what?
Bolokov.
Do you guys not know Russian names?
No, sorry. Say that one more time.
Not really.
Okay. Well, this joke's a waste of time then, isn't it?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Eva Karvanova balls. I don't know. Right?
Ujinika Bolokov. What, Bolokov? Ujinika
Oh,
Bolokov?
Bollock. So it's 2 different cultures in
That's
one insult, and I don't live at either place, so I wouldn't know that.
Yeah, just feels good to shake your head at you.
Do I look Russian? Or sound Russian?
You know a Russian joke though, which none of us got.
Because you're all uncultured swine.
In Soviet Russia, joke tell you.
Pass me the Russian stuff, okay?
Russian stuff. I assume you mean vodka, but I'm not sure. Or maybe a bear.
Yes, the vodka.
Pass me the Russian animal.
Vodka give you 3 balls.
The official Russian animal is vodka.
There it is. Yes. Very good.
A woman just walked past my van as I was driving past who could only be described as an ogre.
Olga.
Olga or Olga?
Ogre!
An ogre!
Does she have a hunchback?
Oh my god.
She's just
Did
apple
she look at you?
apple shaped and just like walking down the street really pissed. To be fair, if I look like that, I
Apple
would be
bottom jeans.
No,
with
not
the
apple
fur-
bottom.
Oh, sorry.
The whole body was like apple shaped.
Did she look at you?
Did you have a
notice her?
stem?
Luckily not.
Oh, so she didn't notice you noticing her?
Yeah. Luckily, I was just looking in horror as she kind of like,
Oh, good.
trundled past.
Karen's come in all
then,
shapes
any
and
other,
sizes.
Any other shapes that we can talk about?
Hang on, I got a
Wait.
meme. I got a meme for that.
Did she fall off of a tree?
She proves gravity. She does. Alone. Was she having trouble walking because of gravity? Could you tell?
Probably, yeah.
It's not because she's large, because it's the center of mass. So, yeah.
It's not because her blubber is denser than gas, you know.
Ooh, fat chicks again. Ooh, I love this topic.
She's contained though. We gotta give her that.
She is contained.
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell?
Man, you
That
guys
is
are
not true. Fuck that. That's not true. Oh my god.
It's not true.
Mike.
It's just
What is
Mike, you know, like I understand that some guys they like fat chicks. That's all good, but this wasn't even a fat chick. This was I don't know what this was. This was just like a human-sized amoeba.
Oh boy.
We call that a enormity.
There's no shape other than just round.
Is my mic too loud?
No, you're good. You can
Your
almost
mic
like,
sounds
slightly.
amazing.
You can almost slightly feel the tremors every time she put her foot on the ground. You know.
Guys, I posted
right.
some curvature in the voice text.
She's so charming, she's so winning, but it's alarming when she jumps in swimming.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I don't know, for some reason, every time Mike talks right now, I can see Popeye in my head. The way he talks, the way his nose is coming in, that mic is good.
Man, I'm
blow
eating.
me down. I can't do it. Well, blow me down.
my.
Mike, how
Shimmer
do you
me
feel
timbers.
Mike, how do you feel
Did we
about
move
spinach?
on from? Did we move on from the?
You're roboting.
Not if you're roboting this up. Mike, how do you feel about spinach?
About what?
About spinach.
Spinach? I hate spinach, man.
Ah, no, you can't be Popeye then.
You gotta put too much salt and pepper on that shit to make it go down.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, back to the flat and motionless Earth, which is what I think Elijah was trying to get us to do.
Yeah, there's fat chicks on that flat Earth, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's only possible on a flat
Oh,
Earth.
do we got a Glober in here or something?
Don't know. I did ask earlier, about 5 minutes ago, but got no reply.
All of them broken mics.
Yeah.
Wow.
I would love Pagas.
Why is that guy spraying the? Why? See, I posted that GIF. Why is the guy spraying an engine with NOS?
I'm
What the hell's he
gonna
doing?
say it about my 60-inch booties. Damn it! I'm gonna say it. I like them.
Hell no! What is
That's
that?
a lot of meat.
Cut the shit.
Yes,
Hell
it is.
no.
Yes,
Hell
it is.
no. Hell
There's a
no.
lot of meat.
I'm the
No.
right man for the job.
Yeah.
I don't even want to know what's going on there. I don't even want to know.
He
There's
just
nothing
goes,
wrong with that
he
at
just
all.
goes over the top, imagining a 32 inside of a 60. You know what I'm saying?
I don't. But again, there's
Those
nothing
are
wrong
what-
with those ladies.
Those are waist size.
Oh, right. Why didn't I know that?
I don't know. You're behind the times.
You know, you guys aren't gonna pretend like y'all ain't never looked at Cherokee D. I ain't gonna finish the rest of it, but you know who she is.
Who is Cherokee D? I have no idea. Who
I
is she?
legitimately have no idea who that is.
Well,
Who
you
is
guys
she?
aren't American, so it doesn't matter.
Well, hey,
I
bro,
don't know who it is.
I'm not gonna take the front and say I ain't never peeped it.
Yeah. I dated a big girl for a while. It was awesome.
Yeah, I mean they're cool. They're cool as hell. Why are we talking about them like they're an endangered species?
Well,
Google her.
they're about to be, man. You see all these transpocalypses everywhere. We gotta catch our women, the natural ones when we can get them. You feel me? I do
Well,
like the tall ones though. She's fine, but she's a man too. I think that's a tall man.
Hey, Cherokee D ain't really all that big. She just got a big booty.
That's what I'm saying. But all right, I'm sorry. Anyway, you know.
Oh no, we got to go to the pictures, and then the polls. Let's vote.
It's too late. It's too late. Thank you.
Yeah, I find that a bit weird. Why is everyone always asking Polish people what they think about things?
I don't know. I thought we got it ass backwards, or at least that's what they say.
I don't know any.
I'm half.
I can't.
My other side is Polish.
Can't believe no one got that.
Right. In the States, that's what we call stacked. Don't hate.
Yeah. See, that's a big, beautiful, tall, beautiful woman. I think. Pretty
If
skinny
you were
hips.
that black guy and your girlfriend would carry you around like that, what would you do?
I'd ride that motherfucker like a pony.
I'm 6'2", so I don't have to worry about none of that.
Right?
He said that's just a countertop for him. Sick, dude.
Y'all are nasty.
Never said I wasn't. Don't strawman me now.
Night. Oh, are we doing karaoke tonight?
Hey.
Oh shit. Helio ain't. Oh, Helio's asleep, probably, isn't he?
I doubt it.
For now.
Hip hop
Yeah.
hooray! Ho!
Gives a new definition to the word pony boy. I don't know. That tall girl swinging that dude around has pretty long arms and a lot of back muscles.
Hey guys,
I'm not even gonna go there.
who wants to debate the Lizzle? I got the unban the Lizzle. Anybody want to debate Lap Pizzle?
Nah.
Oh. Elijah probably does.
Nah. No thanks.
Where they at? Where they at?
Hold on, I'm about to post up some Cherokee right now. And this is her in her old age. Fizzle.
Man, what line we do that pro setting? I thought it was in my live stream.
Truth, that's not her.
Hey, you guys can post chicks. I can post hot guys running. So just go ahead and have at it. I'll mix some guys in there.
Gross.
You gotta be fair for the girls. Fine.
Elijah, that's gross, bro. That's gross.
Let's see, where's the woman? I need a woman in
Didn't
here.
have booty?
I need a woman in here so we can make hot comments and sexual comments about these guys that I post.
Hold on. Wait. MJ, you
She's gonna gain a lot of weight within a few months. No.
We gonna
She's
have to demote
already
MJ.
45, bruh.
I
She's
know.
already
She can go to the gym anytime she wants.
Yeah.
We gonna have to demote. Listen, we gonna.
Lord, what the heck is that?
MJ don't know nothing about nothing.
I used to love these booties. There was a time, once upon a time, I used to love these, but no, it's not healthy.
We gonna have to vote on demoting him, Elijah. We get him motherfuckers in the ranks that don't like that booty.
Elijah, what are you even gonna do with all that? I mean, Kipto's.
That's what I'm saying.
fucking
If you
lot.
don't think that there's something you can do with that, that's your problem.
That's right. That looks like hours
of that. I'll say it
for-
again.
That looks like hours of recreational fun.
Is that
Thank
is
you.
that a real ass on her? I mean, is
Yep.
it like
It's
why
real.
is
I
it
don't like
so-
nothing fake. I don't like nothing
Why
fake.
does it
I
look
will
so
never.
pointed at the top, sticking out? Like,
Because
why is it
she does exercises.
do you
because
think? Well, she doesn't look
Now,
anywhere
see-
else like she does any exercise.
That's it.
Just saying.
Truth
Now,
never
she
both
did- she did-
visually verified her butt.
She did lipo or some shit for her tummy area, but that's all real. That booty right there.
Facts, bro. That's all real, man. You guys clearly never been to the South, eh? Go to Baton
I
Rouge.
lived in Texas for 10 years. Yep, there she is.
The
There it
dirty,
is.
dirty,
What?
the dirt,
Go to
the
Baton
dirty,
Rouge,
dirty
go to New
South.
Orleans. That's exactly what
Yo.
you see everywhere. So
Now,
you're
see,
an ass
now,
in the face, man.
They need
Now,
a
see,
bra
this-
for her.
this
She needs a
looks-
bra for her butt.
now
like
this
going
looks a
everywhere.
little fake. I'm not gonna lie, right here.
Yeah, it does look fake. No, hey, look, I can see. Hey, guys, check it out. You can see the cellulite banging around there. Check it out.
Yeah,
See?
don't
There's
stare
cellulite.
too-
Oh my
Don't
god.
stare-
Look at
Don't
this one.
stare too closely.
No, I know. I'm just saying that's what makes it real.
She'll put an eye out.
See, I'm not with the fake stuff at all.
Shut
all.
the server
Shit that
down.
Justin
Unfounded curvature.
Damn, bro.
Praise the
That
Lord.
looks
Shut
like
the
a-
server down.
It looks like a chest on the wrong side.
Hey,
Yeah, truth, that was me 10 years ago. What's up? You got my old pictures.
That was me last year. That was
I
me
just
last
wanted-
year.
I'm gonna ruin it for you. I'm gonna ruin it for you, Truth. That guy's gay.
Well, my hair's gray now, Elijah.
You're probably right.
Hey,
Justin,
now.
that's not a woman. That
Yeah.
guy's also gay. I've met him.
That guy's gay
No,
for
he's
sure.
Prove
Wait, hold up. I want to know why you met him.
He looks like a taker instead of a giver.
Wow, you got it down, don't you?
He said a
Hey,
catcher, not a
you don't hear me
pitcher.
talking about the guys. I just let her do what she's doing. I don't even notice them. I'm still looking for the booty pictures.
Justin,
most
you gotta
men-
post more of that booty, please.
Trying to get the best ones. Come on.
Well, aren't most male models gay?
Yeah, most male models
that's a
are
good
gay.
question. Holy shit.
Facts.
Well, they are.
All right, here we go.
Who's in trouble now?
It's my slipper.
Now you're in trouble.
That's what Elijah likes. That's what Elijah likes. He doesn't want to admit it.
Let's see what MJ is talking about. Let's see. Yep. And what?
What? Okay. Oh, fuck it.
She could be cuter, but still.
Wait, you go 50-50 actually.
Look, man, look. You can't look
You're
at
actually
the
50-50.
I made a comment on. I made a comment on the. Listen, no, fuck that. I'm not bigoted or anything like that. Like I said, when you look for the kind of porn that's over in your parts, it looks like cardboard's having sex. I can't do it.
Who
I can't do
that?
it.
Who
If you
deleted that picture? Who deleted it?
Yo, like
Man, you got to date right, man. Stay the fuck away from my farm.
you got to see American porn to
You're the
understand
only
why
one
I'd be
who
able to do
know
it.
that.
Yeah, that's a hog, man.
It's a hog, man.
Wow.
Well, I don't shoot to kill. I use rock salt, but don't let that encourage you. I'll put two in you. That shit'll be burning for 6 months. Oh, what's up with that dude?
Pringles is solid. Pineapple habanero.
That dude's got some long hair. Okay, now. What the hell? We done got way off in left field. We're in the grassy knoll now.
Hey, Justin, that was actually a good send. Try to only do those.
Trannies
Except for
and
that
big
one.
chicks everywhere.
Oh, no.
How did I know that was coming?
That is so bad.
Justin, come
That
on,
is
Justin.
so bad. Oh my god.
When the cocaine's kicking in,
Oh my god.
Vegas never sleeps.
So
I got-
bad, guys.
I got something caught in my mid throat. I think I have puked.
The only thing good about this picture is the picture in the back.
Which one?
The painting of the river in the cut down through the mountain on the wall there. I don't even see no dude. I just see a painting on the wall.
I gotta delete that one, dude. Oh,
I was hoping so.
I'm sorry, man. That's just too much. Wow.
Hey, Truth, is he using metal tongs on a Teflon fucking pan? How dare he?
Yeah,
I'm
he's a
not
fucking.
bitching. Hey, listen,
So
if he's cooking for me, I'm not bitching.
he's a dumbass.
Scraping heavy metals into your food.
Oh no.
That's stainless steel.
Uh-huh.
Oh no. I don't want to post that.
And he's
His
got
name
a,
is
he's got a
name is
delicate
Trevor.
touch.
No, why?
He's Sven. Hello, I'm Sven. This is my boyfriend.
Out of that picture, that's what you noticed. Okay.
Oh my god.
His haircut is what I noticed.
Here you go.
Try hard haircut. I don't care that he's fit. That haircut's just like, just continue
noticed
to
it.
pay attention to me and nothing
I need
else.
that mask. I need
The
that mask.
motherfucker don't know how to shut a
I'm
cupboard
gonna be
either.
as offensive as I can.
Is
if I'm
that
gonna
Dane
wear
Cook
that.
down there? Is that Dane Cook?
I don't know.
I think it is. No, it's somebody else.
We gone on a different route. Oh shit.
Midget. I like.
You know,
I
there's
reckon.
a midget
I
convention
reckon
that
I
we
like
had
me
that I've
some
never went to.
midgets.
But nah, I don't know. I don't know.
Nope.
I don't know. I don't
It
know.
ends up being like a
the
meat
whole-
treat on a stick. Mm-hmm.
the whole
Midget
point of
chicks.
a one and a preferably a taller woman. It's because
Oh boy.
it is.
Yeah, I know, right?
I need to
I
be.
like them short and I like them tall. Mm-hmm.
I don't want to hurt them.
Oh my gosh, no, no,
I just like women.
No.
I don't give
I like
No.
to be.
a fuck.
please
I
no.
like to be funky.
You got to move it, move it.
Like them with a little something, something.
Oh, Lucifer, great, good for you, Truth.
Woohoo! Hold up, homie.
That's Lucifer.
I memorized song lyrics, but you seem to know every one of these guys.
What's up? You talking to me? Yeah, you are.
I got to pick
What?
on you. I got to
That's
pick
fine.
on you.
That's
I'm just
fine.
picking.
I don't even know if that's a guy. It might be a guy. The shoulders are pretty broad, pretty large.
Yeah, I'm on the were they born that way tip too, brah.
Yeah, for sure.
That shit came off the line as a Volkswagen, now it's a BMW. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I think that's sexier because he's fit, and you can tell he's fit naturally. Not like that first one that you guys posted. Man, that was like about made me barf. That was just most disgusting.
Oh, I got one for you.
I could actually sit on his chest while he walks. It's like, what the hell? That's gross.
Wait, what?
I'll find it and show
I
you.
know the images I was seeing sitting on my chest. I was like,
What's going on in here anyway?
I'm so confused.
Can you climb up there while I'm standing up? Mm-hmm. This here might be a wedding shit.
What's happening in here?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know,
gross,
Sonny.
man.
Please save me from this.
Oh, he's dead. That dude,
I
the
was actually
bodybuilder
wondering
dude,
why you were quiet the whole time.
had a heart attack.
I know.
Yeah,
I actually
he
went
passed
to
away
go
already.
and buy. MJ, I just went to go get some stuff from the shops quickly. So
No wonders.
luckily, I've
MJ,
all of this.
MJ Muslim, he's like, this all new to him. He's like, this is why we ban this shit in my country. These fucking
Candidate from the Bronx.
these fucking degenerate Americans.
I actually want to know, MJ, is this conversation haram?
Haram. That's what I was saying, bro.
I was wondering why the fuck is Crypto quiet. He became a Muslim suddenly.
Yeah. No. I just dislike degeneracy naturally. Wow, that killed the conversation.
Oh, you were cutting out.
I was just saying to MJ,
He cut off again.
I
See?
just dislike degeneracy
Third time.
naturally.
That's the
For
third
love
time
of-
he's.
No, that
Might want to reconnect or don't
Well,
talk.
yeah.
that
or...
time I didn't cut out. Yeah, so can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
It's terrible.
Maybe.
Crypto, absolutely terrible.
Fuck it hell.
Sorry, dude.
Fuck you, man.
Yeah, we heard that.
Yeah, we heard
Ah,
only
yeah.
that.
Just in time to swear at Glatflop. Yeah, I was just saying to MJ, I don't need Islam because I dislike degeneracy naturally.
You like it? Please don't.
What's
Please
going
don't
on
die on that hill.
anyway?
Dislike. Forget it.
Sorry, dude.
Sorry.
Is this even on?
I think so.
Yeah,
Is this
Sonny,
thing
you're here. I
on?
can hear. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Hi, Sonny. Welcome.
Welcome. What's happening in here?
Hello.
You're gonna change the subject to something. Is what's happening.
Meow.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yep. Just so you know, what I posted in the voice text is QE in that picture. That's why it's such an offensive picture. EXO and
Let me get
QE
caught up.
did that.
I'm really behind. Thanks for
It's
reminding
ridiculous.
What
I
are all
might
these
delete
butts?
it.
Wait a minute. Whoa, that's one hell of a butt. What the heck?
Booty,
Oh, man.
rocking everywhere.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Look at that dog. That's some freaky, snacky freaky.
You talking about
Fan
Cut the
Cherokee?
shit,
today? No, I'm
Yeah,
not
you
looking
talking
at
about
that baby
Cherokee?
longer.
Oh, not that fake
Now,
shit. Just
Those muscular women.
I don't know,
Damn!
man. She might hurt. She might want to hurt somebody. And if she did,
I just got to
I
be
don't know.
careful.
Oh, now that.
There's some curvature,
Whoa.
and it's on the flat Earth.
Okay, back
Like I
away.
be saying, we done found a curvature.
Back away from the booty. I guess you guys had a little booty. I'm still working on getting to the right place here. I'm
He's still
scrolling.
trying to get lower.
Scrolling.
Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low.
Scrolling.
I think you caught up.
All
you
right,
caught
which
up,
one?
Sonny.
Sorry to burst your bubble? No.
No, 2 up. Hey, Baltards.
Gotcha. Yep.
It's probably the most offensive gift that this place has seen.
Trans panda rats. Forgot the space part. Gotta be trans space panda rats. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, it
Only
was
one
XO.
correction though.
Yeah. We'll just have him make that whole thing, the whole bottom half of the picture, just insults.
Uh-huh.
Should I delete it? No.
Now,
Yeah, I'm gonna.
on
I'm gonna
Monday.
now. I'm gonna.
On Monday, we're going to talk about the Slim Goodies because I loves me
Wait
the
a
Slim
minute.
Goodies as well. I just don't like the in between. That's boring.
Well, you have to be What did you say you like to be in between of, Elijah?
No, I said I either like them slim or I like them thick. In between is kind of like normal. It's like,
this guy.
really?
This guy here.
I think I like them a little in between. Oh.
in between is all right. You know, that's what I'm saying. It's normal. It's just regular.
It is. There's nothing wrong with that.
The number one thing for me, calves. Yeah, but not like that. Cut the shit. Good lord. Good lord.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah,
bro.
she is going off.
Again, hold on.
Skip that on leg day.
No. Okay, I am going to delete that one.
Where's
That
the
might be a
ass?
guy too. You guys. This
I don't think that motherfucker knows what leg day is.
Her ass looks like my ass.
I don't know what that is.
What?
Oh Lord, I didn't even know that either.
Mod Justin, I'm removing Mod.
He's
Justin.
going on.
I'm removing
Why do you
Justin.
like that?
Dude, Justin's fucking up today.
I don't move like that.
Watch it on your own time.
Why is a motherfucking echo? What's with the echo?
I apologize.
I was gonna ask
wanna
why it
check on
sounded
that one.
everybody talking at once. Y'all
There's just two people
the
in
fun
one
time.
line.
Yeah, it's that Sonny and Enoch show. I'm sorry you didn't know about it previously, but
Well, I could pick on him right now. Listen, with so many rump rangers out there, I wouldn't call myself a cowboy,
Justin,
but I sure the
there
fuck
we
am
go.
a farm boy.
That's marriage material, Justin. I don't care how crazy she is.
I
There we
wanna
go.
move my
That's
butt
the
cheeks
stuff.
like that.
what the heck?
Clap, clap, clap.
I just want to move my butt cheeks like that just to
Wait,
do
can
it.
you hear that? Clap, clap, clap,
Yeah,
clap,
right
clap,
there.
clap, clap,
Feel
clap,
that
clap, 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 clap.
The man,
He's like trying
the
to-
man that would give up comfortable for hot and crazy deserves neither hot nor comfort.
Man.
Right there.
All right, let's move along. Yeah, stop watching it. Step away from
Yeah, I have
the
to
bouquet.
take a break now. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Look, I'm not a doctor, but I prescribe cold showers for each and every one of you.
I know.
When that clapping
They,
of the
they
ass became a
obviously haven't seen Lexi twerk.
Hey, you don't know, man. Women like that too.
I'm so glad I'm driving right now because I do not
Guys,
want to see what's going
women
on.
like that too.
No,
if
that
guys
last,
do-
the
if
last
guys
picture.
do like that.
Just so you know,
Bruh.
I would
Justin.
I would venture to argue that those aren't women.
Those pumpkins, though. Those pumpkins are nice.
Don't say that,
Why would she
Michael.
lie with those melons, huh?
No, I said the one. Listen, I was saying the ones that like to watch girls twerk, and those aren't real women.
Why would she lie about the dress size?
You were about to ruin
Why
my
is
fucking
there-
month.
Why is there no choices for guys? When you look up the hot men gifts, it's like you get like 2, maybe 3, and then the rest are nothing but just. I mean,
Just women.
there's nothing.
Homosexuals. That's because
Oh my
you're sharing a genre with homosexuals.
I got one for you, Truth. I got one for you, Truth. Here you go.
They got one for every.
Oh.
That is quite the booty, if I say so myself. Look at him go. Orange too, little 33, no big deal.
Nothing to see here. Keep it
That's what you
moving.
got for me, just that's all you. That's what you had for me. Yeah, okay, I remember you now.
Hey, Jim Carrey,
Hey.
JC.
Picture that was right.
Oh, well, I thought it was going to be something good, because it's like,
Hold on,
hey,
hold on, I'll
Justin's
find it.
okay, he'll get me something good, and I'm like, and then this is it.
It was the only picture there.
Hey, it's been a while since I showed a movie down in the cinema. I was thinking about watching an '80s classic. Does anybody want to watch Stand By Me down in the cinema tonight?
Stand by me.
Is that you, Justin?
Wait a
Is that your
minute.
ass,
I told
Justin?
you I was gonna show you.
With commentary.
By me, whoa, stand.
Me cooking some dinner.
Stand by me.
It's nice. It's good to have a
Stand
good
by
ass,
me.
right? The girls love it.
Stand now.
Gotta work out.
Gotta work out.
I'll
Cannot
help
skip
you
leg day.
carry
It's
on.
karaoke night.
We all need.
That was awesome.
All need.
I don't know the
That's the wrong song, guys. That's the
I know.
Lean on.
All right, I got a question. This is a flat Earth question.
These motherfuckers. No.
I gotta know.
Yeah.
Hank, you're gonna have to wait until
No.
all of the men with castrated men stop singing.
I know, and they're on the wrong damn song.
Not even.
When the night
Am I? Is that what
has come and the land is dark
And the moon
and
is
the
gone.
moon
Can Hank
is
say
the only light we'll see.
Oh, damn.
I think we're alone now.
Does anybody want to hear an impression?
You guys keep going to the wrong song, man.
Can Hank do his thing? Can Hank go?
Yeah, why did karaoke start out like a
Actually, not even joking now. Shut up.
Wait a minute, Elijah.
My bad.
Yeah, it's
No, keep
not
keep
lean on
singing.
me.
Everybody else, shut up. Let Elijah sing. Go, Elijah. I'd like
It's
to hear
not
that.
lean on me.
Please,
It's stand by
please
me.
sing. Can everyone just shut up for Hank?
Shut the fuck up and let Elijah sing. Damn
Just
it.
shut the fuck up, man.
We're not shutting up for Elijah to sing. We're shutting the fuck up so that Hank can talk.
Oh, Hank, sorry. My bad.
Okay, I just wanted to know why the karaoke night started like a WWF wrestling match. Like, oh, by the way, we're going to start right now.
You
I
let me
tried
down,
to sing the same song.
It did because I showed up.
No,
That's-
listen.
That's
I want to
why.
know why you guys sang half a stand by me and then went into lean on me. What the fuck? You non-music knowing motherfucking non-lyrics. I know, Elijah. What the fuck?
Sang 2 different songs.
Mandela alert. We have a Mandela alert. Mandela effect. Detected.
Right, we wasn't talking about Morgan Freeman, damn it.
Yeah, I think I got it, bro. They was standing on the lean. They was taking that cough syrup, you know?
Stand on lean.
Yep.
Stand.
Or they were leaning on their stand.
Syrup.
Oh
See
my.
that stance? Over there.
Just go stand.
Okay, we got Donald
Go
Trump.
stand
Don't
on
leave
it.
me, bro.
Stand on
Don't
it.
leave me, bro.
Don't leave me now.
Right over there.
Did you hear me, Battlemon? Or they were leaning on. They were leaning
Hell
on their
no.
stand.
Hell no, I didn't. I didn't hear shit. They was just. They was all fucking
You said you
talking too
believe.
much.
You said you believe they were standing on their lean, and I said, or they were leaning on their stand.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, you just said you didn't hear shit, but I heard a lot of shit.
So, and don't talk shit about my falsetto. Trying to upset me or something. Wow. Anyway.
So we doing karaoke night, cinema night? What do we got? Cinnamon in here? Is he talking about the shape of the earth?
Yeah,
What's going on?
Lou is trying to divide us. He knew it was karaoke night.
What about Donald Trump night? Can we do him?
If it's just not even a movie, I would leave the live stream for like the old
Huh?
Tron or something. Yeah.
Where's my coffee?
I've been rapping for a century. So mentally ahead of these young rappers, I got the recipe for destiny. So rest in peace. Suicidal bars like the thoughts in my head.
Where's my
I got
weed?
these Rolex dreams, but I'm just lost in the time. Give me a beat, damn it.
Boom, 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 boom.
Put the semi-automatic to your head, now let's get busy. I'm putting in work. I'm going berserk. When I pop a few pills
Here,
for my
I'm
troubles
gonna
seem
do
to
a
get
beat.
worse.
I'm gonna do a
Every
beat.
time I look at you, it just hurts.
You gotta start
What's
with
your
me, man.
life even worth? No.
No, I can't. I can't.
Yeah, that's good. Do that.
Shit.
Well, you can't keep it going.
Hey, stop. Ready? Hey, ready? You and me, battle mod. 1, 2, 3, and.
It's not, dude. It's not too bad. That dude y'all be thinking on that never do shit, riding, trying to lay a bitch down with his 2-6. Fully loaded bitch. I dare a motherfucker try to take this shit. My Glock will stop a bitch in his tracks. It's got brakes on it. I get them fakes on it.
Where's the beat?
Dude, I can't beatbox all night.
In our lives, we all have pain. We all have scars.
Here's a good one. Are you ready?
I think Sunny's dying.
So here's a good one.
We know that there's
Always tomorrow. Lean on me.
when you're not strong, and I'll be. That smells good. I'll be
Your friend. He'll tell you fuck off your song.
It won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
Sing the words, 'cause I don't know. I forgot.
Please swallow your pride. If I have things
Then you need to borrow.
no
one can fill those of your needs that you won't let show.
just
Lean on me.
What? Sorry. Just might have a problem that you'll understand.
Oh my God, man. Karaoke kills me, man, but I guess it's because I can memorize the entire song.
Huh?
Bro, you skipping verses and shit. It's getting worse as you go.
No, I was trying to read.
Every verse you just switching the flow. You can't keep a steady rhythm, I don't know.
What does he know? Whoa.
Let me rewind it. Now try it.
I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on.
There you
It's
go.
the sky that we look upon. let's switch the song on him. Should tumble and fall over mountains.
No, that's.
I know. You did it to Elijah. I thought turnabout was fair play.
I see what you mean. I see what you putting down.
No, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as you lean by me.
Lean by me. Yeah.
Stand on me.
Freakazoid.
Robots, please report to the dance floor.
Yeah, that's that beta song, that new beta track.
I'm a freakazoid, go on and wind me up.
Wow.
You guys don't know the lyrics to that one, huh?
Nope. But I guarantee you do.
I even know who sang it. You?
No.
Ready.
Midnight Star. I'll be your freakazoid. Come on and wind me up. Kick up your heels, baby. Relax your mind. Leave all your worries to me, because I'm programmed to take care of you and all your physical needs, you see. I'll be your freakazoid. Come on and wind me up.
Yow.
Oh, dare scream. I'll be your freakazoid. Come on and wind me up. Shake your body just like you just don't care. I said, oh, baby, I can be your freakazoid if you dare. I said, shake your body like you just don't care. I said, I'll be your freakazoid if you dare.
Yep. You need a lady to spit all this game to, partner.
It's his song, dude.
Well, I know, but you're good at the flow, and you're funny, so get yourself a girl.
I am now
Spend too
in
much
total
time with us
automation.
anyway, man.
Your every wish is my command. Take me to your dance floor, freak.
I wasn't hot micing just now, was I?
Nope.
No.
Get freaky!
Man, these people really need a karaoke night. You know, it's called drunken karaoke, right?
Yeah. I'm sober, but yeah. Cut the shit, dude. I've been waiting for you to find that one. Now make the Pepsi say science, and that is one of the best gifts in the world. Might have to up your Photoshop game, but you'll do it.
Do that old guy rap. I'm too old to be geeking off a short Patreon. Fist fighting in the club over a statement ain't grown. I put food in the fridge, put clothes on my kids, do the dishes, pay taxes, map the floor in the crib. I mean a duplex floor. I'm too grown to be calling it a crib no more. No future in a gang slang gang. It's true. And I lost real good friends behind the 90s shooting. It's just a grumpy old
Shooting and
man.
looting while you be booting polluting. I don't know. So I'm saying, cut the shit. You gotta get
rewind.
You gotta get his dummy eyes on the one that says science.
Wait, what are we looking at? Oh.
Voice text.
I see no problem here. Mm-hmm. That can work. I reckon I agree 100% with that there model.
Yeah, right? Might as well. Might as well.
I remember his voice from the movie. He's all hoarse and...
Yeah, he really... got into character.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where's all the Globetrotters?
I don't know, but we need them to come in and get dealt with.
Give us a
In
target.
a positive way. We just want to help you learn. Okay. Off key, completely off key.
I play that on my bass sometimes.
I still know it was Andy Griffith.
Andy Griffith.
Let me take you down to Mayberry with Aunt B. She's cooking a pie for me because I'm a G.
You got that line. You got the other part of that situation here. Yep.
Y'all. Oh shit.
Whoa, that dude falls off, then blows up too.
Boom.
Dang.
Here's another one. I got another one. This one's better.
Boom. Jeez.
God, this is funny.
And PC in the middle
Like,
of the
oh
road.
shit, I fell.
In the middle of the road.
That's so good.
Huey's gonna get upset. You better hurry, straighten up, everybody. Talk about something science
Sunshines and rainbows.
related. Be specific.
Atmosphere.
What'd you say?
Hey.
What'd you say? That's how.
Aether. I said ether.
Fuck your atmosphere.
Experiment.
I said luminescent ether, by God.
Luminiferous.
Like I already told you,
Luma
gases
snipper
have no inherent
snipperous.
shape. Have you been eating too many crayons today?
I was drinking moonshine and doing lines one night, and before my eyes just popped out a luminescent ether. I was like, holy shit.
Easy for you to say.
And I was in the middle of the fucking woods. I didn't know what to do.
Anybody watch the NPC in the middle of the road? Dude, that thing is spicy.
I think my dog's got to go to the bathroom. He's doing the fucking body dance. This shit is funny. Oh,
It's better
I'll be
than the
back.
Biscuit and Boogie.
Is that where he drags his butt across the floor and does the body dance?
Yeah.
Hank,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
doing that right now. I'm gonna let him out. Man.
Biscuit and Boogie.
So bartender asked, son, what up, be? Dude, I hate country music. I fucking hate it so much.
Hey man, that accent ain't helping you with that story there, partner.
Well, that's because I live in East Texas, man. We got the accent, but if you look at Dallas and Austin, it's like the best music scenes on the planet for real
On
music.
the what? On the what?
Yes.
Dallas and Austin, especially like Deep Ellum, like I grew up
Yep.
east of Dallas, right?
Deep Ellum.
If you know
I
anything
played
about
probably
Deep Ellum,
50 plus shows on Deep Ellum in there.
I
Shit,
bet
I
you
just sat
did.
on my cat. Sorry, go ahead. Yes, I did. I played a lot of shows.
Best music scene where, Hank?
In the world, Deep Ellum and Austin, Texas. As far as I'm now.
You said on the planet before.
Oh yeah,
No
yeah.
way.
That's just the programming kicking in. But as far as I'm concerned, like you can get some really good shows for like next to nothing. Just go into the bars and have a good time.
Sweet. Just got to get my 5 Fauci ouchies and 3 booster Fauci ouchies, and I'll be on my way.
And then you can walk around 6th Street with 2 masks on, minimum.
Ah, lucky
and
me.
the horses. Hey, Hank, you know the horse cops walking around. The horses have to wear masks.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a shame.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't know that.
All right,
Don't
good.
quote me.
Yeah, because that would be I mean, this last year and a half has been so ridiculous that now literally nothing surprises me.
See, that's how I knew I could get away with the lie for at least 20 seconds.
That is Poe's law.
Oh, right. Yeah, right.
Would you like to know what Poe's law is?
Kung
Yeah,
Fu
right.
Panda's
Yeah,
dad?
yeah. Doesn't it mean if no one's there to refute it, it's true?
No.
Oh. No, please enlighten me onto what Poe's law is.
Poe's law is... It's something like this. When reality is so absurd that a parody is indistinguishable from the reality itself.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Certainly what we're experiencing.
Okay, so pre CV Axel joint
1942.
1942. Columbus sailed the ocean. Yeah, it was one of the best music spots. I don't know about now, but from my experience, Deep Ellum was a pretty fucking cool place to have pretty close to your house growing up. Because man,
yeah,
like it was a good place to be for just someone to want to hear like cheap music, live music, you know.
And they were starting to rebuild that part. That's Houston, right? Not Dallas?
No, Deep Ellum is East Dallas.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I thought. Okay, they started to rebuild it. They put like a bunch of hipster joints on there and stuff like that. What was that one? The one venue though, it's like got a wooden fence and an outdoor picnic area, and I think it's two different venues in one. I'm not sure. Anyway,
I don't know.
Yeah, that was. I played that. I've played it probably 3-4 times at least. You'd think I'd know the name, but that shit just escapes me.
I remember I took my wife there when she was breastfeeding because she breastfed each child for a year, and like one of her boobies just swole like straight up, just plumb full, and she was like, "We gotta go home. We gotta go home now." And I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna do this." So we had no breast pump or nothing, so I didn't swallow.
Whoa, dude!
I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave.
You are a
I was
fucking. You're husband of the year. Husband of the year. Not
I
kidding,
just relieved
ladies.
a little pressure.
If your husband is not helping you alleviate that situation any way he can, he's not a good husband. Okay.
I don't know why he didn't just find another woman in the bar and just say, "Sorry, love, you got to take care of business."
Yeah, I ain't really into all that stuff.
Wow, Hank. You are a gentleman and a scholar. Good for you, buddy. And you did it all. You did it. Listen, you did it all so you and your family could experience the Deep Ellum experience, and
Dude,
to
Deep Ellum
alleviate
really is
your
a
wife.
cool place,
I can't.
man.
That's so cool, dude. You're such an
The
awesome
first time
man.
The first time I
People
took my
aren't
wife
doing that.
there, I wasn't old enough to drink.
Yeah.
So she was like drinking a
19,
Bloody
20.
Mary, and I'm like, yeah, I was like 19 when me and her first got together. And she's 4.5 years older, so.
Ah, I see. Well, cougar action. I don't blame you. That
Not
was a
really,
joke,
not
but
really.
I know. I'm just kidding.
My best friend's oldest sister.
Well, that worked out, didn't it? My best friend just got married to his sister's
You ain't
best
got to
friend.
worry about a sister. Whoa, that's close.
Yeah, his sister's best friend. She got him together. Happened in Cancun. Of course it did.
What doesn't happen in Cancun?
I
There's plenty
mean,
of souvenirs rolling around with the name Ashley and Justin that happened in Cancun.
Vanessa, Harrison. God. Harrison. Other than Harrison Ford, that's an effeminate name for a boy. Harrison.
To be fair, though, the name Vanessa is just one of those names where I've never met an ugly Vanessa. It's just one of those
Absolutely.
like hot
Yep.
names.
I agree. The parents knew. They were like, well, we are smoking hot, so she's going to be a Vanessa. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm going to post a song that I've had stuck in my head since I heard it, so you guys can enjoy it during this downtime. And it is not Flat Earth related, and I am sorry.
Downs time.
Do you think my rock cousin had Down syndrome? Because I'm not all there. You know what I mean?
Oh, it may be hereditary in rock, people.
Right. I love anthropology.
Gives me meaning to paper, rock, scissors, don't it?
Yeah. Wow.
I never had a paper, rock, scissors, donut.
Well, donut wins every time.
I love watching those audit videos, and then you hear people say stuff like, I hope you don't fall in a donut hole, because the cops are always giving directives like, go stand over here, go do this, and they always respond like, stop oinking orders at me, or they'll say something like, don't eat yellow snow, don't fuck your partner's wife, and then one lady said, don't fall in a donut hole. I don't know why, but that shit's funny to me. I don't even know what a donut hole. I don't know. Can you fall in a donut? I don't know, but it's funny.
How did she not get any donut on her nose when she did that?
I was thinking she was pretty fucking talented, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Super cute too. Big ears though. Look at how big her fucking ears are. That's not a problem. I'm just saying. Whoa, those are big ears.
Elfish.
Yeah.
Why we call them love handles in the country, boy.
You better not.
Make me want to go Deliverance. I
don't know why you'd pick that one, but okay.
Boy, she got a pretty mouth.
You're mixing your creepy characters. Two different movies.
Yes, sir. Well, Deliverance needed a sling blade to be full. We should redo it. Deliverance Part 2.
Never go full.
Sling blade. That's where Sling Blade escapes and he goes down that river and he's like, boy, you got a pretty... you got an entire pretty body, boy. You done fucked up, I reckon. You ought not be talking to me like that. We're out here in the middle of the woods and ain't nobody here to save you. Talk about wrong turn, right? Yeah, I should have been asking Crypto if he wanted Lap Pizzle back. He's the one that banned him. I did my research. Oh. Cyan Tangerine. Got no roll. Let's see. What's up? Tangerine. What's up? Hello. You're unmuted. Cyan. Tangerine. Cyan. You got any questions for flat earthers?
Not yet.
You're just here to listen.
I'm mostly just jumping between Discord servers to get emotes.
Oh, you're just here to rob us for our emotes. Okay. Mm-hmm.
But I'm not trying to start fights.
I just want to steal your emojis without aggression.
No, I mean I.
That's right.
Considerably in. I do find some interesting things about this server.
Yeah, we got some good we got some good emojis too.
Yes.
Ha! He laughed like, yeah, I'm unmuted. No, you ain't.
Who left?
Cyan Tangerine. It was Ryan.
Oh yeah,
with
right.
Cyan Tangerine. I gave him a listen and pass. Joke's on him. He'll be muted when he comes back in. He ain't seem bad, but you know, I've had guys talk civil and normal for 3 fucking hours just to get in here and drop one N-bomb.
Oh.
They try to catch you when you're not looking, you know? Like it's a surprise.
Just gotta stay vigilant and sober.
There are no
against
surprises.
the evil. For we battle not against flesh and blood, but principalities.
Dominions. Evil rulers in high places.
Speaking of, did you guys see those cities in the middle of the air, up in the clouds in China, back when that happened?
Well, I've seen images of it.
Right.
Being Project Bluebeam, where they can project holographic images onto the chemtrails.
Yep.
I guess. That's what a lot of people say and believe. I don't know. Who knows?
Because I mean, my oldest went and seen like a Freddie Mercury concert where Freddie was actually there in the flesh and blood. If you didn't know that it was a hologram and you didn't know who Freddie was and that he was dead.
But he didn't die. He went to hang out with
it was
Hitler
really good.
on the fucking Argentinian coast.
27 Island. What was that, Johnny Darko?
Me? Oh yeah.
On the island.
Yeah, they was snorting lines with purple haze in it with Jimmy.
Yep. 27 Club, man. They're like, okay, listen, you either have to live until about 60, and then we kill you then, or we kill you at 27. What do you think?
Or we can just give you an IV and pump you full of drugs all day long.
Right.
Damn, my internet's working good today. I wonder what the hell. My internet's usually about 8 and 8. You know what that? Maybe the last time I called and bitched, it did some good, huh? I do it weekly. I've been bitching every week for 9 months now.
That guy's shirt says Yahweh.
What guy's
Who's
shirt?
your internet service provider? That's a good upload speed.
It is. I got satellite TV, and it's always been shit, dude. It's been it's been 8 and 12 at the most, or 10 and 10.
Okay.
Shit, I'm just blinging today. I wonder if they
Good,
cranked
man.
it up. My kid just been using her 15 devices all at once since I went through today and found every device in the fucking house and shut it off.
Maybe that's it, right?
Well, my daughter got like 8 devices, dude. She's spoiled brat.
No, all right. Well, it's your fault, Mike.
But this is true. This is true. I don't strawman me though. I didn't say it wasn't. I knew that before I said she was spoiled. That's my fault. But she's not really spoiled. She earns it, and this is what she does with the money she earns. You know.
Yep.
So
improves her life and whatever she wants.
Yep, she uses it for the stuff she wants in life. She pays attention. But she saves too, so I can't bitch. You got 8 devices, but you save most of your monies. And,
Oh yeah, can't fucking complain. True, man. Looks like she can manage money just fine.
Yeah. Yep, at 16. She said, I said, you got your license now, you can start driving that car. She said, but I don't want to pay for gas, Dad. Just take me to town. I said, what? She said, I'm a cheap bastard. I'll get that Mercedes I want to buy myself sooner if you just take me to town, old man. I was like, damn it. I finally said, look, just drive the Harley truck. It's my fucking gas in there. You got a license. I want to know I can trust you on the road.
Oh, dude, Harley truck? What's that getting? 8 miles to the gallon?
Well, it's got 2 tanks. It's got 2 tanks. He said,
just fill up both of them. Fuck yeah.
No, that's fucked up. It's more like 10.
More like 10, yeah. I get like 12, roughly, so. Non-supercharged, so it's like, yeah, yours got a supercharger on it. Yeah, you're getting shit mileage. That's for sure. However, though, you know what, man? Like, once you drive something like that around, well, I believe it or not, I delivered with my truck for quite some time. And it was actually, like, feasible, economically feasible, like driving something that gets 10 miles to the gallon, work and delivery, like, so I'm driving a lot of miles per day, and it was still just fine. Like, I came out with, all right.
Well, all that idle where you're not using gas, that's good.
Damn. Well, it looks like that Canadian internet's good, huh, Platypus? I thought you...
Damn good.
I thought you was American, hey?
That's they used to have a
that's
speed test
Comcast.
server in Detroit, but...
Is that Comcast?
222, god damn.
Yeah, it's Comcast. That's why the upload speed is shit.
Exactly, because I knew it was Comcast with the upload speed, because I had the half gig. I had the 500 megabits down, man. And my up speed was just 15.
All right, you want to know something funny about that speed test I did? I could show you a copy of my data plan. I only pay for 60 megabit download. I don't know why I started getting this fast ass internet. Somebody somewhere made a mistake.
The
past 2 years, dude.
Nice, dude.
That's why whenever like my router breaks, I just fix it myself because I know if I ever call them to have
they're gonna bump you down to 60. Nice, dude. Good shit. I got Comcast too. I bumped mine down. Like, I don't need it anymore. I don't need that faster internet anymore. So
it's good to know that you're gaming the system somehow, Platypus.
No, he's
Respect.
not. Can you guys hear me?
Now, yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you
Check.
fine.
Damn, let me
Coming
praise my boy. I like him like 70% of the time.
Look, man, I mean,
Platypus,
I
he's
gave
cool.
Platypus a shout out roast in my song, so obviously I got respect for him.
Yeah, he got some rebel points with me too. He's bucking the system.
But what were you saying there, Hank? Why should we not give him points?
Because Comcast like made a deal with the government for the infrastructure, and they got a whole bunch of subsidies, money from the government. That when they did this, they were going to hook the people up with this really high speed internet, and then they took the deal from the government and then straight up like throttled the shit out of people. So when he's saying he's not being throttled, he's still being throttled. One way or another, Comcast throttles you, so you have to pay more, even though you paid for the extra bandwidth. You paid, well, your government paid for it after taxing.
Hank, you're not listening to me. I'm supposed to only be getting 60 megabit download per my 2-year contract. I get way more than that because of some kind of an error on their end.
Look, what I'm telling you is you're supposed to be getting unlimited internet because you paid for it, but Comcast took the money and then throttled your bitch ass.
There's no such thing as unlimited internet speed.
Yeah, I know, because they throttle you.
I gotta go with GE on this one, man.
Traitor.
No, that's
I
fine.
like
Just do the research and then you'll see.
I know about the throttling, but I know that everybody gets unlimited internet. It's the speed that you pay for.
Comcast is not unlimited, dude. You got a terabyte per month.
I don't know. They put a limit on my shit, but my shit's free. Well, it's not free, obviously, but it's not what they said it is. Tell you that. Being on Discord all day. What?
When you beat your case in a vacation state, then we'll talk about cool points. Getting a clerical error on your account and getting accidental high speed ain't no gangster shit. It's cute, but it ain't gangster.
Cuddles fucked you up there. Yeah. He said clerical error. Cute. Oh shit.
I mean, it's a clerical error, and it's good, and that's great. I'm glad that you have something working out, but it's not like you instigated this error. That would be cool.
You trying to say that broadband ain't shit but hoes and tricks?
Yes.
Sweet.
Yes.
He said you ain't the Charles Bronson of internet. Fucking with you don't mean a death wish.
Stick with me, kid. I'll show you how to get a dedicated loop up to your house.
For free?
Oh, he called him kid. You should call him son. Call him.
No.
Call Cuddle's stepdaddy. He's the one.
Yeah, stepdaddy at best, man, but I ain't calling nobody's son that ain't coming out my balls.
You give birth out your penis?
He does. He gives birth out his penis. See, they come out as semi kids, and then the best swimmers. See, this is the thing. Y'all get to fight, and the best swimmer wins the right to be my son. If it's not a girl.
I'm shooting swimmer's crypto. It's that simple.
Oh, I could so
all
kill
I was
that.
trying to
I was
say,
doing Platypus's
jumping on.
mom last week, pulled out, and we watched my children die on a drying bed sheet. Nobody got that.
Damn,
Oh,
hell yeah, I did. That was disrespectful.
that was a diss, bro.
I'm trying so hard to keep breathing and standing up. Damn.
hey, I've been fucking with these battle rappers. You know I got to get with them. That's where that "call me stepdaddy" line come from. Some 16-year-old want to act like a gangster on the internet when he ain't never left his room. I'm gonna call him out. You're a wankster, and if I had your mom, you'd be my stepson. Just call me stepdaddy. You'd be glad to have me. I'll get you some new shoes. You quit getting beat up for dirty clothes and rags in school. I'll get your mama off that I'll get your mama off that welfare. I'm gonna act, son, like I care. You can tell them it's just you and I. We're building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. Stepdad and I.
Mike is killing him.
I went too hard on these motherfuckers over there, Elijah, and they said, you know that kid's 13. I said, you know, I wasn't lying to him. If your mama got a big booty, there's a possibility you get off welfare fucking with me, son. I ain't lying. Get us a sandwich. Let me test it out. Tell Miles to bring us some beef and cheddar, damn it.
What can we do to help irresponsible people be more irresponsible? How about we just throw a blank check at them?
Yeah, right. You're funny.
That Glat Flow picture is funny as hell. Water turns on a ball and other hilarious jokes you can tell yourself. Yo.
Bro, that's been going around Facebook.
Atlanta. Look, I started telling everybody doing a speed test now.
I know.
Everybody got to show Mike his internet ain't really that good. You still got country internet, battle mind, you fucking hick.
The neck up, real men ain't really worried. It's the neck down being in physical shape that we're worried about.
You want to pick on the white guy? You think it makes you cool? We'll call this Columbine, the white boy bringing a shotgun to school.
Bro, it's the neck up is the shit that you can't fix, bro. Neck down. I can fix that with money, dog. What you want? Just order it up.
I can fix both of them. Just
Ron,
turn the lights off and read that book in Braille, bro.
Yeah, that's it, bro.
No, bro. It's so simple, alright?
Just to run away in the morning.
She's got a good heart, a good personality. She can work on the body, because that's fixable. I don't care. My neighbor's wife is a butterface. She does yoga 3 times a week. She does her little thing 3 times a week. She stays in shape.
Everything butterface, huh? Oh, see, you be chick shaming, man. It ain't about all that for me. It's about how they treat me, because I ain't trying to have more kids.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter about her face. It really doesn't. It matters more about her personality and her healthy.
I like the face. I'm very partial to the face.
Hey, Truth, you know what's funny about that? My daughter's nickname is Tater Tot. I liked Ron, too. Damn. Elijah, damn.
Get 32 megs up. That's cellular, right, Elijah? Fuck you. That's not like landline shit. Yeah, no way. There's no way.
That's the cellular dat.
Well, of course it's cellular. It's a damn screenshot of a phone. You silly MF.
No, I could do that. I'm on my Wi-Fi, and I'll show you. Like, I'll run a speed test, and it'll just go through the Wi-Fi, right? It won't go through the cellular now.
You know What? You can't use your eyes. I'll bet you think the Earth is flat, kid.
Bro, but you're not looking at the all screens home screen and the back button at the bottom of that picture, bub.
It's easy. It's easier to just ask the dude because he's right here. So, I was like, fuck this. I'm not gonna read all that shit.
It is much easier to deduce than to ask an enemy for help.
1 millisecond latency. Oh fuck! Wow, the server is right there.
Well, see, a smart man's enemy thinks he's a friend. So it's not entirely true, Cuddle.
Man, I was just being silly with a fucking accent. Really? Really?
Well, I just read so many books on the art of war, you know.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Mm-hmm. Keep your enemies closer. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So your enemies should think they're friends.
I'm waiting for some of these people to realize I'm their friend.
What about Robert Greene? What do you guys think about his 48 Laws of Power and his Laws of Seduction and his other book, The Laws of War?
I like the 48 Laws of Power.
I think people apply that to business and that's how they get rich, bro. Stepping on motherfuckers.
Yeah, it's like it's legit if you're just an asshole.
You have to. There's no other way.
Yeah, the best one in there that I've used in life plenty of times, and it works every single fucking time. Is I forgot what chapter it was, but it was like to conceal your intent, and if you want like to court a woman, court her sister. That was the quote used in the book. That works every single time. That's exactly what I do. Like I want this chick. I don't even go for that chick. I go for her best friend right away.
Think about it.
That's it. Boom. It works like a fucking charm, dude. Every single time. So yes, if you are an asshole, use that one. I mean, like, yeah, it works, dude.
Right,
dude, but Cyrus, hold on, Cyrus. You ever seen A Beautiful Mind? You ever seen A Beautiful Mind?
Yes, I like that movie. I've seen it once, and I love it.
Yep, it's another version of the "What if no one goes for the blonde" line of logic.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. That's.
But see, that wouldn't have worked on me because if I would have went for my wife's sister, that would have been the middle child, right? Oh, it would have been horrible, right? Because my wife never would have dated me after that because they got like a pact where they don't date people that have already, dated their siblings. So that's the one exemption.
I've broken those.
Bro. Girls will make a pact every 10 minutes, all right?
Dude, the whole idea is not go for
all right, girls, let's do it again. Let's make the pact again. I messed up 10 minutes after we made the last one.
Oh, okay. It's not. You're not going for her sister, right? You're going for her best friend. Okay. So that's it.
Okay,
so,
I took it too literal. I got you.
Yeah. When you are taken or you are with someone for some fucking reason, animalistically or something, they want you because you are worthy of being with someone. So once they kind of see that triggers something in their subconscious, and they want you for some reason. Just to prove to themselves that they can strip you from the other woman. It's kind of some evil shit inside a women's head, but once you capitalize on it, for me, never failed. And it's just funny enough that I read it in that book, but it just never failed. That tactic always works.
Yeah, all that stuff. Being an
conceal your intentions.
Being an asshole and all that works in a land full of Babylonian broads. It doesn't work on a land full of righteous women. It only works on Babylonians.
I get you. Yep, and that's where we live. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. They're all Babylonians, so fuck it.
Thank God I didn't hook up with her sister. I had the chance too. Ugh.
Man, you don't hook up with her sister. Like, yeah, you do. You ask her sister out or her best friend out. But the minute she sees her best friend with you, she's going to get jelly, and she's going to want to get closer to you. That's it. That's when you just dump her best friend that you just used, and you carry on with what you wanted, right?
But there's some
And
fucked
that's
up
just asshole shit.
psychology going on there. There's some fucked up psychology because that has like that has been. I don't know what that is when you're dating like somebody and their friend or their whoever. That's fucked up. I know I said I've broken some of those pacts, but not years later though.
Elijah,
not
that
like
is-
right then and intentionally. You know.
Elijah,
That's kinda
the term you're looking for, is asymmetrical warfare.
Yeah, that's why I asked you guys about it, because I thought his books are like extremely immoral, but extremely capitalist.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I love the 48 Laws of Power. Like, I love that book for real. Like, it speaks of legit stuff in life. If you don't apply those tactics, like, okay, if you are in a if you work for a big company or something, and you know, like in a cubicle sort of setting, right, dude, if you do not apply those tactics, you're not going to climb up to the top, because others like will just by instinct or whatnot. And if you're unaware of what's going on in such like domains, like you're
That's
gonna
what
lose,
makes
man.
this.
Well,
That's
I
what makes this
disagree. I'm at the
devil's playground.
top of the ladder right now. I haven't even been there. Well, I reached the top of the ladder like after a year of being there, and I didn't deploy any of those tactics. All I did was show up and worked, and don't call in. And I'm at the top.
There are different
as
ladders.
far as I want to be.
Different-
Yeah, there are different
yeah,
ladders.
different circles and different ladders in each circle. You
Yeah.
know? What was that, bro?
Yeah. Those the moral ladders, there's only like 3 steps. That's like the the little red ladders that you boom, you're up top. But those devilish ones, man, them shits are tall as hell. It's a long way down.
Man, that's all you got to do. Any job, any business I run, just show up every day. But the work I do, man, is hard work. It's not for pussies. And if you show up every day, I can work with you. You can fill some positions, so you're going to get paid. Asphalt's hard, dude. Young kids get there and they're like, man, all I got to do is show up every day and I'm going to move up here. And then after about the 3rd week of 7 days a week, Elijah, they start to get a little worn out and shit, and I'll throw them a day off because I do that. I rotate days off. I'll fill your position. If you look like you need a day off, the owner comes in with a uniform on and says, "Hey, today's your day off, bro. You hit the lotto today. Go home. I'll pay you for it. Pay you for 3 hours for coming in, for showing up." And they love it, But you earn it, dude.
Any
You
of the
fucking
hard
earn it.
work that I've ever done, that's the thing. I mean, it's probably everywhere too. For every job ever, really, the honest to God truth, why nobody advances is because they do the bare minimum. They sweep shit under the table when nobody's looking. That's the
Yep.
shit they do. I was working at this Western Beef, one of their main spots, and I was offered supervisor position super quick with a little bum ass $2 extra. But it was a whole bunch of guys that been there for years. And it's like all I did was show up, work hard, make sure my truck went out before everybody else's.
Yeah, not half-ass your shit.
Yeah,
When your
it's
truck
very easy to get to the top.
When your truck was swept clean, I couldn't move shit and find your pile of dirt in the corner because you was in a hurry to get home.
Well, for me, it was packing the trucks full of produce.
Yeah.
So you had to walk around the warehouse at various freezers and shit. You had to you got like a list of things that you had to do. You probably had 3, 4, 5, 6 trucks. Ooh, man, those were heavy days. Ooh. And
I
some
bet
people were done at 4, and some people were done at 9.
I got truck drivers for that. Some people take melons to market. Some people take berries. Some people take dairy. So I hear you. You get a berry day, you got an easy day, man.
Dude, Hank, I do want to I want to tell a little story. That way, I don't come across as like Machiavellian or something like that. However, there is use for that shit. Okay, but like, okay, the dating her sister part. I used that recently in life in a positive light. Okay, so watch this. So this chick she was pretty much leading me on to nothing, and I got a sense of that. I got a whiff of that. But I like her, and I know that. Like I thought at the time, it's like, okay, does she actually fucking like me or not? I'm not too sure. But she's playing me. Like that's what she's really doing. I was like, okay, let's do this. So at work, this is at work, which I actually don't work there, but it don't matter. It's at work. This new girl starts up. She just came here, and she ends up being from Ohio. So we get along right away, right? I was like, oh yeah, I'm from Chicago. Why not? Boom, cool. All right. And the other chick sees that. All right. So I call her Ohio chick, right, Nikki. I was like, hey, Nikki, hey, I need a fucking wing woman. Okay, there's something I need done, and can I get you a cup of coffee? Right? Yeah. She was like, yeah, done. All right. What's your number? Got it. All right. I was like, hey, I'm gonna use you. I told Nikki, I was like, I'm gonna use you to see like what this other chick has in store for me. She was like, okay, are you game? She was like, I'm game. See? So I used the same fucking tactic, and I did not hurt anybody's feelings. I did not like fool Nikki. No, nothing. I was like, actually, I applied the same tactic without hurting anyone. So anyways, I get Nikki the fucking cup of coffee, and she's my wing woman. I was like, all right, you see her? What did she do? She just kept on fucking staring at us the whole fucking time. She kept on peeking, and I wasn't looking. Nikki was looking. And then, well, long story short, the chick that she was playing me, she ends up fucking chasing me out of this, Starbucks, the store, and her face was like purple, like in color, dude. And she just tossed her arms up in the air, like, what the fuck, dude? It's like, So then I got my answer. I was like, oh, okay, so you actually do like me. So now, like, thank you. Now I got what I needed.
I would say she was emotionally invested in you, damn it.
She was 100%. So I had to do that to know that. And then she told me later, like, why the fuck did you do it? I was gauging your reaction. I was honest the entire fucking time. That's the chick that I played. I was like, I was gauging your reaction because you were leading me on to nothing, right? Exactly. Yeah, she has a relationship like a long, like 4 or 5 years or whatnot. It's like, why would you do that? Because she likes me. I was like, okay, and that's fine. We can be friends or whatnot, but like, you don't have to do that horse shit, right? But anyways, but I do like her personality. Like, we do have excellent chemistry, right? Now, still, but anyways. So
Yeah,
I use that tactic. Yeah, go ahead, man.
She's willing to give out emotional energy though to somebody that's not her man while she's in a relationship. That's gross.
Right, that's her. That's her thing. That's not my thing at the moment. But like what I did.
Anybody giving emotional energy to someone else while they're in a relationship, that shit is gross.
Oh, of course. Like she doesn't like love that guy or whatnot. That's not my problem because I'm not biting. Right after that, it's like, all right, I knew that I'm not gonna bite. It's done. I got my answer. I got what I wanted out of it using that tactic.
There's this movie idea where you gotta, court the woman that's playing hard to get, blah 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 blah. Yo, if a woman likes you, she'll be as goofy as you would be on the very first day. That's how I know when a woman is interested. I'm not going to have you string me along because anytime that happens, oftentimes it's not. I mean, they just bullshitted you. I don't do that. No, not at all. Oh, you're interested? You're not interested? I'm moving on.
Right. I move on and
Also,
have
you can
fun.
tell if a woman likes you if you say something that's not funny and she laughs like it is.
Bro, that's all mind game stuff, though, Hank. If she can't come up and tell me that she likes me after she turns 18,
They're not going to tell you it's a game. They're not going to tell you with words. It's a game. You have to be hypersensitive to the gestures.
Mike is like, hold on.
Mike pays astute attention to the detail. A 30-year-old man said after she turns 18, he wants a woman capable of producing a large family.
No. Listen to what I said. After she turns,
I listen.
She's an adult.
Yeah.
All right.
We all listen.
She has the opportunity to communicate how she feels with me as much as I do her. If she likes me and she won't come up and tell me that she likes me, there's some problems there, and she's not as adult as I thought she was.
That's why I like older women, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't got time for all them bullshit games. They don't give a fuck about the car, the bank account. How do you treat
Some
them?
of these chicks aren't old.
Is
and
there
they play all the
chemistry?
fucking games.
Is there chemistry? Do you treat them good?
Look, the old broads don't care because the TANF still hasn't run out yet.
I got a good gauge, right? Back, what was I, like 23 or so? There was a whole bunch of us that had a group meetup on a beach. So this girl, now if you throw some sexual energy at me, I'm gonna be straightforward, right? So you woman enough to walk up to me, touch all on my chest, go, ooh, you smell good.
No, don't do it.
Touching me like
Don't do it, Elijah.
No, I did it.
It's a test. It's a test. It's a test, and you're failing it. It's a test, and you're getting a second half.
Hey,
run the fuck away.
platypus, you gotta shake off that simp reasoning.
No, because look, listen, you know when you can go there and when you can't. Like I said, if you're gonna touch me, then I'm not gonna be disrespectful, but I mean it's fair to speak openly, because that's where your mind is at. Okay, great. Are we fucking? I don't know. You seem like a good. Okay, fine, cool.
Have a nice day.
She knew damn well there was like about 3 other chicks just. She's like, no. I'm not saying I'm not interested. I just don't. I'm like, all right, cool then. And I could have walked away again. She's like, no. We fucked that morning. Yeah, we did. And she was a very cool friend of mine for years. Still cool to this day.
So here's how you know when the woman has a difficult time seeing faults in you, because those things that she sees as faults in others are attractive on you, then
oh, that's so true.
Yep.
Man,
that's when you start running. That is 100% true.
So then what you're
Truth
saying
with the ultimate game right there.
Hey, serious. Cyrus said that's a sign of an overpossessive woman. That's when you run.
City run around. He's like, watch out. Hold on.
Hey, some motherfuckers do the possessing all day long, and they like to be possessed when they go home.
Oh,
why would that be seen as possessiveness? Because she can't find faults in him, and the things that she sees as faults in others look attractive on him. Like, why would that be seen as possessive? Has absolutely nothing to do with possessive.
Maybe because I ain't perfect.
You gotta look beyond something.
That's my point, right there. It's because, like, okay, if you think if you treat me as like I'm perfect, right? That's a red flag for me, because you're blind. Like you're blind. Like, that's not good. You're not. You do look good, but you are blind. Like, I would like love and like clarity of sight at the same time. Like, hey, asshole.
Yeah, you almost set me up for failure.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
you almost set me up for failure. You got to be able to say, that was good, but I like it when you do it this way and that way. And maybe you could throw a little switch up in this shit, and then
that's it.
Then it'd be the hookup. But a woman like that might allow you to do shit that aren't up to par until you can't take it no more.
No, she can still recognize. Look, she can still recognize that. Yeah, she recognizes that it's that thing, but it's not repulsive when it's on you. But it is with other people. You know,
I'm with that.
But truth, what you're missing
still
is
recognize it.
when a girl starts ignoring so-called red flags or anything about your personality, she's already made up her mind that you're hers. In her head, you're already boyfriend and girlfriend. You're missing all of that stuff. You're skipping right past all of the reality that's already in her head.
I also agree with him because look, because when the relationship gets real and they start getting annoyed at certain shit, it's like, yo, I basically wore who I am as a banner. Like, don't do that. You know, it's too late. It's not too late, but you're wasting my time being dumb as shit.
I was married for 19 years, bro. I got experience in keeping them and then letting them go. 19 years. That was my high school sweetheart.
So you guys are sitting here talking about how you can know when a woman likes you. And a woman can tell you how you know that a woman likes you, and you're telling her she's wrong. Okay.
So you're 100%.
No. I said you're 100%.
I'm not.
Okay, now that's because. Hold on.
No.
That's because, and don't take this personally, women don't know what they want.
No, platypus, it's because men want it all their way. Men want it all their way, some men, and they just have to be right about everything. They can't allow a woman to be right about something because it might attest to one of their insecurities in manhood.
I also agree with what Platypus said.
And by
a lot of women do not know what they want.
I know exactly.
And they end up knowing. I was going to say they end up knowing.
Well, when you fuck with young chicks, bro.
Later on in life, yeah.
When you're a 30-year-old man fucking with young chicks, you shouldn't wonder why the fuck they don't know what they want. They 18, motherfucker.
I've loved me an older woman since I was since forever, bro. Since forever.
I never
really liked
got
younger.
They know what they want. They know what they want. They go for it, and they'll jump obstacles to get it. You goddamn right.
Some of the older women, that's why people like them, because they've already been through all the stupid bullshit. They tried all the stupid games, and they finally,
nope, that's not it.
years and years and years of failing, finally decided to be honest.
So you guys out here just generally chasing older women, I'll tell you where it's at. Single moms.
I'm older motherfucker.
No.
You know what?
Like a fucking plague, man. Somebody can just see ya.
His wallet and take away his fucking man card.
Hey, Elijah. Platypus just took my disc verse and wore it on his sleeve. Call me stepdaddy, baby. That motherfucker for real. He want to be a stepdaddy pimp. He's stepdad limping.
Platypus, bro. You need to go listen. You need to go listen to some Tom Likas and catch up to reality.
When I walk, I don't slide. I strut. I do the stepdaddy limp pimp.
Hey,
guess what?
It's also a moot point. I've had the same woman for 8 years, and we got 3 kids together. So
well, there you go.
Yeah, there you go, dude. You're cool.
That's why you like women that got kids.
You know why I like women that? Do you know why I fell into liking women that got kids? Because when I was in New York, that shit was unheard of. To be in high school, look, in my mind, I didn't realize that there were women that got pregnant in high school. If you did, it was like, oh, you was like you had leprosy or something, right? And then I moved to PA for 1 year. They had a fucking daycare inside the high school, and every chick that I talked to had a baby. That's what made it kind of normal. Where I'm like, oh, this chick is cool.
Listen. You was in high school. You seen they got kids. You automatically know sex is on the table.
Nah, I didn't think that.
Yeah, probably a few food stamps and some burgers too, huh?
Well, I'll tell you this: my first, her parents did my laundry. They made sure that I would bring my clothes over there. Their fridge was full. Oh, Oh man, that was the best part of that movie.
As a grandparent, you know what? Your grandchildren need a daddy. You know what I'm saying? And if a motherfucker's still in that position, you almost honor bound to respect him.
I got how do I word this? I have a kind of respect that I rarely give anyone for dudes that take on the role of being a dad where there is no dad. Those dudes are the dude.
I did that. I love my girl.
Bro, I almost fell for that shit. Almost fucking wrecked my life. No, man. Yes, I would do it for the fucking child 100 times over. However, the fucking mother is a fucking wreck, dude. That's why she's single. In my case. So
Cyrus, do what I do.
But the fucking mom was a wreck, dude.
do what I do then. Volunteer for Big Brothers, bro. You can still do it for the kid. You just don't gotta fuck with moms.
Hell yeah.
You can't. Mom is insane. You can't really, dude. There's some level like they will just fuck up your life, man. It's like fuck this shit.
Cyrus, you're 100% on point. Look, if they were a catch, they would have been caught and they would be married. Simple.
That ain't.
That's not true.
Hold on.
That's not true.
No,
Hold on, give me the mic for a second. I'm gonna fix Cuddle here.
Wait. I know. Hold on.
Sometimes,
in my case, that chick was married. That was like that child was from like a 5-year marriage. So it's like, you know what I mean. However, I know the husband. Like she's fucking batshit crazy, man. It's like you just can't fuck with that. You just gotta walk away. It is what it is, man. Go ahead, man.
How are you gonna fix Cuddle? Are you gonna cuddle with him?
Bro, you ain't gonna fix shit with me.
The moment's passed. I'm good. Disregard.
Listen, Platypus, you didn't just turn 18, so you're not equipped for the job anyway.
Dude, he's young enough, dude. He's young enough, Mike. No, bro. He's young enough. Some of us young bucks could still be his daddy.
Ooh, just call me stepdaddy, son.
Some of us, even in our late 30s, we're moving around young enough. We could still be his daddy.
I'll whoop him up of his ass at 49, dog. I still got that. What did you say in me? I hear you.
Yeah, okay,
Boomer. Is that why brothers and sisters are meeting?
Yeah, this boomer will bury a boot in your ass and go buy another pair. And that ain't no joke. I ain't playing.
Relationships aren't a game. They're serious contracts.
I've started my day. Listen, I've started my day shoveling about 1,000 pounds of shit every fucking day for the last 25 years of my life. Shit.
Yo, I'm sorry to interrupt. To get back to the relevant topic, but I'm sitting here looking at the full ass moon, right? And then what is that? That got to be Jupiter. I don't know what planet that is adjacent to the moon, but
is it bright as hell? Is it bright as hell? Because I'm looking at the same thing. Listen, Venus. Yeah, Venus is supposed to be the closest shit. But this motherfucker's so bright, it looked like it's up there in the ionosphere, the thermosphere. It looks like it's right fucking
looks
here.
like the moon is shining directly on it, don't it? My sky is completely clear.
Yeah.
Yo, so here's the thing.
Thunderstorms.
Yeah, I got a good view.
You tell me that motherfuckers landed on that. Look at how bright that shit is. Inverse square law. You think
played golf
from here, as bright as that shit look, being close up on that, it'd be as dull as they showed us? Come on, bro.
Right.
Come on.
My internet's working so good, I'm sitting on the fucking patio right now. I thought, I got that much.
It's working well, man.
When I first got it, dude, I could go out to the fucking garage without having to have 2 routers. I got 2 routers now. I got a Wi-Fi router out in the garage, that I had to run the earth on that all the way out there, but...
Got me them routers.
Bro, if everybody's looking at the moon, it's pretty big tonight.
Yep.
It's only got a little sliver missing.
Yeah, it is. It is. I think tomorrow it's a full moon.
Oh, okay.
Tomorrow. All right.
We're on our way
That
to a
is
full moon. We're not waiting right now. We're waxing.
I'm gonna check my app.
that
My
idea
weather app.
somebody had a minute ago though about single mamas. It's a beautiful idea, but it's most of them aren't like the guy was a loser. That's a fallacy.
I know it's a two-way fallacy, but
yeah,
a lot of guys are losers. They just get the fuck on. They say that ain't my baby. You must have been cheating,
dude.
Yeah, I just want to interrupt real fast. So the reason they say that Jupiter is like the largest planet, larger than all the other planets combined, is because it's so damn bright. So it makes it look like it's close. Well, it can't be close because Jupiter's year in the heliocentric model is very, very, very long. It's like, I can't remember how long, but it's a long time.
Takes a long time to orbit.
Yeah, it's a long circuit. So they say that it's like really big to make up for how bright it is, but you can see how this is all just ad hoc explanation. And yes, they do get brighter when they appear in the sky together. When Jupiter's in the sky with the moon, it's like they amplify each other's brightness.
Let me look here.
No, time out.
Jupiter takes 12 years to orbit the sun.
Okay, time out. There's listen, platypus.
Yo,
how inept do you have to be to hear someone tell you what's required for trigonometry? However, the trigonometry has to be done on a sphere there because it's a sphere. How inept do you have to be?
Wait, hold on. Rewind this for about 20 seconds. What the hell are we talking about?
The description in this video. It says this video explains the basics of how math is used in celestial navigation. When people first started to navigate by stars, a massive explosion in trade and culture developed. The celestial navigation requires the use of a sextant, clock, and nautical table, but most importantly, it requires mathematics. Special note, the Earth is round, oval. So my use of right triangles is a simple math model to explain the basic concepts of navigating by the stars. However, the actual math needed to perform celestial navigation involves trigonometry on a sphere, which is very advanced math. As such, you should watch the video knowing that right angle trigonometry is not actually used in navigation because the Earth is a sphere. Right. Although I sent you a video of exactly how the motherfucker uses the sextant on the top of the sphere, aka not a sphere.
Yeah, because the sextant won't work on a sphere. There isn't a horizon. The horizon's always curving and falling away, no matter where you look at it from.
Oh my god.
Well, no matter of fact, let me show you what motherfuckers do for advanced math. Where's my screenshot of dumbass Bob? Because this is what you would have. Yeah.
I was just going to say real quick before we actually get into this battle mod. I love that video of Schwarzenegger talking about how he can just smoke cigars all his life and
yes, dude. I'm gonna light a cigar up right now. Then
I love the end of the video.
Hey, my cigars ain't cheap. All you weak motherfuckers, game is weak.
Matter of fact, where's that? What is
the price of the cigar, Mike?
It is actually it is.
Listen, so when he says right angle trigonometry is not actually used in celestial navigation, why the fuck do they subtract the 90 then? And why does Bob have a 90 then? Or is this motherfucker a retard?
Oh, platypus?
Yeah. What? No. That's Bob. Motherfucker, he a retard. Did you really want to answer that question, or was you being
But also look what he did from the center.
Rhetorical.
So you got the star way over there, right? So the star is way over there in his depiction. And he said that because light comes in parallel, I don't know where the fuck the refraction went, by the way, but because it comes in parallel, he's just going to take the measurement from the closest line to that dude's face that's parallel with all the other lines that he drew from the actual star. So then, what are you reading? What angle are you measuring then? You just, what are you, bruh?
Bro, you're measuring the angle that the sun
I know.
is from you in the
No,
sky.
I know. It's called a 90-degree right angle, a variance, and azimuth. It's called elevation. So we don't get these bullshit answers. You're excuse me, platypus. I'm talking. Yes. You literally start with a 90-degree right angle and you measure it down. It might be 45 degrees to the azimuth or the elevation. And this is how you calculate it. I know. You can drop me in the woods in Brazil and I'll make it home just by the stars, baby.
Yo, my stepson was just taught how to use the stars to figure out his position in his camping trip. And I said, "What day you trigonometry?" He's like, "Yeah." But I mean, what the fuck? How you? What are you talking about? Triangulating a star?
I don't know.
You don't need a right angle.
Is your boy in
Get
Scouts?
this shit.
I learned this in Scouts and Eagle Scouts. We perfected it. In the Corps, we even improved on it more.
He was up there in training country. He was in Vermont.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
He was up in what country?
I'm not gonna repeat it. I don't got nothing against the Chinese. It's they need to when they see the maker, they that's on them.
Well, you know, you
they're
had
cool people.
You had to record their elevation in azimuth too. They got big heads, you know, they float. They think they done did something. Taking over politics and psychology, you know? Twisting the books, trying to tell the rest of the world they're mentally ill for not accepting a disassociation as non-mental issue.
I mean, that's crazy. But this is exactly why. What was the parallel that I tried? Jeez, dude. What was the parallel that I was trying to make? Because I said people not seeing this when they're learning about celestial navigation is like I can't remember right now because this dude is banging together so many chairs. It's not even funny.
I know my net's working good. I hear you.
But the bottom line is you need yo, even on the sphere, you see that little box? That's the 90-degree angle that you need, bruh. Regardless. That little box that you can't get on a curving surface, they put there. It's
Right.
wizardry.
Forget
it's
the
magic.
Elijah. Forget the fact that you can't do any of this without an almanac, and that an almanac is based on a celestial sphere. Let's just.
Are you serious?
No,
I don't need no fucking almanac. I don't need no fucking almanac. What are you
but wait
fucking
a minute.
lame?
Wait a minute. That's not even true. That's not even true. The celestial sphere, so called, was introduced much later. Try again. It's not a fucking celestial sphere. You don't have like a. You don't have a picture. I don't even know what I would call it, but they have these positions that are above a certain location. I don't know what the fuck that has to do with the celestial sphere. Not a damn thing.
Let's thought exercise here. So when you do celestial navigation, why can't you use the planets to do that, or the stars /
Oh my fucking god! You do.
Hold on.
What the fuck are you talking about? You do.
I'm wondering the same thing. Why are you saying that, Platypus?
I don't even need an instrument to head in the general direction of Polaris to know I'm going coast to north.
Ain't talking about general direction, Mike. We're talking about celestial navigation.
I am. I use Polaris to navigate north. What? Really, dude?
Yeah,
really?
Congratulations. You can
Really?
head north doing that. That's very different.
Yeah, and if I know the other stars, I can maintain north. A true heading.
Hey, you can also use the moon to figure out what your latitude is. How about that?
Well, I know this. But the latitude is just
Whoa, you do? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, thanks for cutting me off when I tried to reply about what a latitude is. It's just a Cartesian coordinates.
Yeah, what the fuck is it? What? As soon as you hear latitude, longitude, those are lines on a globe.
Well, he sees the veins in his ball sack and he thinks they're comparable.
Like, where do you think they get these fucking lines from? Their relative relationship based on the fucking data that's been put down from the people that have fucking tried to map this shit out using the sky. But oh man.
I don't know, man. When you walk the earth, you stumble upon them, though, bro. You gotta just travel a bit. You know, you feel them kind of like, beneath the tires, like it's like, oh yeah, there's one, latitude right there, bro.
Regardless, there's no way to sophist the way out of what is your name? Oh, regardless. Okay, I got you. Have a good day. Liz is cute.
In my area, I can know if winter's coming just by viewing the constellation Orion, whether it's low in the sky or high in the sky. If it's low in the sky, I know winter's coming. For that, you could use a farmer's almanac.
Bottom line is, you could never sophist your way out of the utility of the sextant, how it's actually used. I don't give a fuck about what people believe. You don't do none of that extra globular shit that you pretend that it's flat anyway. No, they don't do none of that shit when they're about to navigate. They don't do none of that.
Elijah, you put
Which
together
is why all you have to do is follow some mariner somewhere and you see how he does it. Or you watch the video class that I sent you.
Yeah, I liked Platypus like 5 minutes ago, but now it's like,
he's doing it again.
Battle time.
Yeah. He's doing it again.
Put the fucking battle helmet on. All right, you fucking globular motherfucker. Get over here.
He's just playing defense, right? Because no one else is assigned to do it. He's assigned to this channel, so he's got to do his job.
Sorry, Platypus. And you know what? He probably genuinely wants us to know that it's flat, but I don't know what his deal is. I can't even make it up. I don't know. But I would give a Glober, the Black Swan, because they can be deluded to think that everything outside of the geometric limitations really is just a holographic projection that's not really real, which is the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life. But no, you can't do that with the sextant. I'm sorry. There's literally just, it took me a whole year of listening to this motherfucker every morning trying to get us to fucking understand what was going on. And then when it finally clicked, when I finally said, let me take a look at what he's talking about. No, that's it. It's over. The devil's in the detail.
I gotta say that's speculation on my behalf. Sorry. Continue.
What'd you say?
There was
okay.
speculation that he's assigned. Yeah. Sorry. Continue.
I mean, maybe he's really trying. No, but see, that's what Glovers do, right? They try to figure out how you could be wrong. That's where you're fucking up. That's where you're fucking up. You're trying to work backwards from a conclusion and trying to figure out how. There's no room for that, bro. It's too...
Wait a minute. Whoa. Did you just accuse me of starting with the conclusion and working ass backwards from that?
Yes.
That is rich, my friend.
Yes.
What, you don't believe the Earth is a sphere? Do you believe the Earth?
Hank, I think that went over your head there a little bit, man.
No, I mean, it might have went over my head because I know you don't think that we work backwards from our conclusions because we started on a sphere. That'd be a dumbass statement to try and go make. But that aside, the dude says, where is it? However, the actual math needed to perform celestial navigation involves trigonometry on a sphere, which is very advanced math, as you should watch the video knowing that right angle trigonometry is not actually used. What the fuck are you talking about? What is he what is he talking about right there?
No, I don't know, Elijah. Everybody was totally on board with everything that he said in that fucking video for the past couple of nights until
the utility of how. The utility of how. The utility, not his belief, right? Not his belief. There's so many people like Michio Kaku who have a fucking belief in his theoretical physical bullshit, but he'll straight up tell you that none of it is verifiable. And idiots like you will go, but what does he believe in though? Right or wrong? Oh, I thought so. You motherfuckers, you know what's wrong? You've never taken a law course. That's what's wrong with you motherfuckers. You don't know how to go through context clues.
Context clues. Okay. You want to go with context clues. Let's look at the context from which most of... Let me look here.
You mean like the thumbnail that has a right fucking triangle?
Never mind. I've been told I can't talk about people when they're not here, so never mind.
Yeah, the guy has a belief in a sphere where he uses trigonometry, but no right triangles will be used for this triangulation, which you need. That's what the almanac is for.
And how do they figure out what's in the almanac, Elijah?
By being under a star at some point and fucking noting the time that it happened. How else do you get data other than the theoretical way? You actually come across some shit that's actually happening in reality. So now, the reason for the almanac is to want to know where the star is at. The GP, which creates the right angle, the vertical from the zenith of the star to the ground. And then you're trying to figure out with the angles what your radius is from that position. And if you want to know exactly where you're at, you need 2 stars, 3 to be really precise, all of which need to be on a parallel plane.
Negative Ghost Rider. You do not have to be on a plane.
Okay, you know what? Okay, well,
Do you
hold up.
think that?
Okay,
Do you think that?
hold up. I don't want to go no further. I'm gonna read
Yeah,
2
because
things.
listen, if it's a
I
curving
just
sphere,
want to
then
read 2
the elevation would change, even though you observe it one way. If it was a curving sphere, you wouldn't get the proper elevation.
And Mike, I don't want to step on you, but could I finish hearing what Elijah was going with?
Negative Ghost Rider, you're gonna have to listen to me. You know what's up.
Can I speak up for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, it seems unlikely that, just a random expansion of the universe leading to everything we see here wouldn't have I don't know, the Swiss clockworkiness. I don't know, is there a better word for that? The organization that we can look and see where we're at because of the heavenly bodies that are over our head at the same time of day, at the same time of year, is so reliable that we can use that to tell where we're at on the planet. If we were just hurling through space, zipping and whipping and wobbling and zigging and zagging, like, how would you expect to get the clockworkiness to where it's like it's the same thing year after year, day after day, cycle after cycle without deviation? The same stars above your head.
You can call a school for navigation and 10th man soldier. He said, "Well, how do you know where the stars were so many years ago?" And they were like, "Nigga, please, we know where they'll be 1,000 years from now." How?
Because it's that accurate of a clock. And with that kind of precision, you would expect there to be no random expansion and everything you see here just from, the existence that came about by natural means. You would expect there to be some sort of organizer, because doesn't the universe tend towards chaos? I mean, don't things usually fall apart and degrade over time?
All right, Hank, hold
So
on.
let me imagine.
Elijah.
All right,
hold on,
go
'cause
ahead. Go ahead.
I don't think Hank knows where I'm about to go with this, because I'm about to get real with him. So I will never understand. Okay, how do I word this? This is not everybody here. I don't even think this is the majority of people here. But I do see a lot of times that some people come from a place of creationism when they talk about flat Earth. That's not everybody here. I get that. But I would argue, as a person who's an agnostic, and for me, my definition of agnosticism is I don't know, nor could I definitively prove or disprove that everything around us came from some kind of a divine being. Okay? I would consider, you got 2 possibilities. You've got this snow globe-like dome over us, flat Earth.
Oh, there's no dome.
Elijah, give me a second here.
There's no dome.
Just give me a second here.
There's no dome.
And that is an argument that people go back and forth with on here, even just amongst flat earthers. But that's not my point, Elijah.
Not using the sextant. Not using the sextant. Not using the sextant.
Hank, I would argue that if the world, and by extension the universe, was what I think it is in the globe model, all of the universe existing as that would be such a greater demonstration of power from a divine being than just believing that this little thing that we're on, flat or round, is all that being is capable of mustering.
That's a disrespect.
Are you done?
That's a disrespect. Yeah, get him, Hank. Fuck it.
Are you done? I love that.
Yeah, same thing that Matthew said last night in different words, right? Why would God go through all that extra bullshit? Go ahead and miss me with all that extra bullshit that we can't see, right? We can't validate none of it. And it seems like he would, take his time to make the animals from Tanzania more beautiful than he would to zip us through the universe, which we can't detect, we can't perceive, we can't falsify any of the stuff that you guys say. But you guys are like, oh, the creator, he must have really worked hard on that shit that we can't see. Miss me with all that bullshit. He would have worked hard on the stuff that we can see and that we can verify, like the beautiful creatures on Earth, including human females.
There are things you can look up at in the sky and admire, my friend.
But about sex,
I just see lights, bro.
Yeah, that's all I
Where
see.
you're getting that we're moving.
I mean, if I didn't see all the
we're
magical
moving it,
pictures, I wouldn't have thinking that.
Now, okay, now let's get back to the meat and potatoes, right? So you said that there's no right angle, that there's just some shit somebody made up just for I don't even fucking know why. Well, I don't even know why. I don't even know why they would have a plain version, a simplified. I don't even know why that would make sense, but whatever. So if you're looking at this, the one at 43 minutes past the hour, the first one, right? Forest Moderns, the concept of a line of position is easy to grasp. Tie a string at the top of a high straight pole, tie the other end to your shoe. Walk all around the pole while keeping the string taut. Now, first of all, if you're on a curving surface and that vertical was on the top of that curving surface, do you have a 90 degree from it? No, you fucking don't. I don't have to wait for the answer. The string will form the same angle from the base of the pole to your shoe, then to the top of the pole, everywhere along your path. That is a circle of equal altitude. This is the angle you will measure with your sextant. Ho. If you take any small segment or arc of that circle, then it will seem almost a straight line. And that is your line of position. So when you take a sextant reading, you know that you're somewhere on the circumference of a circle that goes around the geographical position of that body, with the center being the GP of the body. You also know that the azimuth, the bearing of that body, will be a line drawn from the GP to your position and a perpendicular to the tangent of the circle of position at your position. I'm not done. So the next one, the sextant is a device which can be used to measure the angular separation between two objects. The user points to the sextant at the first object of interest, usually the horizon in navigation, and then slides the index bar until the light from the second object is reflected off the index mirror and horizon mirror, such that the two images are horizontally aligned when observed through the telescope. The shades simply prevent eye damage. Using the vernier scale micrometer drum, it is then possible to read the angle to a high level of precision. To ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope. By the way, all this shit that they're talking about is in that video that I encourage you to watch.
Elijah, and when you point the sextant, when you do all that measurement, how do you account on rotation? Because we are rotating and you're pointing on the star,
So by measuring the angle of a known star from the horizon and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question at the time of measurement, it is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of the Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position. Which is why I posted this shit in the first place. Because you said that it's not a plane. Why the fuck do they use confusing words like this from your priest? Why would they even put that in there? Why are they
Confusing
putting
words?
any of this
Elijah,
in there?
Elijah, I would consider the possibility that those words are confusing to you because celestial navigation is not simple.
Well, first of all,
And
it's
I'd
not
consider the
confusing. It's
possibility
not
that you don't
confusing to
fully
me.
understand
It's
it.
not confusing to me. It's confusing to you because you don't think that this works over a plane. That's why it's confusing to you. Everything that they just said, right? Everything that they just said is very comprehensive. Not only is it comprehensive, but it's actually what you do when you're using the sextant. You're not getting a reading from the center of the fucking earth. And even if you were, what they do is lop off the top of the fucking globe and pretend it's flat anyway when they put that little box in the fucking middle.
It's almost
But
like
you don't know
that
what I'm
would make
talking
the
about,
math
right?
work.
Because it's so complicated that it would blow my mind, right? Why don't you show me then? Why don't you do some research and you send me some of this superior math that I don't know about?
You know what?
Huh?
You know what? I accept that challenge, Elijah. Give me a couple days.
And take it from a mariner. Take it from somebody who actually navigates, not a believer in heliocentrism. It better be from a navigation school or something like this.
You got it.
That's all I'm using. Well, while he's doing that, people, carry on.
I want to add that this is a really cool subject because it just brings something else to mind that helps us kind of place ourselves uh, in relative to like the environment. Because before, I guess we didn't think about it too much, but now, like trying to locate yourself depending on the stars and all that stuff, it's really cool to think about it. And I've been thinking about it more since these conversations have been happening. So thank you guys for talking about it.
See, here's the thing, man. When we're talking about the stars, nobody is more accredited than anyone else. I mean, maybe the amateur astronomers are more accredited than people who don't even look, who just look down at their cell phones all day. Okay, but other than the amateur astronomers up to like the theoretical astrophysics, they're all on the same playing field. Like nobody has the right to say, "Oh, I'm more educated. I know what's going on up there." Nobody knows what's going on up there. And that's the beautiful thing about flat earth is you get to wonder again, what is that light in the sky? Could it be this? Could it be that? You don't know, and it's okay to wonder. It's better to wonder than to be repeating some BS that you can't verify.
You act like there's nothing left to wonder about in heliocentrism. Like,
Can
there's
you
still
can you
plenty to
just go
wonder.
get
How
the
much
can
does
you
how
just
much
go
mass
get
is in
this
the
math,
sun?
bro?
How much mass does the sun weigh, or how much does the Tell me. You can Google it right now and tell me.
I was gonna say off the top of my head, I got no idea.
Right, but you can Google how much does Jupiter weigh. What's the density of Venus?
It doesn't weigh
I mean,
anything after Einstein came through up in here and straight up wrecked any chance of weighing anything with this theory of special relativity.
so you can consult the oracle known as Google, right? And Google's going to blurt out some shit, right? But it's just, man wrote it down, right? Therefore, we can't trust it. Isn't that what the atheists always say about the Bible? Man wrote that book, right? Like, oh yeah, like every other book that we have here on Earth, right?
That's the biggest hypocritical fucking statement I've ever heard. Seeing is that they're pulling all this shit from the Book of Zohar, which is arguably, well, I wouldn't even say arguably because they say the Earth has been here for maybe 10,000 years, and that book is only 2,000 years old. So I don't know, but this is the book that all this shit comes from, Platypus. What happened to that? Well, I don't want to straw man you with that, but that's what people say. Oh, no, why do you trust the scripture? Oh, man wrote that. Well, they wrote this shit too, supposedly 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, they're just words in a book.
Let me get that video right now. Matter of fact, I'll be right back. You guys don't. You think I'm bullshitting? You only got the video of Michio Kaku saying the other shit. I'm gonna give y'all some goodies.
So Platypus, why don't you tell us what you think the mass of the sun is, and then tell us how someone figured out for sure that the mass of the sun or the weight of the sun is that.
Well, he knows it was calculated based on assumptions. He knows that they don't actually know that for sure. But he said, you act like there's nothing to figure out in the heliocentric model. Like, no, they've pretty much told you everything. Like, and if they haven't told you, there's a new ad hoc theory on the way to explain the dumb shit that they can't explain.
Isn't the sextant exactly the point? That he doesn't even know how it works because he thinks that, oh, everything's already figured out. I don't even need to know how the sextant works. And now that we're bringing it up, he's realizing he doesn't understand it. So the only reason that we're learning about it is because we said, hey, we don't really know how this works. Let's understand how it works. But they assume that they already know how it works. So we're leaving the window open to question things and to understand things further because we don't say we have all the answers, unlike them. So I just think it's a little bit hypocritical in his sense saying that.
No, you guys take it a step further. You don't just say that you don't have answers. You then turn around.
You didn't know what a sextant was because you didn't know what a sextant was until we brought it up, and now you've been researching it, and yeah, you brushed up on it a little bit, but from the beginning, you didn't even know anything about it. Why? Because you thought there was no need to know how a sextant works because I already know that they live on a globe. We did something different. We said, hey, let's look at how celestial navigation works. And how does it work? Well, it only works in a flat Earth. And yeah, you're gonna make up all your excuses saying that it works on a globe. It doesn't. And you're not okay with it? Well, that's cool. You can hang out with us here and listen to us talk about how you're wrong all the time.
So how big is Beetlejuice?
Hank,
Pick it up.
Hank,
like to scale images of how big Beetlejuice is.
Hank, on my end, you're
Hank,
roboting.
you got the DJ roll? Who has the DJ roll? Who got the DJ roll? Let's do this right now.
Elijah, you can give yourself the DJ roll, bruh.
I know, but I don't.
Here.
I don't want it.
I'm giving it to you, damn it.
That's that homeward bound line.
I'm giving it to El Bruca too. You can make him do it. There you go.
I gotta learn how to use it though. I really don't.
Epe for the family. For the family. Blood in, blood out, man. You got to do the DJ roll now till you die.
It's pretty easy to use it once you start using it.
Well, just look in the music bot command.
I just copied everyone else.
M exclamation pay 1 space link.
Okay, that's not bad.
Hey, your mom's sheet ought to be dry now. I expect all my kids are dead.
Can we listen to the one song, please? The one song. You know what the one song is. I always play it.
Probably don't bleach my kids.
After my point is completed with Michio Kaku and these other guys.
Oh no, yeah. Go ahead.
I'm gonna do it, Elijah.
Yes, please.
Oh, you got it? All right. So it's just exclamation mark M play 1 space post link. Kabbalah.
I'm a theoretical physicist, and I like to say that I walk in the footsteps.
Oh, you need to do it in the music box command room, though.
Oh,
I'm not a
okay.
philosopher. However, I am rather dazzled by the fact that many of the basic mysteries that we find in string theory and the theory of everything seem to be mirrored in the Zohar and in the Kabbalah.
As a scholar, the most amazing thing of all is the degree to which modern
Can you turn it off?
astrophysics sounds like a Kabbalistic text.
Yeah, the volume's real low for me.
Well, I mean, you probably lowered down the output volume.
It's at 100.
No,
No.
that shit was loud for me. I had to turn my mic down.
So
me too.
Cuddles was
Your
really loud
internet
earlier today, so I had lowered down my volume, my whole volume, the output volume.
Bro, now that my internet's good, I've had to lower all you. I had you all at 150%.
Hey, whoever was complaining about the volume of that being quiet, keep in mind you might have lowered that user volume individually at some point in the past.
I'm really going to have to write a rap to rip
that's
on
right.
Platypus, damn it.
So can I respond to that? So the Kabbalah is ancient Jewish mysticism, right? And he said reminds. And then the other one was the Zohar, right? And I'm not sure, where does the Zohar come from?
Zoroastrian. The
Okay,
Zohar
so
is
it's ancient
Zoroastrian.
Iranian. Right, ancient Iranian, right?
Yep.
So this is like mirrored, right? So if Zohar is from Zoroastrian, ancient religious belief from Syria, not Syria, what are they called? Iran. What are they called? They're not called Iranian back then. Iran.
Mesopotamian?
Yeah, it's Mesopotamian religious text, right? So
Persian.
it's not mirrored. Yeah, Persian, thank you. Yeah, it's not mirrored because mirror is simultaneous, right? The correct word would be copied from, right?
So I want to point out this. The Zohar is a foundational work in the literature of Jewish mysticism. It's the foundation of the Kabbalah.
Right, because monotheism started in Iran or Persia, right, and was later adopted by the Israelites.
Yeah, it's the foundation for the Talmud, the Sefer Yeziah, Yetzirah.
So
the
everybody
Manach,
calls us crazy
the Bahar.
because, we might believe in like biblical cosmology or flat earth cosmology or ancient cosmology, but according to the specialists in their field, right, Michio Kaku, so does theirs. And they're talking about string theory. String theory is M theory nowadays, is what they call it. And it's the theory trying to get everything to have one theory, the theory for everything, the theory to make everything fit, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work. The math doesn't work. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says the math doesn't work. So if they can't even make it work with abstract math,
Hey, Justin, so let me guess.
So you don't think a telescope can manufacture? I'm reading your message right now. You don't think a telescope can manufacture an image?
Manufacture an image?
Manufacture, yes.
No. And let me guess.
Why wouldn't
You said give you a couple of minutes for that math.
Wait a minute, hold on. So let me guess. Microscopic organisms aren't real either. Microscopes just
no. I can't talk. I can't talk for anything in the sky or microscopic because my eyes actually can't focus that well on them.
Yeah, God forbid.
But a device that I can make can make anything look
can you let him
like what I
talk,
want.
Platypus?
Because a device can make anything look like anything I want. I can program that device to make it look like anything I want.
Well, there's been questions about whether or not it was the static attraction and the interaction of dust particles that we view with them. But hey, who am
That's
I?
all I'm saying. What are we actually viewing with the device?
Truth is, we don't really know. We're arguing
That's
that.
what I'm trying to say. We have to use a device to see something else that we don't know.
But I wanted to point something else out. The Kabbalah is Zoroastrian. It comes from the Zohar, and that comes from the Hermetic principles. Hermes in thought, Thrice Majestus in thought. You know, the Emerald Tablets of thought.
I'm just saying words can be mixed on how many times you talk about it.
Dude, all I'm saying is just get your hands on a nice telescope.
Oh, I've had a $300 telescope.
Are we talking about telescopes or microscopes?
For the sky. For the sky.
I thought we were talking about microscopes.
Well, we were talking about telescopes in text. I decided to drag this.
That's
over
what I
to
was talking
voice
about.
To be more appropriate.
Oh, my Galaxy.
You switched it.
My Orion cost $7,200. I get a hell of a view out here in the country.
That's what I say. I spent about $300 on mine. So.
Yeah, I can see shit with the bare eyes out here that most people can't even see in the city.
And
I've been doing that.
Are you at a high altitude then?
No, I just don't have bleed over from
And you don't have
artificial
lights.
light.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You don't have lights anywhere. Oh,
I
fucking
can
beautiful.
shut off. I can shut off every light on my farm.
Are you kidding me? Oh,
all my field lights. You know, they're all.
my gosh.
Well, you listen. I got anhydrous and medicated chicken feed. You know, you got to worry about meth heads. Motherfucker got to have street lights on street poles out here. You know, we got to bust 2,000 watts on the field so we can see the meth Americans coming for our anhydrous. So, but if I'm out there with the rifle and the telescope, I can flip one switch and shut all those off, and it takes about 3 minutes for you to really notice it. But once your eyes adjust from not being stressed from other lights, you can see through. You can see through the woods from the moonlight, or the absence. There's days out here I don't even see the moon, but the fucking forest is lit up. I can see the floor of the forest as I walk.
Yeah, it takes about 30 minutes for you to maximize the effect.
Oh yeah, but I notice it in 3. But I'll tell you what, I got better eyes than most people. It shows when I.
You got to try and get yourself. I'm sorry, Mike.
Well, go ahead.
You got to try and get yourself out in the middle, and I mean the middle of the ocean at some point in your life when it's a clear night. You think you can see? You think you can see good?
No, that's the first thing that I've seen. Yes, Platypus.
Listen.
Fuck.
I've seen the stars on a naval trip. I've gotten naval trips. The Navy gives Marines rides all the time, you know what I'm saying? I've also went charter fishing for 3 days where we were just out in the middle of bumfuck Egypt. But yeah.
Did you sleep well while you were out there?
I do, yes.
I did get the best sleep I've ever slept.
Water doesn't bother me, man.
I love it. Oh.
I grew up in a waterbed, though.
It's the sound.
I consummated my marriage on a waterbed. Hell, I like the waves.
I swear it's the sound. It just reminds
me
of
rip off them sheets, put a little olive oil down.
Yeah, call your moms and ask if the sheets are dry yet. I want to know if I should say a prayer for them kids they killed. Platypus.
No, it's a totally different animal out in the middle of the ocean, man. Especially on a calm night.
He's gonna walk around it.
No, you know that. I don't know if you ever saw the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, but there's a scene in the third one where it looks like it's just the night sky, but then all of a sudden the ship comes sailing by in the middle, and you realize, oh, it's not just the night sky; it's the night sky reflected off of the ocean.
Yeah.
So it just, dude.
Strange new tides.
Had that happen one time. Perfectly clear night, navigating back into Norfolk.
That's a flat Earth proof. You know. Anybody tell me what kind of flat Earth? Yeah, what kind? specular reflections on a flat surface.
Yeah, it would be distorted if it was curved.
Yes, it would. It'd be elongated.
And you can tell it's flat by the way the sun sets and the light goes all the way to your feet. If it was curved, that shit wouldn't happen like that. It would be broken. It would have to be. Unless the light bends around the surface of the water too, because of refraction. Right, guys? Come on. Am I coming in clearly? Can you guys hear me? Mic check. Every time I talk, you guys shut up. Makes me think I'm roboting. Okay.
I hear you. I hear you, Hank.
Yeah, we were
Loud
just.
and clear.
I was hearing you.
So how does that water refraction work where it like doesn't break the beam of light all the way to your feet? How does that work?
How does the sextant work?
Oh yeah, QE.
Oh shit!
I
Wait,
left
no,
him.
no,
I
let me
left him
tell
where?
him.
No. Shut up.
Let me tell him.
Shut up. I left him where he said he was gonna go get that advanced trigonometry for the sphere from a navigation school or some relevant source like that. He said it would take him a couple of minutes. I'm still waiting.
No. I did not tell you it would take me a couple minutes. I said it was going to take a couple days because I know exactly when I'm going to do it. I'm going to find some shit to listen to while I'm at work because I get 12-hour shifts. Plenty of time to listen to something I never listened to before. I said a couple
Why would
days,
you do
not a
that?
couple minutes.
You're already finished with the expert in navigate. He already told you. You're fucking done.
Hey, QE, you're expert. You see, you like that guy's opinion, right?
It's not his opinion.
Might want to go read the description on that video again.
Yeah. What's it say? Post it in here.
Ooh, hold on.
You fucking clown.
Still talking to this guy. It's been 3 days of this shit.
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, it's okay though because we need him.
Did he miss a comma supply?
Just to keep talking to him about nothing.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Let's have a coloring contest instead.
Well, I mean, it would be more enjoyable. Yes.
Be more educational too.
But to make sure.
Man, hold on.
I don't know.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. The Earth is round and oval. So my use of right triangles, a simple math model, explained the basic concept of navigation by the stars. From the math, however, the actual math needed to perform involves trigonometry. Really? Well, let's see the inverse trig functions in the nautical almanac.
I'm just saying this is your guy.
Because
your video,
he is my guy. So show the inverse trig, the anti-trig functions in HO 229, please. That's what I thought. You're a dumb fuck. I don't care what he says. The Earth is round and oval. That's his opinion. He didn't show it. He didn't demonstrate it, right? He demonstrated, however, how to triangulate your position using 90-degree angles. So you're fucking done.
Hey, somebody brought up the sunset. Can we talk about that for a second?
Don't worry about the damn. Don't change the fucking subject. For fuck's sake. Fucking flat earthers have this, I don't know, capacity to just go right off the topic. Well, let's talk about something else. About the fucking sun. The sun, and do you know what the sun is? I don't know what it is. No, let's just fucking drop anchor right here. How about that?
No, I'm a globe earther. So somebody brought up the sun setting.
Oh, I wanted to. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
From a flat Earth point of view, why? Oh, who was it that brought up the sun setting? Somebody in here brought up the sun setting. I was just going to ask a question. No.
Most globers bring it up.
like you.
Well, yeah. Because I mean, I see the sun setting behind the horizon on a flat Earth. Wouldn't it just continue on out to the distance to a small
Funny,
finite point
I
before
thought
it
the Earth was
disappears?
flat to begin with, and the globe was never there. Yeah, that was. So it's been working just like it has been all along.
You know, the sun doesn't set on either a flat Earth or a sphere. Did you know that?
It never has.
No.
I got something for him.
Yeah, it's just rhetorical language used. So you could drop your whole point and start over.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. I understand the function of the sunset on a globe Earth. I just don't understand it on a flat Earth. But that's okay.
Class and projective geometry.
Whatever.
Start there.
Yeah, this fucking guy. Yeah, of course, people look at G Platypus. Yeah, from the comments, because you know flat earthers were going to be all over his ass, right? So he had to fucking shift, right? Listen to what he says. Thank you for the information. I'm certainly not a flat earth believer. Well, we don't give a fuck what you believe. Yes, right triangles on a sphere is much more complex. Yeah, they're called anti-trig functions. So, John, I think his name. First, he's going to have to change his fucking name. John Zimmerman. I don't want to call him John. It's a fucking weasel, squid. When I made the video, I tried to use a simple math model to explain basic concepts. Simple math model. You need that fucking 90 there, John. But it's not exactly how it works. Really? Well, why didn't you fucking show that? Because math on a sphere is much more complex. First, you got to prove it's a fucking sphere, John. I will look into this further and make some. Yeah, you better fucking edit that video. You squid. Bring his ass in here. We're going with what he said on his video. And then if he has any problems on Tuesday, then he can come talk to me. Much more complex math. All we have is a bunch of mathematical philosophers out here. They're like little fucking Einsteins running around.
They don't even understand the math, quite honestly.
Doing the wrong math, yeah.
Spherical trig is actually a rotation. It is a rotation about the origin of coordinates. It's not even finding anything on the surface of the sphere. It's just finding a direction. That's it.
Yeah, it can't be.
You're right. It can't be.
It can't. And I was going to bring this up later. You actually don't need trig to figure this shit out. You actually don't. All you need is a map and the distance to the GP. That's all you need.
Ooh, what does your map look like, Huey?
I don't know. I'm not a squid, but all I need is a actual map, like a navigational map.
Who navigates the world with a map?
What? Well, those would be Cartesian coordinates. Nav charts.
All I need is the distance to the GP from 3 spots. Show me triangulation using anti-trig functions. I'd like to fucking see that. I would really love to see that one. Yeah, that's what I thought. Come on, you mathematical dicks. Show it. I love that silence. I want to see the anti-trig functions, the results, HO.
What
That's what I need
the
to
fuck
see.
happened?
The HO 229 is a nautical almanac. I need to see that. So I'm in Missouri. You're going to have to fucking show me.
Mike, you're hot micing.
No, I'm not. I know I'm unmuted. I had to laugh at the show me.
Yeah. You can find another numpty dipshit online using trigonometry, and I must have been emailed or messaged like 30 times. I watched it like 4 or 5 days ago, and everyone caught on to it today. This guy, he must have said flat Earth in the video a number of times, like 8 times. Just cracking me up. Oh, I'm not doing this on a flat Earth. I'm not a flat earther. Yeah. Why'd you even have to say that? Bud? That's what I thought. Yeah, I know, Orion. Way to catch that. Dropping anchors like a squid. Yeah, I suppose so. I didn't mean it that way.
Mark and Twain.
That's pretty funny. The Earth is round/oval. This fucking naval officer thinks the Earth is oval. Well, I don't know there, John Zimmerman. I guess you're going to have to call NASA and redact 50 fucking years of bullshit photos. I guess you don't know what oval means either. Clown fuck. Simple math model. Navigating by the actual map.
I like the part where 15 minutes ago you would have swore this guy knew what the fuck he was talking
He
about.
did know what he's talking about. It's in the video, not in the print below it. So, confirm his fucking words in the text rather than the demonstration.
So, GE Platypus, if you watch someone baking a cake and they have chocolate, butter, eggs, and then in the text below it, he says the ingredients is turpentine, you're going to go with the text below it other than what you watched them do?
Exactly. You got it, Indio. Neil deGrasse Tyson pulled that maneuver too with his little, he said, well, with 2 angles, that you can't tell the difference, but with 3 angles, then that proves a sphere. But if you look at the 3rd angle, guess what? He fucked himself.
He demonstrated that it does work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, but they listen to his words because they don't understand mechanistically how it's working. That's the identity of a ball-tart.
It's that they live in their own head, man. Concepts.
Yep. Why don't you go get fucking Matthew Learns in here and please and have him demonstrate triangulation using anti-trig functions. I want to see that. Go get Matthew.
Could somebody humor me and tell me what an anti-trig function is?
Yeah.
Is it genuine question?
My God.
Yeah. Anti-trig functions are inverse trig functions.
Yeah, it's kind of in the wording.
I have no idea what that means. I didn't take trig.
You didn't take fucking trig?
I stopped at geometry. I did not need to go any further with that.
Fair enough. I got you. Basically, arc sine and arc cosine.
So you quit school at 10th grade?
My school didn't require me to take any math classes past 10th grade.
That's because picking up cans alongside of the road, Major, you don't need to do that shit.
Woodworking and home ec.
Cleaning the poop deck.
Hey, Kiwi, hold on. Kiwi, suck my dick. I got a perfectly good paying job.
So if you had...
Right.
Go ahead.
Too bad you don't have a dick.
I was going to say, if the Earth was...
Is anybody working right now? Getting paid right now?
Indio, go ahead.
Yeah. Why do you care? Where you work for the unemployment office? Fuck out of here.
No, I'm getting paid.
I'm not working right at the moment.
Right.
I work for me. I don't work for people. Anyway, if the Earth wasn't oval, you'd have to use the Haberstein functions. So, and that's definitely not in the nautical almanac.
Yeah, I don't like to brag, but I got 5 crews out right now. I'm not working, but I'm getting paid.
Cha-ching.
Most seal coat crews run at night while the business is closed.
So why did he want me
God, I
to
wish
suck his
that
dick?
had-
What was the first statement that he made?
Alt.
You really want to make the first comment, asshole, with the phone. It doesn't take a trig. You don't need to know a trig to pick up cans on the side of the road. Yeah, fuck you.
And then go ahead. Then what did you say? You got a perfect what?
I got a perfectly good paying job.
Oh, I didn't challenge that. That's fine. Yeah. That wasn't the topic though. I mean,
Well, if you don't spend those cans, they add up, bro.
Maybe you can make yourself your own sub there, buddy. Then you can tell us how the optics work.
I swear to you, it is one of my life goals to make a tiny little one-man sub and take it out to the Great Lakes. Totally.
You can buy one, bro.
I'd rather make it. That's just the kind of person I am.
Hey, I can dig that. You know I can.
What was I looking for here? Wait a second.
I could have hired a guy to remodel my bathroom last year, but I did it myself.
Yeah, I build you a motherfucking one-man tub, but I charge you out the ass, too. Mr. Good Job. You can make payments, though. Once you get halfway there, I'll give you the sub.
So he identified the line of position, right? That was one of the things that he mentioned in the video. But the real line of position is referred to as the circle of equal altitude or circle of position. I'd like to see the circle of equal altitude on a fucking sphere right now.
Well, QA, technically speaking, if you're looking at an object in the sky on a sphere and it's a certain, what's the word I'm looking for? Angle of elevation?
Yep.
Is that the thing? Okay.
That's it. Yep.
Technically, there's a circular path around that sphere where that object in the sky is going to look the same angle of elevation to you.
No, it's not. It's not going to have the same angle. No, it's not.
Why wouldn't
full of shit. Then you have to deny the 8 inches per mile squared drop, vertical drop in all directions from your feet in every directions. You're fucking wrong. See, that kills you. You guys forget about the major tenet of your religion. You forget it in all subjects. 8 inches per mile squared drop, vertical drop, elevation drop. You
that only
kind of
works for a short distance.
You kind of
That only works
bypass
for a short distance, though.
No, it's not.
No,
it's fucking exact.
No, you're gonna go into the parabola, and it's good for up to 1,000 miles, guy. We're not dumb. Nobody's trying to.
It's yeah.
Yeah, nobody's trying to calculate the entirety of the curvature of the Earth for an observation.
Anyway, it's exact.
What is?
I know it's exact.
Up to the extent of the parabola.
Even one of their high priests, George, and not going to work here anymore, did like a 3-hour video showing you mathematically that's it fucking exact there, numpty dipshit.
Portion of a
Mr.
curve.
Short distances. Can you show that? Show that
a
in live stream
portion
right now.
A portion of a curve is what?
Have him show it in live stream because he said it was only for short distances. Show.
It's a parabolic arc, bro.
Not you, Mike.
You guys get so hung up on that.
I'm not hung up on it. You're hung up on it because you
hyper specific. If you think 1,000 miles is a short distance, why don't you go ahead and get me some groceries and carry it to me on your back 1,000 miles away?
Yeah, he's the one that gets triggered about it because he thinks he debunked the flat Earth with a fucking parabola.
He's a dumb fuck.
Well, yes, this is an axiom, brother.
He's just parroting what he's heard. Short distance. How short?
It really is a parrot. Yes.
How short? Like micrometers, like what you find, personally?
The size of your dick?
I would say the size of your mom's dick.
That's what I'm saying, the size of yours, personally.
Well, guys, let's not be transphobic here.
So how short? How short a distance?
So your mom's got a dick. What the fuck? Who cares?
Hold on. How short a distance? And then I want citation support right here.
Okay. I don't have citations. I don't have a. I'm not going to look it up right now.
And you don't have a legitimate claim. Dismissed.
So it's a baseless fucking claim. Thanks.
And we're gonna rename you Stubby.
It could be a baseless claim. It doesn't mean it's not true.
Harry. Oh yeah. It doesn't mean it is true.
Yeah, it wouldn't be logical to infer it was true. That's
what a fucking.
You guys make assumptions all your
making
assumptions all the
I'm gonna
time.
post it in here.
That's not an
Assumptions all the time.
assumption. That's not an assumption.
This sounds like a good spot for me to duck out for the night. I've been
Yeah,
here
you
2
better
hours
duck
anyway.
out because I was refocusing right on your.
Baseless assertions do not equal logical inferences. That's an assumption.
And what claims do we have?
There you go. There's a right here from George, and not gonna work here anymore. Say goodnight. Just hit play. Let me get the video for you too. Dumb fucks. Let's see. Gifts. Where is that? There you are. Copy. There you go. You can watch the fucking video. Good luck. Oh, that might be the wrong video. Hold on. Might be the wrong one. That's the wrong video. Sorry about that. Where the fuck did I put that? Dumb fuck. Nah, I'm not gonna go searching for it now.
Damn, I just got back. Is it over already?
It was over before they started.
Yeah, Matthew was in here earlier. I'd love to I'd love to see him try.
Try what?
Doing the anti-trick function.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to avoid that. They're now saying that the 8 inches per mile square is a parabola, therefore it's not accurate. But can't provide any evidence.
They've been saying that since 2015. They heard somebody say it, and then they fucking lost their minds. Of course, they don't know anything about fucking geometry.
This kid came in here the other day. I fell asleep on him. But he said he was gonna go. He's gonna use his own equations to figure out what the drop would be, and it was worse. Which we already figured out when the last guy did that about 6 months ago. Yeah, you don't have to know everything. You just have to call out a liar. That's all. Oh, word? Prove it.
I tried to find that Rob Skiba sunset GIF where it shows the magnifying glass and the paper sun. Does anybody have that? Never mind, I found it. So where was the guy that was talking about the sunsets?
Yeah, I was talking about sunsets.
All right, can you see the live stream voice text?
I've actually seen that video that you're talking about. Now,
Right. So when
so he's saying that the magnifying glass is representing the water droplets in the air, correct, creating a magnifying effect.
the atmosphere, right. So when the guy came on TV and said, "Here, look, this is the Chicago skyline. It's a mirage," he actually came back a year later and did the show and invited an expert from a college nearby. And the college expert said that the atmosphere is acting like a lens. So there's atmospheric lensing. Now, I'm sure you can find, articles on Rational Wiki and Metabunk and stuff like that say that atmospheric lensing it's a conspiracy theory made up by flat earthers. But actually, we get it from a professor. I can't remember his name, but he's a specialist in his field. And when he said that it acts like a lens, right? What happens is that you look at across 50-mile body of water and you see buildings. Now, the objects shrink when they get further away, but you're not actually looking at the object. You're looking at the light bouncing off the object. And as it's heading toward your eye over 50 miles of atmosphere, it's actually diverging. It's not collimated light like a laser beam, right? It's actually spreading out. So if you shine a laser beam a foot in front of your laser beam, right, you'll see that it bounces off the wall and it's roughly the size of a pencil head or a pencil eraser, right? But if you go shine it across your entire house, you'll see that it actually gets, a little bit bigger. And if you shine it like even further, like to the next guy's house, then it gets even bigger. So it's diverging. The light is diverging in all directions. And I know that it's not rays, but as it diverges in all directions, the image is stretched out. And that's why trees look light green in the distance, but when you keep driving down the interstate, you see that they're actually dark green when you get up close, because the same trees that were back there that are up there. Most regions have the same trees. So anyway, as the image is diverging in all directions, down is one of those directions. And that's what makes the bottom of Chicago get cut off. It's not because the curvature, because the curvature should cut off the whole skyline. You shouldn't see the whole thing. It should all be completely cut off, gone. But the only part that gets cut off is the bottom, and that's because as it diverges down, the light bounces off the water and never actually hits your eye.
You're talking about refraction.
No, I'm not.
No. Well, no. Well, I mean, I know about dispersion, yes, but I mean, part of that is
let me get on
the reason that you can see the Chicago skyline is because of the refraction about the light bending down.
That's bullshit. I'd like to go back. I'll get back to you in 1 second. Hank, that was a great monologue right there. You could have stopped the whole discussion when the weatherman said that it was a mirage. Can you define mirage for us?
Yeah. And I'll cover the bottom being cut off when you're done.
Okay. A mirage is an inverted phenomenon that happens. It's one of the 5 types of refraction.
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah, it's one of the 5 types of refraction, but that's not a mirage. What's a mirage?
I guess I don't know then.
Yeah. Anyone? What's a mirage? How is a mirage defined? Just simple. We're not getting into specific mirage.
A mirrored image.
Mirror image.
Just
Bending
just
light.
mirage. What's the definition for it? Anyone?
The optical illustration caused by atmospheric conditions, especially in the appearance of a sheet of water in a desert or a hot road caused by the refraction of light from the sky by heated air.
Wrong.
Optical illusion.
No one got it yet. Unbelievable. No one knows what a mirage is. That's pretty fucking funny.
Well, it's
What's
the
a mirage?
Merriam-Webster definitions are.
So it's not a mirrored image?
Well, it depends. I'm not talking about a specific type of mirage. Just mirage.
It's an illusion.
Nope. No one's got it yet.
Bending of light.
It's the devil playing tricks on your eyes.
Nope. Unfucking believable.
All right. Can you pretend we don't know and just tell us?
Mirage is showing
I still want
extra
to. I
image.
still want to figure it out.
Holy fucking shit.
I was just about to get there, but you may as well spoil it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's a pipe dream in my mind, but hey.
Go ahead.
No, I'm lying. But it sounds like you was going to say it's an extra image.
You bet your ass.
Of the
That's
original.
what a mirage is.
That's a mirrored image.
Holy fucking
Well-
shit. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object. That is the fucking definition. So, is the Chicago skyline? Is there an extra image or images of the Chicago skyline? That it's not a fucking mirage.
And you know why it's cut off?
That's another topic.
Well, it doesn't need to be an extra image.
Yeah, the bottoms,
Be
listen,
a
on a flat,
mirage, it does.
on a flat plane, knowing all the variables, we wouldn't expect to see the bottom of the buildings because Chicago was built in a swamp and it's 14 foot below the level of the lake. And Michigan sits almost equal with the level of the lake. So we would expect the lake to cut off at least 14 foot of the skyline. Because we know that Chicago was built in a motherfucking swamp. Why? Because it was lower than the lake level. There was actually, in the 1700s, a great campaign to raise the elevation of Chicago. So it wasn't a swampy city no more.
So, back to the mirage with the numpty dipshit. So, you're saying it's still a mirage? Really? I just gave you the definition from the foremost expert, Andrew Thomas Young. So, is it still a mirage?
What image are we supposed to be looking at? Is there an
Show
image
an
somewhere?
extra image or images of the mirage object is fucking mirage. So, we need an extra image or images of the Chicago skyline in the photo. So, anyone got the photo? Let's see if it's a mirage.
Oh, I'm pissed, bro.
The word you're looking for is holographic.
Even WikiLeaks knew Mirage can show an extra image or images of the Mirage object, and we didn't fucking know that. Wiki fucking knew it.
Yeah, they got it from Andrew Thomas Young. Simple definition. It's just defined, right? So, Chicago skyline, show it. We need to see an extra image or images for it to be classified as terrestrial refraction, which is a fucking joke anyway, right? Who's Mr. Mirage? Is that you, Robert?
No, that was the other person that was defining it, not me.
Who was it?
I was quoting the guy. I didn't bring up Mirage.
So, hey.
Yeah, you did. You quoted the weatherman saying that it's a mirage.
Hey, so those pictures I got of my daughter from school where it shows the front of her in the side view, I could call that mirage photo, huh?
So who was the guy that spoke up that after I defined it, he said it's still a mirage? Who was that guy?
Not too smart.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You better shut up. Go ahead, Mike. I think you already talked
Well,
about
you
it.
might have been talking to me, but I don't even know what image we're talking about. So,
Well, first we started out. We first started talking about the sun.
You
and
started
the experiment and the video experiment that the guy with the lens did, and I was asking, and I was saying, yes, I understand.
Well, this topic started when he brought in the Chicago skyline, bro.
Right. Then we moved to the Chicago skyline, and that I was.
No, he did. He did. He took it here, and now he doesn't remember what the topic was. It's kind of asinine.
I think we were talking about atmospheric lensing, right? Is that what we were talking about?
Sure, but he started the topic we were on when he brought in the Chicago skyline image. If we're going to go back to the point of the topic anyway.
Right.
The point changed multiple times. I'm not arguing that.
Yeah.
The current point started with, that's why the Chicago skyline is cut off.
Because of mirage, right?
Right, and Mirage doesn't even claim to cut off images or compress them.
I didn't say that it was cut off because of Mirage. I said it was cut off because the divergence of light, how it spreads out over a long distance and makes things look.
He said that. The dude that asked what image.
So
the
there's
dude
the image, right?
that started with this image. Yeah. That's what I'm
that's
pointing
the
out.
image, right? From Zowicki or Nowicki or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, Nowicki. That is the image. The guy who asked what image and started the topic off on this image. Ask. Yes.
So the weatherman said that it's a mirage, but a mirage is extra image or images. Is there an extra image or images of the Chicago skyline in this photo?
Nope.
No. Then it's not a fucking mirage.
Nuh-uh. Here, let's say it like a Gober so he can understand. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
So they're invoking terrestrial refraction also. What are the two necessary antecedents to even invoke terrestrial refraction?
Ambient conditions and multiple mediums. No, you need land first. It has to be an observation over land.
Not you, Mike.
Oh.
To the ballers. What do you need?
So does this prove flat Earth or something? I don't know.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying you invoked. I don't know whether it was you, but somebody invoked mirages and other bullshit. That's terrestrial refraction. Well, to invoke that, you would have to have the two necessary conditions for that to exist. What are they?
Can I point out the point? The point is to prove you're not smarter than a flat earther.
Well, I don't think you need to know the necessary conditions.
I think you do.
Well, to be able to, you can just look at something and tell.
To invoke a thing, no. To invoke a thing, it can look like something else. It can look like this thing, but how do you know whether it's that or not if you don't know the conditions under which it occurs? How would you prove your premise that it looks like this? Even though I don't know what fucking causes this that I'm claiming. That's fucking, oh my God.
Well,
I don't even want to touch it. I think it speaks on dumbassery by itself.
I found an actual mirage of the Chicago skyline.
That's not my question. I said, what are the two necessary antecedents to invoke what you call, you don't even know what it is. You're just saying, refraction, but it's actually terrestrial refraction that you're invoking. I want you to tell us what are the two necessary antecedents for you to even invoke, for it to exist. Please, floor is yours.
Right, I mean, to call it an actual mirage, you'd actually have to know what causes it. Or you can't prove that's an actual mirage.
It's not a. We're off mirages.
First of all, I wasn't the one who invoked the mirage, but I think you can tell that it's a mirage without knowing the necessary preconditions.
This is a mirage. After you gotta be. Are you fucking high?
Yes.
Have you been keeping up on current events? You got to be a dumb fuck. I just defined it for you, right? With the Chicago skyline specifically. The Chicago skyline can't be a mirage because there's not an extra image or images in the photo. I posted it right here. So how can you claim it's a mirage? What the fuck, man? Has IQ suddenly dropped since I've been on vacation? So, back to the fucking question again. Overall, it's terrestrial refraction that you're invoking. What are the two necessary antecedents needed to invoke your claim? Sir? That's what I fucking thought. You're a clown. Go to Gem Panda server, Jose JG retards. Go ply your wares over there. You're a clown.
Can we get back to the original, like where we started before we got all clusterfucked?
It was a clusterfuck from the beginning.
No, we were actually we were talking about the experiment, or I don't know.
Experiment.
Technical term is experiment, but the demonstration is a better word. The gentleman with the lens showing how the sun sets on a flat Earth.
Oh, that was way back there, dude. You're trying to red herring fallacy away from.
Well, no, that's where we started, and then we got derailed.
It is where we started, but we didn't derail. We advanced.
Exactly.
Now, like I was saying,
That's
I understand I understand the purpose of the lens to show atmosphere. Okay, you guys want to move up?
He's trying.
I was trying.
Well, the moderator was trying to keep it on the point we're on. Far be it from me to point that out, though.
Yep. So, no one's going to answer to you. You guys know better than to answer because you know I'm waiting here when a nail spike 44-inch Louisville Slugger. You know that, right?
Yeah, I want to point something out. When I got a point and somebody tries to obfuscate my point before I can drive it home, I get really pissed off.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've tried looking it up and nothing's coming up. So
there's a reason to my madness.
So you tried looking the two necessary antecedents up. You could just ask me. That would be okay. Just ask. I'll tell you. And that I'm going to show you along with telling you. That's the difference between baltards and flat earthers.
Is anybody in El Paso, Texas?
Hank's in Texas. I don't know about El Paso. My God,
I just entered.
In Texas, though.
I just entered El Paso.
That's lovely. Have you entered into invoking terrestrial refraction yet?
Oh, that's not my shit. That's not my shit.
Oh. Who is that? Sasha number 2. Mr. Red Star. You know better than to have me go on this point, right? I have to give it to you. Didn't your dog eat your homework, or the cat pissed on the rug, or you tugged on Superman's cape, or something happening? You got connection issues. I would probably invoke one of those right about now. Because it's your ass, and you know it. Baltard, you begok refraction? I'm going to tear your ass up quick.
So are you going to tell us the two necessary conditions? Or?
Nope, you didn't ask me.
Is it humidity and heat?
Nope.
Okay.
You have to ask me nicely.
Can I take a stab at it?
You can't handle the truth.
Can I take a stab at the terrestrial refraction thing?
Why? You want to give it up to the baller?
I want to see if what I think is right, because I know you'll correct me, because you don't give a fuck about feelings.
I do not.
He said feelings. What are those?
Go ahead.
For terrestrial refraction, you have to have r, the radius of the Earth, and it's going to require two media, and there has to be a barrier that the light has to pass through. Is that right?
No, you got one right.
The r.
Yep.
I could give you the other one, but
what's the other one? Let's hear it.
Land.
Nope.
It's terrestrial. Ambient conditions.
Nope. All right. So let's give it up because people might be listening out there. If there were no people listening, I wouldn't have fucking posted it. So at 59 minutes after the hour, whenever bald tarts refraction, they're unwittingly invoking terrestrial refraction, like I said. For terrestrial refraction to exist, two conditions necessary antecedents must exist. From the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University. The atmosphere is also fucking curved, as it follows the shape of the Earth. In the calculations below, we'll adopt a rough value of 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature to make the calculation simple. So, you need curved gases. Atmosphere. But that's a contradiction in terms. Because atmo means air is a gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. If you think they do, gases have shape, you'd fail first grade intro to gas behavior from Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. Grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. That's another subject that's pretty fucking hilarious. If you're unsure about that, we got Chem Libre text. Like liquids, gases have no definite fucking shape. So, in order for you to invoke terrestrial refraction, you're going to have to show curved gases. Floor is yours.
Well, in the quote it says the atmosphere is also curved as it follows the shape of the Earth.
That's right. Gases have no inherent shape, but it's a paradox. So show us curved gases.
Well, the quote literally says the atmosphere is curved.
Yeah, I know. And I could say a monkey fucks a beluga whale, but, I'd have to show that.
Right, but you're asking for something that it literally says in your own quote that it's curved.
The atmosphere is also curved. Yeah, it's not my own. It's Andrew Thomas Young. So you have to show where gases curve or this statement is void.
Do they think you're Andrew Thomas Young? Is that what's going on?
Okay, could I use that same quote? Quote Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University.
It's not a quote, it's a citation.
Well, it is a quote, though, right?
No,
it's a quote and a citation.
Citations aren't quotes. You just exposed yourself again. Citations aren't quotes. If it was a quote, then I would say as quoted in or by. So it's not a quote, it's a citation. Go.
Yeah, he would cite the quote, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. If it's still a quote. You're just
That's
citing
not,
it.
you're a fucking. I'm tired of your dumb ass. Fuck off.
I was waiting.
Go fucking back to preschool. Start over again in preschool. This time, pay attention. And then as you're going through it, drop anchor in a couple fucking basic reasoning courses. You dumb fuck. We can carry on. Floor is yours, guys.
Thank you for sharing QE. Appreciate you. All the hard work you do and the information that you share.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and ballers, you know what? You might disagree, right? That's fine. We don't care what you believe, right? But you could learn from people you disagree with. Believe it or not, you can learn a lot.
As soon
If
as
you look
you
at
bring up, sorry, I have to interrupt because that's one of my trigger phrases: agree, disagree. As soon as you bring up agree, disagree, you're outside the realm of the discussion parameters because we're dealing with objectivity. Agree and disagree is subjective, so it has nothing to do with the context of the discussion. Not you, Hank, the royal you. As soon as you say agree, I agree, or I don't care if you fucking agree or you don't. Doesn't fucking matter. Agree or disagree are outside the scope of this discussion. If you want agree or disagree, then go back to your cake decorating threads or whose favorite color is the best threads because it doesn't have that dog doesn't fucking hunt here. Follow? Thanks. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I agree. We try to keep it hyper specific. That way, there is no room to agree or disagree. The thing is that
agreed.
Yeah, no, I like fucking with you a little bit. But the truth is, what we're talking about is verifiable stuff. Like anybody can go to a body of water. The Earth is 70% water. Humans usually populate their cities and/or living groups around bodies of water. We like water, so go find you some water and take some observations. Jeez.
Sorry, I'm new here, but can I ask a genuine question?
At your own risk.
I was wondering what type of observations you want me to do with the water that I collect.
The water that you collect? What are you going to give us pictures of water and shit?
I'm sorry, I think the person who spoke just before me said that someone should collect water and take some observations.
No, he said go take some observation, not take actual water.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look,
Which
here's the deal. Here's the deal. If you got 10 miles of water, there should be 66 feet of earth curve at 0 inches off the ground. So if you put your head, 1 inch off the ground, you shouldn't see buildings unless they're 6-story buildings or more across the other side of the water. So you can get earth curve calculator, you type it in Google, you can go there, go to a large body of water that's at rest, preferably early in the morning when the sun first comes up or late at night when the sun is perturbing the atmosphere the least, right, which causes the least amount of atmospheric phenomenon like distortion, right? And you can actually test it yourself. It's not like NASA. You don't have to take my word for it. We're telling you, don't take our word for it. Go out with a high-powered camera, binoculars, or a telescopic lens, and test it for yourself over and over and over again.
Yeah, like I said, I'm new, so that was a genuine question. I didn't really know any of the measurements you're talking about, so I will just read into it.
Well, I can say I've personally been out to Galveston, Texas, where I live very close to there, and I looked through telescopes at the oil rigs out on the ocean, and you can definitely see that only half of the oil rig is visible. Water is cutting off.
There's more minutia than that, right? Have you ever been to North Beach in Corpus Christi?
I have not been to Corpus Christi.
All right, go to Corpus Christi where that big ass ship is that they turned it from a battleship into like some sort of like hotel, right? You can see the other side, which is 10 miles away. You can see it. And there's no 6-story buildings on the other side. They're all like 2-story beach houses. But yeah, this is something that anybody could do. And just because the bottom of an image is cut off, is it possible that there's other variables causing this to happen? Could someone post the Skunk Bay time lapse video for me? Or GIF for me, please? All right, I can post it. Give me a second, I'll find it. Sir, can you see the live stream voice text?
No, I'm not. I'm just listening on my phone. I'm sorry. I'm not looking at it. I wish I was.
So you can't see what I'm posting right now?
No, I'm sorry. I'm a truck driver, so I'm just driving.
I got you. Stay on the road then. Yeah, stay on the road. And I'll tell you what. What's your name?
Robert.
All right, Robert. I'll post it to you. I'll send it to your
sure.
direct messages.
Perfect. Yeah, I've been on here a few times, and I'm not here to do any I gotchas or anything like that. I'm genuinely curious as to, one side says one thing, the other says the other thing. I'm trying to get both sides. You see what I'm saying? I've never been trying to. I've never been trying to do like I gotcha or anything like that. I'm just genuinely asking questions for actual knowledge.
Yeah, Robert, I got to ask you real quick, since you mentioned that telescope at the water and you saw the oil rigs.
Sir.
Do you know what would happen if you had the ability to increase the zoom on the telescopes? Do you know if you'd be able to see more of those structures, or do you think the visible part of the structure would stay the same?
Well, the thing is I understand what you're saying, and I know that when I look out and I see a rig way out in the distance with my naked eye, it does look like it's way below the water. And then when I look through a telescope, it does bring it back into focus, but still with a high-powered telescope, which puts the whole entire image in my field of view, meaning I've basically got the entire rig in the telescope.
Sure.
Basically, you can't really pull it forward anymore. You'd be looking at people in the windows, or you know what I mean. But at that image, still half of the rig is covered by water.
Right, but you're admitting. Right, so you're admitting though, if when we have the zooming abilities of the zooming lenses, as we increase the zoom, more of the structure is apparently viewable, right? And that's the whole point, because that's our claim, that as our vision increases, that's why we use binoculars, right? We use them, horizontally at the horizon. We can see farther, and that would mean that it's impossible for our Earth to be a ball, because everywhere we look, anytime we use zooming lenses, we see much more than we do without the zoom. So it's just a slam dunk.
Well, now I understand what you're saying, and I understand that going from the naked eye to the zoom telescope does bring it back into focus, and it does bring it up higher. The thing is I've also watched ships sail away, right? Using the telescope, you can literally see it disappearing under the water until it's completely gone. And that's
right. That's what we predict.
The image.
Right, that's what we predict.
Yeah, that's what the image pulled all the way in. You can't really. I mean, I guess if
I can't. Right, you'd have to admit that I'm at the limit of my
times.
zooming in. Right, so you'd admit there that I am at the limit of my zoom.
Sure.
I can no longer zoom in, and now when the boat disappears, I won't be able to bring it back because I'm already at the limit of my optical zoom. Right? Does that make sense? I think did I cut out?
No, 10-4.
Is that there's a hump of curvature.
Oh, there you are. Oh, you cut out for a second. Can you back up, Robert? You cut out for a second. Yes. Could you back up 10 seconds? Back up 10. Yes, just start over. What'd you say? Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
What I was saying is, okay. From my point of view, from what I believe, or from what I understand the world, the reason I cannot see when that ship disappears over the horizon, that is a hump of curvature that is blocking my view. But if on the flat Earth that wouldn't be possible, then what is blocking my view? If it's not
right. So you didn't hear me. So I was asking you. So when we zoom in all the way and then we see the ship disappear again, I've already zoomed in to the limit of the optical device. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Right. If I'm okay, so that's the point. If I had a bigger telescope, right, or a bigger, let's say if there's a P2000 next year and it's got double the zoom, now all of a sudden there's the boat again. This time maybe a little bit foggier because the amount of moisture now from point A to B in between myself and the object has now increased, but I'm still going to be able to bring that target back into view every time. There isn't even an example when that's never happened. So every time, if I get a bigger zoom, there's the boat again. You understand that?
So you said you want to hear both sides of the argument. So their argument is that there's a geometric Earth curve, meaning that the Earth is curving down in all directions at your feet at 8 inches per mile squared. And that's going to cause you not to be able to see things on the other side of the curve, much like a woman trying to see what color her toenails are when she's 9 months pregnant with triplets laying flat on a table. Right? She can't
how
see past.
sexy is that?
Yeah, she can't see past the curvature of her belly, right? And there's no amount of refraction or anything else that's going to allow her to see that because there's a belly curve, right? So what we're saying is that this isn't true. There is no Earth curvature. What we're saying is it's all optical. You don't have owl eyes and you have human eyes, and they're very limited to how far you can see. So you can see about 3 miles at 6 feet, right, with your naked eye.
Right.
But we have made observations all over the plane to where we can see the horizon not where it's supposed to be. If you were to go to an Earth curve calculator, it'll tell you where the horizon is supposed to be. It's supposed to be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or at 1 mile, 1.225 miles. Sorry, 1 foot observer's height, 1.225 miles. Right? But what we're finding is that it's 10 times further than that, meaning that the radius that they've given us is incorrect. And because the horizon moves, that it's optical, because the Earth isn't blowing up like a balloon and deflating. The horizon is moving because it's optical. That's the flat Earth claim.
Yes, dependent on your vision. But did that make sense, Robert, when I was telling you, right? If I'm at the limit of my zoom, I would require a bigger zoom to then see the boat again. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So what you're asserting is that if I had a bigger telescope at that moment, I would switch over to it, and then that ship would come back into focus.
Yes, absolutely.
If
yes.
it was clear,
seen that? Hold
if
on,
it was a
Hank,
clear day.
Right, correct. Now,
Okay,
has that
now
ever?
that's something that's something I'm going to have to try because.
Okay, so here's my point, right? There's never an example of that not happening. Anytime you see something go out of the limit of your view, optical help or not, if there's something bigger, it's going to then bring you back to that object. There's never even an example of that not happening. That's why Navy ships engage each other at 15 miles away. So I'm just telling you, that's how everything already works. There isn't even a claim for a globe except for a small group of atheists on the internet, bro. I'm just letting you know there's no claim.
Okay. Then that's one thing that I've never seen done on, like, no one's ever, like, okay, what you're describing, I have not seen done yet. And that's something maybe I need to do. But
Robert,
what I mean is,
anytime.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I was going to say, anytime you use an optical lens, it's an example of this. Just using your eyes, the ship disappears. I use binoculars. There's the ship again. Ship disappears. Now I use a P900. Ship disappears. Now I use a telescope. That's how all optics work, though. There isn't an example otherwise.
So you're saying there's no end, meaning there's no telescope powerful enough, because once I can't see the ship anymore, then you'll just say that's the maximum of that particular device's zooming power, and you need something higher to now see the ship again.
Let me finish.
Does it go on forever?
Yes, let me help you out with that. So the world record, I have an 80-mile record. Just because I'm at 20 feet above, I have a couple good shots at 80 miles, but the world record, I think, guys, it's 370 miles if somebody wants to post the gift. So because of atmospheric conditions and because of the fact that objects at greater distances have a smaller appearance, right? They have an apparent, size change. They get smaller. So the world record's 370 miles on land. Because of the fact of everything getting smaller in the distance, you see a limit and then it turns into a horizon. But again, that's on a flat surface, right? Over the water, it's going to be a little bit less, right? Because we have more moisture. So the water maximum range might be 50 or 60 miles, right? A lot less, right? So it just depends on the conditions. The optics are limited to the literal particulates in the air, including moisture. So that is the limit of the optic. Yeah, that's why. So when we use radar, we no longer worry about that. And that's why radar sees 1,000 to sometimes 5,000 miles flat over the ocean, because it doesn't have to worry about those interferences. See?
Yeah, but I thought radar was able to be bent around the curve because of the
You'd have
ionosphere
to.
or what? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
you'd absolutely have to imagine that. If you believe in a cartoon ball, you'd have to believe that. There's no other choice. But in reality, it doesn't work that way. In reality, the receiver has to have a straight line to the object. That's why the object's based on a radar cross section, stands for, RCS, radar cross section, is the profile of the vehicle. So that's dependent on line of sight. So a straight line between the receiver and the object, no matter what. Laser, radar, optical, doesn't matter. Yep.
All right. So you said you're a truck driver, right?
Yeah.
So I'm about to make a claim, and you tell me if I'm wrong. Okay. You've never seen curvature except for on TV, on a computer screen, in a magazine, in a book, some sort of illustration, image, or picture. You've never actually seen the curvature of the Earth. The only thing you have seen is that there's limitation to your vision.
Absolutely.
Right. So when people tell you to turn off your TV, step outside and look at reality, because you sound old enough to remember the 80s and the Cold War.
Yeah.
There's no incident in history where a Russian soldier has fired a gun at an American soldier or vice versa. Zero.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. No, I'm pretty sure you're correct.
Right, but you've been told that we were at war, Cold War, right? On the TV. But that's not reality, right? When you step outside, has the Russians invaded your homeland? Have you invaded theirs?
No.
No. We were allies in World War II, were we not?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So there's the TV and then there's reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. No one's ever gone to the beach and say, man, my zoom lens just doesn't work.
Well, I'm just, what I can't get what I can't understand, like, if I'm watching a ship go over the horizon and I've got
we're back to that.
no, but I'm saying, and I'm zoomed all the way in, so the boat takes up the entire frame of the telescope. It really cannot. You can't zoom in any more than that. And then when it disappears behind the horizon, there's no pulling it back from that because I'm already zoomed in.
Yes,
all the
that's
way.
the point. So that's why I know, but that's what we've been trying to explain to you for the last 10 minutes. Then if I have a bigger zoom, the boat's going to be visible again. There's never a time in history when that hasn't happened. I know, we're just going to keep doing this. I know, well, that's the point. I know. So if we do this for 1,000 miles, are we done? I mean, how many hundreds of miles do we have to go, Robert? How long do we have to do it?
Well, now that's something that I would like to see a video done on. Is someone actually using different powered telescopes to bring back a ship that's obviously past the curve, but then it's not magic. I'm sorry.
It's but Robert, we already said, but hold on. Every video in history shows this already. If there's a zooming lens, my optics, my eyeballs, naked, do not have the ability of the zooming lens. It's disappeared. The boat is gone. I can no longer see it. I now grab my, wonderful P900 or 1000, and as I zoom in, not just directly, as I zoom in, I can slowly zoom in and slowly bring back the boat, or I can just shoot all the way in and bring the back boat instantaneously to its maximum abilities, to the maximized field of view of the camera. If I have a bigger camera, the exact same instance is going to happen again and again until the air conditions block my view completely and it doesn't matter and I can't see anything. This is how every single zooming lens demonstration has ever worked in history. That's the point. It's already been done. And there isn't a claim otherwise of using zooming lenses and I couldn't see the boat anymore. That's never happened. It's always going to be more visible. And that's not possible if there's a hump of water in between us. Line of sight is called line of sight for a reason. So there's no way around it. Pun intended.
So you're saying that a boat you should be able with a powerful enough telescope, you should be able to bring a ship back from 1,000 miles out.
No, because the air conditions, the particulates and moisture in the air won't allow you to see past probably 50 miles on the ocean. Here in Arizona, I can see 120 miles flat. It's dry as a bone out here.
Where in Arizona?
Southern Arizona. I'm in southern Arizona by Huachuca. There you go.
I'm
So
from
I'm
Tucson.
looking I can see past you. I'm looking from the border of Mexico past your town 70 miles north of me to another town 40 miles north of you, bro, and I don't have magical vision. Then if I ever go up this mountain and bring a P900, I'm going to have 300 miles flat straight out in front of me, and then someone's going to say, "Well, that doesn't make any sense. It must be refraction." So it's not about evidence. I've already seen it. The world record's 370 miles. Where's the world record of somebody finding curvature? Again, there's no claim, bro. I'm just telling you is that any time somebody's going to use a zooming lens, it's because it's going to help them see something straight out in front of them, not around a curve. And that's it. There's no way around it, bro. Literally.
Bro, you from Nogales?
No, I'm from Phoenix.
Oh, you're going the other way. I'm sorry. I thought you were. Never mind.
Oh yeah, no. I'm south. I'm from Phoenix. I'm hundreds of miles south of Phoenix now. I'm right on the border of Mexico. But yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I live in Tucson. I work out in Nogales. That's all I was asking. It's just nice it's funny to meet somebody from where you
Yeah,
live.
why don't you? Yeah, listen, get in your car and drive north for 3 hours or south for 1 hour and look at 100,000 miles of square flat terrain, bro. You can drive north to the Grand Canyon, bro. Have you ever seen the Grand? Why is the Grand Canyon? You know, the Grand Canyon is so big, it would show Earth curvature if it had any. The wall of the Grand Canyon can be up to 18 miles away from you, and on the other side, you'd have literally a bulge, right? It doesn't make, dude, bro, you're in one of the best places in North America. You're in the third largest desert in the world. You have literally 1 million square miles of flat terrain around you, bro. It's right
bro, I've driven some really flat places and you can see for fucking miles. I know.
Well, that's the point, bro, is that there you go. You've already experienced the flat earth, but it hurts your conscience because you've been told this magical ball religion your whole life, and you're admitting to us you experienced the flat earth, Robert.
Well, sure. I admit, absolutely, I admit that all I see is flat. But I also know that if you had a camera small enough and you put it on a basketball, the basketball would look flat. Because there's pictures of that. There's pictures of that. Of a flat basketball.
I understand that claim. The problem is that we're not moving the goalposts. This is the only group of people that agree there isn't a claim when Earth curvature or spin can be experienced. There is no claim. What these people here are telling you is that they lied about everything. That's why they don't have a claim. And it turns out reality is real. And they're just trying to tell you, listen, guy, Robert, these people are just accepting reality. The people on TV have told you reality is not real.
So
even though, Robert, why?
Why? Yeah. What? I'm sorry. I lost signal.
Okay. Go.
Why the deception?
Well, the deception. Why does man always lie? The deception is to make you think that you can be a god. That's the main reason, because it makes people think they can travel this vastness of this magical place like gods traveling through the celestial bodies. It's literally a self-worshipping religion of men trying to say they're better than God and that they know better than the Bible. And they've been doing this for thousands of years. And here we are in 2021 where we still teach children that they're just, paramecium and amphibians in the womb, and they're not really babies. And by the way, you're just an advanced monkey living on a ball in the vastness of nothing, so you're not important. So there's about 1 million lies that I could show you that's attached to this deception, with all the things that they control you with, deceive you with, and the fact that it's the exact opposite of what the Word of God teaches, which is not what this server is about. These people here honestly don't want to talk about that for the most part. They want to talk about the facts. They want to talk about measurements, science, lasers, laser beams, radars, blah, blah, blah. But I'm telling you that the deception, the whole point of the deception was to destroy you and to make you think you can be a god, and so that you can't have a relationship with the real creator. It was literally it does so many other bad things. It removes your ability to think. Therefore, when we show you the flat earth, people go, well, what if we just do this instead? Or what if I watch the boat disappear again? There's always going to be some sort of excuse why we can't accept reality. That's what the deception does to us, plus 1 million other things. We could just talk about, reasons why all day, but
it's hearsay. Sure. Okay. Thank you for your help. I appreciate that. That was a very good. Normally, when I ask that question, I get yelled at. So Well, thank you for
Well, yeah, well,
answering it.
that's the thing is that, you know what? Here's the thing. They're actually right. I'm not a flat earther technically, okay? I just don't go by that title, but the flat earthers are correct, and that's why I hang out here, because I'm going to hang out with people that aren't crazy, that think they live in a magical cartoon, fairy tale. I want to meet people that know they've been lied to, and that's why I identify with these flat earthers. But the issue here is that actually the flat earther doesn't have to answer anything. What's really crazy about this, Robert, is that the burden of proof is on everybody but the flat earther. That's what's crazy about this. Everybody else claims magical space balls and curvature and Coriolis and all these things because they saw it on TV. The flat earther just says, I just look outside. What you got? And that's it. That's how this works. So when you stretch, hold on, let me experience. So when you stretch the burden of proof on the flat earther, and then you go all the way past all the evidence, and you go, well, why would these people lie? Because now we expect flat earthers to be psychological experts, because they also have to be experts about the sun, moon, and stars. And if they don't know how the sun works, then we can't trust these people. So it's part of the deception. They have built this into you. See, personally, Robert, I've never asked why any man would ever lie, because I already know why men lie, and I don't need to know more about why they lie. In fact, I'm the guy that doesn't want to know why they lie, because they're such sick, disgusting criminals that run this world. But everybody already knows people lie, and everybody has their own individual understanding of why, but it always comes down to the same source, which is some sort of pride or self-worship, or what can I get out of it? There's no mystery to that, right? This is just what we know. Right.
So that would imply forgive the phrasing, a global.
No. Let me correct you.
I wasn't going to say.
Hold on.
I wasn't
watch
going to
this, but no, it can't be. No, it can't be.
Okay.
It can't be, because the fact is that most people are just gullible, Soylent Green slaves. They don't have the slightest clue of what's going on. Perfect example is the many people here that have family that have worked for companies such as Raytheon or McDonnell Douglas or Boeing or Fairchild, or they have no idea. It's called compartmentalization. So when my grandfather worked for Skunk Works at Lockheed Martin, he had no idea what the other guy next to him was doing. He was just making a small piece for the piece of crap space shuttle so that he could get his paycheck and say, God bless America. Nobody has a clue of what the guy next to them is doing. It actually takes a very small, tiny, minute, insignificant population of people that work for the government to make any sort of lying conspiracy. It's actually very tiny, So it's actually the exact opposite. People believe it. The so-called pseudoscientists and the teachers fell for the deception just like you. They have no idea what they're talking about either. They also can't answer questions. They read things like a teleprompter or their textbook, and they're paid to teach their students things. And they'll even tell you things like, I don't even believe it. I still got to teach it. So they'll admit to you they don't even believe the curriculum half the time. So what conspiracy? This is normal human behavior.
Yeah. Wouldn't a world power, or maybe not even a world power, but just another government, and wants to embarrass basically the U.S.'s position is global Earth. If they knew the truth, because they've explored the options themselves, and they know the truth, wouldn't exposing that destroy the U.S. psychologically?
You mean destroying the population
say you've
of
got
people?
No, the psychology, because we've all been brought up to believe in a globe Earth. Then all of a sudden, say North Korea, right? Say they just want to, expose.
Yeah.
They want to expose the flat Earth.
Robert, I want to tell you about this. Yeah, this is what I want to tell you. Is that there's only been one world government for a very long time, and that's not possible to understand unless you go beyond what your television tells you. You see, they've been pretending to be at war for a very long time. In fact, World War I and II were just about structuring the power so that they could control the whole world, as they have continued to do so. That's what world wars are for. World wars are getting the entire world governments on the same idea. So we haven't been an independent country since World War II anyway. The Nazis joined Russia and America, and the Nazis had joint projects with the Russians. So again, if you're in a fantasy world that shows us fighting each other on TV, you can believe that. But in reality, again, none of that's true. There is no Cold War. They've been in on it together for a very long time. That's why last year, countries that have nothing in common, don't speak the same language, don't even use the same systems, started invoking the same laws about wearing certain pieces of clothing over your body, like your face, and getting certain treatments to, of course, aid yourself in the process of fighting, viruses. So
Hey,
there's only one.
I thought we
there's
weren't
only
supposed to talk about that on this.
Yeah,
server.
we're not supposed to. Right. Listen, don't troll. I know. Just listen. So the point is, there isn't multiple governments. There's only one world government. That's why they all believe in the same thing. They all teach you come from monkeys. There's magical outer space. America landed on the moon. All the other countries agree with these things. And by the way, again, the regulations that have put on us recently, they all agree with. So there are no separate governments. That's the point. You've been deceived.
Let me butt in just for a little bit here, guys. Do you know what scientism is, Dave? Is that your name, Dave? What was your name? The guy
That's
said I was
Robert.
going to. Robert.
You're
Yeah,
Dave.
sorry, Robert.
Robert. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry about that. All right. Do you know what scientism is?
They have belief in science as almost like a religion.
Right. So it's kind of like that. But scientism is the belief that something is scientific when it really isn't. Right. So if you look at the difference between math and science, they're two different classes, right?
Right.
Right. So if you got mathematical equations, that's not science, because science is hypothesis testing, right? So when I make an observation over water, that's not the scientific method, because make an observation of the natural world, that's the first step of the scientific method. Right?
Yep.
And you're in your truck, you're not driving your alternator, right? You're driving a truck, because a part is not the whole, right?
Yes.
Right. So you're in a truck, not driving an alternator. Okay. So what has happened is that people have hijacked this word science, because science means knowledge, right? Etymology. You get what I mean?
Yes.
Right. So they use this ambiguity fallacy, right, to make you think that something is a scientific theory. Whenever you hear the word theory, you think scientific theory. But a scientific theory is different than a colloquial theory, because a scientific theory has been vigorously tested and validated through the scientific method. So anything that hasn't been tested through the scientific method, it's not science, right? So if people believe, so if people believe that it is science, then that would be pseudoscience. That's what the one world religion is right now. You got a whole bunch of people believing that gravity is scientific, but it's not. The theory of gravity, Einstein's theory of gravity, there's no scientific hypothesis in his paper. If you go back and you look at his paper, try to find the three constituent parts to a hypothesis, to an experiment, right? The independent, dependent, and control variables. They don't exist. There is no, in all of cosmology and all of theoretical astrophysics, there is no scientific method being used at all. In fact, I could show you Michio Kaku, but you said you're driving right now, so I can't show you.
Right. Yeah, you can't show me. Sorry.
Yeah, so Michio Kaku said that nobody he knows in his field uses the so-called scientific method. He said in science, you think that, we observe something and we test something and it's very rigorous. He said, no, it's leaps of logic, guesswork, right? And there's no scientific method involved. So when I tell you that gravity is just a theory, it's actually a colloquial theory. It's almost like any village idiot can give you an explanation of why your cell phone breaks when you drop it. But they're all equally not scientific. So what we're doing here is we're trying to separate the wheat from the chaff, in the sense that there's a lot of things masquerading as science that's really not science right now.
Sure.
So what we're trying to do is we're trying to separate and show the difference. So the shape of the Earth, not even a scientific question. It's geometry. right?
Right.
So the scientific method deals with cause and effect relationships. So if the question is what is, it doesn't even fit inside the scientific method. So the scientific method is a lot like a thermometer at the school. It measures very accurately between 95 and 105 degrees, but outside of that spectrum, it's no good. It's not worth anything. So if it doesn't fall in the criteria of a hypothesis test, a so-called experiment, it's not science.
I mean, sure, I can grant you that, no problem. I mean, what I'm saying is I follow along exactly what you're saying.
Can I ask you a question? Like, could you not say that gravity could be included in science because you can observe phenomena, like based on it, the concept?
All right, so let me explain how the scientific method works. Okay, let's say a caveman, he sees a hot spring and he says, oh, what's causing the water to do this? Right? And he puts his toe in the water and he goes, oh man, that's really hot. So he says, okay, what if I add fire? What if I add heat to the water over here? So he goes next to the ocean, he gets some water and he adds heat to it and he causes it to boil. So the observed phenomenon, the natural observed phenomenon, is that the water's boiling. He's trying to figure out what causes it. So he forms a hypothesis. Maybe it's enough heat over enough period of time that causes it to boil. So he does it and it works. So he did the cause and witnessed the effect. And then he manipulates the cause again. He takes away the fire and it stops. And then he does it again and it boils again. So he just proved with a scientific method, a crude version, right, that the independent variable causes the dependent variable. The heat causes the water to boil, right? So can you remove space-time? So the bending and warping of space-time, according to Einstein, is the cause. Can you remove space-time?
Can you? I know the concept of space-time, but can you explain it?
Sure. In his theory, space-time is a mathematical concept, right, where space and time, the space-time continuum, is like a fabric, but it exists in a near perfect vacuum. So it's not a physical fabric like a trampoline, even though that's how they deceive the children in schools. It's a metaphysical, meaning non-physical mathematical construct, right? So can you bend my idea of liberty? I'm a Texan, so I'm a libertarian. Can you warp and bend my idea of liberty?
Probably
no, it's a concept. No, it's a concept, right? It's just a concept, right? So you can't remove the mathematical concept. That's how you know it's not science, right? But what you can do is you can get an apple, you can put it in an empty pail, right? And you can add water and you can witness the apple rise. You remove the water, you can witness the apple sink. You add the water again, it rises. What did I just prove? By manipulating the medium that the apple was sitting in.
Well, I guess you'd prove that the apple floats on the water.
Right. What I proved is that the medium that an object is sitting in determines on whether it rises or sinks. So when you drop your cell phone, it's not because space-time is warping around your cell phone, right? It's because the buoyant forces that the atmosphere exerts against your cell phone is not enough to hold it up.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's empirical. You can test that in your garage with an apple and a pail of water. Scientifically prove that what I just, because it's empirical. We all observe it. It's repeatable. It's testable. It's falsifiable, right? That's what real science is. Real science is falsifiable. So if I come up with a theory about green grass on the dark side of the moon, if you can't falsify that, it's not science.
So why does the cell phone go to the ground instead of up? Because it's heavier than the air around it, correct?
Well, it's more dense than the air around it, and the buoyant force is not enough to push it up. It's not displacing enough.
But okay, I understand that. But why does it go? Why does it go down instead of sideways?
Would you expect it to fall sideways? You ever seen anything fall sideways?
Yeah, why would it? The question is, why wouldn't it?
Yeah, why does it go down? I mean, why does it go in that direction?
Isn't that
because like seeks like, right? So it falls down until it reaches something that is dense enough to hold it up. So
No,
when you're at the
I understand that, but why down? What I'm trying to get at is it has a direction.
Would you expect it to fall towards the helium and the hydrogen, or would you expect it to fall towards the dirt and the clay?
I don't expect it to go anywhere. What I'm saying is I understand it to be gravity pulling the object towards the Earth, but without gravity, why does it go down instead of sideways?
See, just because I've completely removed gravity with the scientific method,
wouldn't the air be just?
Got a delay.
Wouldn't the air be just as dense or whatever to the left or to the right as it is underneath? So why does it go down instead of left or right?
I just explained to you with the scientific method why it goes down. The dense stuff is below our feet, right? You can't stand on water, but you can stand on soil, right? You can stand on earth, right? It's not going to fall up unless it's a hydrogen balloon or a helium balloon. Those fall up, don't they? Or they rise up. I guess fall is a bad word.
Yeah, they're right.
Right. So if it's dense, cell phone's made out of rare earth material, right? That's what's in your cell phone, like literally stuff that comes from the earth. So you pick it up, you add energy to it, and then you drop it. You release it. That's the cause of it going down. It's because you added energy to it and then let go, and then release the energy, and then it reached equilibrium where it could no longer fall when it hits the ground.
So you're saying by picking up the cell phone, I'm putting energy into it. Releasing it is the cause for it to go down.
Right.
Well, yeah, even Globers believe that. It's called potential energy.
Yeah. Okay. I just
in a concept.
If you're just going to say
gravity on Earth.
If you're just going to say everything goes down just because it goes down, that's what. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? If you're saying it's because of density.
Wait a minute. That's the point. Is that everybody? Hold on, Robert. Everybody experiences things go down way before Isaac Newton ever existed. The pyramids were built in much better structures than we have today. So clearly, the people that were pre-gravity were actually a lot smarter anyway. So we have a real big problem right off the bat. Is why is this gravity society so stupid in the first place? So there's no easy way out of this other than the fact that I'd have to ask you, is it more important to know that things go down or why it was designed that way somehow or how it worked? What's more important?
Well, I guess from my point of view is I have been told gravity pulls the cell phone down by accelerating. There's the equation. The equation for gravity.
Right. Did they already know things fell? Did Isaac Newton already know things fell before the wind?
Exactly.
Is it more important? So is it more important to know things fall, or is it more important to know that there's a special magical energy that I can tell you about that makes it fall?
Well, the thing is like I said, I've been told gravity pulls it down. You guys are telling me no, it's just falling down because it just falls down.
Mass doesn't.
And that's why if I'm going,
Robert,
if I'm going to make that leap, I have to understand that.
No, Robert, there's no leap. You don't have a claim because mass doesn't attract mass, and there's no such thing as the bending of warping of space-time. Things do fall, which means these flat earthers can claim that. You don't have a claim otherwise. Gravity is a man-made construct designed to explain things because they thought they lived on balls. It's not something that has to do with reality. In fact, there's never been an engineer in history that's worried about gravity. They worry about how things fall. And there's no average about how things fall. That's a made-up equation. It's not used for anything. That's the point.
The gravity equation is not used for anything.
No, the equation is at which things fall. There is no gravity equation. There is no equation of mass attracting mass or bending of space-time. There is nothing to do with reality. Things fall.
Remember we started talking about pseudoscience, right? So science means knowledge, right? And the reason we use, natural philosophy and we call it science, because what natural philosophy does, this is the old term for the scientific method. What natural philosophy does is it's a process of eliminating variables and finding the cause and effect relationship, proving that one thing, the independent variable, causes the other. Now, I just use science or natural philosophy or knowledge to prove to you why things rise and fall here on Earth. And now you're saying, well, that, eliminating those variables, that's not good enough. Well, if you have a better scientific experiment, by all means, produce it and prove me wrong. That's how this works. That's why we were saying that there's no agreeing or disagreeing in this room here. Because if you have a better scientific experiment, if you can remove and bend and warp space-time and put it in a jar and paint it yellow so that we can observe it, by all means do so. Prove me wrong.
No, I cannot. I cannot show you an experiment with gravity. I cannot bottle it up for you and show it to you.
Exactly right. That's right.
But things do fall at an accelerated rate, correct? You guys agree with that?
Right. But Robert, now if
things
I prove
accelerate as they go down.
Right, Robert. Now watch this. If I prove without a shadow of a doubt that the Earth measures flat, period. If I prove that, okay, let's just say the United States military helped me. They let me borrow their radars, and I showed everybody with AWACS and J-stars that the Earth is flat. Do I then still need to discuss gravity?
No.
That you are the smartest glober I've ever talked to. My goodness, God bless you.
I mean, if you proved it, you proved it. That's the thing that
Right? No, it's proven.
You can't argue. I mean, when something is proved,
exactly,
it means it's unquestionable.
You
know
are
what I mean?
absolutely right. Exactly right. And that's what my point is, that you get it. My point is that you're smarter than the average bear. What most people want to do is discuss things we can't prove. And my point is, all I got to do is prove the Earth is a plane of existence under the heavens. And I can even add some things, but all I have to do is prove that it's a plane of existence, right? And that's it. Everything else is already removed. And it's completely already destroyed. Any other theory about the cosmology of this existence is already wrong if it doesn't agree with the fact that we're on a stationary plane. And that's why that's why I don't even get into the other things, because I can already prove the Earth is flat, and every large military organization admits it as well. So I just use their claims as well. So that's the easy part. And then I show people that, yeah, you're not supposed to be worried about the sun, moon, and stars. Yeah, things fall because that's truth. And that's a little bit too deep of a topic right now, but that's really the reason things fall, because that's the truth. That might go over your head, but it'll make sense later. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, all I was really, it was not definitely, I'm not trying to do an I gotcha here. It's like I was saying, if I'm going
we're not scared of those. If you got any of those, bring it. We're definitely not scared of those. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No, he's okay. And once he does,
what I'm saying
that's when I'll be happy.
If I'm to make the leap over, then that's something that I'm going to have to not okay. If the Earth is proved to be flat, then I don't give a shit about gravity. Okay, because then it doesn't. That's an answer. That's a what do you call it? A side thing. You know what I mean?
You're getting smarter by the Robert. You're getting smarter by the You're getting smarter by the minute. You just keep getting smarter. That's my point. Why are we even discussing this man-made construct that nobody uses, and it's a fairy tale, when we can just show you the Earth's flat, just like everybody else in the world experiences the Earth flat?
Well, it's kind of like what I tell other Christians, that not to get into that topic too much, but I'm an atheist, and if all of a sudden I saw a whole bunch of people just disappear all at once, or being sucked up into the sky, that's going to be pretty good proof that of the rapture. If I saw that, I wouldn't care about all the other things. I wouldn't ask anybody to prove anything else. I would have you prove one thing, and you basically proved it all. And that's why I guess we're all looking for that one undeniable, unshakable, unquestionable proof. And the reason we're having these topics is because we can't seem to get to that undeniable proof. that oh my god, everything
that's
I
why
thought.
this group exists, Robert. I got to be honest with you. That's why this group exists. This is a group that has been separated from the rest of the world. This group is a bunch of individuals. We're talking thousands of people that actually all have different viewpoints on everything. The only thing they agree on is that these people, our governments, have been lying to us about just about everything. That's the only thing.
26,000 too.
Right, and that's why they're right, Robert. They are absolutely right about that, and that's why I interact with them, because they have realized they've been lied to, and somebody who doesn't trust men is obviously going to be way smarter and just has a better understanding of reality. That's the whole point here. I like being around people that are woken up to the fact that television isn't real, for lack of a better term. That's who these people are, and that's why I give them credit. I've already proven it. It's already been proven. Now, you might not know it yet, but it's already been absolutely proven. I've done it myself. There are many other countless people here that have also done it. Yeah, period.
I got you.
Excuse me. Didn't who Elohim give man, say he gave man time as man understands it, so that he may rest and plant seeds so he can eat. So it's a man-made concept. There is no time. Furthermore, I saw on the Time magazine with Einstein laughing in a square earth. Imagine this. E for earth equals mass cube squared. So it's a mockery. Okay? Ice Cube, when Friday After Next had a square earth. It's a tetrahedron. Okay? You can only see what you see when it's under a dome. Okay, if you're in a house, you can only see what you see. You don't see the outside. So if you have a square house, you can only see what you see. Okay, you can't see outside. So you guys think beyond that. Think outside the box. And I don't mean to mock on that point.
Look, here's the
before there's
thing.
any confusion, go ahead, Hank Hill. That's fine. Go.
Here's the thing. You can prove that we've been lied to, right? Because three things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. Right? Eventually the light is going to come out and we're going to see that we're lied to. A lot of people understand that who've researched things like the Gulf of Tonkin incident, or John F. Kennedy, or Pearl Harbor, or 9/11. Right? You can look into these subjects and go, wait a minute, this doesn't add up. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't compute. This is absolutely false. Right? But people believe that Lee Harvey Oswald killed Kennedy, right? You guys heard that before?
Yeah, that's a fish story and they're buying it. It's hilarious.
I sure did.
So the funny thing about that is that he never stood trial and is innocent until proven guilty. So how could both be true at the same time? Somebody lied to you, right? So if that's the only thing that you know that's wrong about the Kennedy assassination, so far I'm right. Right? What if I told you the Gulf of Tonkin incident was a lie that happened that got us to go to war in Vietnam? And that the dude that was actually there said this never happened. Right? And then you go look into that. Now, what if I tell you Operation Mockingbird is where the CIA took control of the mainstream media, and that when you're looking at people on the news, on your TV, those are CIA assets? This is something you can verify. Right? Because it's been released. A FOIA request, freedom of information. What if I told you that Nazis were taken into the American populace after World War II via Operation Paperclip?
Yeah, my grandfather was.
He was in Operation Paperclip?
He was a Nazi scientist, and then he was brought to work in the Manhattan Project.
Oh, you got to go further on that one. Why they were red, green, yellow, and blue. You got to go further on that one. You got to look at their hands too.
Yeah, the Manhattan Project. Didn't that happen for years and nobody knew it was happening, and it was a mass secret that people kept a secret?
The colors was celestial, nuclear.
I don't know all the details. I do know my grandfather.
The chemical warfare.
My grandfather was a.
I know what the colors were. Your grandfather was in the chemical warfare.
And he was kidnapped by U.S. soldiers because the Russians had him, but the Americans snatched him, and then he went to go work in Almaguer, Mexico.
Oh, you mean the Marines are the most deadly force on the planet?
Absolutely.
Clover. We're flatfoots, man. We beat across the plane.
Air Force commandos too. No.
Right. So my point was that you've been lied to.
Yeah, we use planar geometry to navigate by the stars. So yeah, we're realm warriors.
Hey guys, I really appreciate the conversation. It was awesome. I'll be back again. I just got to get off the phone now and talk to the wife. So, but I appreciate all the
Happy wife, happy life. You better get there.
Yeah, I gotta do the wife thing.
Yeah, don't mention flat Earth to her, Robert. Okay, don't mention it.
It's all right. She's Catholic, so she believes in a whole bunch of stuff. Anyway.
Oh, definitely don't say anything.
Oh, she only accepts in copyrighted property of the king tax. Okay.
A Catholic and
a lot of people do that.
A lot of fun. All right, guys. You guys take care. Be safe, everybody.
Copywritten book. Did God copyright his law, or do you inscribe it on your heart?
Anybody else want to jump in where he left off?
It was inscribed in your heart in the beginning. Oh, hell no. They're not as honest as that guy. What the hell they want to kick him for?
PGP, do you have a question at all? The people in here haven't heard from you. I checked him in, and he witnessed actually one of the trolls coming in and just go in spiral. It was
let that guy
hilarious.
right there that just left be the leadership by example.
Mhm.
Honesty is the road to truth.
I want PGP's comment or thought on the last guy that was just talking. Can you speak about him real quick? What you thought?
Honestly, I'm playing a game right now, so I kind of zoned out a bit. Can you remind me? I've been listening the whole time, but
Bro, you
what he was talking about?
Right. You missed it, PGP, because
No, I've been here.
He admitted. Well, listen, PGP, it's okay. He admitted it was good. He was just a rare occasion when someone like that who believes in his ball religion doesn't have a panic attack and start, turning into children of the corn. So he pretty much, conceded a lot of points because there's no evidence for a globe. Perfect example.
It's interesting to witness for sure. I'm definitely gonna stick around.
And if you have any questions, like I said, just ask us, man. We're here to answer any questions. Most questions do get asked, that you are probably thinking of too. So you might just want to wait as well.
Should I?
But it's also good. It's also good if you just want it out in the open. Just ask it, please. We're here.
So I'm kind of new to the concept, so this is like a genuine question. I guess could you just link me actually some basic questions like in an article, so I don't have to ask a bunch of questions.
Are you serious?
No, he just doesn't want to get banned instantly.
Well,
that's a true statement right there.
So he wants a Reddit Big Ten list.
I mean, okay,
pretty much, I would say.
So, what do you?
Oh, freaking
Hey, do you want us to give you the TMZ
He hasn't come
top 10?
from any flat Earth, though. I don't think he knows about anything flat Earth.
Now TMZ got a top 10. What the fuck?
I bet. I heard you saying. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I heard you saying that if you go.
No, you
west,
got one of the top 10 questions that we get asked all the time. That's what we're saying.
Yes.
Okay, I hear you. Yeah, going west. Okay, I'm all about going west. What's the question?
But I'm so you said if you go west, you have to go in a circle to continue going west.
Yes.
Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes. Yes. Do you think west is a straight line?
So what if you kept going the west that I would know in a straight line?
Okay, then you're not going west anymore. Now you're going south.
Well, hold up. his west ain't a straight line either. It wraps around a curved object. What the hell?
You're correct. You're correct. But like, let's say that if I count
right,
or
I'm
not
giving
account
it to
for
you, right.
gravity, but let's
Yeah,
assume that we're going on a straight
Let me
line,
be
right?
specific about this. Hold up.
Okay.
Even on the globe, hold up. Even on the globe, west is a direction that's centered off of north in a circle around north. It's no different on a flat Earth.
You're correct.
West is a circle around north.
Yeah,
Right.
so
We're
in
opposite.
my assumption, it would be as if you had laid out a map, a contemporary map of the Earth flat on a wall, and you're going from the west side of North
Left or right? Yeah, left or right. We get it. We get it.
Yeah. So, like, can you just explain that to me genuinely? I don't really.
Yeah, but here's the question: is north centered on America? Because it applies to it. No,
Great
it's
Meridian,
not.
right? Is that what you're referring to?
Great Meridian.
I don't know. The prime meridian.
No,
I mean, my bad.
Magnetic north.
Oh, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I just wanted you to explain it to me.
Magnetic north. The North Pole.
Yeah. So it's like it curves around that, right?
Yes.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, was that it?
North-
I had to explain something to him because I brought up that earlier. Right, you're talking about the fact that I described that to the.
Can you give me a map
North-
that I could understand?
Yeah, north is centered around everybody. Everything goes in a circle. It's just everything's edged. I guess you'd say around everybody's centered. It's centered around everybody else. So there is
real quick. Sorry,
North
sorry,
Pole
Constance.
as you know it.
I got to get this out of the way.
It's actually
Constance, hold
warm.
on. Constance, hold on. So, what's his name? PGP, real quick. So I brought that up earlier. The reason I do it is because this was, excuse me, when somebody got banned out of the VC, you witnessed this. The reason I bring that up is because, like Mike, the battle mod, the moderator just mentioned to you, both ideologies, or I say a stupid word, both ideologies require a circle for east or west travel. So when I knew the guy, I know that, right? So the point is when the guy answers it, if he answers it incorrectly, that means he doesn't understand his own belief either. And that's why I bring it up. Just to put, I had to prove that he didn't know what he was talking about. That was an earlier discussion, but
Yeah, so the circular, the circular point of east and west is true in both models. It's not exclusive to one. East or west is travel in a circular motion.
Okay. My question would be,
right,
what
real
would
quick,
happen if you go to the red area?
Right, PGP, when you said your west, which meant a straight line, I know that. Your west would eventually lead you. Obviously, it's not west anymore. Now it's south because you didn't make a correction. Therefore, now you're headed south. That's what would happen.
Yeah. And it's the prime meridian, no offense.
Great Meridian or something, that was incorrect.
Yeah, and that's north to south of where east to west crosses it.
Okay, that's right now. So, so what would happen if you followed one of the lines and just went straight to the red area of the map?
All right, look, man. These lines
wait, hold
are
on. There's a million
man-made.
variables. You'd have to use an actual event, such as me and Mike got on a ship and went in this direction for 6 hours. What would happen? You have to give it an event, and then you can get some details. You know what I'm saying? I can't just give you. Go ahead.
Do you end up on the other side of the map?
We can attribute an event to it, the voyage of Captain Cook, right?
Captain Cook?
There you go. There you go.
Captain Cook.
Should I Google this?
So he went straight in one given direction, and he hit an ice wall, and he followed the ice wall or the ice shelf for 6,300 and some miles. But your given radius is only 3959, 3,959. So it doesn't make sense that he did double the radius, but didn't go around anything. You can Google it, the voyages of Captain Cook. You might have to read a few before you get to the one I'm talking about. It also goes along with Operation High Jump. That's another one you can research about the ice shelves, where Antarctica is the highest elevation on Earth. You literally have to park a boat next to it and launch a helicopter to get on the ice shelf. Because it contains the oceans. So could it contain the oceans if it wasn't 360 degrees laid out in azimuth?
I'm genuinely not sure. So, but I'll look into this guy.
Think of a circular ice pool.
So what's the ice wall like? What's on the other side?
It's an ice shelf, and how would we know? We never traveled past it. We can only look at Operation High Jump, and whether or not it's true, we don't know. History isn't 100% certain. We can't science history. Can't apply the scientific method to history and make history empirical. It's his story, and his story is the winner of the war. Because history was overwritten so many times as there was wars and societies that fell and rose.
They've traveled it more than Captain Cook. They've done it more times. Okay, there's the Admiral Byrd, and there's so many other ones. The U.S. Navy's done it, so it's just not just him.
Well, I know that's just the one I reference. If you want to expand on that, that's fine, but don't assume I don't know that.
Well, you don't know about the mutant computer either. Doesn't mean it's not real.
How does that apply to don't assume I wasn't aware of something just because you had to point it out and it wasn't what I referenced? The reason I referenced it was the ice shelf.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying it's an analogy. Just because you don't think it's real, so you haven't seen it.
Who said I don't think it's real? That's a straw man. I didn't say that.
Well, you just said that you don't know if it's been done before, or you don't know that. You just said you didn't think it was real.
No, that's not what I said. It had nothing to do with think or belief. I said I can't apply the scientific method to it, so I can't verify it. I was real specific with my words. Don't chop them up. I'll beat you over the head with them every time you do.
No, don't say you will. You said you couldn't verify it. So verifying is an analogy. Yeah, well, if you can't verify it, you can verify it very easily.
Yeah, verification has nothing to do with belief or thinking. What I think I can do. It doesn't have anything to do with belief either.
Well, verifying is very easily.
Yeah, when you apply the scientific method, yes, verification is, and it's an empirical.
Again, this might be something that I probably should just read about, but can I ask?
Oh, this is between him and I.
Okay, so
I think you just want to ask something else, PGP.
Yeah, so you told me not to ask about airplanes, right? I was wondering.
No.
Just ask.
Listen. Well, listen. Justin was just saying it would be a ridiculous question to ask people. Have you ever flown in a plane? He was just giving
That's
an
all
example.
I'm saying. That's all I
Why
said.
do they twist our words? If your argument or dichotomy relies on the twisting of my words, then you're already coming from a false dichotomy.
Just let him ask. Just let him ask.
No, so I just wanted to ask if it's okay to ask about
just please ask it.
rocket ships, right?
We'll go off.
So I was gonna ask you. So do you guys believe that we have been to space, or is that a myth on TV?
Belief. Now we'll go right back to verification, right?
I know you guys said we haven't really seen that, so we can't really know, right?
Yeah, belief. You believe in space because of someone telling you that there is space. That's it.
Well, listen, real quick. Let me just give you an example. PGP, when they show us videos of
Don't
the
go
ISS,
there. I know there's not the spaces we know.
This guy can't hear
no.
me. This guy must have me muted. He must have me muted, but that's okay. So PGP, real quick. It's all you. I'm just talking to you for a second. So the point is, there's no video of a rocket taking off continuously showing us the transition of the flat Earth to a globe. So there's no claim of traveling to space. They'll show us pictures of us already being there magically. And then when they show us Earth, they forgot to put the 35,000 aircraft flying around Earth. So if you believe Earth has no aircraft on it, then you can believe in the ISS footage, but it's clearly fake. Thanks.
I definitely have to go watch more footage, but I feel like my uneducated guess would be that we don't really have the technology to like capture like a large scale photo from the outside. We just have like crappy photos, no?
So then there's no claim. That's perfect. That's my claim, is that NASA has no claim. Neither does anybody that believes in a globe. So that would be a concession.
Could we say that it would be like possibly an educated guess, considering the way that we see physics?
Nope, you can't. Because you don't even have a claim, because there's no one even telling you when the Earth curvature starts to be visible. Where's the video of the rocket taking off showing us when it goes from flat to curve? It doesn't exist because every video would have to match. No such thing. No claim.
Wouldn't there still be a horizon from above? But it would be like
no, you can't. You can't have an horizon at 250 miles high. No, you can't. It's going to disappear. It's going to be lower than you, because a ball cannot be flat forever. And that's what we see. We see a flat surface forever. That's the problem. Yep, that's the whole point here, is that a ball is not flat. So when we go in an airplane and we see the flat, that doesn't make sense. When you go higher, see the flat, doesn't make sense. You would literally, some people might disagree with this, but I'm probably stepping into speculation territory, because there is no such thing as a globe Earth model. But I've had many people admit this to me, that I'm not crazy, that you would easily see curvature in a clear environment at 7,000, let alone what we go to. So there's no claim, bro. There's no curve. It's over.
Ask if I was like really far away, like 1,000 miles away, right? And you like looked at me, and I had a basketball in my hand, and one side of the basketball had like something on it.
Listen,
right?
no offense, but this is all anecdotal. It doesn't prove anything.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to understand
The
circular thing you said. You were saying about a globe. You said circles or globes are flat, right?
Well, yes. If you were far enough away from a ball, you'd still be able to tell it was a ball. I mean, a basketball is small, so I would see the entirety of it from 20 fucking foot. So it's kind of asinine.
So I'm saying, would you see something that's on the back of the basketball? That's
Here's the question: when you watch a basketball game, the NBA, does it look like they're slam dunking a circle?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so that's a good example of how moronic this is, right? I can be up there in the top fucking row and I still don't see a circle, right?
Yeah.
At a football game, I still see a football, right?
Yeah. I'm asking if it's a sphere, if the basketball's a sphere, would you see something that's on the other side of it if you look from above?
That's the entirety of the point of our destruction of your radius. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks.
You can't.
left,
Right. Yeah.
Bathroom in
you
the back.
You can't see on the other side of a ball, PGP. We can see for literally thousands of miles. I got one shot in 2018 where the sun went down, and I can still see the light emanating from behind my field of view. We're talking like 2,000 miles. I can't confirm it, but we're talking about millions of square miles of the Earth traversed. That's what they're measured in square miles. So where's the claim?
My claim was that, I guess when we were talking about like rockets lifting off, you said that you can't really see when it turns from a flat Earth to a spherical Earth.
Not only that, but there's no claim, PGP. There's no claim to when it will all of a sudden show its curvature.
I just guessed that like maybe when you're going up, the crappy photos that we do have only show half of the Earth, because it is like a sphere where you only see the other.
Well, that's a problem. No, that's a problem. No, that's a serious problem, because if we saw even a quarter of the Earth, we'd see a lot of curve. So if we're seeing half the Earth, we would see a lot of curvature. So since we don't see any curvature, again, that's the point. There's no curve. See,
like footage of like it rotating, like the spherical.
There is none.
Object rotating.
There is none. But there is no footage of a globe Earth rotating. So you'd have to look. You have to go back and find out, how they're making images. None of those are real. They're showing you the continents. They're shape shifting, and the clouds are staying the same. So the continents don't stay the same, and the clouds do. If you want to believe that, again, that's not my problem. But I can't help you.
I'm sorry. That's why I was asking. Do you believe clouds stay the same?
No, in reality, clouds don't. That's the point. On a globe Earth, they show you the clouds stay the same for a month. I mean, are people really, think of how stupid people are to look at this globe Earth with the clouds staying the same for days, let alone minutes. I mean, really? A cloud doesn't stay the same for 5 minutes. And they're showing the clouds on the Earth staying the same for days, bro. No one's that stupid. It's a psychotic religion. They brainwash people into believing. If we just think about it, we go, wow, I'm not that stupid because clouds change.
Can I have permission to stream something on my browser? Or post a link? Post a link?
You can do that, yeah.
Okay. So like this link I just clicked on like has like supposedly a live stream from the ISS. It appears to show a curvature, and you can also see it's rotating.
Right. So if I show you that this is fake, then you know that there's no space.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying this is a claim that I would refute it. I'm not saying like I is 100% right. I'm saying it's. I'm not.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Anyone can put up a stream, you have a claim. Right. I'm saying is this anyone evidence? Can put a stream. I'm not saying that the media is always 100% right. I'm just wondering if you can disprove this for me.
Well, again, there's no aircraft over the oceans or land, so apparently in this CGI world, there are no other aircraft on Earth. So again, if you believe that, I can't help you.
Like it's not showing any satellites that we have, right?
There's not any, exactly. I didn't even go there. There should be 25,000 satellites, little trinkles of glitter all over this black part of the picture. There's nothing, and there's no aircraft on Earth. So again, if I show this to one of my,
I think you cut out.
Do we lose Pillbox?
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll give him a second to see if he comes back and finishes his thoughts. Look, here's the deal, man. If that thing is real and it's up there 24/7, just rewind it back to July the 4th, right as the sun is setting on the East Coast, and enjoy the show. You know what I mean? And if you have actual footage of someone taking it from the ground, let's say when it gets to Dallas Fort Worth, they kind of pop the fireworks on the bridge kind of in between Dallas and Fort Worth. Or maybe they do pop it at Fort Worth, but they pop it on the west side of Dallas, right? If you got like a live video, you can have like a timestamp of when each cracker cracks and then compare it to the live footage from the ice. Oh, wait, you can't do that because it doesn't exist. It's not real. But if it were real, you could do that, right? If the ISS just happened to be flying over, at the right time, at the right place, right?
I don't know about fireworks, but like I believe that satellites I think can capture footage of the Great Wall of China from above.
Right, so they should be able to catch some firecrackers because those artillery shells, they light up a great deal of the city, and you can see the city lights, which are just an amalgamation of light bulbs.
People are like clowning me in chat, bro. I'm just asking questions.
They're getting out, and they're probably. Are they sending you PMs yet? Are they DMing?
No. They're just
okay. No, don't worry about that though. But yeah, you guys were talking about seeing the Great Wall. Yeah, there's no video or photos of the Great Wall of China from any altitude like that. But yes, you would be able to see fireworks 1,000 times easier. Absolutely. And that's another thing is that there's no such thing as, we're going to fly over Texas where Hank Hill is going to blow up his giant propane firework and we'll all get to see it. There's no such thing because they're not in reality. So they can't tell you when they're going to see something on Earth because they're not over Earth. It's in a studio.
You're saying there's no satellite footage of the Great Wall of China?
Can you show it to me?
I'll go look for it. I'll come back.
Okay, so you just admitted that you don't know any. So you see how easy this is?
Yeah, so like I could have a false memory, but I believe I might have seen
false
some at some
No,
point,
listen, bro.
right? That's what I'm saying.
Listen. That's an old. Listen, no. Let me tell you something, Justin. This is good. This is an old wives' tale. My dad said this 30 years ago, probably when your parents were children. This is an old wives' tale. It's hilarious. You can see Great Wall of China from outer space. Thanks, Dad. It was like 1989 when he told me. It's just another wives' tale. There's no such thing.
I admit it. I could be mistaken. Right? I'll look into it.
All right.
It's the same old stories we've been hearing for 50 years. That's all this religion is.
Hey, dude, I'm not trying to be a dickhead in the voice. I'm just trying to be funny and entertaining. If you're taking it personally, brother.
I understand you guys probably this is like a joke because you guys probably see this all the time. The same question.
Yeah, it's not a joke. It's just fun to joke around. But yeah, I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm trying to get you to kind of smile and laugh like you're doing right now. So just take it easy, man.
You do have a smile on your face, like whenever you're talking, like we can actually see it because of you talking.
Yep. Yeah, because
we've been here that long that we know that you have a smile on your face.
Shit, I'm a counselor. I can see it. I can see it. I smell it. I taste it.
My vestibular is picking up his smile.
Right.
It's moving back and forth.
Mike's like right in my mouth or something.
No.
Listen, it truly is. It comes out with your tone of your voice. It comes out with the wording. It really does. I mean, I can smile right now.
Yes, many more than 5.
Yeah, that BS in school about the 5 senses, they were way off.
Yeah, I'm up to 23. All right. Well, I'm glad we got that one out of the way. Yeah, ISS.
Any other ones of those?
The ISS, where they admit there's no planes on Earth.
Well, dude, the cool thing is like we have helicopter footage, we got plane footage of fireworks. 50,000, 30,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100, 200, 300 miles away. Heck, you go up in a helicopter, the higher up you go, the more you see.
Is there any time in history when anybody has ever gotten higher over a surface and claimed they couldn't see farther? I could get on the roof of my house. I mean, I used to get on my roof of the house as a kid all the time, just climb on top of the house, and now I can see several miles in the distance, This idea that you're seeing over a curve is just insanity.
The SR-71 pilots, those planes are supposed to be able to fly higher than the commercial planes. And they talk about seeing, California clear as day from the, east side of Arizona.
Oh, easily. They can see farther than that. I think there was somebody said that they were in California looking over to Colorado.
Yeah, there used to be a guy.
SR-71, this pretty up there, bub. Even taxiing around, they're up there.
Yeah, that's triple commercial height, or at least 2.5 times higher.
They're like, yeah, we see flat land, all the way from like Carson, Arizona, all the way to San Francisco. It looks flat. We can see, lights from San Francisco flying around at night.
There used to be a guy coming here, old Canadian guy, really stuck in his ways, but really intelligent and well versed in knowledge. And this guy James, he would say that he sent one of the best flat Earth proofs to what's the flat Earth clue guy's name? Yeah, to him, and I can't remember his name, but if you find flat Earth clue that YouTube channel, and then James, whatever his last name was, it was like a SR-71 flying over like the United States, but you could see parts of Canada that were like really, really far away. What was his name? James. Crap, I forgot his last name.
I thought you were going to say Chuck Yeager.
No.
Vanderbeek.
No, I can't remember his name. James from Canada. That's all I can remember.
Well, PGP, you found out you can't see the Great Wall of China from that high.
I found like one footage, but it's like really blurry and like it keeps zooming out. So like I don't know. Like here,
you're
I
not
can
even
give you one.
satisfied
So
with it.
here, I'll give you one. I'll send the image. 1 second.
Is this where the satellites are now like 5 miles above Earth all of a sudden, same height as a commercial aircraft?
Well, it's like I don't know. Like so, like you don't do you believe satellites exist? I guess.
Well, something that nobody's ever used or can take a picture of in action or can show
what
us
if
them even making them. I mean,
Okay.
why would I believe it?
True. What if I could make like those like giant balloons that like you can attach a GoPro to and like live stream video
Yes.
from?
Wow. Well, yeah. What if that? I mean, that's been done quite a few times. What did you plan on doing with it?
What if I could like somehow lift one up at the same time as the satellite going over and capture footage of it?
Well, that's the point. Is that we've already captured footage of so-called satellites. What the military-industrial complex and NASA tells us, these are satellites, and from our point of view, they look like they're about 7 to 10 miles high maximum, traveling at less than the speed of sound. So they're airplanes. So we're looking at these objects that are in our skies. They're not out of our skies. They're right here in front of us. They look like they're 8 miles away. And we can tell that by the size of the ISS specifically, which is the same length as the 747, which has the same apparent size. The 747 is at 7 miles high. They're saying the ISS is at 250 miles high, but they both look identical. Somebody's lying.
Plus the flat Earth dude. The flat Earth dude got a snapshot of a satelloon and the silhouette of the moon. So you can see the satellite is definitely hanging from a string on 3 balloons, and that's how they do it. That's why NASA consumes so much helium.
Yeah, the satellites that take pictures, they're all balloons anyway. Yeah, every single one of them. There isn't a single satellite that's above us that's not something that's a balloon or an aircraft, such as a converted U-2 spy plane aircraft. That's the one they're probably using the most because it's extremely quiet, low maintenance. It can fly really high, and it's slow, so it can loiter for long periods of time because it's extremely efficient. And from 10 miles away, all you got to do is, I mean, it's already literally across, so it's not difficult to make it look like a satellite anyway.
Okay, do you believe that the Hubble telescope exists?
Though, Hank? Yeah, it does, but it's not in outer space. That's the point.
Where?
Yeah,
that's the question.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I guess
that's
I
what we're
will
trying to tell
ask: do you believe that the images produced by the Hubble telescope are real?
No, most are not, and that's why you'll notice they can't even take a picture of Earth with it. Wouldn't that be nice to test the day? Like, hey, we're having a football game today, so and Battle Mod, Hank Hill, and Justin are going to go down.
Yeah,
to the
dude,
video.
it would be able to zoom in right on it.
Fair.
Oh my
That's
god,
not fair.
They
This is
would be
considered.
literally. How easy is this? They would
It is
point
fair.
it right to Earth and show you a live event on Earth, zoomed in from hundreds of miles. It would be an amazing event.
Guys.
Everybody would be able to agree with it, but they can't do that. They can't even show you a real photo. It's all
Guys, he's in disbelief. Give him the Robert
Right, but here,
Fasano
hold on,
video
hold
where
on,
he
hold
called.
on. Listen,
Can I say
hold on.
something? Can I
Okay,
say
hold on.
something?
Hold on. Can you hear me? Hold on. Listen. Hold on. So let me speak and I'll get done. Yes. So there's a giant camera on an aircraft called Sophia, and that's the actual real Hubble. It's a giant telescope that's in an aircraft. That's the reality. Go ahead, guys.
So, let's say I believe that the Hubble telescope exists, right? And I believe it's controlled by the North American Space Agency. Why would they use it to film a football game, first of all, commercial event, when their goal is supposed to be to promote like space travel?
No, to prove a point.
Right?
That's the point. Because it's so much easier, and it would be so easy to make fun of and disprove those pesky flat earthers in a heartbeat, and they would receive so much funding. It would actually be proving their worth, and it would be the most important thing they've ever done. But you have to understand.
Here's the deal.
Okay, can I say one more thing?
Here, hold on. Just write it down, bro. Just give me a second. I'm
still speaking.
You were.
The telescope,
Go ahead, bro.
The telescope is a deep space telescope. It's not designed to take photos of something so close, right?
No, battle mod time.
God.
No. No, that's a deception. That's a lie. If you just read that, they lied to you. If you just made it up, that's even worse. There's no such thing as I've been a photographer for 30 years, so you might not want to make claims like that.
Yeah, dude, that's amazing that you actually claimed that. Wow.
Deep space.
Where did you hear that? Where did you hear that? I want to.
Hold up.
Yeah,
Deep space is viewed by radio array telescopes. They use radio signals to view things. There's no optical looking through deep fucking space. You guys say it's a void, but there's actually so many particles in there that they would just clog up the view if we used an optical anything. Look over a light year of obstruction. Yeah, that makes sense. In an optical view. Besides, it's a multi-spectrum camera. It's not an optical camera.
I know they use filters and stuff like that to make it.
No, it's not a fucking filter. It's a microspectrum analyzer.
Can you explain what that means?
Multi-spectrums. How many spectrums of light are there? Do I gotta explain multi-spectrum?
It's a type of.
I'll explain it. Okay,
those are
your
the type of
eyes
filters
can
I'm
only
talking
receive.
about. Those are the type of filters I'm talking about.
They're not filters.
Because they
it's
make
it's
light
in the
that's not
processor, you moron.
visible, right? Obviously, you wouldn't be able to see them, right? So they make it visible.
It's got nothing to do with the filter and everything to do with the processor. But whatever, guy.
Yeah. Battleman, I just want to point this out. So you're telling me that they made $1 billion camera, but not only can I not use it on Earth, I can't even point it on Earth. If somebody believes it, again, I can't help them. Thanks. I invented the most amazing thing in history, but I can't prove it. Trust me.
Well, that brings us to verification. How do you verify it's actually up there? And it is what they say it is. How do you do that empirically?
Yeah, you couldn't really because it's flying too fast, supposedly.
I don't want a bunch of excuses.
I'll answer.
I don't want a
Mike,
bunch
I'll
of
answer.
excuses. I want to know about verification.
Right. Wouldn't that be something, Mike, if they could actually show us things? That would verify something. They can't. There's no, like, when you have an event on Earth, if they could show, okay, we're going to film this event on Earth from a distance away, this server would be shut down in 5 seconds. But they can't.
Yeah, that'd be verification. I would love to see the ISS multi-spectrum zoom in on a football play.
Yep.
ISS, Cam.
It'd be over. Over.
But see, with this kind of talk, we're just inviting them to fake it, bro.
They'd make a mistake. They're too scared to. They can't even fake the moon landing again because they know we'd see everything.
The problem isn't under-education, it's over-education and astute attention to detail. Those who buy all these excuses and apologetics, they don't pay astute attention to detail. They have no life experience.
Exactly. We're at this point, PGP, where you're going to start getting very desperate for this evidence, and you're going to have to come to a realization that do I want to know the truth, or do I want to defend a belief?
Look, I'm not desperate. I'm not desperate. I'm just stating my beliefs, and I'm asking to be disproved, right? Like,
I understand.
I'm not going to be disrespectful. I'm not going to be disrespectful.
I understand you're saying that, but that's what we do. When I start making up excuses to why the most advanced technology in the world can't be used on Earth, that's desperate.
I'd like to point out something. A belief is not a reality. You cannot put a million beliefs together and build a concrete reality.
How do you define reality?
Reality, concretism.
That which is verifiable.
Well, yeah, how do things become concrete? Facts
Well, of course. Look, I don't know that people like Kim Kardashian exist, right? I've never actually seen them, right? But like, I see them in magazines. I hear them every single day.
Facts are demonstrable.
So yeah, like I would say it's not a fact that Kim Kardashian exists. I have no idea. Would it be safe to assume that?
Well, the thing we deal with is people add concretism to beliefs all day long, and they want to defend their beliefs like they're concrete realities. Like it's already carved in stone. This shit is etched in stone. It's 100%. And
You want me to be honest with you?
no offense. No, I want you to quit cutting me off. But science doesn't deal in 100%isms. Science doesn't claim 100% for anything. And those of you that think it does, you don't know what science is. Either lack of education, ignorance, I don't know. It's just you just don't know what real science attempts to do.
No, science doesn't prove reality. Like, I was going to say that I couldn't really prove that I even exist or you exist or anything like that.
Well,
Right? So,
yeah, you could show up.
Well, here's the thing. That's a philosophical concept.
Well, you can only prove you exist.
Bro, I could send you to a doctor and have the doctor give you a physical exam, and then he could send in the information to me, right? And you could prove that you exist just by showing up to a doctor.
Yeah, but in the philosophical, ontological question, that doesn't prove anything other than all that existed in your mind, Hank. You gotta understand what he meant when he said that.
Right, but I could get a proof of life. He could just show up to my house, right? And I could tell the difference between a living, breathing man and
yeah. So
life
is how we define existence, right?
Yeah.
Damn. So that philosophy was destroyed thousands of years ago, huh?
Yeah, I never understood the whole solipsism. You can't know anything except that I exist. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, there's two different realities. There's the reality in your mind, and then there's the physical reality you observe. The problem is you observe a physical reality, and it becomes tainted by the consciousness of your mind. There's an inner world and an outer world. Oh yeah, that's a quick way to get banned. I really hate that.
If I went to another room, if I went to Jim Panda's server and they were telling me all their evidence about their magical, space religion, and then I said, "Well, I'm not sure if I'm real. I can't prove it." I think they would not only assume that they had won the argument, that they would also know that I was very desperate. And that's what I'm talking about here. Is that when people go to solipsism, that's a desperate attempt at hiding from reality. I'm sorry.
well, to be honest with you.
Oh.
Sorry?
What the hell are you doing? Beating 1,000 mics?
Hot mic.
Oh, sorry, but
I telepathically turned your mic back on. Glad, sorry.
I knew it.
He's in the barn beating down mice with a 2x4. It's the only sure way to kill him.
He's
not
behind
many
you.
Groups get that desperate. I just have to, like, the problem, PG, is that not many groups get that desperate. It's just people that believe in this evolution or that are agnostic or that, there's some gap here that I don't know you yet. I don't know you well enough, but that's not what a sane person says. I'm not trying to be mean to you.
Yeah. So I spoke to a lot of candidates tonight. I actually just came in just to feel you guys out and to see what the discussion points were. I'll probably come back later more seriously. I'm just throwing some ideas out there to try to understand where you guys are coming from.
Yep, you hit a wall.
Yeah, so if flat Earth was a titty, we barely touched the areola or the nipple. You know what I'm saying?
I understand, and I'm gonna read more into it tonight, and I'll come back and talk to you guys for sure.
We haven't got our hands around full breastage yet,
and I'm excited to get to that point. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, come on, ladies' night then.
Every Friday, no joke. It's Friday.
Yeah, and soon
Friday at 5 p.m. Central.
Soon to come, we're going to have a morning show with the women too.
All right. Well, if I remember, I'll be there.
That's great, actually.
When we set the day for that, we'll let you know. Coffee and women. You can wake up with flat Earth women. For once, you can, without leaving your room, talk to a real woman.
I'd rather leave my room, to be honest, but yeah, I'll still stop by for sure.
Sure.
Sounds good.
But yeah, don't Don't think of me as someone who's brainwashed. I'm just trying to understand you guys.
No, bro, we're not judging you.
If you leave your room, be safe. You know, wear a mask, get gigavaxxed. Like, don't take risks.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get like 7, you know? At least 7.
Yeah. Put a condom on before you even venture out. Yeah. Yeah, Lou knows what's up. Wise man. Viruses, venereal diseases, shit. It's a cruel world out there and unkind.
I figure if you take public transit, you need it. If you don't, if you drive, you're good.
Well, what if some homeless bum broke into your car the night before and slept on your front seat?
That's your fault. You didn't lock your door.
Bro,
Hey,
I know this is unrelated, but I thought it was hysterical. I used this the other day on my the trainee at work. He was we went to a sub place that he's never been to before, and he's asking me what sub he should get and like what bread he should get and shit like that. And I was like, dude, you can make your own fucking choices. And if not, you can call the fucking government and ask them what they think you should do.
Boom.
You know, like, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You should have seen the eye rolls of the people around me that were wearing masks and shit when I said that.
Auto mechanics is my love. 90% of the cars that are built, you don't need keys to get into. So locked doors only keep out honest people. You know this, right?
Right.
Well, I gotta say, I've been leaving my car unlocked for years now, and nothing's come up missing. But I live in a better neighborhood now that I work like 50 hours a week. So.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I learned after my third job, I learned real easy. All I need is a pair of pliers, and I can do all kinds of crazy damage. Just a pair of pliers.
Oh, without even damaging your vehicle, I can crack any lock, shut down any low jack.
Oh, dude.
They can remotely shut the car, and I'll get out with a paper clip and reinstall it.
One of my church brothers got a Saturn, a Redline edition, and I told him, I said, bro, I said that's a sweet ride. And he's like, yeah, it is. And I said, dude, I can disable your alarm and do all kinds of crazy shit. I'll need a pair of pliers in 2 minutes. And he's like, nuh-uh. I said, well, shit, you want to see? He's like, no, you're not doing that to my car. I was like, dude, pliers right up underneath one spot, and I'm in. I get anything I want. I tear your engine out.
Yeah, you're talking about the Ion, Saturn Ion. Right?
Yeah. He liked it, and
did he have
one
of them wannabe convertible Beamers?
He had a Beamer before, a 92.
No, the red line, the Ion, they got a convertible that looks like a Beamer. They kind of steal some of their body design from the Beamer anyway.
Yeah, no, it was the hardtop.
With a scoop? 2-door or 4? Or 3?
2. 2 with a trunk.
I think them little Saturns are cute, but would I drive one? No, hell no. Unless it's in and out of the garage, so I can make parts money maybe. Wrenching on somebody's POS. No offense, but that's a POS in my opinion.
I'm still trying to decide what I would like to use to get around. I'm torn between Mopar and more Mopar. I'm torn between Cummins and Mopar right now.
I do like the stack packs, the Challengers, the Chargers, but truth be told, I drive my truck more than anything.
Well, I like the Cummins truck and manual with big turbo. I'm gonna put dual injector heads on it and run propane and diesel, and it's going to be happy.
Are you getting a factory 4th gen with a manual, or are you going to install a manual on a 5th gen?
Well, the last year they made it was 2019.
Right, the 4th gen, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm looking for there or prior. It's either that or I'm going to have to do a swap if I went with a brand new truck. I'd literally have to swap.
Yep.
I would sell that automatic transmission brand new right off the damn truck. I tell them, look, you can put it on the record, take it to my garage. I'm dropping a trans right there and selling it.
I strip new vehicles. I'm not gonna lie.
Right, but I'm stripping it because I know what I want. I want that 6-speed manual, and I know where it's at. I know how much it is, and it fits right on, so beautifully.
I've literally ordered just a body from a dealership, body and interior.
Huh. See, I haven't gotten to know them like that.
Well,
The automatic trans is cool, all right, for certain things, I guess. It's cool. Don't get me wrong. It has its coolness. However, it is not a manual. It's not the same. It does not feel the same.
Right.
I have another question I wanted to ask.
All right, PGP, let's hear it.
Do tectonic plates exist?
Well, if they do, that's a good question. If they do, what's the shape of a plate?
Well, hold on.
Random. I think it's random.
You should address you should address the belief thing first. Do we believe in belief? Do we believe in belief? Oh, hold on.
All right.
No, flat earthers don't believe in belief. So the minute you add belief to your question, at 90% of the time, the answer is going to be no. I don't have belief.
Look, I'm structuring it this way so that I'm being polite because
Look,
I'm saying
know.
that it's not the fact.
Well, yeah, I will be polite too. When was the last time anybody measured movement, continental drift? Never. So why would I believe in that bullshit? Never. No, nobody ever measured continental drift. So Pangea, that's a bunch of hogwash.
Yeah, at best, listen, PGP.
Thank you
at
for your
best,
answer. That's exactly what I'm looking for.
PGP, hold on. Listen, at best, they seem to claim that they might be oscillating, which is not a movement. They're saying it might be going back and forth. There's no claim.
Yeah, and that could be due to oceanic currents, removing erosion on one side, erosion on the other, gain on one side, erosion on the other. And this can shift. This can shift with weather patterns and oceanic currents.
Let me throw this at them. Okay, so there's a salt flat in Bolivia. It's the largest salt flat in the world. 9,000 square kilometers with less than 1 meter of drop of vertical relief. You know what that means?
It's very flat.
Very flat.
So I'd like to point out, it doesn't mean we believe it's flat. That's the only way to refer to it.
But not only that, over 50% of the Earth's crust, including the crust, it's the crust below the surface of the water, is abyssal plains. And then you got the Great Plains of North America and Canada and Armageddon and all these different plains all over the world, right? Like the Serengeti, I think, in Africa. So all these plains all over the world, and the abyssal plains, and the salt flats. I mean, then you got sea level. Water. It doesn't stick to the upside down of a ball.
I got a question. So how many? That brings up the question: how many level planes does it take to build a globe?
To build a globe?
I know the answer.
I say it's all relative, right?
No, not relative, because we're talking about a soccer ball versus an oblate sphere.
I know, but I believe it's not as again. I'll say my belief that I've been told is that it's not a perfect sphere, right? It's uneven.
Yeah, but we're talking about square mileage of flatness that is undeniable, And how do you get a round object out of that? What he just said was a few thousand, tens of thousands of square miles of flatness on a globe that's what in circumference, what in radius? 24,000 miles in radius. We say 40,000 of that is fucking flat. How is that relative?
Pushing a rocket, it went around some
What?
sort of
No.
celestial
Listen,
body.
you're
Would that
going way
work?
off. Listen, try to stay relaxed. PGP. No,
I'm
there's no
relaxed.
rocket
I'm relaxed.
involved
I
here.
was trying to
No,
understand.
you're going to rockets. We're going right off
Yeah.
into outer space.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you ask me a question about
Well, the moderator's talking to you. Listen to what he says.
I asked you a question. Now I got another one. How'd you drop the soccer ball and pick up a rocket? Was it an 18-panel soccer ball or 32? This matters, man. We can't play league. We can't play league play with an 18-panel soccer ball. You know.
Ooh, are those soccer plates? Does that soccer ball have plates on it?
Tectonic plates, bro, but they never move. We've never measured soccer ball tectonic plate drift.
Okay, Mike.
Never.
Okay, can I ask if earthquakes are man-made?
Well, no, but earthquakes don't. They don't fucking prove a globe. That doesn't prove shape.
No, I'm not saying it proves the globe. I'm just wondering.
So,
Like,
the question becomes: can listen? You don't need tectonic plates for a fucking just because you have this.
I'm not saying. I'm just trying to establish some.
Can I
common ground,
talk,
right?
man? Or I'm
All
trying
right,
to
all right.
establish
It's hard on
something too.
Discord, right? It's not like I can see your mouth moving.
No, but you can hear me fucking talking.
All right, so I'll concede now. Continue.
So you don't need a tectonic plate for movement on Earth because Earth is one big fucking compost pile. So you know what spontaneous combustion is, right?
Yeah.
You know there's movement in a compost pile. You know that, right? Because of chemical reactions, heat, nitrates, decomposition. So it causes a pyroclastic flow under a compost pile, and this can cause a fire that'll burn forever, dude. Now, you figure things live and die on Earth. You build a compost layer over the entire Earth, well, we could have chemical reactions underground nonstop. If you hit a nitrate buildup with a high temperature chemical reaction, you're going to have a pyroclastic flow. This movement displaces the volumes of compacted materials, which causes movement on Earth. So you really don't need a tectonic plate to form mountains or to cause movement, earthquakes. Heat does that. Chemical composition does that. Decomposition does that in chemical reactions. You don't need a core for a pyroclastic flow. All you need is a compost pile we live and die on.
I think I understand what you're saying.
Well, it's simple. This is
like the Earth moves, right? But like it doesn't prove that there's like giant plates that sit underneath us, right?
Exactly. So
quakes.
The movement is just that when you displace soil, then topsoil is going to crush it. The weight of the soil, it's going to displace. That displacement is going to cause perturbations of sound waves. Those sound waves at surface level and underneath the ground can cause movement. It's energy. It's the exchange of energy. Sound causes vibration. Vibration is energy. Energy creates more heat. So it becomes a chain effect. But because of the loss of momentum, the loss of energy, it doesn't last for an eternity. Entropy. I mean, how many people here remember the fertilizer plant that caught on fire and burnt for like 3 fucking weeks, man? They couldn't even put the shit out.
Pretty strong earthquake one time. It was pretty crazy. There was like shit falling off the shells and stuff.
Yeah,
right,
you know.
Yeah.
In deserts, you got high volumes of nitrate, man. You get too much decomposition going underground. You ignite nitrate that can extend veins of it. They can extend for miles. You displace 3,000 miles of fucking dirt underground. You've just opened up an orifice for the top, everything above it to move down and shift. This is why you end up with fucking great glaciers, or what the fuck are them called? Fractures through the surface. Where do you think all that ground goes to? There's got to be extra space down there for the top above it to move. You're not going to just tear apart the weight of kilotons of soil. Anybody who does excavation, surface leveling, moves dump trucks full of dirt, they know this. We're talking about mega tonnage. We don't have a force known to us, the man that can rip that apart. They act like most people come in here and say, but we propagate PNS waves through a globe. And that's how we know it's a globe. You know, men can't make PNS waves. You're talking about those waves are created on a natural scale, right? Or nuclear assault, atomic assault, then we can do that. But if we see what an S wave does to the surface, just propagating through the surface, we can just infer logically that if we propagated that through the entirety of the globe, we'd probably crack your fictional globe in half. So if you think we propagate PNS waves through the entirety of the Earth, you're just wrong. It couldn't physically happen. You can't disrupt this core of a fucking sphere and expect what happens. How do they chisel stones? Have any of you ever chiseled a stone? I chiseled stones for my foundation, my field sewed foundation, when I had to repair it. I had to chisel stones.
Yes, sir. I've done some stone chiseling.
Yeah, so when you put a stone chisel or rock chisel on the center of a rounded
It's a cold
rock,
chisel. It's a cold, whatever. Go ahead.
yeah, so you smack it a couple times. It's more the vibration the chisel creates that goes through the rock than the chisel itself that splits the rock. But once you get that motherfucker ringing, it'll crack all the way through.
Yeah, okay, so I haven't tried to like split rocks with it, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, I mean, mostly I'm like shaving things and whatever else, like, but trying like, you know, bricks and stuff like that, they break pretty easily. But like if I'm doing like actual stones, yeah, I don't have much experience in that, so I should pretty much shut up. I know what you're saying though. I know what you're getting to.
Yeah, my stone chisel has a pipe in the center. It's a big ass chisel, and you hold the pipe. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, no, I guess I don't. Like I thought I did. When you're talking about using a stone chisel, I've used one, but as far as actually quarrying and stuff like that, no, I have no experience doing that.
It's like a point in a sleeve with a sleeve to guide it, so you can hold on to it, but not the stake will slide inside the sleeve.
Yeah, and it allows the chisel to vibrate in that sleeve, so it sends a vibration. Yeah, see, God rockin' knows. Or you can have the big fat stone chisels. They got a wide head and a handle that looks like a hammer. Depends on if you're using them for, for trying to find gold, geology, or if you're trying to actually split stones.
I've seen some pretty cool stuff though about, different techniques. Just watching, like documentaries and stuff about like ideas about how giant, what do they call those things? Like monoliths, like, damn it, what are the big dicks that the Egyptians rose?
Obelisks.
Yeah, obelisks, like stuff like that. Like I've seen some stuff about techniques that were used for quarrying that stuff, and it's really cool. And super simple, actually.
What the hell is that?
Can anybody remember James's last name? That Canadian grumpy fellow who was always bitching ass.
No. That's not what the hell you're fucking yeah. Yeah. Man, God rocking, man.
Hollywell.
You got a two-stroke pump Ram going back in the background?
No, I don't.
If somebody could find that video that James Hollywell sent to, what's his name, the Flat Earth Clues guy, that's a pretty good proof. Because how far you could see. James Hollywell. Mark Sargent.
Anyway, though, so Battlemod, I assume it's kind of like, I mean, I've got a lot more experience chiseling wood or anything else, and even stone has a grain like wood does.
Yeah.
It's about recognizing like how the grain is going to go and
where
you got to hit it, and just how you hit it.
When you're
it's technique, not and finesse, not so much brute force.
It's not brute force, man. If you know which way the grain goes, and you send a shockwave over two different parts of the grain, and then center it on the grain, usually you'll crack the rock all the way through. Yep. But on the grain is easier. So you only square two surfaces when you're making a cobbled stone foundation. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You only got to square up two surfaces, the mating surfaces. So
right.
They look good, though, when you're done. And cobblestone is solid stone, not a hollowed brick, so it lasts a lot longer. But you have to be smart enough.
Backside of the wall would be ugly compared.
Yeah.
That's all filled in with mortar and shit, and nobody gives a fuck.
Well, yeah, I did. I used one of them pumps. I used one of them pumps and put 3 inches over the wall on the inside of my foundation. Just use a 5-foot fucking trowel to use it. Mine looks like just a concrete wall on the inside, but that's because you flush them on the front of the wall, so the face of the house has the view. You want your best view on the face. You know that, Lou. What you see.
Do we believe in earthquakes? Like, we experience earthquakes, Reconor. I don't know who asked that, but yes, we believe that earthquakes happen. Do we believe they happen for the reason that the globe?
What kind of question is that? I didn't ask that.
No.
I asked if earthquakes were man-made.
No, not you, Reckoner. And I think we gave a pretty specific answer. So why revisit? Do we believe in earthquakes? I don't know. I gave a pretty specific answer about that.
I understand that, yeah. So I didn't comment further. The guy just misquoted me.
No, we're addressing a guy in the text lobby, dude, that never talks. Sure, okay. Get to the chopper.
Yeah, no, okay. Since he won't do it, I'll do the impression. It's going to be sure. So can you explain? No, that's actually not good. I haven't heard him in a while. I'm getting better at it. Damn it. Sure. Basically, he sounds exactly like Arnold Schwarzenegger, just like not all the way there, but.
So your compost pile is just going to make me run to the chopper.
No, it's a deep fake, guys. It's a deep fake. Somebody's got a soundboard of Arnold where you type it in, not just the pre-programmed phrases.
No, I think it's a voice changer. Yeah. There's some really good voice changers.
No, you know what? To be honest, like people often accuse him of using a voice changer or being fake or whatever. I think that is his real voice and his real accent. I've talked to him.
If it was, he would hum a little ditty, bro. I'm like, just hum a ditty. Just do something. Like, change your pitch. Like, la, 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 la. He won't do it.
I was walking through the park one day in the merry, merry month of May.
I like, though, when he does talk, he usually ends everything with, thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Yes. He does always end with thank you. He breathes very, very heavy. He's like, I'm getting in. I'm now starting to get the accent. Here we go. All right. Sure. I'm Rakanor and I'm the accent. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Don't forget that.
The guy asked for if you believed in earthquakes, not a course in mining and tools. Thank you.
rockets go to space, and NASA got there, but there was aliens, and they can't tell you this, so they had to fake it. Sure, the horses.
I went to Mars. They gave me a booger.
And they give me a goddamn.
Dude, I'm sorry, Rekinor. Like, all respect.
I asked you about
I actually like Rekinor, but that was fucking funny.
You give me a goddamn course in mining tools. I was specific about that too. I said not mining, cobbling tools.
Don't forget, come on.
Come on. I can't even do it.
Come on. Don't bullshit me. Don't bullshit me. Come on. Thank you.
I'm just pumping some iron. I'm doing some sets. I'm just listening in while I'm doing a set. Thank you.
Throw a rail or two in there.
What does he do?
We're just doing rails. Come on, Lou.
I'm the copying it.
Anybody else got a Reckoner impersonation that's good?
Rekinor is Andrea Sensi from Flat Earth Debates.
Come on, I invite you all to roast the Reckoner. Sure, okay?
I've never heard his voice.
Oh, dude, Rekinor, could you please just look? You're here. You can talk. Like, dude, just for a little bit. Talk for a little bit.
Yeah, type something out and press enter. Come on,
let's
go.
Tell us a story.
Get to the roasting, huh?
Reckoner, I don't wonder why you don't talk. I know you're a pussy.
The horses, man, the horses.
All right,
and Rekinor, you're gonna think this is funny too. You know all your horse emojis, how they follow everything. So I was showing that to the guys at work, and he started doing the impression too, and he's never even heard you. And now we have this little like side joke where we like do an impression of you, and we follow everything with horsey, smiley face, crying emoji, horsey.
And there it is.
That's fucking funny, man.
Dude, you're making an impact in the real world, Reckoner. Albeit a slight one. One nonetheless.
He said horsey. Smiley face, crying. Oh my
Trade
God.
biceps and your triceps and your crying emojis.
Crying emoji, thumbs up, horsey. 3 thumbs ups. Horsey.
I'm more surprised that you guys are doing this at work to pass the fucking time.
Yeah, we do this at work. Yeah, while we're fucking hammering.
These motherfuckers don't whistle. They drink a beer and do their best Reckoner impersonation. Yeah, hey, you should do a video of that.
Thumbs up, pussy.
That'd be a flat Earth proof.
Sorry about that.
You dropped the window! No!
I'm gonna
Well,
show you
super.
my biceps.
Any globe evidence out there, anybody?
I told a fat lie. It's a tumor.
Quiet, you idiot!
Hey, I heard a good one online today.
I'm Detective John Kimball.
The Taliban opened up an army surplus store. They named it Trader Joe's.
What happened to your neck?
That's pretty good.
Hey,
did you guys see old Joe wearing?
Classic.
Check this out, guys. They're not even hiding it anymore. There's a mask on this dude. Hang on. Jake the Asshole posted a video. And this is just speculation, but it is compelling. Hang on a second.
When you find out all that hash was just so they could buy some guns.
Make sure they buy it from Penguin from the Batman.
Hey, it was good hash, man. It was good.
Oh, hell yeah! The Afghanis make some of the world's best. They're said to be world renowned at it. They have a method.
Yeah, why could we spend?
You can call me Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, why else would we send the army to protect those poppy fields if they weren't any good?
Stop it for a second. With the Globers. Let's get them. Let's go for it. Good to see you again. Thank you.
Hey, what's
Hey,
up,
Andrea
man?
Sensi,
It's good
bro.
to hear you.
All right.
It's good to hear you.
It's a voice changer, guys.
No,
Yeah.
it's not. That's literally him. That's him.
No, it's
I'm
not.
sorry. It
Okay,
is him.
okay,
I've talked to him a lot.
Arnold.
I've talked to him a lot. That's him.
Arnold, sing us a
I don't
song,
care.
bro. Sing us a
Okay.
song, Arnold.
Down.
Sure thing. It's good to see you again.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Hey, you're rumpusing the arm, man.
Chief, shut up.
Get down.
Chief,
Mute
shut up.
him. Mute him.
Sure. No, it's good to see you all again. We'll see you again soon. No, thank you. It is no voice changer. Lou, big fist pump. Thank you.
Fist pump back, man. Big fight.
Dude,
Big fist
sorry.
pump.
Sorry, unless I see him talking in a video, like I'd have to see a setup, dude. I don't believe it. It's a fucking voice changer.
Don't mute me, bro.
I'm an audio engineer, bro. I need to know this. I need to be right about this.
Big horsey thumbs up, horsey, horsey.
Tase that man. That would
I'm
be
not
so
an audio
much
engineer, but I got a talented ear. I can hear things. That is absolutely some sort of contraption. That is not a natural
Correct.
voice.
Correct.
Screw your freedom.
See, this is the problem. Now I just asked him to talk, and people are going to accuse him of using a voice changer and ban him. So, like, just leave him alone. This is my fault.
I would
Like,
never ban Andrea Sensi from a Flat Earth channel.
No, don't ban him. He's here on mine and Indio's invite. Don't ban him.
He's awesome. I think.
I'll let you cog this the platypus, man. Damn it! Our Arctic platypus got cogged this for 7 days. You know those platypuses are rare, bro.
Are those horses or those Shetland ponies? Arnold, are they Shetland ponies?
Shitland.
He
They're
put
shit-
he hot tubs with his ponies, man. He's
Dude, no, he
crazy
loves
dude.
his
He does
ponies.
it
They
all.
eat it. I've seen it. They eat at his kitchen table, man.
Yep. You don't see what they actually do together.
Okay, stop it with the pony.
So anyway, I posted a video in the voice text.
Pony, horsey.
Pony love is driving me mad. It's making me crazy.
Guys, listen. The guy wearing the Joe Biden mask has a tan, and the Joe Biden mask doesn't. Look at the video I just posted. And it's a quick one. I think it's like 8 minutes. Jake is a funny guy. But anyway, watch it. Please. For your sake. And your children's sake. And your dog's sake.
Oh no.
Hi,
Hey,
Ivy
he likes-
Cores.
Hey, he likes donkeys too, you know.
He likes everything. So, hi, Ivy Cores. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Are you new to the server?
I joined yesterday.
Yesterday? Okay, super. You're VC verified. What do you think about the shape of the Earth? Is it moving? What are we doing?
I still don't know. Honestly,
Okay.
yesterday,
That's
I
honest.
don't know.
Super duper. So, but you grew up. People were telling you, "Hey, man, we're going at thousands of miles an hour in all directions. Everything out there is a perfect sphere. We're next to a vacuum, however that works, right? You were taught all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what? Is that a yes?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, super, super. What do you think? What are your opinions? I mean, I know you just said I don't know, but are you leaning one way or the other?
I mean, we are moving, but
How do you know we're moving? Let's start there. How do you know we're moving?
actually, well, look, I'm not
Lean
smart.
with it.
What?
Lean with it. Rock with it. Movement.
Can I ask her a question?
God damn it. Hold on. Give me another couple minutes. Give me another couple minutes, guys. I know you're chomping at the bit. Okay, so, Ivy, how do you know we're moving?
I don't, but
You don't. That's great. See, that's an honest answer. Thank you. Okay, I got two more questions for you, and then I'll let the hounds at you, and I do apologize for that. It's gonna get nasty. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, two more questions. Do you know when and any time somebody has? Do you know any time